Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. This is the series finale for the Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3.
Oh, my gosh.
You know we're all thinking about Halo Infinite, but we got some Halo 3 action today. Joining me are the other members of the Xbox Stream team. I got the Mav Show. Hello, Mav.
Hi, Joshua. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I'm so excited for today.
And we have Axel Toss, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up? I'm happy to be here. We're live from Redmond at the Microsoft campus, which is really cool. We're able to hang out a little bit.
All together.
And see each other, and you guys get to see our legs. So congratulations.
That's right. Summer edition.
I just want to see our guests' legs who we have that we're bringing on to the show here. We have some Halo experts, and I can't wait to introduce them.
We do. Joining us remotely, we have Elamite. Hello, Mr. Elamite. How you doing?
Oh, there it is. Take a screenshot.
I told
Take
you
a screenshot. Put it on eBay.
They're
Okay.
not real. They're not real.
Now he's put in the work, so yeah. It's great to be here, though.
Awesome
Socks,
to have you.
You know, you can't show those feet for free.
Walshy, what year is it, man? We're doing Halo. It's great to see you. How you doing?
Doing well, great to see you all. I mean, they gave us the option to cast in person next to Axel Toss or do it remotely, and we all wisely chose to do it remotely. So I'm just so happy to be here and with a little distance away from Axel Toss.
Well,
You know what Walshy really is saying there is that he really misses me. So it fills me with it fills me with warmth to hear you say that.
Well, we talked about that while we got lunch last week, Dave. And that's where we decided.
That's true.
And joining us, our community caster, Why Not Be Casting. Great to see you. Why not?
It's great to be here. It truly is an honor amongst these two legends right here. And I saw some of the rosters. This tournament is absolutely stacked.
It is going to be stacked. A huge thank you to the people that we collaborated with, 343 Industries and Smash.gg. This tournament has been happening all month long, and now the final month of July, we get to find out who will be the best 2v2 team in this series. Halo 3 definitely has a fond spot in our hearts for those that have grew up with Halo, played Halo, not just for the campaign, but of course for the multiplayer.
Yeah.
But we've been able to showcase a lot of the campaigns so far with Master Chief Mondays and been playing a lot of Halo on the stream, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we've been playing, kind of going through the campaigns, kind of dragging Axel Toss along with the Flood. I know you're playing in the mornings with Elamite and doing a lot of competitive
Master
multiplayer
Chief Monday,
things.
baby.
That's right. So you're going to want to hang out on Mondays here on the channel because we do everything Halo. And now with Infinite testing it, we were able to play it yesterday, and oh my gosh. And this morning we've been in the studio playing it. So it's going to be, I'm very excited.
And I will say, $25,000 on the line today is pretty crazy. We had a ton of signups for this tournament, which is awesome to see for Halo 3 and 2v2. I'm Elamite and Walshy. I'm sure you guys are thrilled to see that and see how many people are interested in competing. And also the teams. Like, if you guys go back and watch these weekends, Why Not Be Casting? He was talking about one of the weeks where we had a triple reset with Boo Boo and Falcated. Matt, it was absolutely insane. So it's like the level of competition here is awesome. I love it. And maybe it's a nice foreshadowing moment for what we're going to see in Halo Infinite. Just seeing this level of Halo played. So $25,000 today, that's a pretty big deal. I'm excited to see who wins today, and I'm excited to see the competition unfold.
And make sure to follow us right now, twitch.tv/Xbox, for more streams throughout the week and our special tournaments on the weekend. And for more tournaments, sign up at smash.gg/Xbox. Now let's jump into the match format, how today's going to work. First of all, as Axel Toss mentioned $25,000 for the prize pool. Ladder matchmaking and weekly qualifiers allowed a number of teams to make it into the weekly qualifier finals, and then we have the top 16 joining us today. The rules 2v2, Team Slayer only, mix of a best of 3 and 5, best of 3 for the first round, then it goes into best of 5 for all the rounds after. Match settings, kill limits 25, and there are maps, Narrows Pit, Heretic, Guardian, and Construct. Let's take a look at the settings. Again, win conditions, mix of best of 3 or best of 5, score to win 25 kills. There's going to be some high octane action as we've seen a number of really, really impressive Halo play amongst a lot of veteran players and the foundation, hopefully leading into some amazing moments in Halo Infinite. But folks, these are the participants that we have playing. Now, week 1, it was the top 4. And then week 2, it was the top 4. Then week 3, it's the top 8. RB, IC, Dogs, Infernal, Mentally Stressed, Dark Magicians. We went to a bracket reset in weekly qualifier 2. Raynu, Divine. Take a look at those names. APG, Snakebite, Rain. You know these names if you've been following Halo for quite some time. So chat, we want to know who you're rooting for. Let us know and hit that follow button. Looking forward to the first matchup that's going to happen. We'll get to that in a sec. Run It Up, ABC, Spoon Platoon. That's the one I was waiting for. That's the one. We know that's going to be fun. Believe, GBX, Don't Care, Nevermind, and ATR. But I think Spoon Platoon goes down in history as one of my favorite team names of all time.
Yeah, last week we saw a lot of Straight Sick and Fantasy. I mean, they were absolutely crazy. Catastrophe and Minds also showing up in a big way last week.
According to Axotos, the battle for the alphabet.
Exactly.
ABC
And hey,
GBX.
it's more than that now. GBX, ABC, ATR.
ATR,
okay.
yep.
A lot of nice creativity. You know, back in the Walshy days, maybe names had more of an emphasis. 'Cause Final Boss, that was a good name, I will say. I don't like complimenting Walshy that much, but I will give him credit for that. So I don't know if there's a new meta in these team names, but I guess that's neither here nor there because, I mean, one of the best teams on this list, in my opinion, Royal 2 and Lethal, their name is Don't Care. So I don't know
They
what
do
to
care.
say.
They do.
They did. They showed that they cared last week. So.
And there's the bracket. RB versus ATR, Divine versus Run It Up. Infernal goes against GBX, and Mentally Stressed will face off against Believe. That's the top half as they'll sail through the winner's side and then getting knocked down to the lower half, hopefully. Still staying alive for many of these teams in a double elimination format. IC versus Nevermind, Raynu versus ABC, Dogs versus Don't Care, they do care, and Dark Magicians versus Spoon Platoon. Dark Magicians, again, impressing all of us. Week 2 qualifiers going all the way to that bracket reset. And there is the bracket.
Fill it out. Fill it out at home. Print out a copy.
Oh, here
And
we go. The prize
predict
pool
the bracket.
rankings. So exciting.
$7 grand, first place prize. Notice the prize difference as we go from second to first. So that's going to be a $3,000 money match when we hit the finals today. Money starts to bump down when you go into 5th through 8th place, but everybody gets a chunk of change if they make it to top 8. So a healthy chunk of change too. That's a nice dinner or two. So take out a loved one, take out a family friend, and be like, yeah, video games paid for this.
Kind of expensive dinners are you going to, Josh Gray?
I know,
A
right?
couple
Right.
dinners for me. That is dozens of dinners for me.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of lavish lifestyle you live.
The bachelor life, a dinner for one. So I get to stretch it out a little bit, I think, and then take some home for leftovers, and it becomes my breakfast and my lunch. That's how you maximize the dollar.
Chicken dinners. That's what we're after here in video games, right? Winning these tournaments, winning these prize pools. And you wonder what kind of competitions will continue to happen in Halo with Infinite around the corner. I'm very curious about that. So I think this is a nice opportunity for a team to really make a statement here. It's like, which teams are the best in Halo right now? Who's really grinded and who has played these games
And
throughout the years? And I guess we're almost crowning a generation of Halo in a sense, and we're about to move on to a new generation of Halo, if I may, not to get too poetic.
Yeah.
But a lot of gravity here on these top teams trying to really make their claim as one of the best in the old Halos, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this month alone has been all Halo everything, right? So right off the get go, and on top of that prize money, there was even more on the line for these guys because there was money in the ladders leading up to these. So it's been all week 2v2 Halo 3 leading up to where people started grinding even harder. So I think everyone has put probably more hours into Halo in general this month than they have in years and years and years. And like we were talking about, the top 16 best teams. So this is the finals. This is everything that happened all month long leading up until now. And if you are, taking a look at that prize money and the breakdown with 16 teams, fifth through eighth, I believe, being the same prize payout, right? These early matches are, tooth and nail. A lot of these teams are fantastic teams, but everybody knows there's a few favorites to win in here. So, but there is a easy way to get lots of Josh Gray dinners out there for those fifth through eighth teams too. So these guys need to, their goal for a lot of these teams is top 8, right? 9 through 16 is going to be most of that hard work, and you fall short. That top 8 spot are going to be a lot of happy teams. And then, of course, with those prize money jumps like you talked about, first, second, third, like we just said, there's a lot of really good teams and a few favorites in there, and those favorites have been working all month long for today.
Why not be casting? We're going to have you rotate a little bit later into one of the matches. Thanks again for joining us today. It has been quite a fun experience for us on the stream to see a lot of people in chat chime in, ask questions, and be involved in the Halo scene in anticipation for Infinite. But in particular, this tournament brought back a lot of great memories. A lot of the times that we would go to events in person and watch Halo or say, don't worry, that's just Halo back in our StarCraft days. But Halo has been such an important part for all of our competitive experiences. So what would you say is the tone right now of the community out there? Why not be casting? What are people talking about going into this tournament and then going into the future of Halo?
Ooh,
Well, obviously, there's a lot of money on the line that's been talked about, and the fact that it's only a two-way split. Back in the day, we were playing 4v4s.
That's true.
It's a four-way
That's a
split
good
of this
point.
money. This is a nice chunk of change for these guys, and a wonderful way to kind of just celebrate Halo and everything it's done for for our community. It's arguably esports wouldn't be where it is today if it wasn't for Halo 3, Halo 2. Halo kind of paved the way for where we're at right now. So I think this is a wonderful way to kick off Halo, to celebrate Halo. And with the Infinite technical preview out right now, I know I'm having a blast playing. I know plenty of people in the chat are as well. We are just excited for every. 2021 is the year for Halo. Apparently, who knew?
Right. I think we were talking about that earlier too. Like I have played more Halo in the last month than I have in the last 5 years, and I'm okay with this. So this year is Halo.
Yeah. Walsh, you have a number of fond memories, I'm sure, from the Halo franchise, from multiple tournaments, being either a player or behind the scenes as an analyst or commentary. What is your overall sentiment? The state of Halo now going into Halo Infinite today, streaming and commentating a Halo 3 2v2 tournament. I would add it to the list of here we go again. This is going to be another fun time.
It's interesting for us to have these events right now because we get to see how these old games get to still be broken down or mastered. The way that these players are playing today is not the exact same that we were playing clearly 10 to 14 years ago. They have found more aggressive ways to play. They know different angles that they can do spawn traps. There's just some new differences they have in there. And so it's really cool to like revisit those games and have a significant amount of money on the line to like really push those limits. In addition to that, we didn't really have the option to do very competitive online Halo 3 tournaments back in the day. Like with the new updates on MCC with Halo 3, I would argue shot registration on MCC right now online is better than LAN in back in Halo 3 days. Like the amount of damage you can do long range shots in Halo 3 now, it's just it it really makes it viable to compete here online with amount of money in the line. So I'm really excited to see these teams and what they've worked on and what they've accomplished.
Happy to hear that. And we've seen the evolution in real time, working in the esports world and the video game competition world, and to see the strength of online competition finally with the infrastructure of good internet and solid coding and developers believing in the viability. Absolutely wonderful to see. Happy to have more tournaments like that. doesn't replace the live experience, which is, we're all looking forward to in the future whenever it can happen. But due to the world circumstances, we here at Xbox are super happy that we're able to collaborate with Smash.gg and 343 Industries to bring this tournament online and for it to feel good for the players and for the audience. So we're about ready for our first matchup before we jump in there. Mav, you've got to play a lot of Halo. You've had a lot of developers on recently. What would you say is the overall attitude of chat when you go live? Because it feels like the community is just hungry for
They're
more Halo.
just chomping at the bit. They're like, "What's for dinner?" And we're like, "We're serving breakfast." And so that's sort of what's happening right now. But it's been really cool to hear even like Dursky talk, and Andy comes on and chats about like his history, and it's in like really awesome hands for people that are working on it and feel really close to it. So I'm pretty hopeful for it. I'm really excited especially from what I've played. It's been pretty great. So, even with Smash GG, I've always watched a lot of esports. And so for you guys, like how has it been with having Smash in the picture? Because even when things were in person, like now there are more tournaments than ever and people can actually get in and cast more and do things. Like how's that for all of you guys? Because when I watch the tournaments, I'm not casting it, but I'm a huge fan. Like I've watched so many different conventions and it's my favorite thing to watch. How Smash sort of changed and kind of like giving you guys a platform to sort of do what you love and play and have more tournaments?
Ooh. I mean, Axel Toss, you and I go way back with all sorts of PC tournaments and organizing and looking at brackets and stuff. But, the console generation, the console players having either jump on a PC or use their phone, that's kind of an external source for them to play in the tournament.
Yeah.
When Smash GG made it so simple, not only to play, but to create a tournament, create a series of tournaments, and allow people to register with their gamer tag, it made it so simple. And I think the integration now with Microsoft purchasing Smash GG, it makes the tournament structures so fluid and so easy for players and for tournament organizers. It just allows the playing field to be democratized, the technology to be democratized so there could be more tournaments and a healthy lifeblood from the grassroots level of tournaments.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, as Elamite and Walshy were alluding to, it's just like we play these competitive video games and we want the ability to compete, right? Whether it's a coherent ladder that is designed properly in game, that we have a matchmaking system to play on. The tournament gameplay is the next echelon. It's what you go for. The Olympics are going on right now, right? It's like that's the ultimate place to be.
Yep.
In video games and competitive video games, esports, the ultimate place to be is winning these tournaments at a live event on the biggest stage, winning the biggest trophies, winning all the money. So anything that fits that progression, to me, I am thrilled about. And that's what we're doing here today. $25,000 on the line for a Saturday? I mean, that's crazy. Walshy, he had to go to freaking studios and be recorded to be on television for stuff like this. Yeah, here we are, chilling, watching this tournament unfold. And without any further ado, let's just get into this game. Elamite, Walshy, take it away.
No, I want to top mid. Fuck.
Thank you so much, Axel Toss. What a great introduction. And Walshy, once again, thank you so much, dude, for joining us here. And, an honor for me to be here with you. We got lunch the other day, but this is where the real action is.
Right? Yeah, and I'm excited to see this down. We were talking a little bit about the Smash beforehand, and you were just saying XX and Deciding are just looking incredibly strong, and you feel even though that Royal 2 and Lethal are, global champions, multinational champions, couple of the greatest Halo players of, top 10 of all time, without doubt. How are they going to stack up against this squad?
Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, I've been trying to jump in and talk to some of these guys that, maybe we didn't even have the experience of working with over the last few years, or even dating back further to the original Halo 3 Xbox 360 days. And you can see in the score of this game right now, 10-3, and this is Deciding and Flazin. Now, Deciding and Flazin, they come from that same group of like the Tylenols and some of these other really known 2v2 players that have shown up in a huge way. Their streams are extremely successful. They've done extremely well in these ladders leading up to this point and even going undefeated at some cases. And when I was talking about favorites coming into this tournament, this is one of those teams that are going to fit in there. Now, if you've watched Halo, you already know Royal 2, Lethal, these guys are going to have a chance of winning no matter what tournament they're entering because of their individual talent. So we really wanted to see how is one of these favorited unknown teams coming into this going to stack up against one of our most decorated squads in the entire tournament. And a 16-5 start, Walsh, is really kind of speaking wonders to maybe what this tournament has in store.
Yeah, and it's just incredible how fast paced this is as well. Guardian 2v2 or 4v4 would always be a game type in the past where it's like it starts off, maybe there's some tumultuous times where players are going back and forth or there's a chaotic moment, but then the dust usually settles and people are kind of chilling for a moment, waiting back with a sniper, waiting for that moment for the camo or making a push. But there has been, I don't think there's been a single moment here where deciding has not been holding forward this entire game.
The level of aggression we're seeing, 19 kills in less than 3 minutes on this, I'm starting to think they've been on death cam more than they've been alive this game. Now, this is a stomping that we're seeing. And finally, now that World 2 has a sniper in his hands, we may be able to see what he can do with this one. Hopefully they can just kind of pump the brakes a little bit, stop these guys. But just as I say that, it just doesn't stop. It keeps coming in over and over and over again. Even with that no scope, it is not enough. 21-8. It's getting away from them very quickly.
I mean, so much that no scope. I love me some insta-splodes. I love the fact that they charge over there from S3, grab those plasmas, and not even trying to challenge someone like Royal 2 at that moment, and just decides to send a plasma grenade launching around the corner to get that kill.
This is something else, Dave. I don't know if I've seen this aggression from any teams going into this point. We've seen some very unorthodox play styles from Narrows and Pit, from, different places to control on the map. Power up on Narrows. The bottom of the map versus the top of the map comparisons on what you want to hold. There was no holding here. This was nonstop. Anytime they were backed into a corner, it almost looked like deciding and placing we're using, we're insta-sploding together, right? I'll throw one, you get the other is what it looked like. And, two peas in a pod, these guys are running around the map. They didn't let World 2 and Lethal do anything.
Yeah, and based on that score, like I've heard of a steak dinner, but this might be a Joshua Gray Wagyu steak dinner right there based on that 25-9 scoreline. It was just absolutely dominating, and like we said too, we can't understate. I think I wasn't even being generous enough when I said 2 top 10 players of all time. Like Lethal could arguably be at some point the #1, Halo player of all time. Royal 2 clearly in like that top 5, top 10 range. It's just like a statement saying, hey, these guys started growing up. I would say around like Halo 3 is when they started to kind of make their break into the Halo scene as far as like making waves competitively. And then they are still 2 of the most dominant players on the circuit, and we expect nothing but big things out of them in Infinite. So to see a couple players that I'm relatively unfamiliar with come out and be able to put on a show like that against 2 of the greatest players, it's just astounding.
Right, and we'll see what this next one holds. Right, Construct is going to be a completely, different format, different scenarios here. The opening is going to have a huge impact on getting some map control, and Lethal and Royal 2 are by no means out of this. But deciding and Flazen, if you were to ask a lot of the 2v2 teams kind of preparing and leading up to this, who could be the duo to potentially take down, the domination that we've seen from the Tylenol Trippies, the Ray Noobs, and the Gilky Nico squads, like those 3 in particular. It's going to be this, possibly this Quadi Trushkov pair that we've seen earlier that have taken a big upsets. They're actually the only ones that beat Tylenol and Trippy in week 1's ladder. And then the other pair here, the Flazen deciding. I did not get to sit down with these guys before this, but I have heard other people talk about them. And yeah, like we said, these guys are top of the leaderboards. Not a lot of event experience, but they have been in the 2v2 playlist and very familiar as far as locking that down with the best of them. So a lot of the pros haven't had the 2v2 experience like we've seen from some of these other squads, and that's why you're going to see some of these blowouts, is because it truly is almost a different game. It's a different mentality and everything else going into it. You just have to play the spawns. Everything gets affected by it. So that's why you're seeing definitely who knows what they're doing in these 2s and who's kind of still learning.
Yeah, and like you mentioned too, it's just the pace of this game has changed. I would argue that like 2v2 speed would be, a little faster than like fours in some cases when you get an advantage in Halo 3 back in the day, but like this level of speed that they're playing at is just unparalleled. They get somebody weak or they get a kill and then they're instantly flying across the map to get some finishes. And look at that, just already knowing, just like look at that game sense from Blaze in there. Just knows that, all right, I got Royal 2, super weak going to lobby. Lethal is going to try to be a great teammate and give some help up closed and just waiting for that instantly. So
Right, and
just the game sense is incredible.
Exactly. Speaking of that game sense, it's part of it is it's a lot easier to have a really, I guess, high level of game sense in twos, I think, because you're only having to keep track of half of the people in the game compared to maybe like a 4v4. So you killing the enemy and trying to keep track of your teammates, there's potentially 7 other people on the map you're trying to register in your head where people are. And of course you have some visual cues, but that, especially back in the day, we make some comparisons. 78 FOV on a 360, 30 frames per second, it's definitely a different experience than you get here on MCC now, and there's obviously inherently a lot of challenges involved with that. But in this game, you only have to worry about 2 people. You pretty much know exactly where the angles are, where the rotations are going to come from. You can easily keep track of like how long something might take, as opposed to just having all those additional people on the map.
Yeah, that's a great point. Not just the fact of tracking others, but you can get away with so much more in twos. Like you can get away with unorthodox positions and strategies because, like you said, it's most of us are used to playing fours and you're like, oh, you should not go here because you need to take in consideration spawning your teammates bad, or how are you going to set up for this next power up? And it's like, honestly, you don't, in some cases, you don't need to fully set up for something. If you get the kill or two, you get whatever you want on the map. You can go grab that weapon, you can go grab that camo, you can grab anything as long as you gain the kills and the damage. And that's what they're prioritizing is what positions can I get these angles on and where can I lay down some shots.
Yeah, and you definitely see it in this game, but this is probably a concept most evident in the original Combat Evolved. Spawning your teammates, like you pointed out. In a game like a 2v2, you can grab camo, especially on Construct when camo lasts 60 seconds instead of 30. You have a lot more time to just move around the map, and you don't have to worry about your teammate being spawn killed. In a 4v4, if you're bottom of the map trying to find an angle to make a move, if you take 30 seconds to do that, can you imagine hearing Ogre 2 in your ear after he's been spawn killed 5 times in a row? It would not be pleasant.
No, absolutely not. You're just bringing back some bad memories now. Everybody but me push. Everybody, someone else push. Let me get the weak people after you're pushing and getting them weak. Like, I feel you there.
Right, exactly. Here, so 9-8. If anything, we're seeing a great comeback right now. After having such a rough start and losing power weapons, Lethal and World 2 have really been able to kind of cement their footing. Now, of course, they're going to be in a little bit of a tough spot now that they've just lost Rockets and they did not notice the camo guy grabbed them right before it ran out. But Lethal looks like he was top gold. Sure enough, he's blue ramps, right? He's going to wait. He's going to get Royal 2 to spawn. Exactly. Top gold. He's pushing close. They're trying to work together, and we're seeing the exact opposite right there. There's a great game sense. You know exactly where everyone is. Now you're seeing Flaze in double back, help deciding in open purple. They've got Rocket and Sniper. Lethal's all by himself, and there's not going to be anything he can do. Royal 2 came off spawn. Looks like it was mid-gold, and he makes the wise decision, right? You got to get out of there right away. But with Lethal coming off spawn to C2, finishes off a kill, they might be able to get another trade and sneak up top here as well.
Also, like one minor detail I saw right there was when they did like that bait and switch over and open, the timing on it was so damn perfect. Like the fact that you had the sniper person go out, peek, do a shot after they're already weak. The moment that sniper person went back, the rocket person jumps around the corner. Like you're expecting that sniper person to maybe poke around the corner one more time to take a random no scope or a random shot, see if you can get that hit. And a rocket person flying around the corner over there in open lift. It was just such perfect timing. Like you can tell that these two have played together a lot and know how to work together so well.
Yeah, speaking of perfect timing, like what do we just see here? A double push on close, one guy camo following directly behind. Each one shot, Lethal, I think, up in the purple twice, kill him, double teaming Royal 2, and maintaining control. Here's another strategy. Wow, what a great job getting out of there and deciding, rather than charge in from open purple, this is a strategy you'll see from a lot of teams. If you're in lobby and you want to charge a guy in purple, sometimes the best strat is to actually drop down then lift up. right? The expectation after you see a guy in lobby is almost always they're going to come in through the door. But if you add like another second or two, you're more than likely going to dodge those grenades they're using to try to prevent you from charging there, and then you can get up top in almost a surprise fashion.
Yeah, there's two pieces of that. One, like you mentioned, when you're only tracking two people, like you said, you have a certain set of expectations. Like, all right, this person is going to come from this angle, like you highlighted, Kyle. The second piece of that is you can actually land on that little ring. That little piece of geometry, if you land on there and jump up, you actually get up there even a second or two faster.
Yeah,
Some people like drop down and just land in the lift and like slowly have your momentum go from falling to rising from that lift pulling you up. However, you can, like I said, you can hit that little piece, jump up, and you get in that lift so fast that people generally don't react fast enough to knowing that that's a possibility.
Yeah, no, I think that's something that actually doesn't really get talked about that much. Is depending on where you enter, either the purples or the golds, or even on pit, there's short lifts and ways you can try to silent lift and lift more quickly or lift higher and get a delayed, kind of landing, so you can try to dodge grenades. There's all kinds of skills even involved just within something as simple as lifting.
Yep. And if you want to see that being used to mastery, I believe you can watch. It may have been Orlando 2008 or 2009. Instinct versus Straight Rippin'. You can watch Walshy POV and using those lifts to absolute perfection.
Okay, that's good. I'm either mentally blocked this one out. I don't know what he's referring to. Knowing Walshy, I'm assuming he's taking a jab. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, we're moving on. Lethal going down 24-17. It's kind of looking like a quick 2-0 here in the series, Dave.
Yeah. This one is looking like it's over, and you can also even just tell from Lethal and Royal 2 the amount of patience that they have. They are just they're not slowing it down. They're just pushing forward, trying to make something happen. I think they probably got a bad luck of the draw from this first round matchup, like you mentioned. Like, Lethal and Royal 2 are two fantastic players. And yeah, it's rough to go down to some potential even tournament winners here. Like, looking at how strong they were.
Right, and we talked about like the importance in qualifying, right? Maybe these guys aren't going in like, okay, we're going to win this thing today. They haven't put in the same level of preparation as we've seen from some of these other teams. But the important part is either trying to break into the top 3 or at the very least into that top 8 spot. So going out 1-1 is not going to get you there. So everyone that loses this first series, things just get that much more intense, right? This is it. This is the final day. We're going all 16 teams. All the way. So this is where things really start getting interesting, for everyone. Well, obviously not only in winners, because you can secure yourself into the top 3 very quickly through the upper bracket and guaranteed a solid payout there, or you're going to have to do that long route through lower.
It is an intense, dramatic opening for your first series to be a best of 3 until you move on to a best of 5. So it's that first round scramble for so many of these teams. And the behavior happening in a best of 3 could be completely different in a best of 5, depending on adapting to the enemy tactics, or maybe something goes your way with a power weapon. Here on the bracket, we see what's happened in some other matches. RB advances from ATR. GBX is able to get the win versus Infernal. Still waiting on the update for Mentally Stressed versus Believe. And you can check the brackets as well, everybody. Smash.gg/Xbox and look for the Xbox FanFest tournament. You'll pick it up right there.
I think that's a great point, Joshua. First round's a best of 3. So less forgiving in that first round. And to Elamite's point, you don't want to drop down to the lower bracket in the first round. We have seen tournaments unfold where there have been lower bracket heroes, but that's not ideal. So these initial matches are so important. Also, for your momentum for the day, right?
I'm open
so
right now.
a lot of things to keep in mind, but let's get straight back into Halo with the 2 legends. I can't even say something bad about Walshy, and he knows it. The 2 legends, Elamite and Walshy, take it away.
Absolutely, and as we're jumping into this game, we're looking at Straight Stick and Fantasy, and now if I'm certain here, they're going up against Snakebite in APG, sure enough. Nice. 13-10, so this is game number 2, and run it up. So Straight Stick and Fantasy have taken game number 1, and that's Straight Stick's voice we're hearing in comms as well.
A lot of panic in the voice too. I guess
I'm going open.
Maybe that's just how he always calls out. But if I recall back in the day, someone like Straight Stick calling out, I felt like he was He wasn't
Stay
as
up, stay
vocal. Correct me if I'm wrong, or am I spreading some misinformation about somebody's somebody's call-outs?
I think Straight Six kind of always just flown
shots in
under the
lobby,
radar. I
APG,
don't
I
think he's
can't.
ever really been a player that's gotten the credit he deserves, considering how incredible his BR shots. And T Squared actually teamed with him for a while.
one in,
And
one
last week
under
he was
glass.
talking
He
about how
main
Straight
ramp.
Six was actually one of his favorite
Basement up
teammates.
close now. Up close
Always
now.
positive in game. Yeah,
Nice,
sure, he can
dude.
get hectic and intense, but it's because he wants to win, not because he's whining. And he's always been a consistent overall great player. So, like I said, with him, he's done well in Halo 3, Halo Global Championships, right? He finished top 4. He's an overall phenomenal player.
Yeah, his
You have to
shot
try and
has
live.
just
I'll throw it up.
been nutty through, like you said, especially
play,
all of
good play.
Halo 3. Like, he was known for,
I know.
you know, that was one of the
They're gonna
first
know,
years
they're gonna know.
where on the old MLG
One's looking
circuit,
down close or
they
something, or
no
right up
longer
close?
had, like, the official FFA like they used to for Halo 1 and Halo 2. And so
I'm
Halo
looking
3,
up
they
gold,
still
I'm up
had
gold,
these
52.
side
50,
event free for alls.
he
And
knows, dude, I'm
it
bad,
was
I'm bad, I'm bad.
basically like,
Open street.
just I would walk up to Straight Stick every event and be like, yeah, how close was it this time? Did you win a game? It's like, yeah, of course I won. I won by 17 kills this time or whatever. But it's like, I just remember consistently
Where else?
Straight Stick winning
Yeah,
those
man,
Halo
close
3
and
free
close,
falls.
bro, I'm
And
dead.
that's something that's
He's one shot,
difficult
lobby,
as you
one
think
shot,
about
lobby, going
how
sword.
many players out there were vying to be a pro, were vying to get their name recognized, were trying to win some forms of individual prize money at events. And
just
Straight
hitting
Stick
basement.
to consistently win a majority of those free-for-alls throughout the circuit is a statement to how amazing
up
his
close,
shot
I
and his
went up
game
close.
sense was in those free-for-alls.
Right, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. And as we look at this game in particular, right, we're seeing Snakebite and APG mount the comeback. 17-17, 5 minutes left to play. Compare this game to what we just saw in the last series. Remember how much time, Dave, there was when that game ended? Was it like 8-something? That game was over 19, 25 to something. It was 19 kills in 2.5 minutes in the first one here. So this just shows the different paces that you'll see set between the teams and different focuses on control. And as I say that, what a double kill from Straight Stick. You can see his confidence as he peeks out that player on on contract on the floor there and actually wins the BR fight against Snakebite.
Yeah, that's just, obviously he had the height advantage. They were probably both relatively close on damage, about 2 shots apart apiece. But like, you even saw from Snakebite, like, he's going to challenge us. I'm ready to shoot these shots as soon as he pokes out from the street, but still just not able to connect there.
Absolutely. 23-21. Those kills paying dividends here right now as we're at the end of the game. 4 minutes left to play. I think they're both going to be trapped here at gold. There's something else that we talked about when it comes to the game sense, and that's where you can really kind of predict where the enemy's going to spawn. Maybe not quite as well as you could in like a CE and have a nade waiting for him, but in a lot of cases, some of these spawns are going to be predictable. And on top of that, some of these teams at the highest level, they actually know how to help force random spawns for some of their teammates.
Yeah, that was like we said, it felt like in Halo 3 and 4s at least, you weren't as worried when you're on the defensive end about where you're gonna spawn your teammates. It's more of like, all right, where are you pushing out and doing whatnot. And there's a 25-22. Sorry, I'll stop rambling about spawns as we catch the end of this, where Fancy and Straight Stick took out Snakebite and APG. 25-22 there on Construct. If I'm not mistaken, this first series is best of 3, right? So we are looking at these teams we're already on to the next one, right? And one thing I want to notice, was that 18 assists, I think, on the 25 on that Construct? There is just constant team shooting going down there, and Straight making the wise decision as he traps Snakebite in the purple, predicts him going into lobby and finishes off that kill. So that was a very close game. Snakebite gets away with rockets there. That could be a different story. Absolutely.
Upset City. They're saying Upset City in chat. But again, it's the first round. It's double elimination, so being sent down to the losers. But anything can happen in that first round. Axel Toss and I were talking about it. But even playing solo in campaigns, Mav, anything can happen.
It's real bad. Don't do that.
There's a continuation of the bracket, everybody. On the other side, Nevermind versus Ray Noob. Nevermind taking down IC. ABC falling to Ray Noob. Dogs versus Dark Magicians. Didn't get to see Spoon Platoon. Maybe we'll see them a little bit later. But Dogs looking so good versus Don't Care. And we'll be jumping into one of these matches here pretty soon. It's Nevermind versus Ray Noob. I believe now we're going into round 2, meaning this will be a best of 5. Can go any which way here in Halo 3. But let's find out who's going to take this. Nevermind or Ray Noob. What are your thoughts, Axel Toss?
I would have loved to see the match they just had. I think that that will influence a lot in a tournament day. So I kind of want to look at the bracket again, but a lot of it comes down to momentum. So I don't have a good answer right now because I didn't catch the first matches they played.
Yeah.
So I'll jump in there on that one. I would say that's actually kind of an upset. So Boo Boo Doo and Falcated, if you know them, they are like a duo. One like the only duos to really take down any of the previous monster Halo 5 teams and other teams. I actually coached them with my brother and Spartan at the DreamHack Anaheim event that we won. So we beat Tox in the finals or Sentinels in the finals there.
Yeah,
so these guys are really, really good. And they qualified in week 1, right? And played in the finals against Tylenol and Trippy. So they just fell to Fatal and Phenom, who qualified in the last week, right? They had to come all the way down towards the end. Now, one thing we did not see is in that week 1, Ray and Ryanoob, they did not play Boo Boo and Foul in the last one, right? Ryanoob had to leave. They auto forfeited,
right.
but qualified. So we didn't really see how those two teams are going to match up. So this is one of the times we've really been waiting to see. I'm actually surprised Fatal and Phenom come out over Boo Boo and Foul.
Well, what I was gonna say, Kyle, is in most cases, if we're like casting a more open event, it's like, all right, which names do I recognize? Those ones are gonna be the ones that win. However, today feels like kind of the opposite. It's more like, oh wow, like I don't recognize these names, and they're somehow taking out like, Snakebite and Lethal and Royal 2. And it's like, all right, well, maybe my money at this point is on Fatal and Phenom. Rain and Ryanoob are the by far more recognized and accomplished names as far as competitive events go.
Yeah, I would say, however, into that, Rain and Ryanoob, as far as recognizable names from the past in the original 360 days, probably stand out as one of the top contenders, right? These are the guys that have really taken this the most serious, and they, if you've watched their streams, you've seen their level of competition. One, they're the only team that really consistently stands up to any of the other favorites to win here, and they are the other team that's kind of really appear to have mastered the twos and introduced their own unorthodox strategies as well. So, the hanging out bottom of the maps, you'll constantly see when one of their teammates dies, the other guy is hidden. Now, a lot of times you'll immediately see a double team after somebody dies. Rain and Ryanoob are not a team that's going to allow that to happen. They are going to set up and treat every death like it's their last.
Yeah, look at this too. Like the Ryan's first instinct after getting that kill was not fly out and find what the other person is. It's protect Tim, protect Rain, and see where any of these people are coming from, and just waiting to see if they walk into their trap.
Yeah, it's always a double team, right? Never individual battles. They're constantly working on staying alive and escaping, and that's one thing you'll just see how people treat their lives, right? How they trade out damage, even every shot being so important, only peeking out even when it's absolutely necessary, and the exchange here that you see, the crouching on the streets. These guys know how they like to set up and control every part of the map, and even if they do lose setup, they're still looking at at least trading out several kills there and coming out ahead in the end here. And you can just see constant back and forth and double team and how quick they are to act on a target or like switch targets.
Yeah, and look how fast they just collapsed. Or not, I wouldn't say fast, but the entire time they were collapsing in over on blue 2 there, just making sure that that person can get away or that person just gonna get pinged every single time in that ping pocket, and just took their time to finish that off. Whereas I feel like a lot of teams, they're just flying right across right away. So it's like I see both strategies being valid, and I'm excited to see how these different styles play against each other later in the tournament, because right here we're seeing them kind of go at their own pace when they have a little advantage. They're saying, all right, we don't need to charge right away. It's going to take them 7 seconds to get their health back if we don't shoot them. So we can take a little safer route, take our time, make sure like no shenanigans happens where someone's sitting around the corner for like a 2-shot melee or an insta, like that last time when Ryan was rounding the corner over in level 2 of blue.
If I'm not, like, the game was basically tied a moment ago. Now it's 14-7, and we've been on board with Ryanoob obviously this whole time, but his movement and decisions and play here has been almost flawless. He's rotated from top of the base to P2 to P3. He caught multiple kills. One of the great things about watching Ryan, which I love so much, is him poking out and doing damage, but not taking or receiving any damage damage, and then making that wise decision of who to challenge when with the angles, right? So he gets 2 shots down on the P Street. He's
Right
still full health.
there. Yeah,
Those
that
two
was
shots,
brilliant.
if he took those shots back, he can't push out anymore, right? He's stuck in the base. But because he doesn't take those 2 shots back, he gets to push P Street. Now, it doesn't work out there. Frag grenades are always a wild card. Instas, everything else on this game shows the high level of skills. But just pay attention to what he is thinking when he's moving and how he is able to, put out damage without taking any.
That's such a great point, and like you said, that last play really illustrated better than any other moment I've seen so far in the game, where as he's doing those shots, most people are reacting to when they take damage and hiding. He's already hiding away, just understanding how fast these other opponents can react and start to shoot back, and he's already taking cover before that first bullet hits him in that specific situation where he was down a player.
So one thing we never did in 4 is you call somebody weak, you call them one shot. Most of the time, it's a lie anyway. The guy's not even weak, and somebody's calling out a one shot. But
we're gonna let you all in on some Halo Pro secrets here in a second. Here's the translation of what they mean when they say one shot and what they mean weak. Continue, Kyle.
Right, and thank God, we got Theater eventually, so we could really go back and kind of break these things down. But prior to that, the arguments, and how long these things would last, days, weeks, years, over who's one shot and what actually happened in the game prior to Theater was ridiculous. But yes, in the 2s, you'll hear these guys in comms. I got 1 on him, 2 on him, because how important 2 shots are, right? Not like, oh, there's a guy weak over there. No, I need to know exactly how weak this guy is, right? Need to know exactly where he's hiding if I can come out and win this trade. And look, so there's no opportunity to push yet for Rain and Ryan. They're trying to peek out, get a little bit of damage, focusing on both players. I think now they know they're both trapped in P2. Ryan was definitely playing with fire now. It's taken quite weak, but Rain is over here watching his angle the whole time. Even if Fatal or Phenom want to push out that P Street, Rain is going to put some shots down on them. And if they're not there fast enough, Ryan jumps out, finishes off the kill. So right now, we're just looking at a dance here between them at Car and the other 2 at P. And sure enough, they wait for an opportunity. The push comes, and the rotation out front of the base for both Ryan and Rain. Sure, they don't win the trade overall, but they still pick up 1 kill on something that they were ultimately down in. In a 4v4, you can't just jump out the front window and probably live there, but you can just see how they've gone. It was a P2 car battle to a top of the base P, to like front of the base, top of the base, to like under the base. They're everywhere on the map.
Yeah, a couple things like you brought up there that I want to highlight. One is during these standoffs, both teams are trying to look for just that little bit of damage advantage so that they feel like they have a reason to push over. When they're both in that neutral territory, they're both saying, all right, like we're both confident in our long range shots. Let's see who gets some more damage here, and if we get ours, we're going to charge up to pink, or the reverse happened there where Phenom and Fatal, they charged on over towards blue base after getting enough damage on Ryan Noob. And that's just kind of one of the beauties that happens like in Halo and some of these standoff positions is they want to poke and prod, and you're going to use that little damage to do different things. You can use that to get a newer position, or sometimes you might use that alone just to push and get the kill. But Jesus, look at those double teams there, that double kill there from Ryan Noob as they finish that off. But yeah, that's one of the beauties of Halo is when people ask like some of the differences between other first-person shooters, many of them that don't have regens, it's like you are incentivized to leave sometimes your more powerful position in Halo to go finish off somebody before they get their health or the shields back. Like time is against the person that has the advantage in Halo, which is like something that's so beautiful about our game. Many other games have that now, where you have the regenerating health or regenerating shields, and so like they implement that same elements. It's so beautiful. But Halo is kind of like one of the first ones that really had that regen so strongly play into people's decision making.
Yeah, did you see that last insta he threw in there to polish that one off?
I did. It warms my heart.
All right, you can just see the level of instas. Just prior to that, I don't know if anyone saw it, but he actually missed an insta he was trying to do onto the P3 side of the base. We call it the nerd spot, but just in the P3 corner, you can just see instas also being taken to another level, right? Like where you can insta, what angles. And that last skill, he actually dropped down, grabbed 1 frag grenade P1, and then whack up to P2, showing how how much focus these guys are putting into everything from one single grenade to map positioning to come out with these wins here, and the double team that we're seeing. Those guys being Fatal and Phenom both push out P Street without any real opportunity to, and you could see how much damage Rain got on them across the map. That Rain Ryan was able to walk up and grab a free double kill.
And Kyle, before we get into this Narrows match, you started bringing up Insta. For those maybe newer to the broadcast, could you explain what an Instasplode is, and then potentially which pro like really mastered it and popularized it and really brought it into the community for everyone to share?
I could, but I'm just gonna choose not to. No, I'm just kidding. So yes, the Instasplode, the beautiful rhythm of using one plasma to change the direct trajectory of another one, and potentially even sticking your opponent and blowing them up instantaneously. Popularized by Walshy once he realized he needs some grenades in his arsenal.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I mean, we have the Esports Hall of Fame. I'm waiting for the Esports Nobel Prizes to come on out for these discoveries and inventions. But yeah, thank you for.
But I feel like you told me one time that some guy showed it to you, and you stole it from someone. So could you comment? Where
That
you learned
sounds
it
like
from?
some libel and slander. Actually, I do believe I would admit I think if I've learned something from someone else, and there's been other things like in the past, like a BXR and stuff that people have shown. But I will stand by the Insta creation and invention, and I'll hold true to that. But
Oof. Well, this game, Dave, we'll keep talking about those instances in a moment because this is 9-0. They weren't able to get any power weapon control off the start here, and this is what can happen when you've got
snipe.
some players with all the weapons and map control here, right? It is tough, and a tall ask to break out here. 10-0 with no end in sight here, really, for these guys. But one interesting comment is, as I've gone through watching a lot of old VOD, which I still do, is strong side instasplode someone while he's on heaven and earth top mid here on Narrows on purpose. And I need to go back and ask him if he remembers it even, but it was completely so unexpected that I only recently realized it. So I always wonder if he had something that he just didn't tell anyone about, which also would not surprise me at all from back in the day.
That would not be too surprising. One thing I was going to ask here is we saw the setup from Ryan, Noob, and Rain, and they both had snipers and they both had them out. What are your thoughts on using two snipers in a 2v2 scenario? Like, the reason I ask this is sometimes even in a 4v4 game or 4v4 setup, like some people are like, put away one of the snipers, get another BR out here. But I feel like things are slightly different given MCC, given the frame rate, how much people can more consistently hit shots. Like, what are your thoughts on two snipers versus having one sniper and a BR out during those scenarios?
It's definitely two snipers now, right? Like just how quickly you can hit shots and escape. We talk about how great some players are at putting out some damage and escaping. Well, you can do that same thing with a sniper, except for that damage you put out is 10 times or 4 times as much in 1/4 of the time. So it is imparable, and like you mentioned as well, because of frame rate and other things, it is so much more consistent to actually connect on these shots. Man cannon lift is one comparison I like to give people if they're trying to understand it, how consistently you can snipe someone across man cannon now versus on a 360 and 30 frames, and kind of back in the day just wasn't kind of quite the same here. But definitely having both snipes out, the reason for that as well is this is one of those maps where you don't actually have to kind of double team everybody or focus on certain guys at times, because if you're playing it right, you can actually kill one person and then proceed to spawn kill that guy multiple times, because the map, the way Narrows falls out, and if you're working with your teammate well, you have both snipers. You can kill one guy, kill him on flag, then maybe even kill him again on cannon, and there's definitely great satisfaction and horrible swing sometimes.
You're like, please God, do not spawn me out in the open near cannon. And you're like, all right, thank God I spawned out in the open near flag, and I have a slightly more fighting chance to quick sprint on over to the back of my lobby.
Yeah, this it gets tough on this one. The amount of times you do get spawn killed is going to be a lot higher on Narrows than some of these other maps here. Even I think on the pit, and then of course just the swings from these snipers. We talked about hitting shots or keeping both snipes out because you also have, we should comment, so much ammo in those sniper rifles, and you can just play from such a far distance. Like Narrows, sure, it's a big map, but any big map that has these extreme choke points like this in order to get around definitely, makes it feel a lot smaller, for the entire game essentially.
Absolutely. And yeah, it's interesting now that like it just feels like you said all these snipes and all these things connect, and it's just, yeah, at some point someone can be like a commanding individual force on here. And 2v2s, like you said, a lot of times on Narrows, one of the ways that your team breaks out is you have your team distracting from lobby. Somebody can eventually kind of slip on out through man cannon or sneak under and get some form of a flank. But in twos, you don't really have that. At some point, if you have one person in the lobby, that person just gets clobbered in the lobby and gets double teamed. Or if someone tries to slip away, it just takes way too long to flank here. And so it's really a difficult position to be in when you get behind those power weapons. And we did see a admirable comeback from Phenom and Fatal as they started to get some power weapons in their hands and some control top center and the weapons. But getting down to a 15-1 deficit is a tall order to come back from.
Oh, absolutely. And you talk about just how painful that can be at times, and the struggle of trying to come back from being down like that with the amount of time in the game as well. When you're down 15-1 and 4 or 5 minutes have gone by, it's a completely different kind of ask at the same time, because the team in the lead can now really focus on just staying alive and not giving up kills in those situations too. So it's not the same, maybe
Oh yeah,
comeback as it was to
not
build
the
the lead in
same.
the first place.
Like you said, they can hide more. They can play differently. A lot of times early on in the game, people aren't per se going for trades. Your goal is I want to win this fight and take up more ground and roll this into an advantage. Whereas when you start to get a big lead, at some point you're like, yeah, I'll two-shot melee if you want two-shot melee. Cool with me if you want to just both bring this game one kill closer to the end.
Right, exactly. Now, as we see the start of this game, wow, what
So
a great
fast,
opening
so
start.
fast. He's so
Able to
fast.
get the Rockets instantly. Now, this is
Able
another
to get him
really big
and
one.
run away before a grenade even hits there. Most of the time, you'll all be in for a rude awakening if you go in for those rockets right away, and in a 4v4 game, you'll be greeted by like 3 or 4 grenades. But Ryan knew somehow grabbing them and getting away before a single grenade shows up, because I guess both players went towards OS.
Yeah, I love seeing the different strats teams try to implement to counter each other on maps, and Pit is going to be a big one of those, right? You see most of the action on Pit take place towards Bridge and around the sniper rifles, but Rockets can be completely game changing, and you'll see teams get those or like take them over to Sword. Now, grabbing OS is great, but you know what's easy to kill OS with is Rockets, and not only that, but sniper and just a few grenades. So one thing you'll see, and which I've seen multiple times over the course of watching these twos weekends, players will single-handedly kill an OS player, right? I've seen Royal 2 and Trippy and Tylenol and these guys, 2-3 snipe OS player point blank and no scoping them, right? So you'll see these times where OS can just be deleted and there is nothing that player can do.
Yeah, and that's interesting that you bring that up, that they can do that close range now, because the other big part about the Pit before was that someone gets an overshield, what are their avenues to really get into an advantageous position right away? It's like go up on training, go up on bridge, and then from there you really don't have any sort of counter towards someone in the top turret or top tower. So it's like ultimately, if someone's on that top tower, even if they just have a BR, they can start to chip or whittle away at that overshield a little bit over time and really start to cancel it out.
And you see now in these twos on Pit, right? Like, because we're talking about how the action takes place more like on the cyber towers and bridge, but really like bridge and top yellow near the bridge, everywhere else. A lot of the action here is it doesn't feel like it, but there's really tons and tons of blind spots and spots you can hide here in OS, on street, sword, cuts, bridges, jumping around. And you can see there's 2 players low and 2 players are right next to them, but they don't really know where each other all are. You can flank runway and get around behind them very quickly. Oh, but as I say all of this, 5-1, this has been just extremely going well here for Nevermind. Fatal and Phenom down 0-2 in the series, finally starting to show some signs of life and getting an advantage in one of these games.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that Phenom and Fatal got this far, like without being phenomenal players, and it's like it's showing right now that they have a foothold in the game. Now that they have like a sniper in their hands, that they're a little bit comfortable, that they're not just getting pressured or at the disadvantage the entire time against Ryan Noob and Rain. It's showing that like, look at here's the work that they can do with these power weapons. Here's oh my god, did he try to do a 360 rocket?
Yeah,
did.
that's what he
I
was
love it.
going for. That would have been a great play. The reason he did that, if you're wondering, like, oh wait, why is he looking into a wall? What he was trying to do was shield, put his back to the player for just a moment, so that he could block or at least take less damage from a headshot on the BR shot, so that the animation time of picking up the rockets will then be done, so you can shoot one off and try to trade it. But sure enough, the melee comes in. He does not get that shot off, but that's the thought process of what Ryan was going for.
Yep. Our good frenemy or enemy or like whatever you want to call strong side. He's notorious for having turning his back and running away like a coward, and that's what strong side's known for. If anyone is new to the Halo scene,
Right? Yeah, people think it's
he
about staying alive, but it's really
he
about
really
being a coward, right?
exactly he's famous for this because he really found this out in Halo 2 where he would like turn his back, duck his head. He would whimper actually when he was running away too sometimes, which a lot of people didn't know. I knew this by sitting next to him for over the years when we competed together. But he really found
Like
this out,
tail
and a
between
lot
the
of people
legs.
adopted this. Yeah, he adopted
Yeah.
this, and people still do this very strong to this day. Is when you're one shot or so, sometimes you'll turn your back just to avoid that headshot and see if you can get around the corner and live.
Now, you on the other hand, Dave, you're the opposite. You would never back down from a challenge, right, or a shot or fight.
Never. Like when you first brought up Ryan Noob turning and doing that, you're like, you know why that is, chat, and I'm like, yeah, for style points. Like I would always style on the teams in competition all the time, and when you brought it up that way, I was like, oh, that kind of makes sense. I could see why some people might do that.
It looked
Less
different on your
honorable,
screen,
but
though. 3 sensitivity and 2 sensitivity really wasn't quite for the 360s. No, just kidding. All right, 6-2 though. This game has slowed down a lot. And if I'm not mistaken, they actually just traded bases here, or no, they're trying to clear them out of the base. What a no scope though from Fatal. You'll see that here in a moment on Ryan Noob's screen in the instant
doubled.
replay. You can and that's why you have the sniper out, right, Dave? Like,
yeah.
you don't want a 2-shot melee there. You just want to no scope the guy in the face and move on to the next one here. 7-2 with 6.5 left to play. Finally, we're seeing the sniper in Ryan Noob's hands, but Rain also had one, and he was in Fatal and Phenom's base. So this is going to be an opportunity for Ryan Noob to push up. Now, if you're seeing the player names, Rain is trapped right in between these two players, but as Fatal gets taken out by Rain, who actually went top tower, Rain follows it up with the snipe beat down, and that's right back to that point once again. Rain says, yes, Fatal, you can no scope Ryan Noob here on my team, but guess what? So can I, and he takes out both players, and 7-5 gets them right back into this.
Yeah, it's whether it's the increase in level of skill, whether it's how this plays, like you said, on the high end PCs and with frame rate, just the amount of snipes that get hit now compared to back in the day, it's expected now that these no scopes get hit. You know what I mean, Kyle? Like back in the day, like when somebody did hit those no scopes, like crowds going wild, and whereas like now it's like, wow, like yeah, we expect somebody to just keep their sniper out for a no scope rather than switching to BR because this is actually the more consistent way to get more damage at this high level of play.
Oh, absolutely. You can just see the concepts, the thought process is what these guys are trying to do, and how important it is to grab every single grenade, how to position yourself even more importantly than before, and what you can do with these no scopes and these flicks here. Just look at the amount of ammo he's got, right? Like still 12 shots.
Yeah, I mean this will happen in twos, as we know. Like especially when like as soon as you start to slow down like a pit game. Like a pit or a construct game, you slow this down too much at some point in the game. It's like, all right, well, I guess snipers around the rest of this game unless these somehow like get forgotten or tossed off the map. I mean, you're not going to toss off the map here on pit, so you just know that there's going to be sniper ammo for days.
But you also see some teams, their strategy will be to waste the ammo, right? Like you see some of these teams, I think Snakebite would be a player that comes to mind a lot that will just shoot 4 shots right after picking it up just to get rid of it clipping, in case things go south. So,
I
like
think
you said,
that's
that
smart.
ammo can
Like
stack up.
the way I look at a game, especially if your team is in a significant lead or in a lead, the way I've always looked at Halo is the way the opposing team's going to get back or come back in that game is like with a larger swing of events, and that usually relies on some sort of power up, some form of power weapon. So if you can toss that off the map, if you can get that out of the way, if you can get a clip gone, that's going to like reduce those opportunities for the opponent to like make that big comeback. Now I feel the opposite way in a scenario where your team is down. Like for example, if you're down by 5 or 10 kills and you might die with a sniper rifle soon, I probably would not waste that ammo. I would be banking on a time where your team gets that back because your team really needs that to really get further in the game. And it's worth taking that risk or that gamble of allowing them to have a little bit more ammo and, potentially run away with the game. But, at this point, you're looking for ways back in the game.
And speaking of gamble, you saw Fatal. He went for a flank on runway, thinking Rain was still in sword and had just been, peeking out and seeing him. And Ryan, who playing from like the green box in his own base, but Fatal gets read by Rain, who finishes him off and kills him with that sniper, and is now able to continue picking up additional kills. The first tie we've seen in the game since that early lead here from Nevermind, and with luckily a kill coming in as well. That sniper, I think, is a double stack sniper once again. So this is the one to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, that one has so many bullets in it. It's got bullets for days. This is also gonna be the first game I think we're gonna see that does not go to the end. We're not gonna see 25 kills in this game. It's interesting to see how both these teams can like switch up the way they play from map to map. Sometimes that can be like emotionally draining, or it can be difficult to shift gears like that. You go from a faster pace, like run and gun on midship slash heretic, to go into one where it's like, all right, we need to at some point be fine with sitting around for 1 minute and just looking around to see where they're coming from or where they're spawning.
And you can see a minute 50 left. We're going to see Phenom grab the sniper rifle over with Vados. They've got double snipes in the enemy team's base, S1 and S2 basically. So we're seeing another map switch with a minute 40. And keep in mind, once someone dies from either time or from either team, there's a good chance that they're going to die multiple times, because they're going to spawn up and you'll be able to find them and collapse on them very quickly here. So with a minute 20 left, the next kill could determine the game. And that's the sniper going down in courtyard with OS
Fatal
coming
also
up.
got a kill though. Fatal got the kill near OS. They're both fighting for this OS right now. I was going to say it was Ray Noob that had the advantage going into this, but the fact that Fatal got that first pick, and then there's a rocket, there's a sniper, and there's a full OS that he's leaving for his teammates. So this is going to be a very, very difficult one for Nevermind to come back from.
And look what happens. Ryan, he leaves it for Rain, pushes out, gets a body shot with the sniper, and now Rain pushes out, finishes the kill. And now we're looking at the largest lead of the game here for Raynoob with less than a minute left, and they're still up 2-0 in the series here. So this is all or nothing for Fatal and Phenom to get back into this and extend the series here. But if they die once more, having to spawn up in their own base with 30 seconds left now, it's a GG.
Okay. I got
What were your thoughts on like the strategic advantage of giving that that overshield to Rain?
Well, the
Like, was
advantage
it
is
so like
that
Ryan Noob could go for like because like Rain was also coming from Ryan Noob's same training, so like if he was going for like spawn kills over at the Needler or something, I feel like Rain could also have picked that. Maybe it was just to get the rocket person up on top of a tower faster. I don't know what the
I think it was just to peak runway as quickly as possible and get the information.
Okay.
Right?
Got
Sure, he could have gone and grabbed it, but like then the fear, there's always a huge fear of pushing out under bridge with the West, right? Because they could come from sword or jump off like bridge or be on training. So that's like the scariest part, I feel like, on the map. There's so many blind spots as you come out of there. So if you have a guy on runway who can clear out like this entire side of the map, and a West guy can then push up, not only that, but that OS guy can jump up on training and be a huge surprise because you don't see that guy coming as well, just by the nature of it's a double blind spot for both teams. So it's just a lot of unknowns when you go out from under that bridge. I feel like going runway and getting the information is great. Ryan, a very selfless player. He's full confidence in Rain to get that OS and pick up some kills. And sure enough, could have gone either way, but definitely still benefits them.
Going back to game 2, everybody, and Narrows, one of the people in chat commented that Rainy was just playing the game super textbook on Narrows. Can we kind of dive in and what that actually means to play that map textbook? Because we see Narrows play probably one of the most prominent maps in the rotation we're going to see today. But what does it mean to play textbook and why they played so well? Anybody can jump in here.
Yeah, do you want to take this one, Tony?
Oh, okay, yeah, there you go, Tony.
Actually, I was the one who actually brought that into the chat.
Why not?
I was going to say, I think it was why not.
Okay, I'll jump into that one, right? So the twos is a completely different ball game. How players can do it and how they're able to implement strategies is it's very unconventional. We talked about it getting into some of these games, the spawn kills that you can do, having to once you kill one enemy, having them come up on the map fully across the map. It takes so long to get back into the battle sometimes. So just maybe if you're getting both snipers, it's mainly just keeping a big distance between you and the enemy. Constantly getting away before you're taking no shields, like half health or so. And as long as you're hitting your body shots, you can do almost anything you want. You can really bully the enemy team on something like Narrows once you get those weapons.
Yeah, and to break that down further, what the biggest piece or component to that is when you're keeping that distance or when you get a kill, is you generally get follow-up kill or follow-up damage, like Kyle was saying, by being on one of the top center pockets. You're either over on the man cannon side or over on the flag side pocket, and as soon as you get a kill, generally looking at one of those sides and without taking other factors in consideration, where that other person died and whatnot, you about have a 50% chance of getting a free spawn kill. You see someone spawn over in man can out in the open, you get that sniper shot, whether it's a headshot or a body shot, and you just finish them off. And so a lot of times your kills go from just being that one individual kill, Josh Gray, to turn into 2 kills for each time you're getting a slay.
And why not be Cassie? I'm sure you'd agree with that assessment.
I would. I mean, in every game that we play, and especially in Halo, there's always maps that tend to be more momentum based. And when it rains and pours and things really start to snowball downward, and I would say Narrows is one of those. As you saw, a 15-0 start. I mean, that's not a coincidence. Legitimately, it's all momentum. That kill after kill, the spawn trap. It's so easy to manipulate on Narrows. Obviously we're at a $25,000 event where every team had to qualify, and we just saw a 15-0 start coming out of Ryan Noob and Rain.
One Raise the Bar in chat is right. Lots of matches left as we continue on through the bracket, which we just showed on the screen there a little bit ago. Map show Axel Toss as we continue on into the series. I wonder if we're going to see some more defensive play on Pit. I know you made that comment as we were wrapping up that.
It's so
third
funny,
map.
isn't it? How much it slows down.
Yeah.
It's crazy when we get games like that, and I guess it might happen more often as more money becomes on the line, because these players and teams are taking it that much more seriously. It's a very serious day. This is a work day.
Yeah.
For these guys, making sure that they're in top shape and putting their best effort forward. So really fun to see these games that do end up slowing down. It really breaks down the tactics of everything that's going on regarding power weapons or power-ups, getting control of the map, and trying to keep momentum on your side. Isn't that what it is at the end of the day? It's like slow it down to try to hold on to momentum, get control, get control of the game. It's up to you rather than the other team. So
I would say it's a lot of mind games too.
Yeah.
Right? Like these guys, they're looking at each other, they're trading information. I saw him here, but as soon as he's gone, you have to think in your head, did he go there? Did he stay? Is he flanking me now? If he's flanking, I've got about 8 seconds before he peeks out this hallway. If he went there, and it's this constant battle. And I think you saw it a lot of times when some of these sniper rifle changed hands. You saw somebody go for a flank, maybe try to sneak under somebody, but that player, maybe knew it was coming, backed up, killed him, got that sniper rifle ammo, and then that might be 5 or 10 kills there. So a lot of this slowing down comes down to the respect even that these guys have for each other, because they're looking at it they're fully confident in themselves, but they're looking across the aisle these guys are really, really, really good too. And we each of us can beat each other, and it comes down to who's playing better. So it is actually just constantly a mind game. And one of the reasons you see players just peak for a moment, because you're trading damage, but you're also trading information constantly the whole game and trying to figure out what's actually the next play, or where people are going.
And those mind games will become so prevalent the further and further we go into the bracket, as Axel Toss mentions, with more and more money on the line. The grand finals, when we get there later today, folks, is going to be a $3,000 money match for the difference. But that's later. Right now, GBX versus Mentally Stressed is our next match that we're going to be featuring. Still best of fives. Cruising through the bracket here as we get closer and closer to the grand finals in our Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3. Let's kick it back to Walshy and Elamite to continue the action.
Rockets are dirty as fuck.
Yeah, they're dirty by like fucking.
All right, well, we're finding out that the Rockets are dirtied right off the bat on this one. What that means for anyone kind of new to competitive Halo 3 is when power weapons spawn in this game, we had to do, or when I say we, the creators of the competitive game types had to do some fixes where they had the weapons drop out of the air and rest in order for them to come up on a consistent timer. Now, if you grab those weapons as they're in the air and falling, they will not respawn until they've been holding still for, I want to say it's like 3 or 5 seconds. I forget who identified this early on. I want to say the person's name was like Ninja Level 99, I want to say, who first learned this in the competitive Halo 3 days. But what that essentially means is you pick up a rocket or a sniper out of the air, it's really not going to respawn for a really long time unless there's been an exchange of kills, or unless somebody's really aware of like, all right, I want to do this 30 seconds late so our team can time this best. But generally, when a weapon's dirtied, most teams are going to kind of lose track of it for quite a bit.
Right, and you can see sometimes they'll do that intentionally, sometimes it's on accident. It can be a variety of different factors. I think grenades can kind of help play a role in that at times. You see players naming weapons to themselves more in Halo 3 than ever in the past. But what we are looking at is Tusken Renegades, and they are down in this series here, but they're up in this game. Renegade's got those rockets. He's trying to control around OS, and if you know anything about these guys, Renegade, he is a phenomenal Halo player, right? Really coming to fame here in Halo 5, but he's on C9 for Halo Infinite already, and he's definitely got some huge scores on the Infinite Armor Haul. I saw some pretty big ones there.
Yeah, the dude's aim is nuts. His aim, his game sense, the speed at which he plays the game is just on a different level. I mean, he keeps up with practice and how he's been playing so far. Like, he's going to be a top Halo player for years to come, without a doubt.
100%. Now, less than a minute left to play here. 24-21, sniper in hand. Both players, that is a huge miss. He could have ended the game right there, but instead, it's still open. Now, the flank's coming in from Renegade. He should be able to grab that, and he does. So 25-22, coming out with the dub. And now this should be a 2-1 series. Now it's Quadi and Trishkov. They are the mentally stressed twos. Those were some people I got to chat with here before, or this week before the tournament, and they had a really interesting story, right? So, besides the fact that these guys are incredibly individually talented players, they are also, just from the quote-unquote twos group, right? There is these Tylenols, Flazin, and Deciding we saw earlier. These guys, everyone that kind of rose to the cream of the crop in those 2v2 playlists over the years here. These guys almost didn't even play in this tournament, and it was only kind of like a last-minute addition that Quadi ended up teaming with Trishkov, and they ended up entering the bracket. And if you remember me saying it earlier, this was the only team to actually beat or take down RB in the ladder series.
Yeah, so I mean they're gonna be scary good. It's so interesting, like you said, like all these people that have come from like this twos group, or people that have run these custom twos, and I feel like it's interesting within Halo 3 that we're seeing this massive resurgence from some players that weren't at the top, or like at the top of one of the other competitive scenes. Really be showing that there's some of the top competitors right now within this, because it's always been this mentality within Halo that like iron sharpens iron. It feels like in order to beat the best, you have to have gotten a lot more practice against the current best and being in those scrims or being in that circle. And it feels like they've almost created like their own community and their own circle and have surpassed some of the current best, at least in the Halo 3 twos.
Yeah, when I was talking to these guys as well, they weren't somebody that really competed. Like I mentioned, they actually left the scene for a while, got back in with HCS and some of the MCC PC things, watching these things online, and you know, paying attention to like you know their favorite pros and things like that. Quadi and Trishkov. So it's actually Quadi's name is Quadi and Trishkov's name is Trishkov, last name. So that's how.
What kind of ridiculous people use their actual name for their gamer tag?
Well,
am I right, Elam? Yeah,
Walsh, I totally understand. It's I mean, actually, I think we set the pave, right? You know, you got people using their names backwards all the time now. You kind of set that one as well, if I'm not mistaken, in here.
We're gonna make mistakes.
Another contribution that should be in the Halo, or sorry, the esports Nobel Prize. You know, one of those laureates there for backward gamer tags, for Instasplodes, for I don't know.
Everything,
I guess.
But like of all the places on the map, so this is one thing I'd love to get your comment on. There are a lot of Walshy callouts on the maps, right? I feel like all the callouts are like in the smallest little crack hole in the wall kind of spot that you can find like on the map, right? Like
that's a great point that you bring that up, because
the most annoying place on the map, right? And
it's
then
because
that's the Walshy.
People will try to find anywhere that they can hide from my wrath, and like, oh, maybe he won't find me here, and like, no, well, she's got me here. But it's either that or I decided to hide and wait for teammates, and then when teammates finally came, I would come out and help, and then at a LAN, people would start calling that the Walshy spot.
Yeah, I just remember.
I forget which one it is, but we don't need to dive into that history. I think we can assume it's probably the former.
One of the two, right? One of the two. What about upside down gamer tags? Who is that?
What?
It's from Muggsy. I don't remember.
Upside down gamer tags? Is there like? Are there going to be like emoji gamer tags here in the near future and stuff? Just something that I'm not ready for. Like, there's going to start to be things in the gaming scene that like I'm going to feel more like a boomer, and like I'm gonna be like, what? I don't have a GIF gamer tag. How do I make one of those? And then like I'm gonna have like a really terrible one. I have like an ace GIF that people are like, ooh, he tried, but it didn't really quite smart.
Well, but we appreciate the effort at least, though, Diz.
Yeah, exactly. At least I'm trying to connect with the kids.
Right. So, I mean, we'll begin back into this game in a moment, right? So, Tusk, Renegade are trying to bring back the series, send it into a game 5 against Quadi and Trishkov. Oh, yeah, one other comment is actually, which was hilarious, is they didn't even know that was each other's names.
These kids are nervous.
Right? They didn't even, they're the duo, they're the teammates, but they didn't even know that's how each other got the gamer tags, that each one of them was their actual names.
That is hilarious. Like,
comical.
I mean, because I always think about that within gaming as well. There's people that like I'm gonna have over at my wedding at one day, and they're gonna be like, "What's this person's real name for the invite?" Like, I have no idea, but you gotta send invite to Darkslayer Lord 749, and here's his address. But yeah, there's definitely people throughout the years that I'll call by their
messenger.
Yeah, I'll call them by their gamer tags for the rest of their lives, and then there's some gamers that I call by their real names, but like it's always that interesting split. Like the person when you see one. Like you're like, yep, that's a gamer tag person. That's a real life person.
Well, part of the generation or entry is, what's the first thing your parents would say to you? Don't put your real name on the internet, or don't tell them who you are on the internet. So dangerous kind of thing. Don't get in a car with a stranger. And now we do it every day, kind of thing.
God, yeah, I remember like kids these days won't have to go through the same thing of like, you're like, Mom, trust me, it's cool. I'm driving out to Nashville to play this Halo tournament. I met this dude on the forum. He said he can team. He says he's got a great Halo one shot. Like, it's gonna be chill. Don't worry. Like, yeah, we've definitely were a bit more naive or just super interested to compete. That's the drive we had. We had to travel across country just to get in a LAN, and now people are competing for 5 times that prize money here online from the comfort of their own homes.
Exactly. And as we say that, speaking of which, 4-3, seeing GPX now show some more life, right? So they won last game. They're down 2-1 after being down 0-2. And the only way to take this is a reverse sweep at this point here. So now as they keep going around, Renegade and Tusk, though, we talked about Renegade and Halo 5, but we didn't really mention anything about Tusk. Both these guys are extremely talented. Tusk has won multiple online events as well. He's teamed with people like Boo Boo and Falcated and come out, ahead of like the Sentinels and Toxes and other top rosters in 4v4s in the past.
Yeah, you see a roster with Tusk on it in Halo 3 4s these days. You're like, all right, this is like likely a potentially a winning team, if not a top 3 team or whatever. And so interested to see how like some of these skills translates to twos because yeah, sometimes those skills don't always exactly translate 1-to-1. I think it depends on the game. Like Halo 3, I'll say like I'm probably not as good at twos teammate as I'm fours or whatever those factors are. Like whether that's maybe my individual shot isn't as strong and doesn't contribute as much because like end of the day you can make the correct decisions, correct pushes.
But do you want me to pick one of your weaknesses, or are we just saying it's like all the weaknesses?
Let's go top 2. What's your top 2 weaknesses of mine, Kyle? What are they? Let me hear them.
You'll never have a weakness in my mind, Dave. You are just that goated.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Gassing each other up.
And the first weakness I would say is you're too gullible.
That's how I was taking a sip, and he waits for the perfect timing as I'm taking a sip.
I'm just kidding. But go back into the game. That's Camo Sniper, I think, top center from Tusk, running away with that. Now, this is another one. You don't have to just sit down at Snipe Tower or one side of the map. You can constantly move this thing around. And, the nature of the beast of twos, we talk about map positioning. One of my favorite things is when you see like the maps flipped vertically, right? One team ends up double under glass and then the other team's like, okay, top middle is completely free. We can sit here in the middle and not have any danger whatsoever. So just always keeping in mind that game sense where the danger could potentially come from and then acting accordingly.
Yeah, and you also just notice like even the sniper at green, they're just waiting right now to see if they're coming out from anywhere, from elbow, from bottom middle, and now that they know the one spot's over at snipe, they can push on over. But it's interesting just seeing, like you said, these unorthodox positions that you can get away with in twos. That stuff didn't really happen in fours. Yes, there's a lot of times you'd go flying across the top center, like you said, Kyle, in fours or something when people are lower, but by no means was it like, let's hold a top center setup for a bit while they're bottom middle. It's more like, all right, we're flying right now while we have the numbers advantage up top, and our end destination is either Snipe Tower or like top gold and blue. It's not like your end destination is chilling top center.
Right, exactly. A lot of that comes down to just, the number of different places you can be shot at from on the map. 4 people on the map, that's, 4 times as many grenades that can be thrown at you, insta-explodes, everything else. Damage and shield recharge does take a long time in this game too. So being cut out in the open like that almost meant certain death in most scenarios here. But now that new camo's coming up, you're up to like 731, so around 530 we'll see that again here. Tusk and Renegade doing what they can to kind of get out of this middle green spawn. But what we're probably going to see is Tusk come off spawn again in green and immediately start taking shots. And that's the damage or the risk of being in certain places on the map.
Yeah, and what do you think the best play for Renegade was right there? It's like, is it already too late to give Tusk another spawn? So does he just need to wait and make a push together? Like, I almost feel like bottom center is the better push. Like, it feels like elbow, you can't really get anything done. I don't know how you're going to really chip away damage at Camo or Snipe Tower more effectively than the person at green. So it's just like you're stuck in a really difficult position. What do you think is your best avenue there?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to go under glass as soon as you can. Like once I saw Tusk die in Renegades in green, I bet you mentally stressed twos, Quaddy and Trishkov here are thinking like, hey, we're gonna get 2 more kills for free. Wait till Tusk spawns in green in the open. We'll each shoot him twice. He can't do anything anymore. Then we'll double team Renegade wherever he's going. Sure enough, he's running up elbow because of the shots taken off spawn by Tusk. And immediately another double team. Both guys go down, and you can just continue the process. And for Renegade, right? part of the goal, yeah, sure, he's going up elbow, but one thing you have to do is just get out of there, because if you stay there, you're going to see the same thing again, and potentially more spawn deaths for Tusk as well, and that information game. You know, if you have snipe tower and top camo, and you know the guy's in green, you almost have no fear, right? Like, that guy is trapped. He's a sitting duck, just depending on when you decide to finally act on it.
Yep, that makes sense. And I think the last thing that kind of goes with your bottom middle thought is just dividing up their attention. Right before, like, they can chill over like near S3 or top camo and damage players whichever route that they go. If they were to go top center from green or to go up elbow, whereas as soon as someone gets bomb center, that camo person can no longer help with the bomb center fight. The person that snipe has to choose to get an angle over on someone bomb center or get an angle towards green and green or elbow, and so it just splits attention there. So I really like that thought that you had, Kyle, as far as separating their focus and going towards bottom center.
Exactly. Now 21-11 just locked. They've locked down Snipe Tower with Sniper. Now you're seeing a rotation to green. Yeah, like I said, going green works, but if your teammate dies at Snipe, now all of a sudden you're in a bad spot, right? Right now, everything's fine and dandy, but it all depends on the whole equation, which is why I almost hate getting into those conversations with people around where, like, you can't think about this in a bubble, right? It just doesn't work like that. There's so many ongoing pieces here. One affects the other. It's like the butterfly effect almost. So it's just so much more than the simple concepts here.
Yep, and I think to point out what you're saying here as far as like the snipe green setup, green is a great supplementary position to back up someone when you already have snipe tower. However, if you only have a choice of one place to have, whether it's snipe or green, you want snipe. And you want that out of those two options. However, once you do have snipe tower, you want a second angle. You don't want to just be cramped in on snipe tower, because you could get shot down, you can get grenaded. There's just so many different ways that they can punish you. And so you always want that secondary angle within Halo.
100%. And as we take a look at this game, that is going to be the series here for GPX and Mentally Stressed Twos. Mentally Stressed Twos comes out ahead of that and continues along in the winner's bracket. So if I'm not mistaken, they're going to play the Tylenol and Trippy matchup. So if like we were talking about in the beginning, one of the favorites or the predictions we had here for this series coming to fruition.
Kind of the funny aspect of any type of tournament scenario is you have the diehards, the ones that have been practicing so hard to get all the way through. And then you have people like, hey, we signed up last minute. We figured what the heck. But it's more that kind of nonchalant attitude that they don't have as much stress going into the tournament. And Elamite, you talked about how mentally stressed was able to sign up and get in right at the last minute to join us. Do you feel there's a bit of an aspect there of hey, let's just have fun, and that's allowing them to play so smooth and solid, or are they gung ho like everybody else to make that money?
Oh, these guys are gung ho, right? They never got the opportunity to really compete, but they were playing since they were, like 6 and 7 years old, right? So they're both still very young. They got back into the scene at the very tail end of like the Halo 3 on MCC, PC, and everything else going on. And then, obviously the world's been crazy, and esports is once again just kind of having to evolve and take place. And these guys have been watching it, following along. And when Xbox gave this opportunity for them to throw in or compete in the twos, they wanted to try it out, right? They were able to do it, no limitation stopping them. And this is the team that beat RB, that Tylenol and Trippy team in the ladder. And that's what they said really gave them the confidence right off the get-go. Week 1, day 1, trying to qualify for this team, they beat the favorite team to win. So these guys have been riding high since then, just trying to perfect their skills, because they know with what they were already been able to do, they can take the whole thing.
And on the other side of the bracket, we have Raynoob and Dogs facing off. The winner of that will face the winner of RB versus Mentally Stressed. Some people predicted this may have been the winner's bracket final, at least on this side, but anything can happen in the lower bracket depending on the results of these next upcoming matches. Why not? Your thoughts on the Raynoob versus Dogs and RB versus Mentally Stressed shaping out to be the top end of the double elimination bracket so far?
I talked about it before. Dogs were clearly showing that their bite is stronger than their bark. They really surprised me. We watched them in round number 1, and I loved what I saw. But I gotta go with Rainu. We're talking Rainu, a high IQ player, one of my favorite players to watch. So unorthodox, but he's always effective on the map and efficient as well. And then you have Rain, who's almost every professional player I talk to, it says Rain is one of the most underrated pros that we have in our circuit. The things that he does for a team and the way he's able to affect the map is just great fundamentals. I know you guys are gonna love watching him. I gotta go with Rainu. I'm sorry, I got to.
Walshy, we're going to jump into the action here in just a sec, but I want to get Mav Show and Axel Toss's thoughts. Rainu versus Dogs. Who do you think is going to take this one?
I'm gonna have to go with Rainu. They've been playing very impressively today, and I'm really excited to see if they either stick to their attack as they did last match, or if they change it up and see if they adapt.
I'll just pick a different team
Dogs.
for fun
Yeah.
because you guys are all going with Rainy. So I'll pick the Dogs. And there's a dog in the studio right now. So if the Dogs win, we might see the puppy that I can
Whoa.
see over on the side.
Yeah.
Incentive.
There's our predictions here from the Microsoft studio in Redmond. Walsh, your thoughts going into this next matchup?
I have a lot of faith in Ryan Noob and Rain and how strong of players they are given their competitive history. However, the performance we saw from Dogs in their first matchup, take on the likes of like Lethal and such, like I don't know if I could expect Ryan Noob and Rain to put up those same score lines against someone like Lethal and Royal 2. It's like they were so strong. So I'm leaning towards Dogs in this one, although I like I said, my history within Halo says Ryan Noob and Rain.
Yeah.
By the way, Lethal and Royal, they're out. They got knocked out. They're done. Their team was don't care. They're out of the tournament for anyone looking for an update on that. So it's a pretty interesting development. Really good team there. Already knocked out.
Anything can happen as we move on to the bracket, and it's such a joy to have the expert analysis from Elamite, Walshy, and Why Not Be Casting. Give them a follow on the social media platforms, ladies and gentlemen, and hit follow right now. We're live, twitch.tv/Xbox. Monday through Friday, we showcase a number of different games, especially on Monday. There's a lot of Halo happening on Mondays, and Elamite, you've been able to host those streams and those events. How's that been going for you?
I mean, it's been all Halo every day, right? And it's so much fun jumping on here and playing with Xbox and with everything going on as well, and the FanFest hype. I've been, besides playing, and I've been watching and rebroadcasting some of these things as well, so we can go back and look, or anybody that missed them can kind of recap on the action. It's been so much fun, and I just look forward to more and more hype because it's not slowing down anytime soon. And just hope we get something like this again in the future because these matches are really incredible to watch.
Strong foundation here for the Xbox Fan Fest tournament featuring Halo 3. Elamite, Walshy, let's jump into the match.
All right, thanks so much again. So like we said, so this is going to be Flazen and Deciding. So Flazen is X6 here in the game if you're looking at it against Rain Rhino. Now this one was a question mark for me, right? Because in that last match, we talked about some of the guys that Flazen and them beat already here, with this being the Dog Squad. So they just 3-0'd Gilkey and Nico. Now, Gilkey and Nico were among, as far as the OG names, people that were kind of expected to win. I knew Royal 2 and Lethal had the potential, right? But they just didn't prepare like they could have to go into this. So Flazen Deciding, these are the guys, underdog, more unknown names that we knew were going to show up. But they showed up in a bigger way than I even thought, right? There are like 4 teams in my mind. These 2 on screen, plus the Gilkey Nico, plus the Tylenol Trippy, and actually Quaddy and Trishkov too being a kind of a wild card, as I had in my mind as like those top 5. So I've already kind of seen one team show up even higher than that and already had huge expectations on their shoulders, right? A lot of people predicted like this is going to be a Flazen, Tylenol kind of finals that we see, obviously with Trippy and Deciding as well.
Yeah, it'll be so interesting to see how this shakes up because based on how fast we saw Dogs playing their first matchup versus kind of like the slightly more conservative reserve play style that we saw from Ryan Noob and Rain, we're gonna see these play styles clash a little bit. We're gonna see, all right, does this somehow work or counter the aggressiveness where Ryan Noob can like run away, stay alive, or not take as much damage, or is it just going to show that aggression beats everything? Is it going to show that you can't really stop this unmovable object as soon as they start to get momentum and as soon as they start to snowball across the map? So I'm really excited to see how these two playstyles clash because I have confidence in both these team shots. I feel like they're both going to be around the same level of like how skillful their shots are. Maybe a little bit in the favor of dogs, if I'm being honest, like from what I've seen. But regardless, it's going to be very comparable. It's going to come down to their decision making and their play styles.
Absolutely. I mean, these teams are so good. This is the very first one where I'm going in here like I have no idea what's going to happen here. I have not seen these guys play each other enough. Both these teams know they had to prepare for each other because of just how good each one is at twos. And this is going to be, one of the most exciting matches we have of the day, right? It gets more and more intense from this moment on out on both sides of the bracket all day long.
And also, this is a pivotal match to win as well. Oh my God, look at that start from Rain and Ryanoob getting 2 kills right off the bat on the floor. They must have like perfected that start just knowing like, all right, we throw a grenade here. We know someone's going to pop out here. Like generally on Construct, I've always felt like it's been more of like a crapshoot where it's like, all right, where are people going or how am I getting this damage? But like they seemingly had that perfected.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a randomness where the spawn's going to happen, but there's only a few spawn locations, so they're not in one, they're in the other, and they were fully prepared for that. But this goes to show you, if you talk about like the unmovable object, things like that, they got both kills. And then they both died immediately after because they came off spawn and were ready for them already. That aggression, that nonstop action in your face showing.
Yeah, and I was a little surprising to see kind of the playstyle there where, after those first kills, Ryan was kind of waiting bottom gold, looking to see where he could find any spawns. And it's like, sometimes Construct feels like don't think and just move and just like, hope for the best. Like, I almost feel like you do have to like lift up or get up somewhere because if you're at bottom gold, unless you have like a sniper or some sort of power weapon or something to lose, I feel like you just need to get up. But that's such a difficult position to be in, and I have not played high level competitive Halo 3 2s in these recent years, so I'm assuming there's maybe some greater thinking to that. Like maybe it's just all right, if I can spot that they spawn sword, now I'll make this decision or something. But yeah, I feel like there's must be something missing there from what I'm understanding from that choice.
Yeah, I mean that was they almost just caught sleeping, and I think part of it comes down to the play style. I think in a lot of these cases, you die off the start of construct, and the thought process might be like, okay, don't give up any more deaths, right? Like we just lost control, things are looking bad, but that's not what it was, right? It was we're both dead, and I don't even think they put a second thought into it. They spawned up, they came off spawn, and they immediately did exactly what they wanted to. Down 0-2, and then going up 11-5, like. What a swing after such an, I guess, quote unquote, bad first 10 seconds of the game.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing is obviously you can't argue with the fact that getting 2 kills off the start is better than getting 0 kills off the start. However,
that's great, great logic.
Yes, great logic. However, what we can argue with is the decision making after that. We can say, all right, like, even though they got those 2 kills, generally kills translates to top control, and in this case both the players on dogs were able to spawn up top based on either the expediency or the decision making from Rain and Ryanoob.
Right, now you can see they're definitely bringing this one back. Ryanoob saving that rocket, using on deciding to secure himself the new sniper rifle. Now the only thing they're gonna have to watch out for is obviously these guys coming off spawn and deciding in them. They're just non-stop lifting, and finally, I guess we're seeing Rain Ryanoob with their control, with weapons. Rockets have just dropped, so this is definitely going to be a good spot. And there's a high chance that his teammates spawned in close purple with him there, right? Like that's one
top gold spawn though.
With the gold.
Yeah, they got a gold spawn. So I'm actually not too surprised that person didn't spawn up in the closed. I feel like from past experiences as I'm evaluating, it feels like closed street seems to be like more of the common spawn spot, like 100%. When that's left uncontested. I'm not as familiar with how many spawn points there are in the purples themselves, and then on top of that, the fact that some grenades were being lobbed in there from across the map. So exactly. I think a split spawn there isn't too surprising, but I think the more surprising part is this slight slightly slower push from Rain and Ryan Noob. I mean, they had rockets, they had a sniper, they had the person for sure up in close purple, and they weren't able to isolate or get that kill until they got flanked.
Right. Now 17-13, you can see you have dogs setting up for the camo bottom mid. Ryan Noob tried to contest it, but was taken out quickly. You saw him try to switch to a plasma grenade and get the stick, but doesn't get it off in time. But 17-13, Rockets up top versus camo, and you can just see what they're doing. They're trying to check all the different angles, find out where this camo player is, watching those sword legs. Now, once some time has gone by, they realize with just our eyes, we're not sure where this guy may have gone. He may have gone up top. So now they've gone from like a watching everything to watching very narrow points and trying to position themselves in a way that they're not going to die. So he is just waiting for any flicker on his screen right now to indicate there's a sniper rifle camo player peeking out on him, so he could probably, just run away here.
That or shoot the barrels, and there's a lift up top gold, which was unexpected. And they had this, like you said, they had this little lockdown together where Rain guarantees nobody comes up closed or goes from lobby to closed, and Ryan Noob guaranteed gold. The only way that they really could have gotten snuck up on in that position is if somebody went over towards the rocket spawn area, did the jump all the way to close street, and then got in between the two, and then flanked one of them. But
what if they went
that takes
mid-gold and
so much
stacked?
to
What if they went mid-gold and stacked up each other's heads and then jumped up through the
Can
drop
you do
down?
that?
I'm pretty sure you can do that.
Okay, then that's another possibility. But this also relies on the fact that they would have to know exactly where the two were at and start to make those moves right away. And like that's just it's just really tough to deduce all that information in such a short period of time.
Right, and of course, the main point here being that Rain and Ryan were actually back to back on close street. One being all the way towards purple, one being towards gold, and just trying to watch the angles they could be most likely flanked from.
They could, and look at this comeback. We are now at a tie game, Rain Noob versus Dogs, and I'm also surprised they were already up at top. How'd they get in the lobby already? How did Deciding and Flazing get up into lobby in that position? Did they spawn up top? Did they just lift up without a care? Do you know, Kyle?
I do not know, but if anything, that we've indicated is these guys move a little bit quicker than you see most people, and it's definitely catching Rain and Ryan Noob off guard. Like we can talk about where they spawn from, but even if they didn't spawn there, from what we've seen, there is no fear to lift up, to flank, and to hold forward off spawn. These guys are moving everywhere extremely quickly. Now we're seeing them both on main ramp just running away as the Rocket players no shields, and then wisely Rain lifts up, decides not to commit to this, and now they're going to get a great flank onto both players, no shields closed. Purple, you can see Deciding somehow gets a trade that was most likely the Rocket, or yes, but the Rockets are still left here. So he gets one off, luckily before dying. One rocket left here for Team Rain Noob to use. They may have gotten eyes. You can hear some calls coming in. Sounds like there's a player over there towards blue ramp. The other one's in close purple. Great double team comes out here. And because that player then flanked gold, there could be a mid gold or close street spawn for the new spawner. And sure enough, you get a couple deaths here. When some things don't go your way because of these open spawns like we discussed, and the ability for Rain and Ryan Noob to create these double teams and come away with that one. But that was, just looking at the assist differential, right, was like 15-6, right? But they had a lot of kills, meaning they have a lot of individual kills. That game, either through these flanks or the different rocket plays they used, and from Ryan Noob's point of view, like they played extremely well, right? But it almost looked like they should have won by more. Having that great start, killing these camo players and getting some of these rocket kills, it was almost like they got, or in my eyes, they definitely had to feel a little fortunate that they got completely caught off guard. Like 3 or 4 times that game, resulting in them both dying, but then still coming out, with the win.
Yeah, it felt like a few times where like that slower, more methodical play style from Rain Noob paid off more in the long run. However, there were a few moments or times where Dogs, their unparalleled just quick pushes or aggression paid off for them more so. Right at the beginning of the game where there's like, all right, well, we spawned streets, we're just going to push on out. And like that kind of came back to bite Rain Noob where they didn't push up immediately. Or later on in the game when both of the members of Dogs got picked off and They just pushed up the lifts right away, which I assume it's like, you know, you only have 2 people. You can't watch both purples and gold. At some point, if you just don't even think about it and you just push right away, there's a chance they don't even have 2 of the 3 watched. Like you sometimes just have to be in the right positions at the right time. Like that was always a strategy in Construct back in the day in 4s was, all right, if control is still within question across the top, you better lift until like that fight has been resolved.
Right.
You need to make sure that your team has that chance or has that fighting chance of winning top control. And it feels like they've very well applied that here in 2s and done it most successfully in many cases. However, I do feel like Rain and Ryan Noob, like their little patient style, really worked out well for them over the course of that contract game.
Right, as great as it is, they still lost the game, right? And yeah, it worked out like 3 times, but I guess at the same time, it didn't work out like 5 times, and that's why we saw them win. So, you know, obviously 2 double-edged sword there, and I think it's probably something a lot more effective against a team not Rain and Ryan, right? Like, as we talked about, this is one of the top 4 teams probably in the world in 2v2's Halo 3 here. So, you know, things that you can get away with on a daily basis might not work in this particular scenario, especially when all of these teams are bringing their A game right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. And oh, look at those long range shots from Deciding. What they expected to be kind of a sit back and battle for a while moment turned into Ryan Noob actually getting picked off on the bubble. Just goes to show how strong these players' shots are. They're just nuts.
Right. Yeah, Dave talked about the difference in the shots back in the day, and I completely agree. I've never seen Dave shoot anything like this.
Hey, shot registration updates. Don't give give credit where it's due. It's from the improvements into MCC and frame rate versus the lack of skill.
Couldn't agree with you more. But on a serious note, there is a huge thing to be said there, and I hope people recognize that. Been gaming for a long time. Different frame rates, different server tick rates. FOVs is another huge one. Modern versus classic aiming. So many things play a factor, but like I want to jump back into the game. Plays in with a great decision. You can see with these higher sensitivities, for the most part, people are playing on, or at least within the vertical aspect. One of the big parts of winning a battle is making the enemy miss the headshot. Well, sometimes to make them miss the headshot, you just try to get above them as quickly, as high above them as possible, so they actually can't even look up at you in time. Or if they do, they end up shooting like your feet while you're shooting their head.
Yeah, one thing also that really needs to be taken into account, like I know we've covered a lot of these differences from like, let's say 360 Halo 3 to now, is long range damage is just significantly different in this one. Back in 360 days, Pink 3 over to Car 3, you're gonna hit maybe a bullet or 2 per burst at that long range, given lead factors even on land and such, versus now, like, you can hit full burst pretty consistently here across map. And I think that's almost something that people that maybe competed in Halo 3 back in the day had to absolutely get used to over practicing and preparing, where it's like, oh wow, like this used to be the way that you could play the situation back in the day, or you might not even consider that viable back in the day to do a certain move based on the amount of damage you could do across map.
100%. Couldn't agree with you more, Dave. Definitely a different ball game. But as we look at this one, 20-17 in this non-stop aggressive play style, seems to be panning out a little bit better here on Heretic than it did so on Construct a moment ago, as we do have that lead. Now, this is the general strategy that you see from teams as they lock down P. Deciding just melted Rain in that window. That is huge play. Now, if they are able to use this new spawn, as long as they didn't hear it, to come out with a big win, that might say something here, but that was devastating to have happen here. But sure enough, it does. They come out with the blue 1 spawn across the map, ended up picking up both kills. The new player Deciding comes off spawn now. Bottom mid, you can see they're just trying to keep their shields, look for the new spawner, and they'll try to work on killing Deciding. This is the point in the game. You cannot just risk trading out kills, especially when you go down if your teammate then falls also. But they had no idea Rhino was hiding here into P2, and now they know both players are in P2 with shots on them.
Gosh, and we're seeing just that difference in play styles again, Kyle. We keep highlighting that during this match, where it's, all right, a member from Dog spawns, and they're going to try to finish off Rain or Ryan Noob across the map if they have someone weak and give away their position. Whereas Rain and Ryan Noob, they have both members live, and they're both kind of hiding. They're just going to say, all right, like, let's find out where everybody is before we decide what the best move is here.
Wow. And what trades again? Ryan making the mistake of dying there. And then Rain has the only option of just trying to trade out a kill, which he does with that stick. But 23-22, people cannot be dying anymore. However, dogs, they know they're both bottom of the base here and essentially trapped. Deciding jumps out the window, doesn't go down. Rain grabs a kill. He needs to win this one. Oh, and was so close to a 2-shot beatdown, but does not get it. Now this series is all tied up. Oh, you can see it on Ryan's face. It just did not go their way at the very end. When he died on P Street, not getting those kills, or going P3 and staying alive and being able to secure those kills, that is a heartbreaking loss. Heretic, you definitely see a lot of blowouts on that game. And considering a 25-23, it doesn't, obviously get much closer than how that game just finished.
Yeah, I believe I was watching on your stream is maybe like Boo Boo and Falcated or Tylenol and Trippy playing on Heretic and just seeing how fast paced and how swingy it can be where it's just, they start to get somebody trapped in the base and someone's pushing in the base from pink side, someone's going top center and just collapsing over and over and just continuing kill after kill or double team, like 2-on-1 over and over again. And yeah, it's incredible to see them at least be able to slow that down where I've seen many other teams just kind of falter over and over again.
And they were down 21-18, and then they tied it up or got right back into it, and then kind of just the crucial mistakes at the end. And you talk about how shots essentially just do more damage now. These anticipations or expectations that you're not going to get melted when in fact you will, and especially going against players that have great connections as well as not missing a shot, you just get destroyed.
I'm one.
Him, aka Rain, at least picking off that last kill, like you said. It really is surprising how quickly you melt in this game, and these people are not going to be missing. People are just too good these days with their shots. And every single time, like one thing that's always it's easy for us to like criticize and be like, oh, this decision's different and this thing could have been better. The one thing we have to be taking into consideration as we're watching all these is how ridiculous all these players' shots are. Like, look at how frequently they're just hitting almost every single bullet in every engagement. That's one thing that we almost just take for granted when we cast these matches now. We're just like, oh wow, like they're gonna hit 90% of their shots in this close range fight or mid range fight. They hit this no scope majority of the time. They're doing this while charging across the map in this precarious situation where they don't know everyone's at. It's like with even like the limited information they have, it's so impressive the level of skill that these players have.
Map movement too is another one. Wow, and like great shots coming from
right there's just a perfect four. Like Ryan Noob did so many things right there. He hit all his shots as well and just did not hit his fourth shot faster than deciding.
Right.
That is so intimidating in situations like that. It's like, well, what more could I or should I have done? I guess I should have just reacted like what, 100 milliseconds faster? Like what?
And you can see he jumps out and challenges Ryan Noob in blue window and jumps over his grenade, but still hits all of his shots in the process, right? So just incredible overall shots and the map movement, right? The map movement you see from players nowadays is crazy at times. I don't know if you noticed it on Death Camp, but there's actually like a crouching bottom gold jump you can do where the pistol is to get top gold, and he actually did that on Death Camp really quickly. So high level jumps, hitting them consistently. Remember the Macchio jump, so going from like S1 to S2. People can do that stuff backwards now, in BR fights, and it's amazing when you see people pull off, just precision movements like that, essentially with movement and weapon skill.
Absolutely. Look at that perfect prediction there from Ryan Noob. This game, Halo is a game of like mind games, predictions, know where people are at. The fact that Ryan Noob knew his teammate was one shot over at the snipe tower. That player had got them weak from, it was yellow window. Ryan Noob did not see that person charging top middle immediately. And so he knew, all right, the amount of time it's going to take for this person to go from blue window to blue entrance is going to be about this much time. Threw the grenade and got the one shot right away. Like, understanding players' movements, where they're going to be, what they're thinking, it just pays off dividends. And right there, that target switching from Ryan Noob, think about how sick that is. Ryan Noob's worried about a 1v1 in bottom tree, has the time to quickly look over towards jumping up towards S3 to finish up the kill for Rain, and then refocus back on bomb center. just all these micro decisions that these players make from moment to moment is what makes Halo players built different.
Oh, absolutely. A different target, different prioritization. You know, their weapon skill, sniper skill, the way that they can blame people in a good way and not like bad blames. You know, it's amazing that they're able to take these victories, target priority, and come away with these dubs.
And the other craziest part about this is I'm highlighting all these perfect and amazing decisions from Ryan Noob, and they're down right now. They're doing all these amazing decisions, hitting incredible shots, doing so many things just right, and they're just down. They're down by 5 now. Ryan Noob missed one bullet there for that 2-shot melee, and guess what? That's enough of a mistake here in high-level competitive Halo to just die and have that much of a swing.
Right, exactly. And you bring up those swings again too, right? The fact that he misses those. Now nobody's going to be in position to finish off these one shots. So many times you're trading damage, trying to get a kill, but a couple things don't go your way, and then 2 kills and 2 kills and 2 kills. Now you're down by 6. Now you're down by 8, and they're just constantly getting away, killing you and getting away, and you're not able to finish those up. You're going to lose the series, obviously, right? So the fact that last game that Heretic was so close and they fell just short, and now they're struggling here in this Guardian as well. You know, this is quite a swing, probably leading a lot off from that Heretic game.
God, and look at this, just no fear, pushing up with the sniper. That's more of a, I would say, a new age thing here, I would say, on Halo and Guardian, and a twos play. Like, for the most part, if you got sniper back in the day on Guardian, you're chilling at snipe tower until somebody pries it from your hand, until someone picks it off your body. But now these players they know how greedy they can get in certain positions. They know when they have somebody pinned over at the side that, all right, people aren't going to challenge me. They're going to have to push out and go for those kills. And yeah, it's just wild to see somebody poking out towards blue entrance, try and just get a more close range snipe because they would not get the challenge otherwise.
Exactly. 16-10. I think that sniper rifle just went off the map. You can see there is a Mauler on Rain's back pocket, but he won't need to use it as he grabs that kill. 16-12. Sniper and green still over here for Rain. If they're going to grab these nades, and just to be expected, right? They're not waiting. They're not letting this lead or playing time. They are just full sending it left and right.
You know what's also interesting there? As Ryan was pushing towards bottom green, I'm almost... Oh, so Sniper did not fall off the map, first off. But as Ryan was pushing towards bottom green, he jumped up really quick just to see if he could catch a glimpse of anyone already pushing top center from blue or wherever. And he did catch that glimpse of deciding before he got over to a spot where he could actually do some damage and see it fully. So he was able to get Rain that information, where in a position Rain may have not perfectly seen if anyone pushed out just yet. And so like those little windows of opportunity or little areas of shroudness where somebody could slip by, Ryan would help cover that.
Right, absolutely. You can see him rip the headshot on deciding top mid there to actually tie up the game and now secure the camo. So the one time they're not at snipe tower, they're all right with that because they were able to get the sniper, move across the map, secure themselves the next power up here. Now, as he's pushing back in, they have some information. There's players here at Snipe Tower, but the angles that they use to try to collapse is so important here, and they grab one. Now, will Rhino be able to escape here? Oh, and he falls off the map. He still had some camo
left. Did not intend to do that. Yeah, he did not intend to do that. In fact, I was going to say, one of the more underrated positions, I feel, you hate to see the geometry backfiring there somewhere. That's one gripe I have within Halo 3 is some of the non-smooth surfaces where a grenade can just not have the intended trajectory. What I was going to say is that front door ledge out front of Snipe is so underrated because people don't hit it with grenades. If anyone's grenading somewhere at Snipe 3, they're landing them right around where the sniper spawns or even further down that ramp. But you can sit on that front entryway, and someone from Snipe can't really do anything unless they go up to Snipe 3 and get fully exposed. And so that's like a really underrated position, I feel, even to this day.
Yeah, 100%. But you know what's unfortunate is that with that change, they're able to, or with that death even, they're able to secure the sniper rifle, right? So getting the new one, that last one was just a 2 shots left in it, kind of chamber sniper rifle. This one has all the ammo, and essentially, Rain and Ryan should be able to try to control the pace of this game from here on out if they're able to hold onto this weapon here. So Ryan needs to be very careful because these guys, they have different grenades, right? They know when they don't have control where they want to hide on the map, where they want to get set up, and things like that.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, and look at this, just having to get aggressive. I mean, people are
Or
not going to. Oh my God, what a nice no scope from Ryan Noob. I was gonna say, these opposing players, they're not just going to randomly poke out and challenge a sniper for no good reason. They're not just going to lay down some shots and try to do a push and give these top snipers 2 or 3 or 4 opportunities to land a no scope or get a hit. It's just the odds are not in your favor at this level of high play in Halo. And so that's why you'll see these snipers now forcibly have to get in more aggressive positions in order to get the fights that they want. They're not just going to get these comfortable fights.
22-20, if I'm not mistaken. This is the biggest lead they've had this game. They've been trailing the entire time, and finally they get a few kills on the board. They see deciding come off spawn in green, and they're just looking for Flazin right now, or X6 on the map, just fighting for this information, trying to play the sniper rifle. Now, what was really cool is to see them actually push and be aggressive with that across top middle. Definitely caught them off guard when they were kind of like set up at gold. But now it gets really scary because you can still run around the map with this. But the most important thing is it just doesn't change and switch into the enemy's hands.
Nope, you're right entirely. I mean, at this point, you want to force them to just win with the BRs, and deciding one shot in top center, Rain gets the finish. This is also a really tough position for Flazin. I believe I thought I saw Flazin go towards top center already, and he was, and that's going to be game. And then there's a nice double from Ryan Noob, taking out Rain just to send a statement.
That was good. That was a close game, right? I remember, what was it, 16-11 at one point there, and Deciding and Flazin were the ones to still bring the aggression. Now, it kind of makes me think, like, is this they're just kind of a one like speed kind of team, nonstop pedal to the metal kind of thing, or do they have the ability to really kind of pump the brakes and set up and play one of these slow paced games? Because you're going to run into a lot of different styles in these 2v2 matches as you're playing some of the best in the world here. So how Rain and Ryan are treating this is definitely working well into their favor against this kind of fast paced aggression. So will they just continue doing what they're doing, or do you think we will see them try to change up their pace?
Given my limited knowledge of watching dogs, it feels like they're a one-pace team. It feels like they really thrive in those scenarios where they do get somebody to slip by, they do get a little aggressive and push on up and get those kills or take advantage of those small windows of opportunity. So that's what I feel. End of the day, though, something like Pitt is going to favor a team that is able to be a bit more calm, play it a little bit slower. However, it's also going to favor the team that just has the power weapons. At some point you can get that start where you get both snipers, and the opposing team can only do so much. It's like, what do they want to cower and wait to try to make a push during overshield or during rockets, or try to make a push during those times and potentially even get further behind with just the other team having everything? It's a really difficult decision to make, but yeah, unless we see dogs really get in control of most of these power weapons and really actually be able to take advantage of their aggression, where they're getting more spawn kills and get these double teams, I do feel like a Pitt favors a slower paced team.
Now, what we saw last time these two teams played, or it's not these two teams, but when we saw Rain and Ryan play, was Ryan went for those rockets, right? They gave up Overshield entirely. It wasn't the best trade for them, but I'm curious to see if that's going to be the same play style or strategy, opening strat, that they take into this one here against a team like this.
Well, with how fast Ryan gets these rockets, I'm surprised he doesn't just push right through. Why not push directly to their training? Like, going back to the side where it's a bit predictable, like, I would almost argue you go their training, you have an angle on their snipe that they're not expecting. Like right there, imagine if Ryan was on their training. Think about how easy it would be to shoot those people over on street or courtyard, having that advantage. So it's easy to speculate that when you don't know anyone's going to rockets, or you don't know you can get flanked from like green side or something. But to me, like he gets those rockets so fast, and if he doesn't see any grenades, you can almost assume nobody's going for rockets.
Right, but look what happens. Without enough eyes to help watch you, you get taken weak. You can just get surprised and finished. That's an overshield player, sneaks up behind him and kills him. So those rockets will change hands. And, once again, they've got this opening strat. They are able to get rockets uncontested, but they, these OSs have been, really kind of hurting them. If anything, I don't see it in my eyes of them actually winning the opening setup with how these last two have gone.
Yeah, it feels like Rain's kind of fighting a 1v2 near OS/snipe side, and then Ryan Noob joins the party a little late, but also, like I said, in more predictable position, where it's coming from, training/bridge, and those rockets really aren't effective unless somebody's already down near that OS, or unless you can close that gap somehow, like I said, being over near their training. So, yeah, maybe at least against this starting strategy, this rocket start has not been working from these two games we've watched.
100% here. So 3-3, and now they're pushing in and they're getting aggressive in their base, right? And going for those insta splits, trying to clear out Mahler, but a great job by X6 or Flazen dodging those grenades. Now we are seeing them gain the lead, and these are the different strategies and places you can have on the map, right? You can't hide there in a 4v4 front of the platform, just trying to wait for your teammate to give you call outs here. You're going to have to constantly be moving around and trying to adjust here. So the bridge strat, right? This is the one where people are so focused on, but just like that, they've been able to rotate around and meet them there. You just never expect. The last place you saw them, or actually this is in
I was
like,
expecting green
right,
training.
Exactly. So one of the things is always is like, how long is that information valid from when you hear it? From that call out, how long can you rely on that to be something relevant for you? Most of the times it's like 5 seconds, right? Like, and I've heard this in other games as well. If you get a call out, or if you're droning in some sort of like position and you lose sight, you get about 3 to 5 seconds of safety here. It feels like you've got 1 second, right? He's there, and as soon as you lose eyes, he is gone, and you have no idea where they are.
Yeah, especially in a time where it's like they're in such an open area. Like you mentioned, Kyle, like you're just like, all right, there's no way they're gonna be this far over here. It's like they cross so much ground. But yeah, you do bring up a great point about like the validity or lifetime of information that you get. Some of that stuff is way shorter than others. When somebody has so many different routes from a position, somebody's bottom middle on Guardian, 2 to 3 seconds later, that means they could be bomb snipe, they could be bottom gold, they could be bomb green. They have so many options. Whereas when somebody's like plat on pit, a few seconds later, they're gonna be likely out in the open somewhere else. Like they're gonna be, over towards green or something. But yeah, it's just like you said, that's always kind of like the mental math or timers that you're doing in your head within Halo as you hear these callouts is, okay, this person is here now, and you try to expand that and you say, these are all the possibilities, and most likely they're going to be somewhere around here given the state of the game or the situation.
Right, 10-8. They get rockets back in their control, focusing on the players. They know both of them are in sort, but how fast are those guys going to stay in there? Or are they going to be pushing out? And Walsh, what a no-scope by Ryan Noob finishes off that play. Was that this like second to last shot in the sniper? Only 1 shot left in rocket here, so he's almost done being able to make an impact. But these guys, they know where they want to go. They know where they want to position. Grabs the BR on runway, gets some melee. Rain not there to finish that one off. 11-9. They're gonna have to focus on these overshields or whoever's gonna be able to grab this one.
Yeah, I was just gonna say there's a player right in that training too. One of my favorite little tidbits on pit is those training flaps where there is a you'll see this little figure that pops up and goes down on both the training and then the needler. Most people think that's random, but in fact it is based on proximity. So that little flap that's up right now near that needler is up because a player is close enough to it in the needler spot. And you can use that throughout your matches. If you ever see that up on your side of Needler and you don't have a teammate there, somebody's over in Needler or in your Needler pit. Or if you see it up on your training, you know that somebody is likely on your side green hiding in that hall. And so those are different ways that you can use little shortcuts to know where somebody's at, or also shorten the amount of time it takes for you to check an area. If I'm pushing on the opposing base from bridge and I don't see that training flap up, I'm not checking out the rest of training. I'm focusing over on turret. I'm looking over towards their plat. I'm looking towards sword. I'm doing something different than checking that corner and training. And those those minute little details that you can save a quarter of a second or so here and there by checking an angle so you can get the jump on somebody are massive advantages in the long run.
Oh, 100%. And but at the same time, knowing is only half the battle because you can know he's there and then actually executing, finishing him off, killing him. That is the challenge there. As you can see, they know he's S2. They're getting shots down, but it doesn't matter. Those power weapons are just too powerful in the right hands, and they're able to keep them at bay the whole time. They sat first BR. They are putting shots down as long as they can, but still nothing they can do. But they will be able to trade out this top tower guy, right? So that is a huge kill. That opens up everything for them.
I love this push too from Rhino. I actually wish he would continue pushing. Based on how fat, like he spawned court, they would not expect this right away or immediately. But looks like Ryanoob does catch them off guard. He is going to get a kill here at OS. Gets the trade, which in many cases you're willing to trade a melee for melee when somebody's kind of doing ring around the rosy.
I was gonna say that was actually good by deciding. If you don't know why he did that, is he wanted to get a melee off on that overshield player so that you know Flaze and his teammate could probably finish off the kill. But you have to wait because there's an invulnerability there, so he had to just buy time. He was giving him a little shake and bake, and then jumps out for the melee when that invulnerability goes down.
Yep, exactly. I mean, most people get in the mindset of like, overshield, I better back down because I can't win this battle. However, if everyone on your team has that mindset, that overshield is just going to continue to persist. So people at some points need to take one for the team. They need to chip away some damage at it because otherwise that overshield could be a problem. Sure, you don't want to just jump out in the open and challenge it 1v1 if you have a choice, but if you're going to die anyways, you better take some of that overshield down.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that overshield is so important, but like we said, one player can end up melting that, and then it comes down to especially on pit, what's more important, overshield or rocket? So we've seen two schools of thought in that. But with an 18 to 23 lead, new snipers coming up, definitely looking at like a good position for Dogs to come back, tie this series, and might be looking at the first game 5 of the day.
Yeah, and looking like I'm going to be pretty wrong on this. It feels like this aggressiveness from Dogs is really paying off. It doesn't feel like Rain and Ryanoob are able to get full control really of this map. It feels like they're able to isolate some of those 1v1s like that by Flaze and just jumping out from Banana and saying, you know what, we're only 2 kills away. If I can just trade this 1 for 1, we're going to win.
Exactly. 24-19. Ryanoob not able to finish off the kills. Blazing, soaring, and flooring, Dave. Jumps out the sword, kills Ryanoob off of spawn once again. And like we said, game 5. I think we just saw 10 assists out of him as well. So you can just see the teamwork going on here between these guys.
There's only so much you can do during positions like that. Like, end of the day, there are, you know, we talk about how important it is to be in good position in Halo, to be in a spot that you can back down, that you can poke and run away. But there are many times in the Halo that, like, end of the day, it's going to be who's hitting their shots. Like, there are a lot of unavoidable situations where somebody you know, it's 2 people that are basically out in the open, and there are many challenges you cannot back down from. It's going to be, all right, who hits their shots and wins this fight?
Right, exactly. You can't strong side as well as you once were able to. And a lot of times with how long it takes for your shields to recharge, you're putting your head down and running away in a 2v2. You won't be able to trade out enough damage to where your teammate will be able to even help you stay alive in the first place. More likely, you just both going down and dying. Now, Dave, we're getting into Narrows. This might be one of the most crazy game 5s we have to see. So many snipers, so many power weapons, so much potential spawn killing, like we said. And with a team like Flazin and deciding, you know, this is the one that they said they only have 1 gear, and that's full speed.
Yep, they are just not stopping, and what's going to come down to is who's getting control of these snipers? Who's going to get like that start on Narrows? And it's not looking good so far for Raynoob. Rain was trying to go bomb middle and flank away and get those rockets and do something different, but this is such a difficult spot to be in. Look at this. Both of their shockwaves, those little ledges outside their lobby, you don't have the angles needed to finish off a player on there. It's so difficult when somebody gets there, especially in 2s, because you can't kill them just from lobby. if you do get a second angle, like let's say from flag or man can, that second spot, that person's just gonna go, all right, I'm gonna run away at this L1 or R1 and now go to snipe, and you don't have that third angle now. It's like it's just such a powerful position when you have them back down their lobby, and you can see how difficult this is for someone like Ryder right now. And he's trying to just grenade there over like L1 or these shockwaves to see if he can do some sort of damage or catch them off guard.
Exactly. We talked about like the different routes and angles you can take in some of these game types where like on a heretic you can run out front of the base, the P1, and kind of just keep doing circles. Same thing goes for narrows, right? You can be on these pockets or like in these L2 R2 scenarios, jump up on the shockwaves, drop down to power-ups and go through the sniper rifle, kind of just non-stop motions. And if you catch the enemy team just chasing you, that's that much time they're not like focusing on your teammate, getting new weapons, setting up on for any kind of control, and you're just dictating the pace of the game.
One thing I really liked here from Rynoob is he, you know, a lot of times people get really tunnel visioned on fighting somebody who has a couple shots or knowing where one person's at. Rynoob and Rain have kind of been doing this a lot throughout the series. Is they say, okay, we know where one's at. Where's this other person before I make this move? Or where's this other help coming from? And so Rynoob was trying to look for somebody coming down L1 on that ramp to see if Rynoob could get the jump and get a couple shots on that player as they were potentially unsuspectingly attacking Rain. And it didn't pay off in that specific scenario, but it goes to show that these top players, what they'll do consistently is try to create as many windows of opportunity or advantageous positions as possible, and not all of them are going to pay off. However, in the long run, the more that you do that, the more that you set yourself up for success, the more often that's going to happen, and the more often that your team's going to get some form of an advantage. And those are sort of those micro decisions that go on in Halo that not every correct decision or good decision or thought is going to pay off, but in the long run, the more that you make, it's just, you know, odds are in your favor.
Oh, absolutely. And this is the very first time we're going to be able to see some sort of, life from this team here. Rain is able to get that new sniper rifle, or you grab the sniper rifle as Ryanu picks up a double kill in a trade. So now they finally have good positioning. Ryanu, great grenades here responding to the call-outs from Rain. He must have body shotted someone there, so he's able to secure the kill and get these new rockets, including the kill on Deciding, who you probably predicted is moving forward very quickly. So now what we've seen is 90% of this game is taking place in Raynoob's space, but they finally got the weapons, and they are the ones bringing the aggression here now and just rotating around power-ups. So this is going to be their turn to get some kills on the board, see what kind of lead they can build now that they've maintained or picked up this control.
I was a little scared after that first kill they got, though, where Rynoob, got that kill over towards back cannon lobby, and then went down towards like sniper / power up. Like I was actually more fearful of someone spawning like L2 / R2 in that position, and then Rain getting kind of like collapsed on top center, and that's what kind of looks like happened actually. And that's the spawn I would assume that would happen when they killed somebody over at cannon. They didn't really leave flag open. They were blocking power up. It's just like they reduced so many options for that member of dogs to spawn, and it looks like they were able to get collapsed on because of that. So I think in a case like that, I think there was a mistake from Rynoob as far as positioning, as far as I understand the spawns. I would have expected maybe Rynoob to go snipe to L2 or R2 and backing up Rain in top center, and then kind of resetting that cycle all over again.
Yeah, you saw their mindset was to try to lift those weapons back, which they did, and they actually got a kill while he was lifting across, but that was it. They didn't get any more snipes after that, as far as I can tell, and they end up losing all of the weapons on top of that. So I could see that they wanted to just probably in their mind play passive, leave open top mid or so, but I think it comes down to the team they're playing against, right? And recognizing that these guys aren't going to give them even a moment to breathe, and they're going to be pushing, before you can even land off the lift, already pushing across top middle. So 13-13. Rynoob, he's still got this sniper rifle in his hands, right? They're locking down top mid, and another, strategy you see. You got Rain at the sniper just watching low, Rynoob up top trying to get eyes as well. So they're going to be trading damage, and eventually, or what you want to have happen, you get taken weak, you got to just try to buddy up with your teammate and work on watching each other's backs, get your shields. What?
How did this pay off? I mean, Rynoob got a shot over in the left pocket. Jesus, Rynoob, what a sick shot there. killing deciding in his lobby.
Oh
But
my
there was that player over in left pocket. It just felt like they were primed for taking this control back. And I also just felt like Ray Noob were kind of defensive because they had backed up the snipers and sort of all possibilities were open. They're like, all right, somebody could be flanking, someone could already be at our snipe, at our power up, whatever. We need to treat it as if they could be anywhere, and we need to get a round of slays before we can make a push. But
And these are
now
the
the
Blaines.
situation is dire. Yeah.
Exactly. And these are the Blaines that we want to see, right? These are the good ones here. And Sniper Rifle going back now across. I think he's going to try to lift it out. I don't have the audio cue, but no, he takes it power up. And some great grenades coming in. They're trying to collapse. They cannot let Deciding come away with this weapon. But then the teamwork, right? Flazen. He's across the map, putting down shots, backing up Ryanoob, and allowing Deciding to get his shields back and just rotate around the map. And what we've seen, you can never figure out where these guys are. They're just so quick everywhere and hitting the no scopes. And just like that, this is quickly getting out
There's
of
those
hand.
spawn traps. Yep, the spawn traps really hurting Ray Noob. I think a couple things clearly went wrong there. Obviously Ray Noob, they both lost their individual 1v1s in that situation. But then on top of that, I felt like they could have pushed together towards the sniper side. I feel like if I had known sniper is over on blue side of the map and a spawn over on red side of the map, as an example, you both push towards blue side of the map. Just turn your back to the one person, go kill the sniper person, you two regroup on one half, but instead they opted to go for their two individual battles based on their positioning. And like we said, did not pay off, and this one's going to be tough. They really need to get a pick here soon, get control of a sniper, and start to turn that into some spawn kills, because otherwise this one is going to be GG on game 5.
This is the last opportunity, right? 2 kills left. If Rain goes down here, there's no hope left. Ryanoob is going to be lucky if he doesn't get spawn sniped again. But Rain, he does pick up the kill on Deciding. He has to stay alive. We already talked about this. No more room for error. They need to get these weapons. They are down by a lot, but not over and out quite yet. But as I say that, the light keeps getting dimmer, Tom, and the aggression just soaring out. They do not leave any room, for error here. Those rockets are down on the map, but will Ryanoob even be able to grab them? What a great flank, but not going to be enough as Flazen grabs the last kill. And back to that Heretic game, Dave, 25-23, such a close game. 2 could have been up 2-0 in the series, right? Game 5, another nail biter. The series was so close. These are definitely 2 of the favorited teams here.
Yeah, both looking so strong, but as we saw, just that really aggressive playstyle paying off. It felt like every single time that we'd see Ryanoob and Rain try to back down a little bit, Deciding, Blazing, just pushing up over and over, just taking up every little bit of ground and not really letting them get fully set up with any of their weapons.
Quite a comeback, quite a series all the way to Game 5. We love to see it here in the series finale for the Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3. I want to wind the clocks back and talk about Game 1. Elamite, you pointed out the assist differentials between the two teams, and you had also mentioned that, Ray Noob, they did win the first game, but they should have won more decisively. It seemed that you were very prophetic with those thoughts because Dog's able to make the comeback. What was it about that first game that you noticed, and did that pattern continue on all the way to Game 5?
I mean, it really did. I think the pattern that we're all kind of looking at is, these guys, they just play fast. They might be the fastest, team that we've seen in these twos, period. You have a lot of teams that have multiple gears and they look for the advantages. But what it kind of seemed was even when there was no advantage, they're still doing the same thing, right? And somehow between their shots, their skill, and teamwork, they're able to kind of make it work at the end of the day here. So it was a couple games close, don't go their way, where I feel like if they had slowed it down, they would have definitely not let the score kind of get away from them or that lead be too high. But regardless, like their strategy, that fast pace is keeping teams on their toes and catching them off guard.
Walsh, as a player, when you do find yourselves in the lead, but something's not clicking, something's not going the way that you want it to as a team, what do you do? What call do you make? What is the communication that happens amongst you and your teammates in order to stop what you're doing that's going wrong, change it, and start doing what goes right for you and your team?
Well, when you're in the lead, it depends on the scenario. Like if you still have some control on the map, it's like, all right, well, why are we doing panic calls or why are we pushing or forcing something that we don't need to right now? We can let them make mistakes. On the reverse of that, if you are in the lead and you start to get spawn trapped a little bit, or you find yourself trickling and giving kills, it's really just slowing it down for a moment. trying to rush out immediately, in some cases, can just lead to that gap being closed more and more. So unless that's your full-on play style with someone like Flazen, where he just wants to fly out and challenge that 1v1 right away, I recommend just kind of slowing it down and coming together with a game plan. At least that's how you do that in fours, especially because what generally happens when a team starts to lose its lead and the other team comes back is they just have a numbers advantage most of the time. They have consistent 2-on-1s or 4-on-3s or 4-on-2s or whatever, and the more time you can buy where your team can just like spawn up and get into a reasonable position where they're not getting spawn killed, you can actually make something happen from there.
Yeah, and why not be casting, as a player, commentator, and as a viewer, as a fan, you get to see when individual players are in the zone. Because as players, you recognize what that feels like when in a 2v2, you know where the enemy team's going to be. You're jumping on them before they're able to round their spawn point. You're keeping that pressure going. You know where the power weapons are going to be. What is it like as a commentator and as a viewer to see when teams are playing their best, but then to notice that something is off because you're able to articulate it and show it as a storyteller better than anybody else unless they play the game as much as you do or the players?
Well, I talked about it before last I was brought on the desk, and it's really about that momentum. And as a player, when you have that lead, I think it's up to you to keep that tempo up, to keep your opponent on their back foot and make them as uncomfortable as possible. And then if you're on the receiving end of that lashing, sometimes it can be as strong as that. Is now you're trying to stabilize. Now you're trying to, that's at that point, it's up to you to stay calm, for you to play together, work a bait and switch, or force these 2v1 situations and get out of that bad situation. Easier said than done, because I'm a much better viewer than I am a player, but I'm sure these guys right below me will be able to attest to that.
Yeah. And shout out to Ace TV in chat. Unfortunately, getting knocked out, but bringing his viewers over to our channel. Again, everybody hit that follow button. Map Show, Axel Toss, you and I, even casual single player games, there'll be moments where I'm not playing at my A game right now. I'm not playing at my S tier level. Is there something that you do in order to break out of that mentality or to kind of reset yourself?
I mean, goes back to playing with Joshua and both Axel Toss. If there's a rocket around, that's a good reset. It's a good indication of change. But I mean, you just kind of have to take a step back and I think recalibrate and change up the plan.
Yeah.
Well, I have a little Bible of Walshy quotes and things that he's done on stage in the past, things he's said. And that's important to me. Whenever I'm about to get into the match, you have to have a good mindset. So, check out Amazon, guys. These Halo pros and commentators, they have published works that can help you become a better player. So that's how I succeed. Thank you, Walshy.
Thank you, Walshy. RB versus
You're
Mentally
welcome,
Stressed will be.
You're welcome.
That's our next matchup. And as we continue the thrill ride, that is Halo 3. Remember, everybody, we have Halo Infinite down the road. We're all super pumped, excited for it. Technical previews out right now. People fighting against bots. And a huge shout out to 343 Industries, allowing so many people to jump into the game, give it a shot, doing the testing they needed. But we're here to lay that strong foundation. Halo 3 is where it's at today. And Elamite, why not be casting her to carry us through this next matchup, RB versus Mentally Stressed 2s. Gentlemen, take it away.
Hey, thanks so much, Josh. Why not be casting? Thank you so much for joining us. I think this is going to be our first time
So pretty much start
jumping
far
in the
left
booth
and then
together, so I'm excited. How you feeling?
far left.
I'm feeling great. I mean,
Close.
obviously I'm a big fan of you. I'm in your chat literally all the time watching you play, and I'm getting to cast a game that that literally got me into gaming. I played a little bit of Halo 2 back in the day, and I was playing on a tube TV, split screen 2v2s, but I finally got my first Xbox, my first online experience playing
back
this
here.
game right here,
Hold
Halo
on.
3. It's
Here?
what made me fall in love with the franchise, and here I am watching some of the best, and alongside with one of the best of the best.
All right, thank you so much, man. And of course, we got awesome people, both production, players, and in the chat, guys. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. And we've got quite the match. This is kind of how I anticipated the top of the bracket going. Was a matchup between these two teams. I talked about it earlier. We've got an undefeated team up top, right? In that of Tylenol and Trippy, going against, undefeated in their qualification tournament
You ready?
bracket.
Yeah, let's go.
But they've lost one game or one series, and that series was in fact to this team in the online ladder. So this is going to be the first time that we see a matchup again in this kind of actual tournament scenario, and these are favorited teams. Of course, this one is going on to the winners finals. Winner of this is guaranteed top 3 into the big money. So you best believe all of these guys are going right at it. You know, and if you've already seen Tylenol and Trippy, they're rocking out there with like the Trippy 25K, right? Like that's how confident these guys are in that they've got it in their gamer tags that they're gonna win this. So you can see this is definitely gonna be like, although Tylenol doesn't have the MLG, kind of esports professional experience accolades there, he is known as like that dominant 2v2 force here as well. So this is going to be kind of a David versus Goliath, but David here is no slouch, right? And he has already taken down a giant before. So this is truly going to be an incredible match.
Yeah, just shoot.
Game number 1, it's gonna be on Construct. Trust Cop and Quaddy going up against Tylenol and Trippy, and we're already starting off with Trippy getting a big kill, and then Trust Cop answering back by taking down Trippy, and we're gonna see Tylenol go up here to top close purple and just hold down the top side of the map.
So definitely a quick opening start. Trippy able to get the kill onto Quaddy, and Rockets going over in the hands now still of RB. So they've got Sniper close to, right, moving around the floor, but you got to be so careful. Even exposing your head for a moment can mean certain death at
Sitting
times.
behind close, I'll kill this guy.
3 rockets in the chamber right now, and off of screen Trippy going to be taking out Quaddy. That's going to be a perfect play. Now it's a 2v1 situation, but Trippy wanted to keep his top advantage, going right back up to close purple, and now they're just holding down this lobby and purple side of the map. Just good fundamental twos, holding on to their lead. 11 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock, but I don't think time is going to be a factor in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it ultimately plays out and how fast these teams decide to take this game. You know, this early on and only a few kills on the board, like, are we seeing both teams essentially just wait? Like, hey, we're going to wait and set up for this next camo and wait to use that to make our plays. That's how much respect these guys are giving to each other. Nobody's popping out. Nobody's risking any free deaths.
Okay, just get info for me.
And we're still on board here with Tylenol, the 23-year-old coming out of Pennsylvania. As you said before, I don't think he's had the illustrious career that say like Trippy or even yourself have had in this industry. But let me tell you, he's on the rise, and he's gained the respect of a lot of his co-Halo players already deciding to waste that rocket. Hey, you know, if he's gonna die, you definitely don't want to die with three or four rockets, and so you might as well waste 1 or 2 and make sure you're not able to trade that momentum as he's catching Tosh, dropping down the paint. Trippy off the screen, getting into a battle, and he's gonna put down Quaddy. That's gonna be a squad wipe going in favor of RB, and they get themselves camouflage largely because of it.
Yeah, beautiful plays to drop down and contest that. And you can see Trishkov and them what we're giving respect. They started moving away from the camo as it was dropping, but it was right into the hands of the Rocket player, falling down from open street, picks up the kill, and secures himself camo. So they know where camo is. Quaddy sees him dropping down in the basement, but like we said before, that information is only valid for so long. Trippy decides to go up top. He gets closed, and you can see Tylenol. He is just using this camo to help secure himself that new sniper rifle.
Sniper rifle and camouflage. I can't name a better combination in Halo's history, as he's going to drop the body shot on Quaddy. Trippy luckily there to get the cleanup kill, another 2v1 situation, and they currently have a 7-kill lead. If you were wondering why this team has been so dominant here in these tournaments, you're looking at it right now. Take out your pens and pads and take some notes.
Right, and you can see he grabs another kill onto Quaddy, who just came off the spawn once again, and they have the map split, right? You got Trippy and Tylenol controlling lobby, securing themselves new rockets, and you've got Quaddy and Trishkov trying to push out from gold, but just getting completely shut down. You can see, I love the timing. Tylenol throws the plasma grenade onto open street just to help cover his angles as Trippy jumps up to get the rockets, and the Blaine on closed street. The rockets, why not? They are just popping off. Look at the score of this one.
Barrels.
and he's
barrels.
not done yet. Look,
Going open
check out the
street, and the other one's
spawn
open
knowledge
ramp.
after getting that beautiful snipe, earning himself the killing
Full
spree,
shields
going
open.
right
He
into
got
that
over.
open ramp and almost getting himself another snipe to the dome. We have Truskov and also Quadney holding
Shot
down the
open,
top.
Quaddy
That's going to be
running the
open. I'm
sword.
not sure if he hits that no scope, but he's going to back down because he's currently one shot.
my
And
one
Trippy
is
coming in for the
following me.
bait and switch
for
as he
lobby,
puts
lobby.
Truskov
He's
down.
going sword.
Dude, great shots at 13-1. They're dropping down, giving up
lobby
top
really weak
control,
and one
just trying
open
to
street.
secure
Dropping
the
donut,
new
donut,
camouflage here. As it pops up, they do grab it immediately. Once
down
again,
there.
Trishkov is
I got
trying
it.
to contest,
Up close,
but
one
he
shot.
is not there
close,
in
one bullet.
time.
Being close
Oh, I
skinny
thought
right
he
now.
jumped off the map for a
One's
second,
close
but he
skinny. I
doesn't. So
killed him.
Trishkov
Holy shit.
grabs the
He's
kill
close
onto
skinny.
Trippy.
They're
But
gonna have to
Trippy
lift up.
should
He's
be
going
coming
up
up
open,
spawn
open.
up top here
him here.
near his teammate. You
Up
can
on
hear
weak,
the
half,
callouts
half
coming in
up
as
open,
well,
half.
lifting up open. They're trying to keep eyes on the players top center.
One mid
Trishkov,
open.
who was taken weak, gets finished
Done.
off, but now
Shield's got a
Tylenol's
burst
getting
on him.
collapsed on by
Where's
He's
Quaddy.
open,
And
purple
there it
blue.
is, finally camouflage out of the picture.
Other one's up gold. Other one's up gold.
Shot
Out of the
open,
picture.
open
Maybe
street,
that's
open street
exactly
drops.
what
OT.
mentally
He's O2.
stressed need to come back in this game. I mean, they're currently down by 11 kills,
O2
but
still.
all they need is a little bit of momentum, a couple of squad
this
wipes
guy, I
going
think.
their
Michael,
side. We've
Michael
seen
for
some
it.
incredible comebacks
He's
in
O2
this
still,
tournament, but it looks like RB
Yeah,
is
he's on
trying
laser.
to make sure that that does not happen. 16-4 in favor of the boys
Main
in
ramp,
blue.
Trushkov.
And just an
R1.
awesome demonstration
gold.
of how to play 2v2 on construct,
Laser
how to
Quaddy.
set up top when you've got power
I already
weapons,
sniper, I
how
believe.
to contest the camouflage when you're not, set up
Main
for it
ramp
down
to
low,
O1, one
and
C1,
how to
one's
just
O1.
kind of give up top control, spawn your teammates
Up close,
low,
up close,
and
one
work
shot.
on
C1 one
breaking
shot.
a setup once
C1 one
again.
shot, up close.
Quaddy and Trushkov have had no comfort
Put
this map at
NCD
all,
weak.
right? They've either been
Sniper's
trapped
dirty,
down
dominant
low
sword.
or trapped at gold,
Watching
just
C3.
constantly getting picked off one by one.
To the left.
And it's funny because while
One
we
here,
were on
one here.
the analyst desk, this is exactly what we were asked about. Like, what do you do when you're holding on to this lead? You keep the pressure on as you're seeing Tylenol dropping the double kill.
That's the weak one.
He's feeling froggy. He decides to lead, going in for the triple, putting down the shots. Luckily, Trippy's there to get
Close
the
lobby.
cleanup, but he's not done yet. Quaddy in front of him over on the lobby, puts down the shots.
One's open ramp,
Tylenol,
open ramp, open
it's
ramp, and open
crazy.
lobby.
So young
Watch out,
and,
O3.
and somewhat
The purple,
inexperienced
they're
in the
both O3,
professional
both O3.
game,
What's
but
on
he
here?
plays like a solid
Hey,
veteran.
back
This
to
is a
lobby.
player
I'm
you're
here.
going to want to
Come back,
watch
come back.
if you're trying to learn from the pros.
Let's go, let's go. Ready?
Exactly. And even though this game is a blowout right now,
Sword ready?
obviously looking at the
No,
score here,
I don't
this is not an indication of
sword,
how every
sitting
game is
there.
going to play.
That's a drop.
Quaddy and Trishkov probably
Rocket's
definitely
ready.
getting their footing again here. You've also got Tylenol and Trippy out for
low,
revenge,
low.
most
Weak on
likely,
left. Really
after
weak on left.
falling before to
got
these
it. I
guys.
don't think you got it.
Looking
Wait,
forward
yeah,
to this
you did.
matchup. But you can see, when it comes down to weapon
close.
control and
Open street,
setting up,
open street.
if you don't get
Crush.
weapons, you're not going to
R1,
win,
watch out, R1,
right?
watch
It's
out,
just
R1.
basically
Go,
as simple as that. The teams are too good, and Tylenol and
Rockets-
Trippy are making sure
I don't know
no
if he dropped or
weapons
what.
go over to Quaddy and Trishkov.
I don't see him.
And currently, RB only needing 3 kills
Rocket's
at this
somewhere.
moment, and you
hear
know,
him.
unless something catastrophic happens, it looks like
He's on sword
we
leg,
might be
sword leg,
going into
sword
game 2 1-0 in favor of
One
RB.
shot.
But again, we're just talking about the fundamentals of being aggressive,
absolutely
holding
there.
on to
He's
the lead,
regen,
staying
going
alive,
R1
keeping top
to
control,
lobby
all the
side.
things that make
R1
you
lobby side.
successful, even in 4s, and it works in 2s as well.
R1
This is what
still?
you want to see. Currently,
Might drop,
22 to
dropping.
8, still in favor of
Try to
RB.
get this snipe.
Yeah, you can see
Oh, he's coming
Tylenol
up
just
with me.
spots that new sniper rifle up, and he's going to make his
Yeah,
way
okay.
over there, or
Rockets
at very
open
least try to
gold, one's
contest Quaddy and Trishkov if they
Top gold
decide
right now,
to push
Quaddy.
for it. Now, Trippy gets taken out.
Push it over.
They've got eyes on a
I can
player
shoot him
top
if he goes
gold,
for
and
it.
Tylenol,
guy's there.
unbelievable. Lifts up
There's one
top
rocket.
and wins
I
his
died.
2-shot beatdown play.
There.
What the? That was an odd one, but I think he might have.
I
It
spawned
either
low,
hit
dude.
the ramp or he shot the rocket. But either way, he gets taken out in
Let's go,
lobby by
I'm going
that
for snipe.
rocket. 23
One's
to
R1.
10. If this game was
One's
a
R1.
little bit closer, that could have been quite a
Yep,
change
Bobby right
of
now, one guy.
events here. But it does allow him to just come off spawn,
He's looking for
grab the new sniper rifle like he was planning on doing
back to
essentially
push
the whole time, and they're
C3.
pushing back into lobby. You can hear the calls coming from Trippy. They
Nice
know there's
fucking
players
hell.
over here
O3
and
ready.
close,
O3
and this
somewhere.
collapse is just too quick for them to stop it.
Shot open.
Yeah, I'm loving what mentally stressed have been able to do coming back, but the damage has clearly been done. The lead was just too much for them to come back. RB going to be taking game number 1 and decisively at that.
Just playing it almost to perfection, right? What a beautiful just demonstration of
Rush the
how
close, right?
to
Yeah,
lock
it's
down and rotate around the map to get weapons
feel
and to
about
control
me sitting on
power-ups.
the
How
E-Lab
to trap a
with
team at
her-
gold,
or do you sit
right?
on
How
the
to
E-Lab?
collapse on the teams, like I
Worry about
mentioned, that
it,
were
because
hiding
I'm not
bottom
too
center or they're
focused
setting
on
up for camo or something like that,
You
and
can push, bro.
immediately
You go. Let
get
me
back
sit one
up top.
You sure?
I saw people talking about it in
Well,
the
I'm
chat
gonna
against
sit
it
the
just to
E-Lab then.
address it. This
This
is
was
actually
the
fine.
You
team
don't
that
need- you don't
beat
need to
Ty
push
and
that.
Trippy in the ladder. It's the
As
only
opposed to
time they've lost
you
in
play
the
it, it's
online
better for you
ladder
probably,
or in
so.
their
Flow
qualifier,
is
was in fact to Quadi and Trishkov. So these guys are no slouches, right? No pushovers. That was just an awesome demonstration. I think that was definitely more Tylenol and Trippy just not losing that, not giving any opportunity to lose that game than it was like these guys not being able to come out and really kind of show up. That was a masterclass.
It was. I agree, and I enjoyed watching it almost as much as I enjoyed commentating it, because again, just good fundamental Halo. But that was Construct. We know Construct is snowballing. We know it's momentum based, just like Narrow. Now we're going into Heretic. Now we're going to see what Quadi and Trustkov are really made of. You know, they're mentally stressed. I need them to be mentally stable right now. I need them to bounce back here. You do not want to fall in the series 0-2. That's not the position that you want to put yourself in. Bounce back, win those gunfights, and play good Halo. You got to counter them. And it starts right here on Heretic.
Absolutely, and we'll see how these two teams treat this setup. The setup being, or the start just being so important for both teams, how damage is traded out, who gets where on the map, and this is the only time that you see things are truly even, right? And everything from here on out is just sometimes complete chaos. So Tylenol escapes the P3. We're seeing the exact same thing over here from Mentally Stressed, and the setups are very, almost mirrored at this point. Each team still looking for their best opportunity to get across the map and actually pick up their first kill.
I don't know where he is. Maybe P3.
Yeah, normally when we're playing Heretic, we try to control that P side of the map. You want to put someone on the P tower. This is a dominating position, but Tylenol able to take down his teammate. That's going to leave him by himself. Trippy gets the information that he needs. The push comes in. Bait and switch. Tylenol able to get the kill, but that's a beautiful trade. We're not done yet. 1v1 between Trippy and Kershaw, and right off the spawn, somehow getting the kill. Beautiful spawn that was allotted to him. Trustkov getting another kill, and we're tied up here at 3 apiece.
Right, it was almost a minute before we saw a kill on the board, and then it's just back and forth, spawn trapping or collapsing, and you can see some of the chaos and why it is so important to move when your teammate dies or where to go, right? Like, we saw players, when your teammate dies, you don't know if the guy's going to spawn below you, like behind the base below you, shooting you in the back, if he's going to spawn P1, car 3, no matter where he spawns, they can almost like get out in the open and put shots down, so it's constantly having to not only worry about the last player alive, but worrying where that possible spawner can come and that new angle to shoot you or potentially pick you off if you're no shields.
Well, this is not looking good here for Mentally Stressed. We now have a 3-kill lead going in favor of RB. Trippy putting down the shots from P1, but beautiful shots coming in, and he's able to take over P tower. Tylenol is going to go down. Trippy comes in for the cleanup, and we have another 1v1 battle between Trustkov and Trippy, and it looks like the spawns are coming in. 3-kill lead in favor of RB.
P3.
Oh, but just as we say that, great 4-shot comes in, and an incredible trade from Quadi to actually secure the kill on Trippy, who was P3, dropping down on him. And with the spawn here, you should be able to see Trustkov lock down P2 control, and another collapse there. 8-8, Trippy not able to get the stick. And now we are seeing what Trustkov and Quadi are able to do now that they finally, in the second map, right, get some control. 9 minutes left.
I'm so happy we're able to switch over to Quadi's point of view. I want to stay on board with this guy for the rest of the game, because this shot is absolutely ridiculous. His teammate putting down the shots here from P2, trying to stay alive. Trippy is advancing forward over towards P tower, and they have another player in blue flag. So I'm liking the way they're playing it. They're having Trippy be as aggressive, as they're doing Trippy-like things, if you will. But it's not going to matter, because Tylenol the first one to fall. Trippy comes in for the cleanup, and another 1v1. Can Trustkov do it?
P2 full
It
shield.
looks like he does do it, but once again, that's just a trade. Tylenol gets the kill. He has some frag grenades and takes Quadi no shields, who's forced to retreat to P3. Trippy wisely checks his angles and spots him out hiding P3 to secure the kill. And we're just seeing constant back and forth aggression here into the P2, right? You see players trying to lock down P3, but with how fast these guys are able to rotate across P1 and work together, you're seeing these setups not last very long at all.
They're both Eli.
And I'm seeing that sword over towards top mid. It's so intense over there, but no team wants to put themselves in an open enough position to even try to go for his. Trippy getting another big kill, immediately going for the challenge, and that's going to be a double kill for Trippy and a squad wipe going in favor of RB, who are now starting to try to gain some control here. They currently have a 5-kill lead.
And look at that. That's what we talk about with some of these swings, right? They grab both kills, and because they're both full health pretty much, Tylenol and Trippy, after taking out both players from Mentally Stressed, they're able to collapse, kill the player blue 1, kill the player blue 2 once again, and that 13-13, or excuse me, 11-11, 10-10 game becomes 18-11. So many unanswered kills as we hit the 50-yard line or the 50 point in the game here, and it is just getting worse and worse and worse.
That it is, and once again, Quadi's teammate does go down. He's the first player to do so, putting him in a 1v2 situation. I'm not good at math, Elamite, but that doesn't sound like an equation you want to be in going up against Tylenol and Trippy. I don't want to be in a 1v2 versus them.
Yeah, I don't want to be against them at all. I mean, these guys, these are the two people, when I see them in matchmaking, I'm like, really? Like, why? I have to do this. My teammate won't have a mic, right? We're not calling out, and I'm going up against Tylenol and Trippy right now. Like, this is some sort of a sick joke. But 24-12, because this is what they can do to players, right? They're doing this. They're winning these games this significantly against top 2v2 talent in the game. Keep in mind, it wasn't just this. They won their previous games. I think Straight Second Fantasy did take a game off of them. I'm not sure which one it was. But these guys are able to beat anyone in these kind of manners. It doesn't matter how good they are.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, again, all the respect to Quadi and his teammate. They're playing absolutely incredible. But Tylenol and Trippy are just too dominant. Even going into the winners bracket semifinals, they're able to win with leads like this. They have a 2-0 in favor of them going into what might just be the last time that we see mentally stressed here in the winners bracket. But
when this
in my short commentating career, I've always learned, do not count a team out. And even if it's, you know, it looks really bad, it's 0-2, maybe mentally stressed. All you need to do is just, you know, listen to me. I mean, I'm gonna give you the sauce mentally stressed. Just take it one game at a time. Take it one kill at a time, one game at a time. You know how to win and choose. Now it's all about execution. Win this game, force a game 4, and let's take it from there.
And keep in mind, when these guys did qualify, Quadi and Tushkov, they actually won their qualification tournament, right? They beat Gilkey and Nico in the finals. Now, however, they were up and met Gilkey and Nico from the winners and lost the first series. However, to close it out, they did win 3 straight, right? So it was, in fact, a reverse sweep to close it out after the reset. So these guys have what it takes. They're not going to be down and out. They're always fighting to get back into it. But as I say that, what an incredible no-scope on the player bottom mid, just so quick with the snap. And when things like that are happening, there's very little you can do.
He's on camo. My bad.
2-1 lead now in favor of Quadi and Truskov at the moment. But just as I say that, we're tied up at 2 apiece. And it looks like Tylenol trying to make his way over towards Elbow. Goes in for the challenge on Quadi. Shots are starting to ring out. Tylenol staying alive, but Trippy not able to cover his back. He was in his own individual gunfight. So now it's a 1v1. Quadi putting down the shots, and Quadi going to win that individual gunfight. Beautiful plays coming out of mentally stressed.
Yeah, that's something you don't see very often. That's Quadi winning that BR fight against Tylenol and able to stay alive, locking down Snipe Tower. He picks up another trade by pushing out S2, but Tylenol, of course, in position to trade that one out. Now, if you're wondering, I'm pretty sure Tylenol is on 8.5 cents here, if I'm not mistaken here, guys. So, yeah, if you're wondering why it looks a little fast, it's not even mouse and keyboard. This guy is just on one when he is on in this game, right? It's just incredible control here for such a high sensitivity.
Team's gonna be there. I'm waiting for you.
It's absolutely incredible when you're able to play on a high sensitivity like we're seeing here. You can make wonders as long as you can hit your shots. You can stay alive and almost put yourself in, I guess, slightly worse situations than a lower sense, because you can get out of them and be crafty. As you're seeing, Trippy going to be trading off kills off a screen with Truskov. And I'm liking the way liking the way mentally stressed are playing right now. They might be able to come back in this game. Let's see if they can. I want to see a series. I want to see mentally stressed put 2 on the board and force a game 5.
That would be a treat if we get that, and if we don't get it now, we certainly hope we see some more of that later on in this tournament, because we mentioned this before, it gets better from here on out, right? This is where we get to just the most intense squads that we have. You know, in Quadi, we talked, you know, the only thing I wanted to point out before is when we saw the first sniper rifle on the map, Tylenol, he actually jumped off the map with it while still, you know, committing to the fight, but taking that off the map, not wanting to risk letting that fall into the wrong hands.
and we're looking,
coming now, I
looking at Tylenol holding down this green side. I remember you guys were saying on the broadcast earlier, snipe is the most important
What's your
position
S3
on the
name,
map,
Ziggy?
but you don't want to have two players cluttered up on top snipe. You definitely want somebody catching some
hold,
different
right
angles,
side
able
on
to
the
pick up
carbine.
on those kills, and green is the
Getting a small
perfect
one.
place to do
I'll
so.
give
You have
him.
a lot of angles that you can get on other players, and even a lot of cover you can make that you can play to stay alive in a non-advantageous position. 10-8 lead in
Still
favor
camera.
of RB. Can they hold on to this lead and
I'll go left
stay
side.
within the winner's bracket?
Top blue. Oh, yeah, I'm
You
gonna
can
go.
see
I'm
them
gonna go
just,
green, bro.
just
Let's go.
waiting, throwing their nades, buying
You know
for
what time
time,
camo's at?
trying to keep the enemy team guessing. We talk about the
blue, they know we
information
rotate
game
it.
and how that works out.
Top
You know,
jumping,
I think
top
you can
blue,
even
body.
hear him talking about it. Trippy
Watch your
wants to
weird shit,
rotate
watch
that
your
sniper
weird
down to
shit.
bottom green, and he rips both
Go,
of
go,
them.
go.
Wow.
Why not? He rotates
Watch the
sniper
gauge on
bottom
cross
green.
lane. They might know
We
that.
talk about the information game. They don't know snipers move. They
Think about it.
both peek. They both get blade.
Jumping.
And these
Yo,
are the plays
I'm
that
gonna go
Trippy
to
makes. I mean,
bottom
he
mid,
does
Joey. Give me a second.
Trippy-like things, and we're
What do you
still
want me
on
to
board here
watch
with Tylenol, currently holding
well,
on to a
do we want this
4-kill
camo or
lead.
no?
And his job
Yeah,
right now,
yeah, we do.
he's just saying, I'm holding down
One full
S2.
window.
I'm trying to give the
You should go top
information,
middle. You
or
should
at
go
least
bottom.
get information,
Like Molly,
and
though,
then
dude, you want
formulate
you
a
too.
strategy from
Alright, go
there.
top.
I'm liking the way they're playing. Trippy just playing ultra aggressive,
kill him?
getting a kill off a
might be
screen.
at
Beautiful
snipe.
plays by him, and that's exactly the information that
He
Tylenol
knows
needed to
I'm here.
push up and try to
I-
play their 2v1.
Thank you.
And you can see
Watch out,
Trippy
watch out,
grabs
Kim, watch out,
himself
Kim,
yet
one bullet.
another kill from green. They're working together around top middle. Quaddy winning
side.
another
Camo,
BR
shoot,
fight,
shoot, shot.
and
Yeah,
that
you
one
went
is
to the top
actually
middle with
to
it.
secure the camo. So if there's an opportunity to
middle.
jump back into this one, it starts
Bottom middle.
with
I
the
almost sniping.
advantages, and their advantage right now is camo and sniper.
S2, he knows you're there, nading S2.
Trustkov off a screen, getting
Nading
another
behind you,
big
nading behind
kill.
you, nading behind you.
S2 with that sniper
one
trying
here.
to stay alive. Tylenol putting down the
This might be
damage. The
one
shots
shot
are
on
starting to
Obi.
fly, and Trustkov gonna win that individual
ramp, gun high
gunfight. Trippy trying to get a cleanup kill from across the map,
Can't let
but
him
it's
get this
not
issue.
gonna happen. 2-kill lead in
I can
favor of
lift over
RB,
front,
but
help me.
some momentum going in favor of mentally
Oh, yeah.
stressed.
Low
Yeah,
green.
absolutely. Here, they're
Does he have any
starting to
sniper
close
ammo?
down on this
Shooting
gap.
that guy?
They've now got their own
Watch out, dude.
sniper over in
God,
green.
yo.
Shot him again.
Tylenol not able to finish the kill, or
Alright,
excuse me, I should say
I missed-
Trippy. Well, both of them not able to finish the kill. Tylenol got one or
That's
two on
two.
him before Trippy even lifted. So Quaddy,
Shot green.
Quaddy's BR
No way,
is
dude. This
really
reacting to these kills, it
standing
sucks.
out so far in this
He's on
game.
camo. He's literally sitting out camo.
And I talked about that before. I was glad we got to
serious,
see
dude.
him on screen in game number 2. Granted, they didn't obviously win the game, but he was putting down some
I'm getting a grenade,
amazing
dude. I'm getting a
shots, just like Tylenol
Alright,
is,
I'm one shot.
taking down that player. Another
no intel for you.
2v1 situation. Mentally stressed. They're having a hard time. I know it sounds simple, but they're having a hard time simply staying
That's
alive.
two.
One player
That's two.
goes down
On Obi
quick,
weak.
and then they're often in
sorry.
1v2 situations
Nice.
that's not going to be successful for them,
One S2.
as Trippy getting another initial
behind
kill on
me. Green.
Trustkov.
Yeah, you're good.
That's the
Top middle.
information they
No,
need,
he's bottom
and
middle.
now they start to up the tempo. It's been
Bottom
their
green, gonna go
it's been
elbow,
their
I think.
game plan all
Later.
game, or actually, I should
Top
say
middle, Trishka,
all
one shot.
series long.
Watch right here.
Oh, and you can see Tylenol
That's
jumps
three
up,
full- he's one
catches
shot,
Shishkop
S3.
top
Just
center. I
regen.
believe he
It's coming in
finishes
now.
the kill there. So now he does get back where Trippy did
Nice
not
one bottom
catch
green.
the player, rotate up
Okay,
through
watch
mid
my
snipe,
cross, quick.
but does trade out the
Nothing
kill with the
blue.
great 2-shot melee there. So 18 to 15,
Snipes up.
3-kill
he's on the
lead,
carbine.
and sniper
should've
green
dominated,
control
dude.
still over in favor
Holy
of
fuck, I did it like
RB,
that.
but great shots from Tylenol under the player blue entrance,
went
but
back
it's
to
not enough to back him
lifted
down
him.
in time
Knows I'm here.
to keep Trippy alive.
He
As
can pick
Trippy
up that. He's
falls,
going blue
we
window.
don't know where he's going to come off
Blame
spawn,
me,
but the
no.
top
Blame
mid
window.
push is already happening, and he
that.
spawns in
How about me?
green. He got the green
I want-
spawn, not able to help
on,
out
I'm
at
on.
all.
Go.
And these
Throw it at the
players
camo, throw it at the
picking
camo.
up kills, about to tie this one up. If they're
got a
able
blue
to get
spawn,
this
keep
kill
looking at
and grab camo, we may see the first lead
Top
change.
goal with it.
Ladies and
blue,
gentlemen at home, this is probably the best game of this series, and both of these teams are leaving it all on the line. Camouflage
That's
and
one
Sniper
side.
going in the hands of
behind
mentally
me.
stressed. We are tied up at 19 apiece,
He's there,
going
he's there,
into
barrels.
clutch
Trustkov.
time. Trustkov going to be taking some
Top
heavy
middle,
shots
Quaddy
from
and
two
top
different
gold is
players
weak.
across the map. Quaddy
gold,
with the
I'll see.
camouflage coming out of nowhere, putting down the shots.
Bottom middle,
Trippy
maybe
trying to
on
up the
you.
tempo,
Top
gets the weak side flank, takes down that player.
Gotta go bottom middle.
Engage him.
Trying to trade off kills as Quaddy, but Tylenol has his back.
It's on you.
And you can
Full, full.
see these players
On
are
camo,
literally
weakened.
playing on 50% of Guardian right now,
He's on
but
camo,
they're
sitting on
somehow
camo.
are able to make this map seem so big. The
The
way
blue
they're
camo.
moving around gold and blue and
Okay,
avoiding
gold
each
maybe?
other, getting their shields back, it's
Nice,
truly like a
on.
work
Look,
of
look, look,
art,
look.
right?
Oh,
Like
no.
dropping down mid, actually picking up that kill with the plasma.
damn it.
Unbelievable.
Blue
That could be
blue,
what
body.
Guani and Trishkov
Nice.
need to
One's a
close this
gold.
one out. We said it a moment
down,
ago.
down.
The very first lead change did,
camo,
in
trust.
fact, happen with that sniper and camo going over into their hands.
There's a
And that
one
plasma grenade kill, you can't even speak like the importance of how that just affected that last battle, leaving Trippy by himself. and weak to try to fight Quaddy. It just isn't enough here. 22-21. Now there's still plenty of time left on the board here.
Room
4
snipe on
minutes to
Quaddy.
play, but you have to be so
snipe
careful,
still?
right? Quaddy
Yeah.
has that sniper. They know he's in blue,
Blue
but
room
how
sniping.
long is that information going to be reliable
nades
for?
at this
Because
point.
like we said, these guys love to move
Might
around the
go
map
through
and try to
bottom. We need
find
this
these
camo.
different angles and
gonna have
catch
camo
players
tonight.
off guard.
I know. I'm trying to get wait for nades before I go.
That really was a beautiful squad wipe from mentally stressed.
He's
And
just sitting
after that
top J
happened,
jump, not
it-
hit sniper
this
guy.
game is slowed
He's
down
doing
to
a
a
sniper.
snail's pace, if you
Alright,
will.
I'm
You,
going through
you,
bottom
you could drop a pin and hear it from across the map, and I'm loving
Oh,
it.
Nate's
22
on
to
the
BR
21
one
in
shot,
favor of
let's go.
mentally stressed. The shots are starting to ring out once
Damn.
again. It looks like Tylenol's
You
not
watch my
comfortable in
top
that
blue here?
situation to
Second
back
door?
down, catch a different
still
angle,
sniping there.
and
That was one
play
blue.
his life.
Yeah, you can see wisely
gonna
they're
push
trying to
through it.
push, but they got to be so careful because it is so
No nades,
unforgiving.
bro. I'm
You
gonna
can see
go.
the double
What's up?
team gets the double team
Is
comes in and Trippy's nowhere in
Other one's
position
rifle.
to help out, right? So they grab a kill. Now that is
Snipe, I spawned snipe.
truly
Snipe up, snipe up. Grab it,
insane
grab it,
what
grab
just
it.
Behind
happened
you.
there. The fact that Trippy's able to get a
Shot.
kill, take
Dead.
sniper rifle out of the
Idiot,
game,
snipe.
stay alive
Shot
with
on
the
blue,
trade,
body
and new
absolute.
sniper go over to
That one's gonna
Tylenol's
be green
hands.
'cause I needed
This
too much.
is crucial
green.
mistakes where
I
the
need- I green.
timing in the
Still blue, still
game
blue.
is just
Shot top middle.
devastating here.
Go inside blue.
The mentally stressed squad
there.
at
Keeping him trapped here. I'm keeping him trapped
24-23, two unanswered
spot.
kills, still with sniper rifle
blue
in
still,
their
I'm pretty
hands.
sure.
Why not be gassing? Tony, tell me, how did this just happen?
Both challenging me.
It was a beautiful sniper
top,
play by
getting help.
Tylenol, and I don't think
Where's
he's
he going?
done yet, but his teammate Trippy gonna
Sitting
go
top,
down
going
across the map. That's gonna leave him
Oh,
by
good
himself,
shit.
but it
So
doesn't matter because
hide-
Tylenol hits
you
the
snipe him?
quick scope, taking Quaddy
that's
down, and that's gonna be
No, but
game
blue window or
and
something?
Series RB are going into the winners bracket finals.
Wow, what a game. That was truly incredible. I thought that was going to go quite differently when we were looking at a 23-22 scoreline right when I think it was like a Trippy got taken down. So, or Tylenol got taken down. So the fact that the new sniper comes up, Tylenol gets the snipe tower spawn and is able to support Trippy and keep him alive at camo, just completely broke the game wide open and got them that win though. So what could have been going the distance turns out to be a quick 3-0.
And how much of a measured risk is that to go for the sniper rifle in that scenario? Because a number of times we discussed Pit where it would slow down possibly. And then here on Guardian, you had about almost a full minute where teams were peeking, trying to find that exact movement in order to make the engagement, make the choice. So Elamite, in your opinion, was that the right time to make that choice? I mean, obviously it was for the end result, but it gets pretty hairy and pretty sweaty when it comes down to the wire like that.
Well, there's a lot of unknowns, right? When all this stuff's happening, somebody dies and things of that nature happen. You know, we talked about a construct game earlier with Rainy where they win and get both opening kills, but then they're weak and they both die. And all of a sudden, yeah, they had a 2-0 lead, but ultimately they didn't get any power weapons. They didn't get any control and things kind of spiraled out of control for them. So in this scenario, it was actually almost a blessing, right? Like he comes off spawn at snipe tower with that sniper rifle up. That weapon wasn't up, right? Or if Trippy had actually, died over towards Cambo, that could be an entirely different kind of ball game in that scenario. But I think sniper kind of fell out of everyone's mind at that time. It wasn't a focus for anyone, and that was really kind of a blessing for them to come out and close out that win with that sniper.
Yeah.
Honestly, really impressive from Trippy and Tylenol. We hadn't seen him yet today, but we know how good this team is. We've seen them in previous qualifiers. So to see them come out in a winner semifinal, get a 3-0, a sweep, that's pretty nuts in my mind. And now they're going to be advancing to the winner bracket final to face off against Dogs. And I want to ask Walshy because he was chilling watching that game unfold. Walsh, what makes this team so good? I mean, I almost feel like they're favorite in the finals, Tylenol and Trippy in the winner bracket finals there. But Walsh, what makes this team do so well? What really puts them above the rest? What do you see there?
Man, it's tough to tell because it's not like they're full on unique and like doing completely different things. They're just doing things better than everyone else. They're hitting their shots slightly better. They're pushing either slightly more cautiously or in safer positions. They don't let anything slide by. Like I remember the call out that Kyle made on Heretic where Trippy went over towards the Needler, and of course checks over towards Pink 3 just to be safe in case that there's still someone there, and picks up that person. Just doesn't let anything really slip by. Even the final kill, like that.
Right.
What was it? Tylenol going from bottom snipe to bottom center with sniper, and knows that there can be an angle from top blue, jumping out from top center to try to pick him off or do some damage, and hits that last shot. Like they're aware of all the opportunities they have at their disposal and just execute so well.
And to see, a double-digit victory in game one, I mean, Mav and I were talking, going, "Oh yeah, mentally stressed is really good." I said, "Do you remember RB? Do you
Oh
remember
my
how good RB is?"
gosh. Oh my gosh. Mentally stressed. I was rooting for them because it was so fun to watch them play.
Yeah. But hey, they're still in it. They were in the winners bracket, so they'll be knocked down to the lower bracket. But why not be casting? I like to talk about game two, midship. It seemed that there were better trades happening for mentally stressed. But overall, do you think that mentally stressed needs to focus on one thing in particular if they faced off against RB in the future? Or was it a number of different things that could have gone better for them?
What is a big reason why I'm sitting here behind the desk and not playing. But I will say that I know both of those maps. And when I look at Construct, look at Guardian, those two maps remind me of those like traditional setup-y kind of maps. I don't think setup is a word, but like a map that you want to set up a little bit more on and hunker down and just play like good fundamental Halo. But then Heretic, that was the map they did the best in my opinion. Maybe the scoreboard didn't reflect as such like in that third game, but as far as watching that momentum and watching the way they played, they looked really confident. And that was more of like a scrappier map, get in their face, just leave caution to the wind and let's just trust our BRs and put down damage. I would say maybe they need to take that same aggressiveness that they're doing towards Heretic and put it into their construct game and then slow things down, hunker down, keep that up top and keep winning your gunfights. Keep that scrappy mentality, but once you slay out and once you get that top control, hold it and play good fundamental Halo. That's how you succeed. But I mean, hey, they're in the top three for a reason. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from them. RB is just on another level.
I think at this point, it's safe to say you have to play close to perfectly to find success. We're that far along in this tournament. We're that far along today. $25,000 on the line. You cannot make a mistake, which I think Walshy was alluding to that as well. Trippy and Tylenol are putting it all together right now. So still got some matches left, though.
That's right. The Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3 continues, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to hit that follow button. A huge thank you to Why Not Be Casting, Elamite, and Walshy for joining us today. And we'll continue with the next match in a few minutes. Stay tuned. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3. I'm Mr. Joshua Gray, along with the Mav Show and Axel Toss, part of the Xbox Stream team. Joining us, we have very special guests. Elamite's taking a break right now. We got Walshy and Why Not Be Casting for some amazing in-depth analysis of some Halo 3 action. And I know chat is super pumped about some Halo Infinite, which we have been showcasing here on the channel, and more down the line, but we got to build a strong foundation, and Halo is a very strong foundation in the world of esports. We want to showcase some online tournaments. So again, thank you everybody for being here. Hit that follow button. Mav, going down the line, starting with you. Great to watch these teams, these players, and you were commenting on the skill gap that RB displayed earlier.
Yeah, so I've been watching Mentally Stressed played, and just to see RB come out, I haven't watched Tylenol play, and so to sort of see from someone who hasn't sort of known that side of Halo, just see how fast they move and how accurate they were. I was just like, wow, okay, they mean business.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that was really cool to watch.
All the way to game 3, though. Mentally Stressed 2s did take them all the way to the end, to the brink. 1 point difference. But Axel tossed some great Halo today as we're starting to get closer and closer to the finals, as we're in the winners finals right now.
This is what we built to. For anyone who has tuned in the past month, we've literally been building up to today, into these moments here upcoming where we're going to find out who our champion's going to be. So I love it. I might be too excited about it because this is what you want. Intense tournaments with the best players and the best commentators. I mean, what more do you want on a Saturday? So I'm enjoying it so much right now as we take a look at the double elimination bracket. We're about to get into RB against Dogs. That's going to be our winners bracket final, and hopefully by then the lower bracket will have played out. We'll see what time looks like. But as you can see there in the lower bracket, still some matches going on. GBX against Spoon Platoon. Winner plays Raynoob. We got Dark Magicians going up against Mentally Stressed. So slowly but surely we are making our way through this bracket. Obviously, all the top players in the game, which is really cool. I think if you're newer to Halo, this is a good tournament to tune in. You tune in at a great time. If you're new to Halo, we got commentators kind of explaining what's going on, who are the best in the game. So if you have friends who are new to this stuff, this is a great time to introduce them to the game, introduce them to this tournament, and say, hey, check this out. This is pretty cool. $25,000 on the line for Halo 3 today. That's ridiculous. I love it.
There's a prize money breakdown. The separation, especially in the grand finals, is a $3,000 money match. Now, this upcoming match that we're going to showcase, the winner is guaranteed to take home $4,000. And later on, it'll determine who will be third, fourth place for the spread of 3,000 versus 2,000, etc. But if you're in the top 8, which the teams that we have remaining today are, they're all taking home some money. And it's 2v2s, so you only got to split it 2 ways instead of 4, which a lot of different competitions, a lot of tournaments that we've attended in the past. That's a big deal.
Big steak
That was
dinner.
a good plug by Why Not. I think Why Not mentioned that earlier. It's like that's a good call out.
It's a good one. And hopefully,
Also, I'm never going to any like heists with Gray or Why Not. You're both like, oh, less people split it. We got more money for ourselves now. Like, I'm never
You're the first one to
heist
go.
with either
You're
of
the
you.
first one to
I
go.
know you're gonna betray. I now know you're gonna betray. Done. I'm out. Count me out.
There
I'm
is
not
one
in for the gig.
imposter amongst us.
yeah. We talked about earlier, a lot of fun memories of the LAN tournaments, the tournaments offline, but showcasing so much more online, with the nature of the pandemic, staying home, sure, but the nature of technology and the improvements that we've seen in the game, the improvements that we've seen in infrastructure. I hope to see more online tournaments happen in the future of Halo, especially with Infinite. Do you think a healthy ecosystem online helps bolster and strengthen the offline LANs when we can be back in a world to have those?
Undoubtedly, the more competitive that the game can be online, the stronger of a community can build for when you get to LAN events. Obviously, nothing replaces LAN. It feels, the gameplay into its absolute fullest potential. But we have had, titles in the past where, for example, Halo 1, you could not play online feasibly. There was some mods you could try to do and get a little bit of gameplay throughout it. But this game, started off by just being a LAN game. And, even throughout the future titles, Halo 2, Halo 3, and so on, top teams could definitely prevail when there's a sizable gap or delta between the teams. But generally, when you got to 2 even teams, it was who has the better internet or who's hosting, and that's not how you want events or tournaments decided. And luckily, it seems like we're, that is a factor in some smaller ways, but that's not really the deciding factor that we're seeing through these online tournaments today and these days, which feels great.
I think it's safe to say if the pandemic wasn't going on, this would be a live tournament. Like
Yes.
we'd have our commentators here, we'd have our players here playing in that a live setting LAN environment. That's what everyone wants, but obviously the pandemic's going on, so we have to make do with what we have. But I am hopeful for that point in the future. But yeah, we were almost there for this tournament, but just got to look out for that in the future. But if you want to succeed at that level, you have to succeed online first. That's just where we are right now. And we're about to get into RB versus Dogs.
Now, one of the themes we've had in our discussions today is, using the sharpest or the strongest steel in order to create the sharpest blade, and to have these teams go head to head multiple times to find out who is the best. And the only way to improve is to go up against the best, and that's what we're going to find out today. Why not be casting? Walshy, winners bracket finals. Let's do it.
All right. Kicking this one off with these two teams who've made it all the way thus far undefeated. However, they have hit some snags along the way. If you want to these bracket routes that they had, for Dogs, they won 2-0 against Don't Care. They took out Dark Magicians 3-0, and then we saw that nail-biting match against Rain Noob in a 3-2 fashion. However, RB, they seemingly steamrolled most of their competition.
All right, bro.
They took out ATR 2-0. They took out Run It Up 3-1, and they took out Mentally Stressed 3-0. There were some close games, like we saw obviously that 25-24 Guardian game, and obviously lost the game to Run It Up. But if we're looking at their paths here, RB's only lost one game. Only one
you're
game
comfortable with,
on their path up to this winner bracket finals, which is
Going against
nuts considering the level of competition we have here and how many top
Lindsay
teams
does
and
the
players
same
we have.
thing, But Sloan's just gonna.
Both
shoot
teams
me.
have left it all
just
on the
gonna both
line
focus
throughout
me.
this
I'm
entire
gonna,
tournament, and it comes down to
get a
this:
burst on
your
this line,
winners
or on the
bracket
and try to focus
finals.
on
And let me tell you, the winner of this goes into the grand finals with a big advantage. I'm not going to say it's impossible for whoever gets knocked out, but I would say with these two teams making it to the winners finals, the winner of this is probably going to take the whole tournament. There's a lot of implications here, and I mean, guaranteed, you win this, you're guaranteed $4,000. That's $2,000 a piece. This is what we're here for. Tylenol and Trippy. That, I'm sorry, that's the deal I'm going with. I love seeing Dogs earlier in the rounds. I love what they did, and even beating out Ryan Noob and Rain. I mean, fantastic plays, going the distance with them, but I can't count RB out. I really can't.
Yeah, you really can. It's tough. It's tough not to favor them, just seeing their level of dominance they've had so far. I'm also going to have to go with RB and agree with you there, Tony. We're going to have to really see Dogs step it up here if we're going to see them somehow take out this squad. And you mentioned too, like that advantage going into the grand finals. Like you said, it's not insurmountable, but it's a massive advantage. I mean, I hate to admit it, I have had a tournament or two where we won the winners bracket finals and we lost the full tournament, and yeah, it's not what you expect, but it is possible. But yeah, I would say more often than not, I don't have the stats here. I would guess like more than 90% of the time where my team has won the winners bracket finals, we've won the tournament. So it does, going off at least my personal track record, bode well for winning this series.
Poison's weak.
That it does, and looks like we're going here. This is game number one, and like I said, I said RB's my favorites, but don't count Dogs out. If there's any
It's coming
team
out
that can match RB's aggressive,ness, it might
Mid-bridge,
just be
the other
Dogs
one.
as they're trying to get
Burn it.
towards their
41.
custom,
One
beat them
training,
to it, but
one training,
Trippy
straight
off
line,
the
keep
screen gonna
running,
take down
keep running,
Flazid.
Look at this movement too. The quick wrap around the corner there by the street. After that, immediately jumping up on that training ramp to avoid any shots in the back from the person chasing down the street. Just these minor movements from someone like Tylenol, it makes it so difficult to hunt down and kill this player.
I thought we would feed there quicker. The rest too is they're training.
It definitely is, and we have the sniper in the hands of the young 23-year-old out of Pennsylvania. 2-1 lead at the moment, so it looks like he wants to slow it down, get the sniper over towards his tower, get as many angles as possible, and peel some heads.
23 years old, did you say?
Is it in green or no?
Oh, this dude was 5 years old when I won my first Halo tournament.
I don't know what Sloan likes.
5 or 4 years old, and then that kid like looked up at a Twitch stream or was watching on USA and was like, "Oh yeah, I'm better. I can beat him. Just give me a little bit." And then here he is. Undoubtedly, current skill level better than me. But yeah, it is weird to you know, when I was competing back in the day, I was focused on, you know, Gandhi and Carbon and straight ripping all these rosters when I should have been like, yo, who's that toddler being pushed in over there? What's his name? Tylenol? All right, I'll keep an eye out for him.
Alright, I'm gonna get on OS. They're training.
I see the way he's working that Rattler.
Let me tell you, they call him Tylenol because he gives the other team headaches. His movement, his shot, it's on another level. I think he actually hit that body shot on X6, who was forced to back down into sniper on sniper battle, and Tylenol wants to up the tempo here, holding down training side. Trippy already putting down a couple of shots here on the sword. Can they work the bait and switch and peel his head? X6 gonna get away with his life. Nice. Never mind. Trippy coming up with the bait and switch, and somehow Tylenol hitting the headshot is gonna earn himself a custom power. 4-3 lead in favor of RB.
I'm gonna go through now.
Yeah, and that's one of the first times we've also seen really the Rockets being incredibly effective here in Pit, where coming in from training to go and help fight at Overshield. Many of the times we're just seeing like a lot of long-range Rockets here in these twos games, just because these players are respecting the distance you need to get away from that power weapon. So it still wasn't enough to get control of that overshield, but it at least got that kill on the first player who was down there.
I'm alive. He's gonna go our
As
sword,
a wise man once said,
a shot under sword.
Candy from a
Our
baby.
training
As
training
Tylenol still having the sniper rifle in hands, going in for the no scope, but just barely missing, backing down over towards top tower. Off the screen, Trippy taking out the CD. X6 gonna go down as well. That's a squad wipe, and once again, RB taking control of this game, and I guess the series.
I can't see anybody.
Yeah, and when people thought I was saying that quote before back in the day, they thought I was talking about Fall Boss. I was actually talking about Tylenol. I was terrified of the up-and-coming babies back then. I literally was trying to play mind games with them, and yeah, I don't like when that quote gets taken out of context.
Absolutely.
Somehow talking trash.
Get an or setup. Get an or setup.
Trippy getting another double kill off his screen, another squad wipe, and look at this. I mean, even in the winners finals, it's 12-3. Trippy hitting the spawn snipe from across the map.
Did you see that body go flying? Like, also, even the death animations of these bodies are getting hit harder by the squad. I don't know, they're doing everything harder and faster than their opponents.
That they are, and it's so dominant. It really is. We talk about how momentum-based Halo is, and even here on Pit, we're seeing the same thing as he just barely missing the headshot, ends up getting the no-scope body shot, forcing that player to back down. And look at Trippy. He has a sniper as well. We have dual snipers here on the opposing side of the map, and there's the headshot. This is not good, Dave. This is not good.
Nice.
Jeez, yeah, this is just getting out of hand so quick.
32.
Getting another overshield, calling it out at 32. I mean, they have plenty of snipe ammo to try to close this out. Sniping going down eventually, but still in just such a commanding position. He doesn't even need to use the BR. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this level of play,
X6, I think.
it's so it's almost expected now that they've hit these no scopes every single time, and look at the impact it makes. Like, in a situation where you have a full bar of OS, you know, back in my day, that person probably would have just bust out the BR, did a 4-shot, traded shield for the kill. But now they're like, nope, I want to keep part of my overshield. I'm just gonna no scope, one-shot this from a mid-range and just continue to wreck havoc on the side of the map.
I'm gonna die. Bridge. Our training.
They say it's not over until it's over, but it's not looking good. I haven't seen anything coming out of this Dogs roster that gives me any kind of implications that maybe they can come back in this game. What I'm seeing is Tylenol and Trippy absolutely assert their dominance here on the pit. Finally, Trippy is going to go down off the screen, so it's a 2v1 situation, but even then, look at the scoreboard. The damage has been done.
Yeah, and they're so confident as well. Like right now, I was going to say the most wise thing they could do with the sniper is just back it up completely. One of the only ways we could really see Tylenol and Trippy losing this game is that they lose that sniper and they both have snipes on, you know, center of the map and can start to get spawn slays. But you saw him still just very confidently being up near training, being ready to push on up. They just are so aggressive and such strong individual players that they're like, yeah, I mean, I don't want back down there. Losing this game or giving control back isn't really a thought that's crossing their mind.
He's our. He's
Ladies and gentlemen at home, I want to apologize on behalf of Microsoft and Xbox. We
Reverse,
should have warned you
straight
to
line
take the younger ones out of the room because this is not suitable for children. This is absolutely
Watch it,
insane what we're seeing right now. It is a massacre. Trippy getting another kill off the screen. Rocket's going to go out to be in the hands of Tylenol, and they only need 2 more kills to take game number 1.
Has it.
Yeah, but it looks like that full OS is going to go in the hands
go
of
sword.
Dogs, but are they going to be able to really turn it into anything meaningful? I mean, the new OS was coming up around the 530 mark, and there it is, the OS on the opposite side of the street, and it does not matter. 25-10. Domination there, Tony.
That was insane. That was incredible. That was, once again, textbook choose Halo. I can't say enough about this RB squad. The way their aggressiveness, the way they're able to always keep their enemies on their toes and put their backs against the wall, but also their fundamentals and their IQ to stay alive and always be prioritizing their life and playing within arm's length of each other to bait and switch. It's absolutely beautiful to watch, and I'm so happy to be here watching it here in the winners finals of this $25,000 event.
Yeah, it is. And these games are just going so quick as well. I mean, consider that Pit is one of those maps that we would generally see take a longer period of time. I would assume like Pit and potentially Construct have the most viability to be slowed down. And with that Pit game going that quick, I can only imagine how fast we're going to see something like Heretic go down, Narrows when a team starts getting spawn traps. Like, both these squads are so aggressive, they know how to push or press the advantages that they acquire.
Well, now we're going into Guardian, another map that I consider a map that really favors the ones who want to set up, hunker down, hold, grab a lead and hold on to it. I imagine a team holding down that elbow side to green and also staying alive, snipe tower, and just raining down shots. We're gonna see if they tend to play this the more fundamental route, or both of these teams are hyper aggressive. They like to get in each other's face. Maybe they say, let's all meet top mid and let's see what happens here. We're gonna find out soon. We have a 1-0 lead in favor of RB, and we're going into game number 2.
Yeah, you're right on seeing that top middle utilized quite a bit. Maybe not so much doing a setup there, but like you mentioned, when these teams are over at Snipe or opposite over at like blue/gold, either team, when they see that window of opportunity, they're going to be pushing across top and trying to get that new angle or position.
And it looks like Tylenol going to be starting on board with hopping over towards the Snipe Tower. I'm sorry, over toward the blue side, but he's getting pressure here from Snipe Tower. Nades are starting to fly out. Sniper going.
I was going to say they almost got the insta there. I love that one at blue entrance. Did not quite pay off, but like we said, like, look at this. They had Sniper, they had Snipe Tower side, and they decided just to push on over with it. Like, they must have opted to assume that someone was flanking over at Snipe side, or whether they just wanted to get together on the same side as they were also able to acquire the camo. Just pure aggressiveness from Dogs.
Absolutely. They currently have a 2-1 lead at the moment. I believe they still have Camouflage and possibly Sniper as well, holding down the blue side of the map along with Gold. I mean, hey, this works too. No matter what, as long as you're playing together, it's gonna work out, as Trippy is gonna be eliminated from the map, but so is X6. That's gonna be leaving the seating by himself with the sniper rifle. So he must be feeling good as he gets the snipe melee off the screen and then snipes Trippy off the screen, getting the double kill, and we have a 3-kill lead going in favor of Dogs, and they're already hopping on the spawns.
Yeah, what an incredible play from Deciding. Now, the way that worked out, we could see from third-person viewer from the desk screen, was you saw Deciding first looking over from Garden towards top gold/top center. So Deciding knew that nobody jumped over from top center to top gold, or from top center to Garden as he's watching the angle. So, by deduction, knew that they're going to be up near blue, and checked over near Snipe Lift, checked over near blue ramp, and was able to predict exactly which way they're coming from without seeing exactly where they were, or without hearing from the call from the teammate. It's just pure deduction. That's one of the skills that all, I would say, top gamers have in general. Across the board, is they're able to deduce and start to make assumptions or educated guesses on what's going on from there. And so in a position like that, Deciding just instantly knew or assumed that they're coming from blue and was able to hit off a couple of ridiculous snipes.
Camo, 2 shots.
More slays going down. It looks like Dog's going to get themselves a camouflage largely because of it, as Trippy does end up taking down his teammate. He's going to have to try to get really creative to stay alive with camo, and Trippy hunting him down with the camo eyes. That's the FOV, and the clarity going into the P is not going to matter because Trippy ends up getting put in the dirt. Dogs looking good here on Guardian. Can they hold on to this lead?
Very difficult to not like panic and start to shoot in that situation. That whole sequence of events are running away from top camo to bottom gold and instantly run over to garden. Just had probably been in that scenario multiple times before and faltered in many ways. You know, like staying at top camo, you're getting cut off. Going to bottom gold, they're gonna eventually track you down. Trying that quick route, and even though getting caught in red about which way he's going, plays it so calm, doesn't shoot that shot at the player at garden until shields start coming back, and it played off beautifully. So I mean, that's such a odd sequence of events that someone like Trippy is not going to at least hit one of those bullets and keep those shields down. So very patient play there from Dogs.
Nice, that was Trippy.
Another good double shot, and the melee coming out of this Dogs player right here. And I believe we're watching Deceitings point of view at the moment, putting down shots, staying alive here as a player over towards elbow. 11-7 lead going in favor of Dogs. And my only question is, who let the Dogs out here on Guardian, because they're playing well and looking like they want to tie up this series? And you know, I like that. I want to see a game 5 every series, Dave. I don't care.
You do. I mean, how can you not when you're watching how good these players and teams are? And I couldn't tell if they saw Trippy going over there or if deciding, called it out from top snipe, seeing that person going towards top gold. But you can just see as soon as they locate one of these players, they're just hunting them down right away and just trying to isolate or get these fights. Both these teams are ready to brawl. It's not like they find one and are fully wondering where the second player is before they make an engagement. A lot of times they're locating one player and just flying and getting that fight or trade.
And look at that. We're even seeing the likes of Dogs and RB be able to slow things down. You can cut the tension in this map with a butter knife at the moment because they've slowed things down. We saw the previous map. They really wanted to up the tempo, get into each other's faces, like you're seeing Trippy starting to advance forward towards Snipe Tower, but it's not going to matter because another double kill coming out of Dogs, 14-8 lead. And they're looking, again, like they might take game number 2, and we might just have a tied up series here in the winners finals.
It is looking very good right here for Dogs, as you mentioned. However, a lot of these battles engagements you have to consider are going fairly close. I mean, during this time, we saw Blazing almost going down at bottom tree and deciding eventually securing that double kill. But it's not like just a commanding double kill, like where neither of these players are one shot. It's like they are very close exchanges. Here's going for spawn slay at bottom tree. A lot of these players have been playing either ones or have learned a bit more about how the spawn system works here on Guardian, at that they know a few new spots, especially from camping in top center, that they can get spawn kills off in like these smaller player games, like a 1v1 or a 2v2. The one that used to be most common, I would say, was the spawn kill over from top camo, like near top center, to kill someone spawning over at bottom blue ramp. And then secondly is the spot either from top camo to kill someone spawning like bottom tree. But these players are reinventing the game and pushing this game to its limits and learning new and better ways that they can press their advantages.
Definitely, we've even seen some from bottom green to bottom blue spawn kills, if you will, and they've been absolutely insane. No matter where they're at, the spawn awareness from all players, their IQ is just on another level. But Trippy taking out the sighting, 18-17, still in favor of Dogs. However, they need to be careful. Don't get too excited here. Make sure you hunker down and get your slays. Otherwise, you're gonna get peeled in the head. And now we are tied up at 18 apiece.
I'm actually surprised with that lift over there. This is one of the few times where I kind of strongly disagreed with the movement, where you have a player over at Snipe 3. That player can help you out if anyone's at top blue or get some shots in. And then if you're at bottom blue, you can do one of those sneaky jumps up to go up to the top blue ramp, or you can start to push over towards garden and have that secondary angle. But it felt like they they felt either more secured getting together over at Snipe Tower. But I think that's like I said, I think that's a fatuous mistake or a fatuous move. I do believe you want two different angles. Like once you go over towards Snipe Tower, what's the play? Like you push across top center together. Like you already had the secondary angle. So that's one of the very few times I can pinpoint what I think is a mistake there. What an accidental insta! An accidental insta. It's very infrequently that you have an insta explode in that neutral spot or the opposite direction. You have to the grenade either has to be idle or have to hit like a wall prior to that first explosion. And so that was more unfortunate than anything, I would argue, unless Trippy's on a whole nother level of instas.
And the beautiful movement coming out of him to make his jump from S1 to S2, getting right up to S3 unorthodoxly, was able to catch Trippy with his pants down and get him that kill largely because of it. But as you said, now we're going to find out if they could, again, if they could hunker down, because they've been in the same position a lot, watching the same angles. Maybe they need to set up a little bit more, watch some different angles, and really catch the other team off guard. Currently down by 3 kills. I guess it's not possible because Tylenol hitting another clutch snipe. Whenever it's 24 kills and they need a clutch snipe, it's Tylenol who always able to step up, put the game in, and now it's 2-0 going into what might just be the last game of dogs hanging out in our winners bracket.
Oh yeah, you want me to?
Yeah,
push?
just so strongly closing out. And one thing I have not been paying attention to is if there are times where Trippy and Tylenol, or Trippy has a sniper, if he's been dropping it for Tylenol, or it's just, you know, like a smaller sample size where we just happen to see Tylenol having the sniper in a couple of those instances. But it wouldn't surprise me that if you have somebody who's consistently sniping as well as Tylenol, that you might go out of your way to make sure that that weapon finds its way.
I'm gonna shoulder P2 in a second.
From the moment I saw him last series get an angle from S1 to top blue to win the game, I knew you need to put the sniper in that young man's hands. He makes absolute plays, and we're currently seeing a 1-0 lead going in favor of RB, who are now 1 game away from making it into the grand finals and stamping their ticket.
He was on the wing.
Yeah, and it's looking real good thus far as a 2-0 start here on Heretic. And you can see right now they realize they're not in position to push over the player over at Red 2, Red Needle, and so they're kind of just sitting back and seeing where this other player spawn. But the trade right there, that's going to be the go-ahead here for Tylenol. Tylenol's going to try to push on in and get this kill, but instead somehow gets stuck from deciding. I don't even know where deciding was at. Must have been
going P Street now.
Yeah, I really don't know where that one was at.
Another squad wipe going in favor of dogs at the moment, so they brought it within striking distance, only down by 1 kill, and it looks like deciding, getting into the face of his opponent, and as you said, those insta-explodes are absolutely deadly. We're seeing another one right there coming out of RB.
God, yeah.
P1, X6.
I can't tell if I should be in awe and appreciative of the instance I'm seeing right now, or do I look on with horror? Like, what have I created? What have I introduced to the Halo community? I didn't realize it could be used in such tragic ways. So, yeah, just you see these players just trading kills back and forth those instas, and Midship / Heretic used to be one of my favorite maps. I would say it still is, but you can see how these instances can absolutely be abused at such a high level with these teams that both know how to use them effectively.
He went back.
Like Dr. Frankenstein, you created a monster. As we're seeing all of these players utilize your mechanic as X6, getting another big kill on Trippy. That's going to force Tylenol to back down, force his teammates to spawn, and maybe catch a different angle and set up a new strategy. And it doesn't matter because dogs really wanted to up the tempo there, taking down Trippy once again. And once again, Tylenol just waiting for Trippy to spawn. They are bullying these teams, forcing these 2v1 scenarios, and dogs are looking good here on Heretic.
I like this play, just kind of hiding. There's really no great advantage to challenging someone at pink. So when you're in the standoff scenarios, a lot of people will just kind of mindlessly get in whatever gunfights they can. But the way that these neutral gunfights need to be looked at is you need to be damaging somebody that can either be killed, or you need to be damaging somebody that's preventing you from getting a different positional advantage. And so right there, you notice that entire time, Trippy and Tylenol, both of them isolate themselves from any angle towards Pink Tower, from Pink 2 or Pink 3. Reason being is they did not feel like shooting down Pink would accomplish anything for them. In fact, they would just trade damage with that player at Pink. And the teammate from Dogs, I believe, let's say it was, either flazing, like
pushing X6.
flazing would just be like in a perfect position to finish them off.
He's weak as fuck.
The whole point being is
I can help you.
long range battles, you need to have purpose to them. You need to help a teammate be able to secure that kill, or you need to use it to get a positional advantage, and they did not feel that way with Pink Tower in that last engagement when they were over at Carbine side.
That one's red car pocket. I'm lifting
Blazing
top
once again getting a big hill, but it currently down by 5 at the moment. Trippy off the screen, getting into another individual engagement. Tylenol tries to come for the pickup kill, but I think he expected a flight. Maybe he heard an audio cue or something, but no. Deciding is right up on P3, raining down shots on the enemy team. Joe trying to get over towards P2, maybe get a flank on that P3 player, while Tylenol elects to back down and play his life.
And how are they staying alive so long? Trippy just down over at Pink 1, surrounded by enemy forces, living for so long that Tylenol could even have run under the base. It was just such a great amount of target switching there from Dogs, where every time Tylenol poked out would take damage and kept to no shield. So it really was a long endeavor there to secure those kills and get those fights. It shows like how much work Dogs have to do in order to get a kill. Like they have to get them down to no shield multiple times, it feels like, to get some of these engagements to go their way.
Shoot the cross. All you have to do is shoot him like once or twice.
I don't know if you saw that, but deciding getting ultra aggressive right there, trying to catch Tylenol off guard, but luckily Tylenol and Trippy were on their P's and Q's and end up slaying out right there. Still 5-kill lead going in favor of RB. And once again, if they win one more game, they are guaranteed to be in the grand finals.
Yep. This is going to guarantee top 2 for one of these squads, if not first place. You know, both these teams ran through either sides of their brackets. Nobody has beaten either of these squads until they're getting to right here. And it looks like RB are just slightly
deciding one shot.
Yes, there are some great moments here coming up from Dogs as they're able to secure kills and get ahead, but every so often after they do that great series of events, sometimes they just drop a kill or two right after that, that didn't feel like RB had to work as hard for compared to like when Dogs are going for these kills. Look at how many times they have to get
X6 on the nerd
to 0 health.
Deciding on the P3, got another burst.
They're making it look easy. They're playing effective on the map, but also playing efficient. The damage that they're putting down is getting cleaned up. They're not allowing these one shots to get away with their life, as Trippy is going to go down. The cleanup goes down as well, but deciding going to win that gunfight, and things are starting to look good for the boys in blue, but they're still down. It's too little, too late, Dave.
Yeah, it's looking real difficult. I mean, I would never say you count them out of the spot. I mean, you've seen how aggressive Dogs can be. They can definitely get some damage, charge across the map, have some great exchanges, but you know, when you start to get the scary territory where the opposing team's only a few kills out, you can just play so different, as we talked about before on the stream, where you can be in a close range battle and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna go for this 2-shot melee. It's gonna be really difficult for you to avoid this engagement or this exact fight, and trading out kills, just charging right like that without a care for your life, and that's going to be the game and the series. RB are going to take out Dogs 3-0 in a 25-19 fashion for that final game.
And as we talked about before, they are guaranteed $4,000 in the grand finals, but I don't think they're happy with just that. They're going to play their advantage that they have going into the grand finals, only having to win one series as opposed to the winner of the losers bracket coming in who have to beat them in 2. They're going for that big money. They're going for that 7K.
$4,000 secured, and as Jengos here says in chat, they have the meats. They're bringing it. RB looking so good in Halo 3. Very impressed to see their playstyle so far, but we also love seeing that grenade on midship. Just what a perfect view of that grenade sticking, going, oh no. So plenty more action coming your way, folks, as we get closer and closer to the grand final. You know, as we looked at the bracket at the start of the show, a lot of us thought, yeah, RB's going to make their way most likely through the winner's side, and they've done it in a very dominating way, securing $4,000 and waiting for their opponent in the grand finals, which means we're going to be kicking it down to the lower bracket as we will get more updates from the Mentally Stressed versus Dark Magicians matchup, Ray Noob versus Spoon Platoon. They're still in it as we cruise further and further, as Dogs will be waiting down below. I'd like to go back to game 2 and get everybody's thoughts here. We'll start with you, Why Not Be Casting. We saw some people mention there's a bit of a change of pace happening, and it wasn't a complete blowout. I mean, it wasn't a double-digit difference when it came to points. But what was it in the change of pace that I think really went in favor of RB? I think it was just the camo play and utilizing camo play so well. But what do you think went so well for RB in that series?
I think as Walshy said in the last game, it's how efficient they are. Like the damage that they're putting down is important damage, and the way they're playing for each other within arm's length of each other, forcing the bait and switch, and always able to clean up those one shot kills. It's really tough. I mean, there was very little margin for error going in the sides of dogs, and sadly, RB just took advantage of every single mistake they made and kept that aggression. That's what it's all about.
Now we get to sit back, relax, and enjoy some amazing Halo and interact with chat and see what people are thinking and feeling. I wonder, those that are watching that are in the lower bracket right now, if they're not in their matchup, if they're watching RB and taking notes and seeing if there's any way they can stop this powerhouse team. So Walsh, I'd love to ask you, if you're a competitor, you're in the other side of the bracket, you're seeing what's happening on the winner's side. Are you taking notes on how the winners made it all the way through, or are you just so focused on your current match you're not even trying to focus on the future?
Yeah, you always have to be worried about your current match at this level of play in any sort of tournament as well. It's just yes, at some points you might see certain teams or players as more competition, and you should have, done some research or trained up to understand maybe how they play or understand some of their tendencies. But you can never go into a match by thinking about the following match. You need to be focused about your game plan first and foremost. Halo and most competitive games are more about focusing and making sure your game plan is as smooth and seamless as possible. And yes, you make some small changes or deviations to that strategy based on who you're going up to from time to time, but uh, you're not really shifting it a significant amount. You're not like, all right, we're going to play against this team. We're now going to start running flag pink instead of car against the squad. It's like, no, you have your strong game plan and you generally stick to that and you make small alterations. And so, yeah, these teams are just focused on the here and now for each match.
All right, and we're in the money in the top 8. Map show, Axel Toss. I love that we're in a state of technology where people can clip this. There'll be VODs to see how well these players played in this tournament, and for future prospects to go, I see how Tylenol was able to utilize this power weapon, or I see where they were focused with the sniper rifle. Do you feel that ecosystem, with having so much more media around these events, inspire more people to play and compete?
Oh my gosh, absolutely. I mean, even this weekend with the Infinite test going out right now, people can play while watching Halo, and that is amazing. Watching some of the greatest players and commentators talk about the plays, talk about what's been going on in the community, how people have been changing, how they haven't been changing, and it's like a great time to play and watch Halo.
Yeah. Yeah, and Axel Toss, you and I have been through a number of tournaments. We've definitely taken some notes, but especially for these players to know what's going to separate their play style, know how they can overcome their opponent, and to do so in mere seconds, fractions of seconds around the corner, getting that headshot, baiting the headshot, trying to dump the sniper rifle and go for the loss so they don't get that power weapon. But that's the big difference. All of this money coming down the pipeline here for our top 8.
And of course, there's mind games going on. All these players know each other. All these teams know each other. They probably have a decent idea who's the best and who's not as good or whatever. Like they know all this. These guys they play a lot of Halo. They're very involved with the scene. So that's a fun dynamic too to think about. Do mind games need to happen to take out Trippy and Tylenol right now? I don't know, dude. I would love someone to help me out here because Tylenol and Trippy, they look unstoppable.
Yeah.
They've been 3-0ing. They're all the way to the grand finals. I guess that's a question to the room. What has to happen for them to fall? I mean, is there a team they haven't played yet that we think has a good matchup against them? Does anyone know, or is this tournament over? I didn't know if this tournament's over or not.
No, they've been playing immaculately, just as immaculate as Elamite's beard. We can all agree. I know chat's been talking about it. So Elamite, I'd like to get your question or your final thoughts here before we jump into a quick break. What do people have to do to defeat RB? Is there a way?
Well, I mean, nothing is going to be easy anymore because they're sitting in the grand finals and now they get to sit back, relax, and just see how things unfold, right? So no matter what goes down, every one of these teams has to fight tooth and nail to beat each other now to get to even play them again, right? And it is no easy task. It is exhausting, right? Mentally draining. Mentally stressed twos. There's a reason like their names like that, right? Like this stuff, if you watch it, can be painful at times, when you're getting spawn killed over and there's just nothing you can do. They are by far, leaps and bounds the favorite to win this, right? Like I had a lot of question marks coming into this. A few teams that were the other favorites to come in and upset them, but there was like some domination from them in that, like the Quadi Trishkov series, and then even with the dogs like Flazen and Deciding. We saw what Flazen and Deciding were able to do against Rain and Ryan before. Now I'm glad that you brought up like the matchups, because if there is a team they have not played yet that can come back and beat them, it's Rain and Ryan. Right? You can never count these guys out. And I honestly think their play style matches up better to Trippy and Ty than it does to Flazen and Deciding, because a lot of the points we brought up. That series went to game 5. They almost had it 3-0, but they lost. Right? So they got to feel terrible about that one. That Heretic game gone a little differently, and they'd be, sitting in the finals with a much easier bracket. But unfortunately, did not go that way. They're going to have to beat the winner of the Mentally Stressed and Dark Magicians, then beat, potentially Dogs, and then they get their shot at Trippy and Tylenol. So I think, yes, there's a few teams that can do it. But now, considering how the brackets played out, and you're going to have to play for like a solid 2 to 3 hours, and if you're best Halo you've ever played just to get to that point again, that is the challenge.
That's why we love these double elimination tournaments, because we know it's possible. We've seen teams do it. So those are the stories we're really looking out for.
That's right. We want to hear from you in chat. Who do you think is going to win this tournament? As we get ready for the next match, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. The Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3 continues after this. Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. I'm Mr. Joshua Gray, joined by the Map Show, Bunny, our mascot, and Axel Toss. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a great day because today it's Halo 3, the Xbox FanFest tournament. It's the finale as we're getting closer and closer to the grand finals. Joined by Why Not Be Casting, Walshy, and Elamite with his dog. Hello, it's a doggy affair.
Dog break.
Nice. Well, you know, Walshy, so many people are so ecstatic to see you here commentating. Staple in the world of Halo, one of the most, I would say, important figures in esports. It's great to have you here, you legend. But I wanted to talk more about the fundamentals of Halo and how important it is to see players in Halo 3 to perform at this level online, and how those fundamentals can transfer into other shooters, in particular Halo Infinite. Would you like to comment on that? Just what it means to be good and all these different tactics and skills that can transfer into other games as a gamer yourself.
Yeah. First off, appreciate the compliment very much. Secondly, around like the fundamentals, I mean, that could be like hours long lectures to go through and talk about those in very specifics. But yeah, a lot of the foundational elements within Halo really apply to every other game. You know, every single like shooter in some fashion has, you know, a flanker. How does a flank play? You know, what is the duty of a flanker? Whether it's dealing damage to when your teammates are distracted, or the reverse of that, where you are distracting and buying time for your teammates to spawn, and then you're the one that's taking attention away. There's just so many elements in there that really transferred every game. And then I would say also, as far as like console shooters especially go, and console games, like the amount of, it felt like, teamwork that a game like Halo took compared to a lot of its competition, especially at the time. Halo really raised the bar as far as why communication was so important, how developing strategies and making sure you had different lines of sight to work together, or work on engagements together were so critical. So yeah, I do think Halo's laid a lot of foundations, but you know, we also can point to games that preceded us, you know, like a Counter-Strike, and I'm sure their in-depth strategies were you know, more well thought out than a lot of Halo ones, but theirs was a round-based game versus ours being a continual game. So yeah, there's just so many, like you said, those foundational pieces that transfer game to game. But yeah, really proud of like seeing where Halo players, like I feel like if they can thrive within Halo, we've seen them go on to almost any other title and be successful. You know, top Halo players are now people at the top in the Call of Duty League. We see top Halo players competing even at the top of like Valorant. We see top Halo players dominate in battle royale games. We've seen even top Halo players going on and dominating even fighting games. Like someone like Foxy Grandpa was a solid Halo player back in the day and is now one of the better, I want to say, it's Mortal Kombat players. So it's interesting that a lot of those skills and the way that you learn and advance in Halo, I do believe can be applied to pretty much every other game out there.
And Dave, aren't you a Killer Queen expert or something
That's
like
true.
that as well?
I know about this too.
Yeah, it's
Yes. So even when it comes to learning a simple arcade game, you know, you can apply your Halo learnings there.
Well, that's always a fun challenge, and to see, as you mentioned, so many people that have been involved in Halo to go on and continue to grow in their careers in the video game space, either with the title or outside of the title. Well, I think one of the most exciting things that we feel here at Xbox is the unification of so many people coming back to the Halo franchise, especially with free-to-play multiplayer with Halo Infinite. And I think this is, again, a big welcome invitation for everybody, young and old, Halo fans or first-person shooter fans or just fans of having a good time. They're definitely going to want to jump on board with Halo Infinite. You know, Mav Show, again, you've been showcasing so much Halo. Halo is in the air. People are anticipating it. And I look forward to seeing the anticipation blossom into playing the game and streaming the game and making content around Halo Infinite for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this coming Monday we have Master Chief Mondays, and I'm Kate joining, so it'll be girl takeover for Halo.
So I'm not invited.
You're
to
not
that now?
invited this time.
All right, that's
Not
fine.
this time.
That's okay. That's perfectly fine. Of course, here's our schedule right on time. Look at that. Mav was referring to it's happening on Monday at 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. Halo Master Chief Collection. Girls' Night Out, I guess.
Yeah,
Or
girls' night.
Master Chief for the girls
You're gonna
there
wanna
on
hang
Monday. Orcs Must Die before that. Don't forget Coffee and Competitive. I'm hoping I can convince Elamite to take over with the new Halo. Whatever it's called, I can't remember what it's
That
called.
one
Maybe you
Halo.
guys in the
Good
chat
idea.
can help me out with that. But I'm hoping Elamite can come help on Monday and give us a look at that on the stream Monday morning, and then Tuesday. Wow, they put my Rocket League on there. That's the first time I've seen that actually on this. I'm
that's
pretty
cool.
happy about that. Coffee and Competitive on Tuesday and Thursday 9 a.m. Rocket League. You guys see what's going on. Destiny 2, Omno, Blightbound, Lemniscate, Starmancer, PGA. What? Back for Blood? What? Wow.
And we
Next
also
week.
we also have Phil Spencer joining on Tuesday with Destiny, which should be really fun. We'll be having Miss 5000 Watts join and kind of a crazy full week.
I love it. I love it. By the way, while she was mentioning some players, and just for fun, he was mentioning players that have gone on to do great things. And in my mind, I was trying to think of some players he was referring to. Hook is one, right? Shotzi, right? Am I on? Snipe Down came to mind. T Squared going to Apex. Those are just a few names that come to mind. Just piggybacking off what Walshy was saying there. It's pretty fun to think through that and to just imagine all these players doing such great things. So
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned a Foxy Grandpa too, who I have a number of experiences and wonderful memories with in the Mortal Kombat fighting game world. But he tells me about his love of Halo and how that really got started into the video game space of going to professional competition. So if it be a fighting game or a first-person shooter or a third-person shooter or a battle royale, the fundamentals of who is the best. And that's the only thing that matters because we can be friends outside of the game and actually learning from each other too. And I think anybody that's jumping into a franchise or a title that has a competitive nature to it, you can find some really good friends that way as well. And that's why so many of us enjoyed the LAN events. Not only was it a big tournament competition, it felt like a reunion of friends every single time. So today, folks, it feels like a bit of a reunion as we have Elamite and Walshy joining us today. We want to give a special shout out to Why Not Be Casting,
Ninja.
having our community caster join us
Good idea.
and
Good
give
setup.
some great commentary, some great play-by-play action, but also to have some fun banter in the chat. So why not thank you for joining us. And then for your experience with Halo and your excitement for Halo Infinite and the possibility, what does this mean for the community? What does this mean for the Halo community and for really the video game community at large to have a free-to-play title come out later this year?
Well, I mean, number one, I talked about it before. Halo's that kind of that father of esports. If I firmly believe esports would not be where it is today if it wasn't for Halo. It really
grandfather.
broke the mold and set, and set the path,
Granddaddy.
for where we're at today. And then, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. We've kind of been divided in our Halo community, and it's
true.
arguing between the MCC and Halo 5. I love Halo 3. I grew up with Halo 3, but I was brought up in the commentating with Halo 5. So I'm the new school. But then you have the old school that like, hey, no, MCC is where it's at, and I'm just happy for us to just come together and play Halo Infinite and compete in Halo Infinite. We're talking about controller, mouse, and keyboard. We're talking about dual platforms at events, starting off open bracket on Xbox and then going into PC. This is ground that we've never been before. But so there's always been that gate to get into Halo, but now we're blasting open. We're destroying the gate, blasting it open, and say, hey, everybody, if you love this game, come on in. We're family.
The only thing is the game kind of has to live up to all these people who have been divided. But I think it's safe to say, based on what we're seeing from Infinite, that it looks pretty good. I mean, obviously, we've only seen the technical beta and whatnot, but it looks pretty good. And I have a feeling that most fans of Halo across all the titles are going to approve of this new edition of Halo. And that's what it comes down to for the developers, trying to bring all of these fans together. So good point there. Why not? I'm looking forward to seeing what happens too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, we're showcasing a 2v2 tournament today. I think a lot of players are used to a 4v4 scenario. But to be able to have a number of different scenarios, and as Why Not Be Casting had talked about, the possibility of PC with Xbox consoles, keyboard, mouse input, controller input. We want to be as inclusive as possible, but at the end of the day, like we're doing today, we want to find out who is the best of the best. So Elamite, Walshy,
guys
it's
weak,
mentally
guys.
stressed twos
I got
versus
you,
Ray
guys.
Noob.
That guy's weak.
Let's do it.
I see you guys on snipe. He has snipe.
And
Going
speaking of the
close
best
VR.
of the
Taking
best, we are
pushing forward.
coming down to the wire. Only a few series left before we determine who is our Halo 3 Xbox FanFest champions here and coming home with that $7,000 prize pool. And speaking of which, these are two teams that are still in contention of taking that title.
Yeah, and we did once again see like Ray Noob get, it seems like a decent start at least off Construct, but didn't really see him to translate into any sort of top control. I mean, it wasn't the 2-0 kill lead last time, but you know, we did see Ryan Noob with rockets. We did see them have semblance of top control. They did get that first kill. Like, I wonder what kind of goes awry during that that follow-up period. Obviously, this one isn't the exact same as compared to the previous match we watched, but looks like we're gonna pack in though for a slower game, as looks like Ray Noob is gonna wait up for this camo.
Right, it just seems so natural that whoever gets the first kill or two gets top control on the weapons, right? But like, it's just not what we're seeing in twos. We're seeing a team, whoever comes away with the kills generally is staying low, not lifting up. Now, there's a couple things that go into, factoring into that decision. Is one, they're probably going to see which purple you're lifting on death cams, right? If you die at the opening, you still have your body there, you can probably see what's going on. But then most likely you're either going to spawn basement or top. But if your teammate like Rain or something is going low, you're probably going to then for sure spawn the enemy team up top. If they spawn sword, gold, or in one of the purples, that is a quick angle to be able to move out and kill anyone that's maybe lifting or hasn't gotten their shields back. So when we're seeing with these two teams, they're much more inclined to just drop down and hide and buy time, as opposed to some of the other teams we've seen that are just constantly pushing.
Trying to get camo eventually.
Exactly. And so, and if we're also looking at players here that have more tournaments under their belt or competitive experience, as far as players left in the tournament, it's got to be Ryan Noob and Rain. Prior to that, we would have looked at like the Sentinels roster, with Royal 2, Lethal, Snakebite, all that crew, but with them no longer being in this, like these are a couple of the more experienced players, and you're seeing them use patience to their advantage in the right positions.
And then, of course, if you're tuning in or you haven't seen some of the other ladders and brackets, right, it is mentally stressed twos, Quadi and Trishkov, more relatively unknown players going up against our, former pros or current pros, Rain and Ryan. Now, it is Raynoob on your screen, not through a spelling error. It is, in fact, through both Rain and Ryan being on the same team, and that is the combination that we've come up with, right? So, 7 to 6 sniper camo, and you can see they waited like a minute and a half down low. Even though they were hiding down low, they still got the essentially the camo secured and sniper rifle through winning their fight down low, taking out that rocket player. Now, just as I say that though, Ryan who loses camo and sniper, he gets a blessing in this sword spawn, but this is definitely going to be their time to regain top control and fight over these rockets.
Also, what a surprising, I did not think Ryan missed that snipe. It seemed so close, and I think he was also surprised, as you noticed him kind of do like that panic jump during that BR fight, but it felt like he assumed he was going to hit that shot and didn't get that follow-up BR fight over in the open lift.
I mean, we know how confident people are with these weapons nowadays, right? Like, we've seen it time and time again. You might snipe somebody across the map, but you've still got that sniper rifle out, whether or not you're going for an up-close headshot, no scope, or if you're going for the snipe beatdown. Either way, you just have such an advantage up close and at long range when you do have the sniper rifle in your hands.
Also, I think the only other criticism I have there during that open ramp play, or sorry, that open lift play, was I kind of would have expected Ryan Noob to maybe find a different position to stand while they're spawning to see if you can get any sort of spawn trap or see someone out in the open. Like maybe he stands all the way out on open street to see if someone is spawning in the lobby or at sword or something along those. So I would love to I always love having conversations with Ryan Noob to understand some of his decision making and see what he was planning or thinking, or there's definitely missing knowledge that I have now from this team, without having played at this high of a level of Halo 3 2v2s. There's just things I'm not aware of anymore, and that's just the reality of the situation.
So we didn't have to focus on it too much, or if it is happening, like it's in a very kind of profound in your face scenario, but we talk about spawning your teammates, right? well, Rain and Ryan, they're one of the few teams that actually, seems like they have a high knowledge of the spawn system in twos in this. I've seen it really show up on Heretic, where they will actually go to certain places like red one or blue one and try to stand in order to forcefully spawn their teammate away. So they are a team that has this super high kind of map knowledge and more than just positioning, but everything up to spawns as well. And so you point that out, Dave. Ryan and Rain, these are definitely some of those guys that have the very unorthodox or innovative gameplay. We've seen Trippy and Tylenol set the bar for what things could be played, but you're definitely seeing Rain and Ryan who kind of put their own kind of unique feel onto the play style, kind of adapt their own strategy and really excel here in twos also.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. One thing I also love, this thing has persisted since, Halo 3 even first came out, like pushing up towards close lift from close street. There's so many times where you first peek slowly around that corner, see no one's there, and then like, all right, I'm gonna bank this deep grenade, and then I'm gonna actually swing out towards the street, and like just that order of operations is like so fun or interesting to me. Where it's just like, all right, that still exists today. Like that's the one of the prominent ways to like lock down that angle and close any windows of opportunity where somebody could like poke out at that moment and shoot you and catch you out in the middle of the street.
Right, 100% here. And you can see Ryan, he grabs several no-scopes in close purple. They focus and catch both spawners over towards gold. Ryan Noob's able to drop down, catch Trushkov as he tries to escape mid-gold to bottom middle, and actually beats him for that camo. And now with the 19 to 11 lead, he still has one shot in the sniper and was able to escape. This is looking really, really good for the Rain Noob duo here to come out on top in this construct game. You can see they've just got players trapped on streets. They're working together perfectly, double teaming, creating these different opportunities, and just building on this lead. That was so close to a triple kill actually as well. And sure enough, I don't know if that was tied or they just ended the game themselves. It's accepting defeat on that one. But either way, 1-0 lead here, Rain Ryan Noob.
Yeah, I don't know what happened either, but looks like maybe just moving on. I mean, kind of. I'm not sure if I respect it or not. Like, it's so funny.
Well, I will say it's common, right? We've been seeing it since week one, right? And especially with some of these ladders that are on a time frame, we haven't even really been faulting people too much because a lot of it's getting back into the next game. So if do I want to play out another 5 minutes and try to force this comeback, or save it and move on to the next one? So, I think I totally get where you're coming from. It has been an ongoing.
Weird. People didn't give up back in my day, I guess, Kyle. I didn't realize this new age of gamer. No, it's kidding.
Well, we had a 19-6 comeback. We've seen a 19-6 comeback.
It is very possible.
It's possible.
Also, I was going to say one of my favorite stories from back in the day, Halo 1. Somebody they got me in the bracket. We played a bunch, 1v1 at multiple turns before, and he just forfeited the match. He's like, I don't want to go through this. I don't want to play you. His name was Scythe. He was actually a top 8 1v1 player back in the day. And so yeah, people did give up back in the day.
Right. Yeah, it was always interesting, back then on some of these games. I definitely find down to the end, or at least, it would be awkward to end it, especially. But I think it's become, just a little bit more accepted, I guess.
Yeah, and it makes sense too when it's like 2 kills, 23 kills, and they're down by 12 already, or something like Construct, and they already have weapons still or something. It's just like, all right,
because time on the clock is also an important factor too, right? Like, oh, we're down by 13 with 2 minutes left. Do we really want to try to force this comeback when it's like a 0.5% chance of happening?
One rocket left.
Neither here nor there though, but I mean that's essentially what we're looking at. They accepted defeat in that game 1. Looking forward to getting Narrow's TS underway.
Yep, and it is just already looking so strong here for Ray Noob. I was trying to see, based on matchups prior, how this would go down. And it's quite a few reserved. A lot of times you can start to apply the transitive property. We're like, all right, Team A beat Team B 3-0, and Team B beat Team D 3-0. So obviously, or more than likely, Team A is going to beat Team C. But this one goes a few steps deep as I was looking throughout it, and it's not even fully applicable because essentially dogs who barely beat Rain Noob, they ended up beating Dark Magicians 3-0, who lost to Mentally Stressed 3-2. So it's just there's this weird entanglement. But even so, looking at this, even though I can't really gracefully describe the bracket here in this case. Based on kind of the history of these matchups, it does look like it's going to strongly favor Raynoob.
Yeah, I mean, and to bring up and further describe that point, it's kind of like what Josh Gray was talking about, right? It's some of the different matchups. How do these teams, like, will anyone be able to match up against the Tylenol Trippy? Because we saw that super aggressive play style got shut down hard, but that same play style took them to the winners finals, right? So there's so many things in that to take into consideration. And then the second aspect is they might play the same game type 5 times in a row, right? They're not going to win it all 5 times, right? It kind of depends on the first 30 seconds, right? I guess if you had to pinpoint the biggest turns of events is obviously like BR fights, grenades. These things can all have an effect, but like the opening 10 seconds, right? Then the first set of sniper rifles that spawn, and then who gets the next rockets. And by that point in the game, at least 3 minutes have gone by on the clock. Most likely there's some kills on the board one way or another. And do they have split power weapon control? Is it one team has everything? And then you start seeing the build, right? Now we've got advantages. Let's start to build upon our score with these advantages here. So as we get to 850, those new rockets come up. Score was tied. You see 2 crazy rockets take out Ryanoub, which he would not have died there at any other point in time in the game, right? It's only because that guy has rockets that he can actually get those kills. That opens up the top of the map. You've got Quaddy up there with a sniper, and that is the build on, right? The constant change. Why every single game we play, even if it's 10 in a row, is going to be different each and every time.
You guys want to try to
Yep, you're absolutely correct. How each of those, a lot of those scenarios can be turned away, like you said, with 1 grenade or 1 BR kill. However, you generally look at like the overall average of like how do these players play in these situations. You know, there's, like you said, there's the start, there's the neutral position where both have a sniper, both are equal in like BR in position, and you know, you look at the advantageous versus disadvantageous times where it's like, all right, generally this team on average goes on like a 6 to 8 kill run when they have the power weapons, and that might be the average, but there are plenty times too where they don't get any of those runs. They might just get picked off right off the bat by a grenade or fantastic shots by the opponent. So that's one of the beautiful things about this game is that it's never purely solvable or fixed. You know, somebody can pull off something so clutch and just shoot that little bit faster, and just throw a wrench in even the best setups or positions.
100%. So 15 to 12. All right, you do have Quaddy and Trishkov looking to try to take this game, tie up.
No damage, Ryanoub. Oh my God, you saw that again, right?
Amazing. And Trishkov falls off the map there, so not going to be able to finish off anything. Quaddy is going to have to pull back and wait. And Rain and Ryanoub, these are guys that are going to want to continue putting this aggression on it. You know, definitely controlling low. Wait, what?
That was a spawn L2. Yeah. It was interesting because Ryanoub not only was up on that shockwave, he looked at the spawn timing, saw that no one spawned flag, and so Rain and Ryanoub were probably like, all right, spawn back man cannon. Let's double team this person in lobby, and that is also one of those times, like we said, whether it's a clutch grenade, BR fight, or a clutch spawn. We forgot to highlight that one, Kyle. Can really throw a wrench in people's plans.
Yeah, man, the amount of spot. I mean, I used to say this all the time, right? If luck wasn't involved, I would probably have won every single tournament, not just most of them there, Dave. So, you know, that definitely can come back to bite you, and I understand those. You know, pick King of the Hill, you get like a Gosiami spawn in the Mauler or something, and or you know, I guess I've been on the receiving end. We brought this up last week. One that 5K was always really salty about, and it was our 49-49 Warlock Team Slayer game with them, and 2 squared spawn right above Hokum, looking at him down, no shields in the nades hiding. That was always a little classic dub.
Yeah, if they can only blame it on luck, and yeah, I mean, I kind of feel the opposite. I personally feel lucky that I got to play against the people I got to play against in my tournament. So I guess luck was also on my side that I got such easy competition.
Right, because nobody thought they would actually be on the team, so you felt really lucky to get to play with everyone and be on the team.
Yeah, I have rockets.
And hang out with everyone, you know.
They're scared of a flank right now.
23-19, but this game is by no means over. Right? They've got rockets. They're bringing the aggression. They're pushed up over the halfway or 50-yard line, right? They've got L2 and R2 on lockdown. And this is something you'll see a lot from these rocket launcher players. You'll see them hanging out down low, watching sniping man cannon side, watching L2 and R2. But what grenades are those coming in to take him out?
Yeah, I don't know where Ryanoub got picked from there. Because like you said, that position is such a powerful spot to be, being like just rotating back between L2 R2 because anyone goes near snipe side, you got the easy rocket kill there. Anyone somehow pushes from lobby to L2 or R2 or pushes it too far up, you got the rocket there. And so the opposing team is kind of locked in lobby. And I really don't know how they escaped out or got Ryan from that position. I couldn't tell because yeah, I just could not read that situation very well, whether it was like shooting across the map or like you said, whether it's a grenade. I'm surprised.
No, it's definitely hard to tell at times, but either way, coming out strong in that game. So Rain Random do fall, and sometimes you just don't know what to expect, right? You got to keep in mind a lot of the things you'll see on these teams is like the man cannon to jump top middle jump, right? You'll see guys do the one where you jump on the outside of the ledge and hop up. So there are multiple different angles that you can see teams trying to take to be a little bit sneaky and use some of these grenades. And by this point in time too, they do have grenades to nade those L1 and R1 ramps really, inconspicuously to try to catch people off guard as well.
Yep. The level of precision and kind of counter strats now, people aren't going to miss the basic grenades anymore. In fact, they're going to have all these advanced grenades to like hit these common spots, or especially the scenarios in these twos. So it very well could have been what we like to call a nerd nade.
Exactly. And more than happy to have that, of course, as we look into game number 2. You can see them talking. It looks like we're taking just a 1 minute here. Players are getting situated, and then we'll be back into the game. Of course, 1-0 lead, Quadi and Trishkov. Loser of this series goes home. This is, in fact, lower bracket. Tylenol and Trippy are awaiting the winners in the grand finals, or of the next series, of course, and the winners of this go on to play Flazen and Deciting.
Yep. And like you said, 1-1 series was basically back to a best of 3 at this point then. Got the last few maps to round this one out. So I'm not sure really how to place the rest of this matchup, because I mean, I thought game 1 was such a dominating fashion, but I feel like it would be remiss for me to say that every team here, when they get control, when they get rolling, like they could be impossible to stop. I feel like a team could do the same sort of thing to Trippy and Tylenol if they have the weapons and they're executing to the level that they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, when one team has control, has weapons, a lot of times there's just nothing the other one can do. So no matter how good they are, if you're getting to dictate the pace, you can come out ahead and win some of these games. But in the same vein, these teams are so good, playing the clock, focusing on or not giving up deaths unless it's absolutely necessary, like they're contesting weapons. And we've seen it like a clinic from Ryan Noob, just getting shots down and not taking any damage in return and escaping. It's truly amazing.
That one was so surprising. The one between L2 and R2 where he was hitting Trushkov at R2. He got like 3 or 4 shots in him and then just decided to like look elsewhere to see if he could find a straight one-on-one battle. Someone that was going to come out from lobby, and it's just like, wow, like even when you have somebody with absolute one shot, I guess you're not going to hunt it down. And kind of makes sense. Like when you have that level of trust within your teammates, you're going to say, yeah, I know that they can finish this off and I can focus on the bigger picture here.
Yeah, not only that, but like by getting damage and backing down a player and letting your teammate kind of focus on him, you really just kind of shut down part of the map and just create new priorities for you and your team. So if you're able to get shots on somebody and make them run, you can just now focus a 2v1 attention on the remaining guy alive. And with how long it takes for shields to recharge, you just keep that in the back of your mind, like, hey, for the next 4 or 5 seconds, I can turn and put two shots on this guy and actually kill him. But in the next 6 seconds, if I do that, he's actually going to kill me. So I have a little bit of time to play around here and wait while I, in my head, pay attention to how much shields everyone on the map has.
Yeah. And oh my God,
Wow.
What a grenade read on Rain. Well, not so much a read. They knew they got hit from a really close angle at green. They knew it wasn't top green. They knew they were at that obscure angle up top on, I don't even know. Do people have a name for that spot? I don't know what the name for that call out is.
It's not the Rain anymore.
It's not the Rain. Yeah, just knowing that player was there and obviously getting pretty fortunate or great timing on that grenade from Rain falling down. But yeah, it's just crazy. No, you can't even push bottom green without a massive like scare or having to check out all these different angles in the trees anymore. Like for me, it used to be They would hide near the bottom of the tree near the frag grenades, or they'd be in the top tree. Nothing else. No need to make it fancier than that, Kyle.
I know, right? Now it's all over the place. Now they've got nades. You got to be even careful here sitting in this spot. You might be able to pay attention. He's kind of like sitting a little bit further back. You push up too far there, and they'll be able to nade you from the garden or from blue, right? We've actually
That's not
seen
even
that
safe
in
no
some of the
more?
tournaments. Yeah, you'll
That's
see
not even safe no more, huh? All right.
No, nothing safe anymore. Everything, at this point in time, you're looking for every advantage you can get. Every push is so difficult to do. So you're definitely focusing on some of these little tricks to give you an advantage. Like you get a stick from blue onto a guy in green, and the thing about that is it's probably more than one kill. And that's the thing we try to stress so many times, because when that guy in green dies for free and then you and your teammate can jump top center and just immediately start charging, most likely that teammate at snipe is going to go down as well.
Yep. That makes total sense. It's definitely a game of, when do you get these additional pushes, and what a great charge out and use of this camo. Reading that Ryan Noob was not weak yet, probably going to be right there in position for that frag grenade. So great job acquiring the sniper and just bringing it back. And this is a very good position for mentally stressed. However, the player over at tree goes down. I'm not sure how that exchange went down, but that's exactly what you don't want to have happen. You want to count on your sniper being the person that gets to activate or start the fight. You don't want to, you want to just basically hold that setup. So obviously great aggression and timing there from Rain Noob to break into that setup, and for the second time, not letting mentally stressed get set up with that power weapon.
Yeah, and there's almost right exactly what we talked about a moment before that. Once one guy dies, which happened in green, Trishkop goes down. You see Quaddy look top mid. Ryan Noob's already in his space, and then Rain is jumping over to top snipe from blue, and he's forced to jump that sniper off the map. So immediately, one guy falls or goes down, other guy has to take the sniper rifle, that power weapon that they had, that control, and now give it all up and actually physically jump off the map.
Oh.
Kind of like that.
So close to staying on, but also I believe if he did not jump or make those movements prior, Rain would have just finished him off bomb center. So like you're walking this fine line, this tightrope in certain situations where you do have to move or jump or get onto a spot where you can block line of sight during some of those BR fights. Otherwise, you're just getting shot down. So yeah, it may look like a blunder there, but ultimately, like, those moves didn't happen beforehand, the player would have just gotten BR'd down.
But what a great job from Ryan Noob, right? So he does go down, spawns up at blue, and immediately charges top center. He did not actually have eyes on Quaddy here, but he knows Quaddy was most likely grabbing camo, and I'm pretty sure it was a blind nade he threw that actually hit him. Of course, he has information like
What a sick insta.
Oh my god, the level of instas, it's truly gone to another level, right? We always saw Walsh do it, but I would say like you had a little bit of a trajectory, like anywhere from like a 30 to 75-degree angle in front of you that you may see him. Now we're seeing people truly do just these insane stakes, right? Or instas, from whether or not it's across the map and instaing like from 60 feet away, just throwing the nades and timing them correctly, or by shooting them upwards or even downwards like we just saw in these very strange angles, catching players unsuspecting.
Yeah, people are getting it down, for sure. It's incredible, and it's so incredibly useful in so many different spots, and yeah, just love seeing this game being pushed to its limits.
Right, 13-10. This is game number 3. If you're just joining in, you can see it at the bottom of your screen. Losers bracket semifinals. The winner of this will advance on to play the Sighting and Flazen, who fell to Trippy and Tylenol in the winners finals. These are our remaining teams as we're pressing through here, and definitely going to be tough matches. No small feat to move on in each one of these.
Absolutely not. And Ryan Noob is focusing on the person bomb tree. What I was going to say is, based on that sort of like body language from Ryan Noob or what's being done there, you can expect that the player bottom tree is the one going to be focused on also from Rain. And I almost expected Rain to come in from bottom center. It looks like Rain ended up poking out from top camo. But keep paying attention to these long range neutral positions. And when somebody gets shot, understand that that player's going to get shot again from a second angle, or they're using that distraction to make a move.
Always scary.
That
when you
could have
bump
been
into your teammate.
dangerous.
Yeah, when you can go flying off the map, always up here. But yeah, you can see it's a big. But a lot of the respect you can see being given between these players, right? Like Quaddy being down in green, rotating back to snipe. Sometimes you need to come check in with your teammate. You don't know where these charges are coming from, but sometimes it can just be so quick. Rain grabs himself an amazing double kill at snipe as he pushed across, clears out the entire tower, and now forces mentally stressed twos back over here in blue room. Now they're gonna have to fight, obviously, as we get ready for the next set of camos and sniper rifles on the map. This is generally not the side you're gonna want to be on as much.
No, I mean, these teams and players are so good now at also like contesting or acquiring camo that like, if you have a choice between sniper or having camo, you're taking snipe. You just have so many more options and so many opportunities to like push and control the map and do whatever you want. And so, we're gonna try for an insta right here. Actually, gonna be back down, not gonna be allowed. Also, a little surprised that you're just chilling out top blue like that, because I don't know where the second player is, but you might assume bottom tree. Clearly would not be bottom tree though if they're comfortable enough staying out there.
What an incredible grenade. That was in fact
deep
from
frag.
Ryan Noob. Yeah, he was at Sniper Tower, which means he had a frag in his pocket and was able to throw it deep enough to the bottom blue ramp to secure that kill. It's a great overall play. Like you pointed out, I don't think we've seen Rain here, at least from Quaddy's point of view, for the last couple of kills, but he is in fact putting out some serious damage as these players try to lift. And we talk about how you can shoot across map. Yeah, when you're trying to lift on here, if you don't have somebody shooting the guy from green or camo that's like shooting the guys lifting over to snipe tower, it is not going to be a pretty sight. You will just melt those. You can floor those guys across lift like never could in the past.
Yeah, it's such a powerful position. Rain's gonna just go for this camo burn, not gonna get out of that. There he goes down. We are gonna see now a opportunity. This is the third time that we've seen mentally stressed have sniper and a semblance of a setup, but they have not been able to transition it to any kills previously. So this is gonna be the first setup that they've had for at least a period of time, a short little period of time, but they haven't got any kills yet from it. So let's see what they do differently this time.
You know what I like looking at as well? So besides the fact that Quaddy actually just got a kill onto Ryan, we're watching Trishkov barely misses that sniper on the player going towards camo, gives him a little bit of a haircut. But when he's zoomed in top gold, do you see how he's like zoomed in 15 feet in the air and not at head level as he's going? So a lot of people are probably already know why that is, but for anyone not watching, there's a little bit of ledges at gold, and people always kind of use them to jump around, and it's considered, definitely like a higher level way to distract people. But at that same vein, once you're so used to it, once you're nonstop playing super high level twos, people are going to be going for this so often. And to the fact to be able to have that split second opportunity to hit that headshot is truly amazing. It's always terrible when you're the guy getting sniped after you actually take the time to do the additional jump and try to essentially de-trick you.
Yeah, what's going to happen now is I'm going to come in and play at some point, and I'm just going to run straight across top gold, and everyone's going to be like, God damn, Walsh is a genius. He's doing mind games. He knew people were going to be aiming too high top gold,
Exactly.
and he's just breaking the meta again.
Exactly. Sometimes
you
expect the
start to know some
unexpected.
tendencies. Yep.
Exactly. So 20-14. Although Quaddy and them, they have top mid control, and they've got players trapped here at green, which is one of the best case scenarios you can be in. But just as I say that, I think Rain spawns there. Ryan who finishes it off. Rain does go down, but this is the point in time where we're okay with trading kills again, right? 21-15, 4 left to close this one out. Make that 2 as they both go down.
Oh,
And
you
what
hate to
was
see it.
that? Yeah, that was a snipe.
After that last
end
snipe,
it.
they said, all right, that's game. We'll move on to game number 4.
Right. So yes, that's going to be another one that we see cut just a hair short. Save the stats a little bit, Tom, or Dave's minus a kill from each one. Yeah.
Second time you've called me Tom.
Is it the second time? It's terrible. Well, I'm talking about saving stats. I immediately thought of Tom. So you should take that as a compliment. Acceptable. Exactly. But 2-1. Oh, wow. And they're not joking around. They're going right into this one, Dave. So they are not happy with how this is played so far. But they know each one of these games could have been theirs at this point, right? It could have gone either way. And sometimes it's as simple as that last play, which is why we're seeing them end the game, right? They died. They knew, boom, that was it. That was our last chance. End it. Next one.
Yeah. I think that last game can honestly, like, Yes, Ryan Noob
snapping,
and
bro.
Rain, they
Both red.
did
P3
good
weak.
when they had
One
control.
shot P3. and the other guy's
However,
under
I would
red.
argue that they did their best when they
P3.
didn't have
Nice, dude.
control.
Me too. I couldn't get either.
When the other
Wait,
team
I'm
has
ready.
snipe and
getting
they have some
red.
form of setup,
Yep.
both times
bottom.
mentally stressed. They
Right
had
side.
it. Sorry,
Not
I want to say they had a step
Okay.
3 times, and never once did they go in any form of a run. They maybe got like
Captain weak.
an individual kill or
Actually, Quadio.
so here and there, but like it was never like they got
I'm up P2.
3 or
P3
4
trust.
unanswered kills. It was like
You guys
one
blue
kill and then
I lived.
maybe
I'm gonna die.
chaos
P3 though.
ensued and they started
Blue window
exchanging
dropped
back and forth.
Yeah,
It was
blue on me.
never
Blue on me.
any run. In fact, it almost
Both
felt
there,
like they
both there.
went negative in kills overall
P2.
when they had control of the sniper because Rain and Ryan who did such a good job
guys blue
reacting to
sweet.
that scenario and knowing how to break
Sweet,
them
Jules.
when they had those setups.
Yeah, just doing such a great job of staying alive and the effective trades. Like we said, we
And
pointed
Peel-
out the
Peel and
trades
Crush,
finally
come
started
around.
coming in, but that was after like a 6-kill lead, and then they're actually really happy with those trades as well.
get
So we're
backed up.
seeing 2-1 now in this game. But like you said, it was really kind of slow, and they just built upon the lead the whole time, and it just got a little bigger before ultimately just insurmountable right at the very end here. But now with the 3-1, this is where Quadi and Trushkov are looking very comfortable. Like we know the aggressive playstyle can sometimes kind of go against Raynoob squad here from what we saw against Deciding and Flazen. And I think if Quadi and Trushkov were watching that series, that's going to be something they want to emulate.
My street coming down.
Yeah, absolutely, and it feels like throughout these neutral spots right now, yeah, Wadi and is just doing such a great job. You know, mentally stressed are doing so great in these neutral scenarios that they're ultimately coming ahead. But we have yet to see either of these teams really start to steamroll the other one and get a really fully fledged control. And so here's one of the very first times we're actually maybe starting to see it. Mentally stressed got a first kill. They should know Rain was near pink 1, but Rain just slipping away. Somehow these two players, they're sneaky. They somehow know how to get away. Even when they had been spotted, you know, 5 or so seconds prior, they just seem to know, all right, I can take this route, maybe slip on out and recoup.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's like a 50-50, right? So Rain got the kill, and he knew where he was being chased from. But while he's running away, he's got, you know, 2 things in his head. 1, Ryanoob is over here covering me, so I want to kind of stick near him. But 2, I don't know where this guy's going to spawn, and if he spawns above Ryanoob on top of the base, I'm screwed. So he does go P1. The guy, sure enough, does spawn above Ryanoob, and he gets double teamed to finish. But that did allow for Rain to actually live and get away. Now, had they both gotten down right there, that would have definitely been worst case scenario. The fact that they're able to keep at least one guy still alive, you know, definitely works out for them.
Should be red.
And there we got a trade. I do like that play from Trishkov.
Up already.
Essentially,
Shot him once.
if you're in a 2-on-1 for a moment, if you
both
can ever isolate that 1v1 or just get that trade kill like you did a 2-shot melee, that's a great reset.
I got one. Your guy.
And that's kind of the numbers game that goes on in Halo, especially in 4s, is you know, there's this delicate balance of sitting back and hiding and waiting for your teammates to spawn so that you bring up full strength, and assessing the situation and taking on like those isolated incidents where it's like, all right, I can fight a 1v1 right now. Sure, this person might have some height advantage or something on me, but this might be our best odds to get some form of fight right now compared to trying to wait over and over for teammates to spawn, especially in like an objective game where spawns 10 seconds.
Oh, and this is going to be an intense battle. Quadi should get cleaned up now here from Rain. Sure enough, he does. That allows Ryan to escape, and now we're seeing 12-10 to lead and P2 control in their favor. Now, Trushkov, great job trading that down. That's about as best you can hope for. However, they also switched P3 and P1. So I really like this. You saw that player on death cam P3, right? If he had jumped out in the open, he might have died right there.
Yeah,
if you've ever jumped up with 2 people looking right at you, you know sometimes you're not going to hit the ground again. That's how fast you can die. So that's like goes to show you the respect and the trust. You know, he's up there P3 watching half the map, and he knows if I come here and expose myself, I'm now in extreme danger essentially.
God, one thing I also just realized too here during these long-range neutral engagements, I had highlighted kind of what the ultimate goal is when you're doing that damage. You know, is to, like we said, get somebody that you can actually finish off, or use that person back down so that you can get a new position. However, the other thing that they're doing really good here is when you're in these long-range neutral engagements,
P1,
you
waiting.
want to have your person that's further back
base,
kind of
I
be
see.
this eagle eye that can spot where things are at and start the engagement. Like, for example, when Ryan Noob was over at the bubble and Rain was over at Red 2, Ryan Noob was the one that's like poking out and trying to see where people are at and do the damage first, because Rain is the one at more of a threat. If Rain gets weak, somebody could pop around that corner and get the finish. And on the other side of that as well, if Ryan gets somebody weak, Rain can now go around the corner full shield, potentially also hidden if they didn't know where Rain was at,
Couldn't get him.
and get the element of surprise. So
Hitting like needles,
those are
hitting needles.
sort of the little nuances you might not notice during these long-range fights and what's going on during these 2v2 long-range neutral battles.
Oh, and Rhino, he had such great shots in the beginning of the fight. He actually got the first one or two onto Trishkov. Gets Quaddy weak as well, but these guys, they work so well together. They know, like, we can still challenge, double team, and win. Just being able to get 2 BRs onto somebody, shooting them is so important to coming out and winning these trades. Like the bait and switches that go on and just the different 2v1 isolations you can create are the difference in these games. The skill level for all these players is there. It's just how well you can then like work together and the chemistry that you and your teammate have, and you can just such great bait and switches, right? A great double team on the guy P2, but then it turns out to be like a reverse double team onto the guy P3, but then both those guys both bail out of the fight, and it's just this crazy motion and constant charge and challenge.
Yeah, Halo, high-level Halo is so beautiful to watch. Just seeing all, just the level of execution, even the small little things that catch these top players off guard, where there's like, oh, like I'm not gonna expect someone to pink 3 in this scenario. Just the way that these players and teams move together is just a work of art.
Absolutely. You couldn't have said it any better. I said this on one of the streams. It's almost like sometimes with their VR and some of these head glitches and stuff, it's almost like like an artist and like a paintbrush and strokes as they're going through, and how they're able to position it while jumping or moving, different head glitches, less aim assist, all these things, but still hit these crazy great shots across the map. As you are also still having to lead slightly with it being Halo 3.
Yeah, there's so much personality into these players and their screens, as like you could put together 2 different players POVs without us hearing the call outs or whatever, and you just like notice the way that Snipe Down plays different from Pistola. It's just like there's just so much personality and character in the way that people move around the map and play the game.
Yeah, but as we say this as well, keep in mind, this is a best of 3, or excuse me, a best of 5, right? First of 3. Raynoob up 2-1 and up by 4. Make that 5 with Quaddy currently on respawn here. This is coming down to the very end. This is going to be lights out. Quaddy and Trishkov fell in the winners to Trippy and Tylenol, or I think round 2 it was, and now we're looking at whether or not they'll be able to take down the squad. And this is the other squad that we really predicted to be that dominant force against Trippy and Tylenol.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how these ones might match up. Like we said, it clearly Raynoob got beat out by Dogs before. They'll get a rematch opportunity, assuming that they close this game out.
She probably heard us all shift.
Of all these teams thus far, I do think Raynoob has the more unique or different play style compared to most of the other rosters. A lot of the other rosters are much more aggressive. They seem to press their advantages in very similar ways, whereas Raynoob, they seem to take this like slower, methodical approach. They will wait to see that second person spawns before flying into a base together. They seem to pause and take a breath before flying and charging out.
Yeah, and as far as remaining players left, nobody even comes close to Rain and Raynoob as far as tournament experience and accolades, right? Like these guys, as far as who's around here, have been around since Halo 3, and some great shots from Raynoob to secure that win and send them on their journey, trying to make it back to the grand finals.
Yep, this is going to get them top 3 guaranteed, as Rain and Raynoob are now moving all the way to the losers bracket finals to get a rematch against Dogs, who they previously lost 2-3.
And Dogs, yes, Dogs and Dogs. Just excited, just really hyped.
Yeah, our mascot Bunny was having a ton of fun here in the studio, so we're making sure she was okay while we were watching that matchup. She's super stoked for Dogs. That's right, you can hear Bunny right now. Oh, why don't you guys say hello? Beautiful puppy. All right, folks. RB is currently waiting in the grand finals, but we are one match away. Dogs will face off against Ray Noob in the losers finals. Money is on the line for each of these matches as we are 2 matches away from figuring out who's going to be the grand champion of the Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3. And there's a prize money breakdown. First place $7,000, second 4, 3,000. I know
We've
7
got
grand's a lot.
names. We've got names on the board.
We do. Fourth place, Mentally Stressed, 2s, taking home 2K. Dark Magicians, 1,000, along with Spoon Platoon, Nevermind, and GBX. You know, for each of these players to devote a number of evenings, weekends, depending on where they qualified to make it this far, it's nice that they get a chunk of change to be added into their bank account. Hopefully a number of dinners, maybe they'll save it. I mean, I try to save half every paycheck that I get, maybe half all my tournament winnings, which I've only won about 1 tournament in my lifetime. But that's okay. Doing the best I can with what I got. You know, Walshy, Elamite, Why Not Be Casting? We're getting closer and closer here towards the finals. Next one, you know, Dogs has been waiting patiently to go up against their opponent. And this has been one of the questions that we have talked about throughout the qualifiers. And Why Not Be Casting? I'll throw this over to you. You're sitting and waiting and waiting and waiting up against a team that's been hot, playing back to back to back to back. Where would you rather be in this moment in an online tournament? Would you want to be the ones that are calm, cool, collected, waiting to go up against your opponent, or the ones that are primed, ready to go because you've been cruising through the lower bracket?
Well, I mean, I've been talking about momentum all tournament long, and like I said, I truly believe in it. However, I mean, there's no way you're gonna convince me that you'd rather be in the losers bracket when in the winners you go into the grand finals with that big advantage, only having to win 1 series. And I mean, IQ doesn't go away. Obviously, Trippy and Tylenol are gonna know exactly what they want to accomplish, and it's about execution. At this point, I would just be in maybe an octagon or a 2v2 flag warm up and just making sure that my shot is on point. So when the time comes, they're putting down damage. Again, that's just me though.
And we've seen a lot of close back and forth. I mean, Walshy, especially as we go into Game 3, Game 4, Game 5, we're seeing the gaps close in between these two teams. But, you know, there's going to be one winner. And as we continue on into the bracket, looking at this next matchup, what is your overall sense of how well these teams have been executing these 2v2s throughout the day today?
I mean, all of these teams have been playing phenomenally. We've seen some small differences in play styles, but overall, it's Halo 3 2v2s are on a different level than they were obviously in Halo 3's heydays, and with how differently Halo 3 does play at MCC. So we're definitely seeing this executed to a whole new level. The one part I did want to quick touch on though, with you know, what team is at an advantage here between Dogs and Rain Noob. I do believe that the team that has been winning, has been doing well in a bracket, and when they go back-to-back matches, they have an advantage to a certain point. And generally that starts to run out as you get later in the tournament. You know, a lot of teams can go on these hot streaks and on the losers bracket run, and you know, they get done. They had a hot last series, and they go in this next one, fired up and crushing that game 1. But you really have to just wonder from Rain and Ryan Noob, like, when does this steam run out? You can, especially like in 2v2s, like they can be slow and mentally draining sometimes. Sometimes you just have to like pause and like wait and like try to conserve brain energy. You're just like, all right, like let's wait for this next cam. Like let's slow it down for a minute. And like that takes a toll on you after so many games and so many series. So it's really going to be if they start to get tired out or tuckered out during the series.
Yeah,
I don't think these guys are going to fall out, right? These guys are ready for this, and this is a rematch from what we just saw before, right? Of that epic Game 5.
You're talking about resources too, and everybody has a finite amount of resources when it comes to their own energy and what they want to do and focus on throughout the tournament. And I was thinking about this too when we saw one of the teams, you know, kind of drop out in that first game, first round. They didn't maybe want to. They knew that it was over. They wanted to reset and get ready for the next matchup. Walsh, I overheard you going, I come from old Halo where we don't quit. You know, we've seen people come back from like 6 versus 15 or whatever, wherever it was. Is that a thing though, where you look at, okay, my team or myself and my teammate, we're overstressed in this matchup. We're fighting against the grain. Let's just let go, reset, and get ready for the next game. Is that a good choice to make? Elamite, I'd love to hear your thoughts about that.
You know, like we were kind of talking about it a little bit, you know, as we were looking at what was going on. I think, you know, for some of these game types, with some of the unpredictableness of spawns and different, you know, the swings that you really get to experience. Like, hey, we got this sniper rifle and get a 6-kill swing. Nothing they're going to be able to do on the spawn killing. I think that's why you kind of see it. With 12 minutes to play and you know half the game's gone by, there's just something to be said about, you know, do we put all of our energy into trying to mount this comeback, or do we save our energy and put into the next series, especially, you know, 16 teams grinding it out so there's only one left, you know, best of fives for the majority of the day. We pointed this out, it is very exhausting, and at times, if it's, you know, if it's 99.9% over in a scenario like this, you know, I think I'm okay with it, right? Like, would I do it myself? I don't know. I kind of like to try to fight it out to the end, but I am right there with these guys, you know, from a third-person perspective, looking at it, like 23 to 10, and they just died and lost. Yeah, it's probably over, right? Like I'm okay with it.
It's a decision to make, a tactical decision to look at the overall outcome of the tournament, and that's what we're going to find out today. We're in the lower bracket final. Dogs versus Ray Noob. Elamite, Walshy, take it away.
Thank you. And also maybe also to my credit or our discredit, back in the day, I don't think we even ended games when they already were over anyways. Like, you know, we would have like a King of the Hill game or an oddball game, whereas mathematically impossible to come back, and I don't remember if they'd make us end it or just play it out.
I don't think they
happen.
would let us end it. Yeah, I think
I don't think you're allowed to end it. So like even then, when it's like we're like, yo, I'm not Albert Einstein or Newton or anything here, but I'm pretty certain we're not going to get 3 minutes of ball time here in this next 59 seconds. Do we really got to play out this next minute and just these players run around padding their stats like crazy?
Right, and to talk on that as well, like the amount of times I've seen players restart because like their controller wasn't plugged in all the way, or they weren't tabbed in at the time when the game started. You know, like never have I ever gotten a restart in my entire life for something not being in my favor. Just to throw that out there, right? Like never. Once the game starts, that's the game that I'm used to.
I'm watching spawn. Did not spawn.
All these pampered players nowadays, huh? Or just, you know, unfortunately there are, you know, more tech issues from time to time. It's surprising, but
that's another good point too. So there's always the unpredictable. I mean, you've had kids become national champions due to tech issues, right? Like people completely undeserving of being the national champions of the year come through and get super lucky based on tech issues.
Don't worry, I'll be saying hello to Clutch when I see him later today.
Oh yeah, Clutch. That's a great example.
Weak lifted. Window looking.
But yeah, I am seeing Clutch and some of the Halo crew later tonight. So if anyone in the chat wants to say well wishes to the strong side, Dursky, Clutch, gonna see some and Flame Sword. It's gonna be nice to catch up with some of the family.
I, on the other hand, will be playing Halo Infinite. Priorities.
Hey! I mean, I've said this before. I was slaying bots from 2004 to 2007, winning lots of money. Unless you're throwing a bunch of prize money on me, slaying these bots again, you can catch me on next flight.
That's fair enough. Walshy is the exception.
Went down.
But 15 to 9, like we said, this is the replay, right? So these two teams did match each other. It was a 3-2 series, and it went over to Dogs. That's how Dogs was able to proceed to the grand finals and match Trippy and Tylenol, where they fell short. So 15 to 10 here. I remember they lost that Narrows game 5, if I'm not mistaken, but the Heretic, I can't remember which way it went. I think it actually did go over here to Ryan Noob and Rain here previously.
Actually, if I recall correctly, I think this was Heretic game 5 last time, and I think they just kind of kept falling away further on that one. There was also that period where I believe like he was hoping like that melee would hit and get the finish, and I believe that like turned off to another kill at the end of Heretic. So but yeah, as you can see, whatever mistakes they had going on last time, not happening right now. Is 7 kills is a commanding lead right here, this deep into the game.
Yeah, especially on Heretic, like we talked about, and the ability to help predict the spawns and collapse on people. There's hardly any escapes on Heretics. So 19 to 12. This is the scenario. Let's just trade it out. We win this easy. And you'd see them. They're just sticking together, really kind of trying to move in tandem and double team these guys. So as the player jumps up P3 and gets shot at, makes it an easy cleanup for Ryan Noob, who's already in position. And that creates another 2v1. Flazen in P2 gets taken out as well. And this one is looking over.
Yeah, this one will be ending fairly soon. I don't think Flazen and Deciding are going to just fully slow this down or try to draw this out. My guess is they're gonna play it out to the very end, but they're gonna try to look for these fights right away. And this one is all she wrote. They just need one more trade, and it's going to be game.
Yeah, they get some great shots on Flazen. He is forced to back up. Now will try to double back and help out his teammate Deciding in P2, but Rain is expecting it. Does clean up the kill and then take game number 1, Heretic Slayer.
And that's a huge swing if you think about your previous series. You're like, all right, what games were we winning? Which ones were we losing? Like to start off by winning a game that you lost last time. At this point, you have to have in your head like, all right, we just need to hold. You know, it's almost like that tennis mindset where you get a break on their serve, and you're like, all right, I just need to hold my serve, win my serve each time, and I can close out the set. And so they're in a prime position right now, and they're just gonna run right into game 2 and see if they can keep this momentum rolling.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up too, because a lot of times, especially when you're alternating hosts like this as well, it's like, you know, defend home court being host advantage. Yeah, I actually tweeted this out not too long ago. It's, you know, it's always funny to me that you can put so much, you know, credit into traditional sports and home versus away when it's like what the crowd and the noise and a little bit of travel. When online gameplay is like, it's like a different game. It is so much harder than in a traditional mindset.
That is so true, especially like online. And I'm actually not as well versed here in online Halo 3 2v2s. Who is considered at advantage here? The host?
Yeah,
or
host.
What team is
host is at advantage here. Yeah, so you might have some difficulty shooting and whatnot, but like, yeah, like you can never downplay the East versus West and putting somebody on 90 ping, right? Like, and you know, I just always want that to be in mind. You'd be like, oh, that guy just got forward. It's like, dude, unless like really like you play online Halo, you know what 100 ping looks like and feels like. Do you really have to like, oh, like this guy sometimes, if the guy with host does it right, he's not going to lose. So to criticize somebody for not winning the BR fight when it's literally like a 90-10 chance of winning it or like a 10% chance of winning it anyway is always very confusing to me.
Yellow, not hurt.
Should both be
Makes sense. That actually makes a ton of sense. I was not certain as to how things have shaken out recently. I know there's some of the times where we got it on dedicated servers, other times where you have their different hosts. And yeah, interesting to see. So who is hosting this one then? Do you know?
So I think it's Rhino, right? Now, if there's anything, you know, it's definitely the massive 2 snipers that help really kind of flip the script on that one and allow teams to come out and win, because it comes down to more map control and weapon control. But like, you know, even a 2-shot melee, right? Like, you're not going to out 2-shot melee the host.
No, they're gonna get that
extra
melee
shot in at the end, or the extra, the melee in, right? So it's just something you've got to attend for as you're playing. The same reason why you might see sometimes they give them rockets, like, or here you have Mauler and you have host, here take rockets or take Mauler, because like your rockets are a little bit stronger, honestly, on host.
Yeah, they just fly a little bit faster. It feels like it connects to that server, aka your PC, a little bit faster.
Our training ramp.
Should have rocketed him.
Well, I can't believe that didn't hit.
Should be one.
He was intending or assuming that was going to get the one-hit kill, and that player's one shot now in the training pit right under Rain.
I don't know where the one is.
Yeah, so Rain will go ahead and finish off that kill. That one, I believe that was the last rocket, if I'm not mistaken. But they're trying to fight over overshield, and Flazen does escape with that overshield, and wisely backs down instead of chasing Rain into the sword, because you don't want to get stuck in that infinite loop, right? Like just chasing circle and circle and circle, and just the new teammate coming in to finish him off. Now Rain was not out of rockets, so they do have sniper, they do have rockets, but they lose both at the same time. Now, luckily, they're not going to get spawn killed here quite yet, but now they are going to have a ton of pressure on them from Street, from S2, Deciding, grabs one sniper onto the player on training, challenging the player on the platform, who he does miss, but gets cleaned up here now by Flazen, and they are just forcing Rain and Ryan Noob over here to the first BR and Mauler over and over again off spawn.
And we're gonna have to now see what dogs do when they have kind of a full setup
They're training
with
their sword
these
window.
weapons.
Also, they're training.
We
Here go.
saw Rain Noob. They what?
So they're training still.
Extend their lead to what, around 5-1 or so when they had those weapons, when they had that setup. But that gap
give me
has
the
already
rockets
been
for
Bird, bird,
closed,
street, bird,
and
street, and
they
bird.
are
Bird's two
nowhere
shots,
near
one shot.
breaking the
Big street.
step. They have so much
I'm trying to
distance
come.
between them and these power weapons. It looks like
Bird training both
Rain
on me.
maybe has a slight
I
chance
I got
over on the
one.
other side of the map near the turret
twice
to get
our
something
yellow.
and
He has
does
rocket
get a kill,
snipe
gets a
in
trade.
green.
And that's about the
Going
best you
back
can
and
ask
probably
for right
just
now.
waiting
You
that
need at
turn.
least something
He's
to
gonna
create
come
an
to me
opening.
on this ice on
Yeah,
him.
but you got to
One
see
shot.
the player comes off spawn over in
Yeah,
courtyard,
yeah,
lives
yeah.
up top tower. Now Ryan is able to get the rockets
sniping.
and escape with them.
Twice.
His shields will be coming back in a
Nothing that I
moment,
see.
but
Could be through
Rain
green, could be through
gets
green.
blamed by Fleason once again. So it could be as many as both two snipers in their hands. Now it's just going to be one sniper.
One rocket down, jump up.
Oh my
finish,
goodness.
down.
Did Sighting go
Oh, I forgot
down though?
for you.
And
No,
he
did
stays
not.
alive.
That's panic rockets,
trying to get
or
through
you
back.
know, sometimes just caught in that position. So that's
Under bridge,
really
recon
tough.
lobby.
Those are the ones that you need to ideally execute on to spin that in your
Nice.
team's
Heard it.
favor. And
Wow.
Rain at least gets the kill on the sniper, burns the OS, as helps
Good
give
court
his
gonna come in.
team
Yep, spawn court.
a little bit more control in this.
You see anything above
Gives
me?
Ryan Noob a chance to spawn, get
I
rockets.
can-
So, based on the
think they're out of
slight
sight,
mistake,
they're
or
training
more than
second.
slight mistake
I got
earlier,
him. One
that's
shot
about
on
the
their training,
best you can hope
absolute
for in that scenario.
Nice.
Nice,
Oh, what
nade
a
and
beautiful shot. There was so
behind
much
it, you got
that
it.
went through
He's
his
finished.
mind right there. He almost shot the rocket, but decides to throw the grenade. He throws the grenade because he doesn't want the player to hear the rocket coming out of him and probably be able to dodge that rocket. The grenade shot is perfect, gets the kill. And what I wanted to say, if Rain had not gotten that overshield burn and kill, that was almost, that could have been a GG moment, right? That was rockets, that was sniper, that was overshield. But instead he gets a kill, he burns the OS and then dies. He just takes so many things out of their hands. And the 13-10 would have been looking like probably like a 17-8. You know what I mean? Had that gone differently.
Still are training on.
Yep, no, that's a great point. How much those can swing, like you said. It's now going from an overshielded sniper shooting you off your spawn versus, all right, they now need to run around, collect these weapons, do a few things. So
Nice. I'm setting up.
wow, nice turnaround kills. Surprisingly, Rain Noob able to pick off all those kills, have no more deaths at the end, and then Ryan Noob in full aggressive fashion pushing all the way to that court and barely dying. One thing that Ryan Noob was always really good at, he especially even did this in Reach, was just gain over the enemy team's turret on pit. You can be such a nuisance there because there's no real easy ways to deal with that person on top of your turret. They have to either send someone all the way back ramp and get someone nearby. They either need to get a nade and some shots, or they need to have a power weapon already somewhere else. And they likely don't have that sniper or power weapon somewhere else. If they had it, it was probably already on the turret.
Right, and as you see here, the rocket player goes down in green. Ryan Noob takes him out.
Oh,
oh my god! This is just goes to show you the patience and precision and basically on the fly decision making you can do to really come out ahead in a battle. Right, the fact that these players are looking at each other. One of them's got rockets in the green pocket. One of them's waiting for the other guy to make a decision. He ultimately instas him off somebody else's grenade. It's not even a plasma. It's a frag and stuff. There's so many cool takeaways from some of these fights that just show like the high level and chess smash that's going on when these players meet face to face.
yeah, in high level play, that may have been my the first time I've seen an intended insta off of a frag grenade. There's times where it does happen accidentally and whatnot, but like that one was clearly intentional. Ryan Noob was first expecting that player just to double back and try to shoot a rocket or shoot, and so he just has BR out. And then when he saw that frag grenade come out, he's like, "Thank you for the alley oop."
Right, exactly. It's like, here, tag me in. I'll use this plasma instead of my BR and go ahead and finish the deal here. And as you see, he's moved over into sword. They're looking, kind of just vying for position. But I love the setups, right? Like, that guy could be up on top tower, but because his teammate's on green, he's sitting on like the yellow trading, a very kind of unorthodox place that you're not going to expect if you haven't seen it before, and does actually hit a body shot, sending Ryan back to his side of sword.
There he goes on bridge.
Oh my god, that player actually flanked through. I don't know if he got through there.
So far.
Yeah, he just popped up out of nowhere over there. Blazin was
Trying
up
to-
on the bridge to try to help out, but
one
Rain
time.
picks up yet another
30.
kill on the spawner. Even that was deciding who just came
to
off
the training
spawn that
ground.
got sniped again. Now 20 to 17. They're
Flat
gonna
Okay.
quickly run out of opportunities
Trying
to
to
just kind of roll the
I'm gonna
dice and
be-
see if they can get a proper flank in here. They're gonna have to contest this
Bridge?
overshield. If this goes to Rain
I'm
or
so
Ryan Noob with the overshield rockets,
I bring
then
it.
that is going to be a tough
bring it.
spot to
One
come
shot
back.
one absolute. One
Yeah,
shot
it looks
one.
like Ryan Noob's just gonna opt to burn it. Last
nice.
time when he was sitting
Might be dead,
down,
might be dead. He's on it. He's on
for
it.
the very first overshield, he did
I'm
not
getting
get the
sniped back.
burn.
He's dead.
Sometimes you'll see
Should be.
players overcorrect there if they've made a mistake recently or had that happen to them.
They can't find the sniper.
You know, as we
Who's down?
acknowledged in the very
Okay,
first
It's down back room.
overshield play of the game, Ryan was down there, got
20
grenaded,
bullets,
and did not
24
get the
bullets.
overshield. And I believe they ended up getting a full OS. And this time he's like, not gonna make that same mistake. I don't know where
Watch
this other
literally
person's
every
at.
shot.
I'm not going to
Watch it
risk
along.
the opponents
Okay,
getting a
definitely.
full
It's
overshield. And
running
so
so that I can't
just
see.
opts to burn it to be safe.
I got all that.
And
And-
when in doubt, I do think that is the correct play.
I see.
Oh my
One shot
gosh,
training,
have you ever
deciding
seen
on
so
two
many
quick jump up,
people
2
this
shots
high
in.
up on the map on
No.
pit, like during one
training? I think I got him.
exchange? You got
One shot jump up.
Ryan
One
Oob who's
shot
on
jump
like
up.
an invisible
nice,
ledge
really
above
good.
sword, not on the light,
He's
but
dead.
above the light. And then you got two players moving on
I'm going
over
through the
across
street,
the
I'm
yellow
going
onto
over.
training, soaring out. And sure enough,
Fighting him in the back
definitely
with
does
the
not
rockets.
work out
Let's
for the
go,
dogs
man.
here. Ray Noob comes out ahead. Rain just having himself a field day that game. Just picking up kills wherever he felt like it.
Now all these aspiring Halo pros are gonna get the wrong idea, and they're just like, oh, it's just like Rocket League. I just need to be like up in the air way more than my opponents, and like that's how the difference between these pros and amateurs. And it's like, no, like they do some definitely nerdy stuff. They definitely go on these angles and get some obscure angles from time to time. But for the most part, I would say, especially in fours and stuff, people are taking like some pretty careful and calculated routes, like close to cover and close to the ground. But when you're trying to catch off guard some people that have snipers that are in some odd positionings, like you're gonna do whatever you can to get those interesting angles.
Those kind of
Yeah, I mean, it's all about figuring out advantages and then using them to your favor to come out ahead there. And for Blazin and deciding a lot of that is,
yeah, I turned the corner
flanks
from
and
our sword ramp,
aggression.
I
And
saw
for
both
Rain
of
and
them.
Ryan
It's
Noob,
not-
it's,
like, luckily timing what
this
they
is
wanted
one of the
to
most
do.
well-rounded teams that we
They're
have.
just expecting us to be
This
great
is a
playing
team,
for
like I
Rocket
pointed
League.
out, as
They,
far as
like, look
overall
like
tournament
Tower, yeah,
experience and
like-
accolades, as far as
Yeah.
remaining teams, these guys are number one.
And perfect timing,
These guys have
absolutely.
won events before, extremely talented in multiple different
I feel
Halos,
like I
from
training, I
3 to
threw it
5,
off of the second training
and
wall. It bounced
they're
all the way
fully
back to the
confident
L
in
and
their
killed it.
ability to win. They've been fighting their whole lives against the Sentinels and Optics and all these crazy teams of the world. Like, this is just another day online for them.
Absolutely, yeah. You can just see it's just business as usual, and like they've caught their stride. I mean, I also wonder how much, if anything, that they've really learned throughout these matches. Someone like Rain and Ryan Noob, I'm sure, can learn from moment to moment. Like the fact that they changed up their pit start this last time. They realized, all right, us
Right,
going to
you know,
rockets right off the bat has not been working.
You guys bottom gold
Yeah,
on?
Let's
I
send
lost
both
mine.
towards
I left it.
OS
He's
and
looking at me?
snipe, and we'll
Okay.
see how much
No,
that
gold.
helps potentially in later matches as well. If they somehow make it to the grand finals, that could be a difference maker if they take on Tylenol and
Rocking
Trippy
it, dude.
by having that adjustment to their game plan.
100% here. Now we're seeing, this is one of the first starts we've seen on Construct that doesn't really seem to have gone their way at all, right? Instead of being 2-0, they're down 0-2, and they did
Okay.
spawn complete,
Spawn
complete
gold. I'm
bottom
going close
mid
side.
there. And however, with that
Bottom.
flank, deciding does
Bottom
lose
two,
Rockets
bottom
bottom mid,
Enclosed,
but
enclosed.
now you've got Rain and
Closed.
Ryan Noob up top
Shot
here.
closed,
So
deciding.
I think Sniper is still up, so no weapons will be in anyone's hands at the moment.
R2, I kept our deciding week.
Few people in lobby. I was trying to see what that nade Ryan was throwing. Was that one just laying in lobby, I assume, or in the front of
Yeah,
lobby?
so the trick to these nades now, right? Like, you just can't get away a lot of times with the prediction nades kind of thing. So the nades you see most commonly are players going to throw them right down at their
Still open
feet.
matrix.
So they're bouncing and exploding in front of them into a lobby rather than like kind of a bounce. And then the other nade being whether or not it's Guardian or Construct or anything else like this, they will throw them up over the glass. So it might hit like a back wall or something,
open?
just be that
Open
much more
lobby.
unpredictable, that
Nice.
much
You
less
guys probably
time
pushing it.
to react and try to get out of the way.
Close glass.
Yep, makes total sense. Makes total sense. Those ones kind of always exist where it's just you don't see where the grenade is banking off of. Like you just don't know, and there's certain certain ones that
So
have
close, weak.
lineups that you can start to understand, but like certain ones like that, it's just like, all right, unless you saw him throw the grenade,
Close, going street.
The
even
hang
if you do
time.
see him throw a grenade, you just like have to be so aware of it. You're like, all right, I can no longer
I'm
fight
trying
this
to-
fight. I need to like be
Camera.
aware of where this might land.
Yeah, all of
Everyone
this is
got
just
close.
catching people off guard. And if you some of these grenades that have really long hang time will blow up almost instantly, and they won't
I'll
see
help
them,
your channel.
coming down from the air there or something like
I'm
that.
here.
So
I'm gonna get a
you
bait guy.
definitely see a lot of these different interesting nades and players
it's
working
like a minute.
together
Yeah,
to
fucking
make sure their nades are really counting or being thrown at the same time here. But as I say that, camo does not get burned. Both players go down. Now, this is about as best you can hope for given the scenario. You spawn sword, you catch a player coming out of closed purple for free, but they do know that camo player, he either lifted top gold or he's on a flank. So now they're just going to be looking like crazy trying to find any kind of flicker on the map
Yeah.
that indicates
Going
camo player is near.
In close?
Yeah, I'm guessing that the camel player did not lift up gold, giving away like that sound, and then also like
Camo close.
as soon as they grabbed the
Native inside.
camo, they either had to already be waiting towards bottom gold or like had to maybe be like heading up, closed or open
50,
skinny
that's
to
one
take
more
a back
seconds of
gold
it.
ramp or something. So, yeah, I'm guessing that camo player ultimately decided to go
Not been
towards
hit.
sword.
I'm checking
And
our
a
back.
little trick
good.
or tip,
They like
right?
forward
It's not anything crazy, but if you've never like kind of just at least thought about
Open
it or
street,
put
camo.
any effort into it, like when
Weak.
players,
I'll do.
especially in
Nice,
twos,
you
they're
guys
going to be
robbed the camo.
watching you on
Robbed
death
the camo.
cam. You grab camo or something like that,
Maybe
you
looking
make the
open south.
motion like you're going towards gold, and
C2,
then you
and
just
bottom
turn a
gold.
180 and hightail it out of
See,
there.
up gold
And
and C2.
them
C2 's
coming off
already
of spawn
focused
will
on
most likely
that
think
guy's
you
gold.
lifted top gold. So just
Okay, you got it.
one added
Alright, so
mind game
sniper's down
into
close
the
to me, I got it.
mix to try to look for those little
back over there.
advantages.
Yep, and I'm
understand.
surprised Ryan's not going to lift up gold right there. Oh,
Go
actually,
to
I
I'm getting
thought,
melted on one.
sorry. Based on Rain's position,
C2.
I literally don't know
I
where.
don't
Nice.
disagree with that play.
I-
But
maybe close.
I guess I'm being
Close lobby,
hyperly
bottom. I know
critical
where I
of,
player,
last
both
time
there.
where I was like, all right, they're at bottom gold, like get up and try to block those
I saw
spawns.
laser, bro.
But yeah, I think
I'm gonna try to go up
in
sword.
that exact instance,
R1.
I do agree with Ryan not
Going up
lifting up
sword?
at
I
that
think he's
moment.
one shot in lobby with
Now, he
rockets,
did
and
see
open
that
shot
player
lobby.
feet as he
Lobby.
started walking towards
Both
open
weak in lobby.
purple, so he's
Both
able
weak.
to
One
get
down,
over
both
there
down.
and contest. Deciding
Oh,
goes
nice
down
shit,
with the
dude. I don't know
rockets
what
in
the fuck
lobby.
he's
Rain
Channel.
finishes
Level 50.
off
Middle.
the kill and will grab himself those
Not
new
here.
rockets.
Exit
Both
one.
players coming off gold.
Push
This
up
is
on
a
gold.
terrible,
You guys go too?
terrible spot to be
Looking
in.
for
Now they
bottom
can
gold.
work together if they do it well enough to kind of come away with some sort of kills.
I got hit with
But
the
if
open
Rain and Ryan do
I got-
correctly,
behind
it's
one shot.
another GG.
I'm dropping laser for.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I was wondering where Ryan
Another
would
one
go
shot,
for like
behind
those
kill.
spawn kills
Should be on it.
potentially, and I would assume mid gold is still a very viable option to hit.
Hold dropping. I got
Um,
you.
but maybe Ryan Noob also is not just going to zoom in on the spawn points so he can have the bigger picture in mind in case he sees them spawning elsewhere.
Okay.
I'm not certain.
Right. It doesn't matter how
They're
weak
open
you
street,
get
watch
those
that
players
gold.
if you end up dying, because if Rain's not in
Maybe
immediate
close lobby,
position
close
to help
lobby.
trade
Oh,
out those
close,
kills, then you've made a huge mistake. So knowing where those players are, getting shots, getting them weak, is part of the battle, but you need to be able to finish them off and not go down. So they almost came away with some really great trades, but they do make Ryan burn camo, and now they get sniper out of Rain's hands. This is looking a little iffy now.
And that was rough
Yeah,
too. They
I
had
like on your
both
wide.
their players over on
Behind us.
closed street
No beats
slash
on nothing,
closed
nothing.
lift get finished off
close.
by someone on open street. Like
He lifted behind.
generally, if someone's cross street like that,
Snipes.
they might be able to catch one of you off guard, but
I'm gonna
end
go
up
bottom
catching
gold.
both off guard and finish them both long range. That's a huge,
I'm gonna
huge
go
swing.
one shot.
And I don't know how it's going to be possible really to come back from that big of a swing. Like
Looking C2,
Rain
One bigger, still C2.
and Ryan are going to have
He's
to
on
pull off
close VR,
something
main
pretty
ramp,
spectacular here
going down,
soon
down,
before it gets out of
down.
control.
We got the sniper.
You're 100% right. They need to keep the
No, no,
weapons
no.
out of their hands, so they're trying to contest the
C1
sniper
right
rifle.
here,
Looks like
close.
Flazen's
They
got
went
one. He's sitting
Dude,
down
lobby.
close. He does lift
He's
up.
dropping
Hopefully,
R1.
Rain is
I
on close street.
I
He
don't know.
is able to
He lobby
finish the
it.
kill. He needs to
Maybe
come out ahead here.
So,
They've got to
he's
get
trying
the
to
new
jump.
sniper
You
rifle.
hit it.
They've
I'm good.
got to get this kill. But
Close
just as I
lobby.
say that, Rain does go down.
close.
Ryan
I'm here.
wisely
You got a
backs
kill, I
up.
think?
Once your teammate's dead, you most likely, unless you can immediately grab a trade, you got to just back down and wait, especially
Lobby,
if they've
lobby.
already got 22 kills on the board.
Yep. Right here is going to be the deciding push.
You guys open street.
Unfortunately, gets hit by a grenade. At
Could be an
least
open.
gets the pickoff, though. This isn't over just
Down to
yet.
43.
They know the sniper is over
Deciding
and
spawn there.
open. If
Weak
they can
open.
get this kill
I'm
and get the
losing.
sniper,
One shot.
that
Come
could
on.
be the moment they've been waiting for. And Ryan Noob's actually going to opt to
He's
bail
getting
out and grab his own
sniped.
sniper, but
Inside,
not
deep on site,
so
someone find-
easily, as that
He's in
goes
close lobby,
directly
inside,
back
inside.
in the hands of dogs.
Yeah, you can see they grabbed that sniper. I mean, they know Ryan's weak, and that's the part of the mental game and the mindset coming into this. Like, Flazen is charging out down to sniper with no fear, right? If Ryan's down there, I'm going to kill him. I know he's weak. If he's not down there, I'm grabbing snipe and leaving, and we've got a nice healthy lead here. It doesn't matter what I do, we're going to come away with this one. Ryan,
On the
he
lobby
will
side?
be able to grab this sniper. Rain comes off spawn on open gold with him as well. You know, obviously, it doesn't even need to be said. Next kill for these
Rocket.
guys wins. Blazen's got sniper. Deciding gets the kill onto Rain with a great
Just collapse
at
on gold right away. Did they hear the lift, or how did maybe just by deduction they're saying, all right, they got to be up top already, otherwise we have top
You
control.
know, if I had to say though, like if anything reminds me of that, it's
That's
when
right.
these guys
Good.
played them before, right? They actually got caught off with those gold charges. So a couple
Yeah.
of the games we saw on stream, right? We had the Trippy Tylenol Quaddy Trishkov, where Trippy and Tylenol locked down lobby and just trapped them at gold the whole time. Then this is the case where Rain and Ryan are at gold, but deciding and Flazen, they don't want to trap them at gold. They want to collapse on them at gold. And they did that time and time again, not just in this game, but in the one earlier today as well.
All right, well, a little hiccup here as we're gonna have to see if Rain and Ryanoob can pull it back
Nading
and
the site
close
down?
it out 3-1.
Wait.
Otherwise,
They went down.
don't
More nades
count
on
camo.
the
Yeah, I got
dogs
nades.
out.
Camo gold.
There is a very strong chance they
He's
could
one
bring
shot,
this to a
blue
game
hole.
5. And
I'm lifting.
He's
we go into game 5. I kind of
Here's
always
blue
am like a momentum-based person where I'm
Watch
just
out,
like,
window.
all right,
Yeah, they guys top gold.
obviously if you're going to game 5 and the
window,
team
you're
just
fine,
won
you're
the
fine.
2 more recent games,
Top
I would
gold
favor
side,
dogs
still
going
on
into
the
game
gold side.
5 just based
Now,
on
camo soon,
on
top
how
blue.
the games would be
Top
going
blue,
there.
top
But
blue. He's front blue, weekend,
we
I'm
will
looking
have
at
to
camos,
first
blue.
focus here on Guardian and
Blue,
see
one shot,
if
going
they can
back.
close it out.
Right, you can see
One shot
1-0
barrels,
lead,
one shot
30
nades
seconds into the game. Camo, I
Exciting.
believe that kill
Sitting-
was
sitting
onto the
front blue,
camo
got hit
burn.
mid.
Here's bottom mid.
I
Here's
don't know
bottom mid.
what happened to the
I got
sniper. It
sight.
either fell
Got
top center, sure enough,
Yep.
it did
There
fall
you go.
top center. And that is something you see
Bottom mid,
more and
green,
more now
Is this one?
than ever
I
in
see
the
it. One
past.
shot.
You actually
One shot,
see
this one.
teams making a
I'm lifting.
conscious
lifting. I'm
effort
gonna be on-
to like
I'm gonna be
nade the
helping
sniper
right.
off of S3
I have to run.
if they don't have
There you
control.
go.
And that was
Head
something
down.
I
Facing-
do not
facing hard.
recall seeing,
You guys
you
do
know,
this too.
outside
One down,
or in Halo
Watch out,
3,
watch
right?
facing
Back-
hard.
No, that
back
didn't
in
happen
the
back in the
days.
day.
I did not signal
It
that
did not happen back in the day. It was like, all right, whatever team won the battle of
Still
Sniper
top mid,
Tower,
top mid.
one
And
Sniper
this one.
Tower, walked away with
This
that
one might be one.
sniper.
Shot top mid.
Yeah, generally
Avoiding.
set at
Nice.
S3 as the biggest
Turn
bait
left.
ever.
And we wouldn't jump the sniper off the
Nice.
map like
I'm
these
looking
guys
at
would
it.
either as well. You know, like
One gold weak. I'm
a few
trying to
times
hold it.
where, you know, somebody
One
jumps the
gold
sniper off the map, you end the game and
Let's
restart
do
it
it.
because nobody wants to play it without the
Take it.
sniper on the map.
Maybe one
It's
shot
just
top
not
blue,
nearly as
second.
fun.
I'm coming up.
Well,
elbow.
at least it would like
they don't know
spawn
why.
back in these times, and it would
Bottom mid,
suck
two
for
green
the
and one lifted.
beginning.
Yep, I'm
But
looking bottom mid again.
the absolute
guy,
worst
bottom.
by
You're good.
far
That's
Pretty weak.
was Halo 2
much,
when
how much?
someone would shoot the wrong
It's-
barrel or whatever
Yep.
Yeah, it's just
on
like that.
on lockout, and then the sniper is off the map permanently,
Yep.
never to return. And those games, luckily, I've never had to play one in tournament, and also luckily, I've never had to play one in
Might be
practice
here.
because we would just end the game, like you said,
Yep.
Kyle.
Exactly. Have to
Camera
end
30.
it and restart.
Hey,
Nobody
jump
wants to
top
deal
blue,
with
two
that.
shots.
I mean, you're
One
lucky
shot,
you're not
blue
getting
hole.
dropped if you're
Here's
shooting the
second
wrong
rock, I looked
barrel.
away and literally looked.
Nobody's
Blue.
got time for that, Dave. So as we look into this
Can't see
one,
anything,
6-4,
On here with you.
and we
Hey,
are
Jump,
gonna have
baby.
to see players have to set up and
Good job.
contest
I
this
got
camo here now. But that sniper
Up
rifle
here.
is over at
One
gold.
shot. One shot.
Dude, didn't
But
die.
what? Oh my gosh! You can just see the
Okay, probably.
peekaboo action
Wait,
going
one
on here and the
Let's do
different
it.
angles
Let's
these
try to
players
save
are
them.
taking for these BR fights. I cannot believe
Nice, I'm here.
deciding
Is
even
that
lived and got away there.
I have
Right,
no ammo.
unbelievable.
I
And
think.
my
Two
guess
shots
is they're
SC.
setting up for
This
this
one.
new sniper
up?
here soon,
Just got
right?
camo.
It's gotta
Just
be
on camo
big.
weak.
I have shots. He got me.
Oh,
Nice try.
there it is.
Didn't die.
Yep, both players go down again. Rain does have 5. Ryan yet to grab a kill, but they do know player at sniper. The other one was momentarily at
You're fine,
camo,
good, good.
but just
Camo
such
side
a
coming,
you're
hard
gonna kill
position to
him.
get some of these angles and kills here.
guys are
Deciding
pretty
actually
solid,
chilling
yeah,
top
so-
center with that camo and catches Rain as he peeks out of top blue. So somehow, some way,
Jump
Dave,
camo, yes. He
they've
jumped
now
out
got
mid.
2 sniper rifles
mid.
here on this map.
Watch out, blue lights.
Yeah, this is
Right
so
side, right
difficult
side,
because
right
it's not even like
I can't see. I can't see.
yeah, it's a position where Rain Noob they have to mitigate and like not give up as many kills as possible, and then they ultimately have to get the sniper in their hands and then go on a run of their own. So it's just like there's just
You guys should be close
so
to this
many pushes they can make. I mean,
blue.
how do you do a really perfect push against a sniper at green and a sniper at snipe? Like,
Top green to top mid.
there's no good options. Like, they're not going to get caught off
Top
guard
blue.
by some random grenade unless you're just like
He's
throwing
sitting
something that
top blue.
nobody's ever seen, like way into the
Looking bottom
sky.
left,
And
sure.
even
Bottom
when you
left.
throw that up, they're gonna be like, nope, not falling for that. I'm sure this is gonna land somewhere tricky. So
Right.
it's just like
That's one
no good
sniper.
options right here for
Oh,
Rain and
yeah,
Ryan
yeah,
Noob. It's
yeah.
almost like they have to
Bottom gold guy.
That's
wait
yes.
out one of these snipers. Like, and looks
Wow,
like
the
the
Rain
gets a kill.
Maybe out of snipe.
Yeah, I
would
guess he-
definitely out
One shot.
snipe.
And he was
I
at
think
green
we're-
or and like top mid, so he
Yeah,
must have
yeah.
pushed
Go ahead,
back
nice.
over to
Two guys
gold
on rip.
for Rain to get that kill. So that's actually
one.
quite
Maybe Nice one.
quite
Nice.
a lucky break
Thank you,
here
Papa.
for Aiden Ryan to actually get out of this setup, especially so early
Yeah,
on
yeah,
in the
yeah.
game and only be down here by 5. Considering Ryan
just gonna say,
hasn't
5
been
is
able to
not
grab
bad.
one. Yeah, with 0 on the board, this is Rain putting out all that work, but you can see the frustration in Ryan's head, right?
Nice.
You just
Yeah,
never know
focus
where
on
these
your
guys are going to come from. As soon
Kimura.
as you get a call out of them and being in one place, they've already kind of ran all the way around, and just not scared
Good,
to
top of
commit and
One
challenge you.
shot dropping in.
Yeah, and
can't find him.
it's
Still there.
incredibly difficult too for someone like Ryan, who's
Going
he's
bottom
known
gold
as
bridge,
kind of
bottom
one of
gold
those
bridge. Maybe hold one gold
instigator or
bridge.
entry fraggers, as they call in
Left
other
side, gold one,
games.
gold
Like
two.
he's
Left,
one that
one.
generally
Second.
creates a
Right
lot of action. He might be like the first one to help
Is there
break
saving?
a stalemate in a neutral fight. He's the
Shot
one
first.
that's
Going bottom mid
starting
again.
to flank early on and creating opportunities for his
Trying to
teammates.
get
And
down
so
to where they can't
for
see me.
that to
I'm
just
gonna
be
be
shut
blue,
down
but under that.
continually
I'm
is a very frustrating position.
Yeah, no, I'm playing. There's three
And
snipers looking
I
at me.
consider myself also kind of in that
Sniper
same
shot,
sort of
getting the other.
category of playstyle. And
Checking
it's
myself.
tough because,
Sniping, he's
you
looking
know,
for
that's
me.
it's a
I'm just trying to
playstyle that your
jiggle.
team
I do
gets
want to
used to
see.
playing around and relying on
Yeah,
in
he's
many
out
cases.
of the
And
map, out of
so
the map. One shot is one. He dropped.
you can't,
I needed us
in
one.
many
I
cases,
didn't
even
see
if you've been unsuccessful, you almost don't
Yeah,
feel like
no,
you can
no.
just stop because it's like, oh, like
That
this
There
is,
goes this one.
Yeah,
you know, you got to practice how you play.
Got him.
Right, and if that's your play style and your teammates just aren't there helping you, I mean, is it really your fault? I mean, come on now.
Hitting bottom
It's
mid.
got to be good. It's got to be whoever's not
Couple,
watching your back,
couple.
or
Maybe
what
we
else
should
could
Exactly,
it
say
possibly
that
be?
at one point.
So
What?
17-13, they're
I got
mounting
weekend.
their comeback, doing what they can to
They
get back
could be
into this
pushing
one.
easily right now.
Yeah, this is winnable again. Like
Maybe
prior
bottom mid?
I
to
just
this,
spotted
it was
some
looking
blue,
so
maybe.
dire where
three.
there was just both
Both
those
here.
snipers.
Both
You
three.
saw
Coming down.
Ryan Noob not really put anything on the
Left is
board.
chasing. They're
It
trying
was
to.
just a really
One
difficult
bottom gold.
situation to
I'm
be
trying
in, and there we go, hitting a
Just watching
nice
a body
no
as it
scope
comes.
on deciding.
I left.
Wonder what Ryan Noob plans to do next if he's
You
gonna
know I left
rotate
him.
this.
Detonating
We just need to
battery.
see Rain and Ryan Noob
What's
get it
up?
set up with a sniper setup one time.
nice?
Every single time they've had it, they've been like
pushing
in the
mid.
exact same spot. It felt like, you know, this
didn't
last
see him.
exchange.
Top mid as well.
They were both
Both
at
top mid,
snipe tower.
both top mid blue lights.
Yes, it's good that you have
Both
sniper
top
and you're at
gold,
snipe
top
tower,
gold.
but you want a secondary
top
angle
gold.
so that people just can't fly across the top center
This one
and
green.
trap you in the base.
I mean, do you
Yeah,
see
one-
what just
yeah, I see
happened
it.
with these routes, though?
Got
Oh my
it.
God, is he gonna
Nice,
hit
dude.
it? He does hit it. That's
Oh
a double
my
right.
God.
That might have been
Just do it.
game
Both
had he
together.
not connected
Yeah,
on
both
that. But
there.
just to point out the route
What do
he
you
took a
see?
moment ago, he charged that player into blue and lost track of him. And that player actually picks up the kill
Nice,
on Rain. So the ring around the rosy going on here between these players, and the fact that you're
Yeah,
having
reach on
sniper rifle out and just charging at them.
Camo 22.
It just
Yeah,
kind of
so you
speaks
got
wonder
to
to
set
both
up
the
on camera.
confidence you have in your own shot
Not that
and the
big of a
power
deal.
that this
Go for it
weapon
from
with the
behind.
presence it brings to the map.
It's the confidence and
yourself.
desperation. Let's be real, Kyle. There's at some point. I mean, what's your other option there? Your insta did not hit.
Okay, it's fine.
There's no way you're walking out of a
Watch out, this
2v1
Going-
getting
going
even a
this one.
single kill, no matter which, you know,
I
if you
made
had your
this one.
BR out. So it's
I
like,
got to green.
you gotta use your snipe, and somehow
I'm pushing
Ryan
it
who
forward.
pulls
I
it
see
off
it.
and gets both.
Right, and gosh, one of these days we'll see another
Top
collateral
middle,
here
top
on
middle,
stream, as
Top mid weak.
we all know how amazing
fucked
those
up.
are
They're
here
both
in
here.
this game as well. But Rain gets taken out,
I'm trying to
and
work.
every time I feel like they just battled back in. It's so hard to get kills. They finally get them, then boom, in a blink of an eye, the lead just starts to look insurmountable once again.
Yeah, I mean, 4 kills.
One
It's
gold on me.
it's
I'm dead.
definitely winnable when you
You
get
get one gold?
control and get the weapons.
nope,
but
gold
right
down.
now
I
it's
don't know
just a
where the other
question of
Snipe, snipe.
where are they going to get this next snipe and setup.
the elbow?
He's,
S3, S3.
he's not certain where they're at, and
Watch
once
out,
again,
watch out.
Rain and Ryan are
Yeah,
still
reset,
stuck at the
reset.
same tower. Like
It's not up yet.
right now,
Top mid, he's top mid.
if Ryan
There's three.
spawns, I would
Top shots.
expect him,
Has a shot?
and that's where he wants to be. He wants to be at green. I was gonna say I would expect him to
Front
push
blue.
on over to green
Back
if he
him
gets the
up. I'm good.
opportunity.
I'm
And
getting into camo.
here's why this position's so powerful to have that second
Snipes
angle
up
is
now. I've
Ryan
touched
Noob
blue.
can drill
Closing
anyone
blue.
jumping up
They're
to
gonna try to kill
S3. He can
Right.
get a secondary angle on someone top middle. Like they
Didn't
just
see a push for it.
they cannot take
Into snipe left
a
side.
safe position in
shot,
top
snipe left.
center
Nice.
Dead.
is I would say the biggest difference maker
I didn't see the other.
when you have snipe
blue
and
girls.
green versus
One
just
shot,
having
one shot
snipe
gauge up.
tower.
Should both be there.
Whereas if they're just at snipe tower, people go top center, and if you poke out towards S3, you get
Big one,
melted.
sorry,
If you poke out S2 or high elbow, you are at
going
a
back to
high risk of being grenaded or
pretty sure.
We're gonna get
melted.
your cross.
I saw one
Absolutely
back
here.
there.
He's
And now we are
close.
seeing
He could
what
be
may be the
close.
last
Yeah,
camo on the map here. Both teams looking to
24
Ryan
inside?
Noob trying to secure it, and you've got, of course, Dogs looking to make them at least
Looking top gold.
burn it and continue to build upon
Blue
this
and
lead. The
black
game
is
could be over here if they
Yeah,
come
close,
away
close.
with a double kill.
I
So
can't.
keep that in, or excuse me, not over, but like almost over. They come away with the double kill here without
That's
trading
okay.
out any kills. So that one, you can see they're just so scared. Neither team wants to be the one to fully commit and potentially die.
Yeah,
Ryan,
just a
who
little bit.
peeking out, does get one shot, but he
Nice.
takes two in return. Rain hits the shot on the player that
And
grabs
second player's
that
there.
camo.
Second player was there. You
Didn't see
saw
respawn.
Flazing.
Pretty well.
Flazing was the person that
Alright,
Ryan
go
knew
ahead, decide
first
respawn.
saw during those
Oh, let's
fights.
have gold.
So they knew for a moment that both players
top
were
gold. It could be
top
on you.
gold that
Could be on you.
side. So right now, Ryan's a little concerned. He's like,
Six is
where's
missing completely.
Flazing? Flazing was whatever camo side gold
Checking
just a
everything.
minute ago.
I think
Is he going on some sort of long flank? Where
I think
is
we're good.
X6 at
I think
this
they're both just
moment?
hiding in blue.
Right,
Hitting
and this
inside
is
bottom
the
mid, just
what
flank
8th game they played today. They are familiar with how fast they run around the map right now and how quick they
Blue window
move.
right
So
now,
that is
receiving.
something definitely in their mind. You can see them using every
That was
vantage point they have to try to find information,
get the
find out
green,
where
right?
these players are hiding, grab some grenades, going for some even insta-explodes into
Blue hole.
blue,
One shot.
and they
All
do
right.
spot that player. Okay,
They can
so
rest
Flazing-
again now that they've seen Flazing.
Yes.
That's one important
There's a buck going back to
difference
the
that in twos, but also
deciding
especially in
Going back to
fours,
sniper,
is
yeah.
I might have
calling
popped in
out
blue.
where like their last person alive, what their last person alive was, or trying to
Back
keep
to
track of
sniper.
who may have snuck
I'm
by
sniping, like,
during that time.
probably 30
Um,
seconds. It's closer to
because
30
those
seconds.
are the times where it's
Top
like,
bottom.
oh, we had 3 dead
Two
for a
shots
while, and
stuck
then
me.
somebody sneaks on by and
One
gets
shot on the
a,
camp. Not moving.
a
Oh
flank. and-
my
going-
god, so Flazin
Top
misses
gold,
the
top gold.
melee, but then gets the stick
One shot on the
and stays alive. That is to give them their
He's not ready.
23rd kill, and they are sitting in
Yeah, they got
prime
my-
position
comment-
now.
comment
Rain and
fast,
Ryan
yeah, get
doing
ready,
everything
push
they
button.
can, and
I
this
got
is
you.
looking almost
Enemy tilts.
identical
Is
to
front
that
of you?
first
Might be
series.
burning.
They were up
What the
2-1.
fuck
They
is
looked like they
happening?
could close it
Yeah,
out, but
mid.
then they lost.
I
And
don't know.
just as I say that, we are going to our second game 5 top. Or these guys have played each other. This is the 10th game they're playing each other today, Dave. The 10th game.
Arrows?
Yep.
10th
Get it?
game so far. That overall series is what, 5-4 in favor of Dogs. We're gonna see if Rain and Ryan can clutch this game number 5 in this lower bracket finals. It's not looking great. I mean, that last game was so incredibly close, especially clawing back from a really difficult position, being down by 6 or so kills, not having either the snipers, not having that camo, to bringing it to a very close game. But end of the day, my gut says, all right, you lost 2 games in a row. This reverse sweep is primed and ready. But nothing. We played this out for a reason, Kyle. There's no way that they're gonna go down easy.
That's absolutely correct here. And now we're seeing what is the beginning star. I think.
He went back to lobby.
Oh man, dude,
Oh,
the games have been
sure.
so
Oh,
good
inside.
today. It is truly
Here's
amazing.
L3.
The fact that we're seeing the
Where do we go
next
through?
best of
One side,
5
L2, one
again
shot.
just shows you
Next,
just
guys
how
think
quick
these are
these
hot somewhere?
games
Maybe
can
right
go
three?
in one
I'm
team's
getting
favor.
I needed the sniper.
Yep.
He's
And
hot.
there is Sniper going down.
Yeah, R2 one.
They now have Sniper
Sniper's down,
and
L2.
Rockets in the hands
Yeah,
of
he's there.
Rain and
Front,
Ryan.
front.
Okay.
This
I'll
is
just
the start
Alright.
that you dream
Got
of
him.
in a
Another one
game
after over here,
5
left.
or game 11 or any style
Taking
final
flex one.
game.
Flex
You
one
want to
dead.
go up 3 or 4-0.
Don't
You
see
want to get
Bobby.
One
hyped.
shot.
You want to get
Nice.
spawn kills. Oh
Nice.
my
Even cannon.
God. They
Another
are
one shot.
coming out
Got him.
swinging.
I didn't see
There's
the
the
single.
spawn
Watching
kill
pocket.
over on the
Watching
cannon
pocket,
side.
watching
We've
it.
kept
You're
talking
good.
about this
I'm watching
with the
pocket again, just in case.
Xbox squad saying when you get a kill,
watching one.
sometimes you turn it into 2 kills here on Narrows if you're up in the
Let me know
pockets
when
with the
there's two
sniper.
pockets.
Oh man, and we talk about
Yeah.
these swings sometimes,
Hawk,
and you're
I'm
right.
waiting
This
for
was a
back to
dream
Hawk.
start.
I got one
Getting
Hawk.
both
Nice.
snipers,
Nice.
getting all the weapons, a sniper
Not
spree
dying.
in
Back-
1
they got
minute
two.
He's
on the
L2, has a
game.
shot.
Ryan Noob's already on a
Dead. Nice.
sniper
Flag
spree.
bobby.
Just shows you how
Dead.
powerful it
Fucking
can be.
go.
And not only
Here.
that, but
God.
God, these guys has like 4 deaths, right?
like a
Each
full
one of
snipe.
them is 0-4, 0-5.
Cannon lobby, two
Almost
shots
through
in. I
no
might die to
fault
snipe
of their own, there is nothing
Both
you
lobby,
can do.
both
And
lobby,
this
both
is
pro.
what you have to do
I got
to
naded.
take
I'm
down a
down
team
to
like
cannon.
Trippy
I'm
and
back in,
Thailand,
I'm
all right?
back way.
Don't let them
Yep.
in the game. And that's how you
I'm
win.
doing
Literally
the cannon
running
jump.
down.
Yeah, this is just
They're trying
looking
to chase me. I'm
running
so
literally all the way
in
to
favor
cannon.
right now of Rain and
I got
Ryan.
one-
I
the other
don't
one's
really
weak.
know how they
And I'm
can
barely weak
they
enough
can
for
lose
it.
this
My
one.
lobby going
They would
flat.
have to
I'm
make
gonna shoot
some
him in the
grave
back.
mistakes, and you need to
He's
see
one shot
the
flag going
run of
lobby. Lobby,
their
dead.
lifetime from Dogs. And right there, just shut
Lobby.
down again. They finally got
One
good
shot,
push.
lobby,
They
left
got
side.
Ryan who kind
I
of
did run.
pushed away
Back
with
up
that
top
grenade
middle.
hit.
I got-
And
I got shot
in
back
the
and
end,
won.
even though they kind of hightailed it
Three.
and tried to leave Ryan behind,
One round,
Ryan
good job.
did that nerdy jump, got up top center, and started shooting him in the back.
Oh, this is a
looked.
heartbreaking 2 minutes,
I can
right?
look
You
there.
come out, you beat this team, send them in losers
Look at my
bracket,
side.
do a close game 5,
Dead.
and then you match
well.
them up again, in the game 5, and it's 12-0. Already half over, Dave.
He's L3. Hawk.
Already half over. Like,
I
what
see
do
that.
you do to get back into this? This is the heartbreaking
top
thing,
middle.
and how bad things can
See it down
run
there.
away
Yep,
in
yep,
these
yep.
twos.
Has he shot?
Yeah, and there's not too much evaluation from here. It's
Top
just
middle
like,
still?
you
I'm
know,
running
you
off
keep
like
getting
back
sniped
back
over and
up.
over.
Yep,
You
yep,
you
yep. 10
barely
seconds for new
don't
snipes,
finish a
first
kill
kill.
when this person's
one,
like
and a
one
range,
bullet
alright,
left.
after.
Like, at some point,
Pro, both here.
you,
I can
you
range
don't
box
slow
you.
this down. You almost
shot,
just
shot,
need to
shot.
push
I
and
need
get
you,
this
careful,
kill.
let's go
Like,
for it.
there's no regrouping
He's
here.
got one weak,
Both
kept him weak.
deciding
Let's go.
and Flazing
Win
know
the
what's
flag.
wrong. They're saying, all right, we just need to get some
Flag snipe.
kills.
One shot. I'm
And this is heartbreaking. We talk about the beginning of the game
X6
and how
dead.
important
Yeah,
it
you
is
guys
to get
won
off to a
your
hot start.
Yeah.
Then
Might
that
be power
first
up.
sniper rifle that
Shooting
comes
cannon.
up, and Ryan
There's
gets
that
it, gets
cannon.
another kill on deciding, helps Tim
knock
or
cannon,
Rain secure the other
be flag
sniper
snipe.
rifle. And we saw them
snipe,
get
right now.
12 with the first
One
set
snipe.
of snipes.
One shot,
If
yeah.
they get another 12 here,
I can't
this
get him.
might be
He's
the
still
first
down the door.
25-0 we've ever
Still here.
seen
Can't
in
do
the
it.
game.
Wow.
Oh, just
I'll-
as I say that,
I'll-
Rain chokes.
You're
That's
right.
a
All
All
right.
right.
Yep.
Huge
I was
choke.
just gonna say that would be incredible, and he's gonna try to toss it off.
Beautiful.
It does fall
Yeah,
through the
yeah,
window.
yeah,
Looks like it goes
That is
Siami.
such a smart play. Like as we said before, it's like it goes Siami. As said before, the
Really
way
slow,
that
really
dogs
slow,
are getting back in this game is with power weapons, and so Ryan Noob acknowledging that and saying, "All right, I'm gonna toss one of these snipers off." So they might get a run with one of these snipers for a bit, but they're likely not gonna be able to close a 10 kill gap.
Right, like how do you get a huge 15 kill lead, right? Well, you got
Dead,
both
dead,
snipes and
dead.
rockets. How does a team get back into it? They're probably going to need some power weapons of their own. So as long as you keep those off the map in a great position to close it out, like they've got to be sitting so feeling so good about this one because now the game is absolutely in their hands, and really if they lose it, it's going to come down to the plays they're making themselves, right? It's their game to win or their game to lose even now at this point.
sniping, weak.
Ryan Noob has a rocket, and I am so surprised and disappointed that we're not seeing an airstrike. Here is the time where you take your Astro mic and you let your teammates know, like,
Here with the coordinates 32. I'm gonna go over
main camp for airstrike.
Cover
coming in
I don't see anything.
Roger that.
and
Looking.
not
Snipe.
once did Ryan
I'm
Noob
trading. I got him.
consider going up
tried.
the man cannon
Made
and
the flag
asking
guard.
for coordinates from Rain. So I
I got hit
do.
from top. I'm running.
I take back some of the kind things I've said. I think there's still a lot to
good,
learn
good.
here
Snipe was
in
down,
Halo
sir.
3 from some of these players.
Top right.
Sure, there's nothing more fun than just kind of going across lift and shooting rockets at people.
Yeah.
Fish in the barrel. Kind of strategy there. I think 20-7. It's only fitting and responsible that's something you do
L2
for
and L3.
everyone
Top
watching.
left. Yeah, I'm getting down.
But at the
I took
same
too much.
time,
Shot, nice.
it is almost a death wish at this point,
I
right?
got
You can
it,
just
okay,
melt
just
those
get down.
guys across lift so quickly. It actually came back
Yeah, the guy
to
did not
bite
smoke
them
flag on me.
if I recall correctly when they had sniper rockets and Ryan who
I'm on
tried to
fire
lift
again?
it back over in that
Stay sure.
first series against this team.
In a couple seconds.
What were the coordinates received,
Haven't seen
though?
them
If you
talk.
didn't receive any coordinates, yeah, you're going to get melted.
I've-
If you receive
I've-
coordinates
Top right.
Sure.
and you
And
hear
L1.
something
One shot,
like
L1.
like
Nice. I'm just gonna kill flag.
Afro or
R1?
Mohawk
yeah,
or
he's top
top
right,
center,
he's top
like
right.
that place is
I'm
getting
sending flag to
airstruck.
flag.
You're good.
Sure.
You're good.
I'm looking at
He
him.
almost
You're good.
in the
I
double
think he's trying to
backflip. You've seen that in
He's
the
on one.
Olympics
You're
here. That was a perfect
Got him.
10 out of 10. And deciding goes down once again.
Take the flag again, but I doubt it.
My God, you've had bad days, and then you've had a day like Deciding's
R2?
having right now.
L1.
This guy has
I'm
been
in
spawn
R1.
killed at least 17
One shot top
times
left
this
and
game.
RF.
I don't even know
RF or
what
not?
else to
Chase
say,
him.
and it's not even his own fault. There's nothing he can do, Dave.
I'll put it this way. I've said I would not quit
He's on
in a
one,
tournament
I'm
game.
one down.
This is the time I would quit. I absolutely would quit in this time.
Alright,
This
so
one, they are just absolutely dominating. This one is, Rain and Ryan Noob putting on an absolute clinic going into the grand finals.
See, and like hindsight 2020,
fucking go,
when it
dude.
was like
Mention him for the
15-7, I would have
fucking
ended
game.
it.
Holy shit.
Right? 5-0, hindsight 2020, I would have just ended it and moved on and not had to get spawn killed 17 times, Dave. But sometimes we just don't have that luxury of knowing what is to come,
Anyone can do it.
and that was a painful one.
Literally anyone. Literally
That one is
anyone.
rough, and it's so crazy or surprising where it's just like that initial snipe. They don't lose that game could have been neck and neck throughout the whole way. But it goes to show how strong these teams are when they have control of the weapons and they have control of the map and how they can just roll that advantage significantly.
Yeah, and you play the same game type multiple times in a row does not mean it's going to play out the same way, and that is exactly the power of a great start.
15-0, game 5. Flabbergasted for sure, but how close it was going into game 5. Dogs really showed that they were here to fight, but they were considered the underdogs. Pardon the pun, everybody. But that was one hell of an engagement, and we got to clip that incredible sniping montage of Ryan Noob. That was something else.
I wish we had the audio of the studio because everyone was very much out of their seats for that. That was amazing to watch.
That's Narrows. We've kind of talked about it before, guys. There's a certain order of operations. If you can hit it, you're going to be in good shape. Whether it's whether you're the host, but the most important thing is getting those power weapons, getting control of the map, and anticipating where your enemies are coming from, which you're able to do on Narrows. It's not a massive map. It's not like it's called, wide
berth.
Right. It's narrow. It's narrow. It's small. So really interesting to see games unfold on that. But I asked a question earlier in the broadcast, and Elamite was able to offer an answer. My question was, what is going to happen with this RB team that is so unstoppable? What is the best chance that anyone has to face off against this team? And Elamite, the wise man himself, said that, you know what, there's only one team that hasn't really matched up against RB yet, and I feel like this matchup could be good, and that's this Rynoob team that we're seeing here. So Elamite, good job on that call out. But this is exactly what we almost want. We're seeing a matchup we haven't seen yet today in the grand finals for $25,000. And the elephant in the room question is, can RB lose? And I guess it's possible. Now we have a scenario here where it's possible for these guys to be unseated from top. So I'm excited.
And it would have to be a bracket reset, too. So if the team that we just watched dominates so well in the loser's bracket, they're going to have to face against RB twice in order to get the victory here. This is a $3,000 money match we're about ready to enter in here, folks. So hit that follow button. Let us know on Twitter who do you think is going to win. Let us know in chat. Why not be casting? Again, I want to give a special shout out to you for joining us throughout the entire tournament. What are your thoughts going into the grand finals?
Here we go.
I'll be honest, I'm a big fan of this Rain Noob squad, Ryan Noob and Rain, but there is no way I'm putting money against RB. RB is taking it. It's not even going to a second series. This is done first series, and we're going home early.
And here we go.
gosh.
We're jumping into the match, folks. Let's kick it over to Elamite and Walshy to commentate the grand finals for the Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3.
Yep, by the flag.
All right, thank you so much, Josh. And we are right into this one. No sleep for the wicked day. Ryan Noob comes off a huge Game 5 on Narrows, and he's right back into the mix in what arguably may be the toughest test either one of these teams have ever had in twos.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult feat, and, based on last Narrows, this is quite a different start here for Ryan Noob and Rain, as they do not go on a 15-0 streak at the beginning. However, they've at least stopped the bleeding a little bit. They've been able to get a kill here. They have a sniper on their side. They have a chance to get this weapon.
Yeah,
Ryan Noob's just going to sit there and bait it. I don't disagree.
Right, and those nades are just flying in because they know Tylenol, if I had to guess, is watching this sniper rifle, zoomed in, 10x, waiting for somebody to go make a move here. And that was a blessing, really, that Rain and Ryan Noob did not even go down further here. Trippy, I think, missed. Well, actually, he did. He missed 2 of his rockets. The first one didn't do anything. The second one was not a rocket kill, and that was the reason they lost sniper. But this could have been a lot like the start of last game, except for Rain and Ryan Noob on the receiving end, had that gone a little bit differently.
I like that angle. What a snipe from Ryan Noob to take out Tylenol up in top center. Unfortunately, loses BR fight to Trippy, who's going to maybe man-can this over, but that was such a crucial kill to try even this up. Ryan Noob has 2 choices right now when it comes to Trippy down here at the snipe and slash power up. He can either try to go isolate that 1v1, which is what he decided to do, or he can go across top center and ignore that player for a little bit, try to get the double team on Tylenol, and then turn back on Trippy. Those are generally the 2 kind of options you have when there's like a person who's way out of position or in a difficult to reach spot on the lower part of the map here on Narrows.
I mean, I can't believe this game's not kind of more one-sided than what we've already seen here. Ryan Noob pulling, a trick out the hat, basically, a rabbit out the hat with that sniper onto Tylenol and open up the map for them to get control again. It was like 6-1 before he finally got that second kill. They also made them burn through all of their rockets. Without taking too many deaths there. So this is, setting the pace for what to expect from this grand finals.
To cannon.
I can't believe Tylenol's little dance right there on the shockwave did
guys are
such
low
a good
cannon.
job staying alive there, dodging those grenades. Generally, when somebody starts to back down from like L1 or R1, you can just throw those frag grenades fairly predictably down the ramps and catch somebody. But did a good job like jumping from L0 to the shockwave to, you know, walking across that ledge to avoid any grenades that are banked down there. Just impressive movement.
Absolutely. The players and movement on Narrows and some of these other maps has definitely gone to a new level.
I just want to snipe.
More than any other time, you'll see players like the Gilkey and Nikos and the guys here in this game move around on the outside of Narrows. I talked about jumping up top mid from the cannon, similar to that snipe we saw from Ryanu to open up the game. That angle, getting outside the map on L2 and R2 or hiding on these little ledges, whether or not to get your shields back or make sure you play a weapon or dodge a grenade, whatever the case may be, right here. Like this angle, but this is the shockwave. You can also go in like through the window, I guess, you know, for lack of a better word, right next to you here.
that window is like a really good angle. That was one area that I felt like I did really good on back in the competitive days, learning how to properly get out of that window, in and out of that window super quickly, because it's the difference between life and death, between getting out there instantly, like you can just like snap into it, just like Ryan Noob almost did there, and then go out on the shockwave without having to jump up and make yourself vulnerable to the lobby.
Nobody expects it as well, right? And the additional protection you have from grenades and other explosives on the map is all the difference in staying alive and maintaining control.
Our sniper, our flag box, our flag box.
He just we got both POVs here. You see Tylenol on the left screen, Ryan on the right screen. You can see how this looks from both sides, and we have a fairly even matchup. You know, both these teams are trading slay for slay. We have not seen one squad like really run away with control or setup outside of the very beginning of this game, where it was like you said, 6-0 or 6-1.
Yeah, and the thing I'm most surprised about the beginning is because we already know how painful the first 10 seconds of the game can ultimately be. I'm most surprised that it wasn't worse. You know, the fact that they weren't able to get anything, and or they were only able to get the sniper and not have any real map presence, but yet only go down by a few kills. That really kind of speaks wonders to how good they are in not allowing a game to get out of hand early on.
Still there.
Absolutely makes sense, and seems how like they're somehow pulling this back, but looks like they once again have
Watch out the lobby, Ryan sniping L4
and Tylenol. They have Ryan on the run. They're looking for answer spawners. They have a flanker in the form of Trippy, and we've seen how dangerous he is as soon as he gets closer mid-range to somebody with hitting those 4 shots. So it's just a great position right now here for RB, and they're just gonna have to see if they're able to execute on this next engagement.
Yeah, you can see they're working together, looking for information. I don't know if they have eyes on anyone per se. They've not. No one's been the ones to really kind of make a move or force the issue here quite yet.
Nice.
Now you can see Trippy does get a kill on Terrain, jumps up L2 and actually finishes that one off, which is a bit surprising there because that was a solo kill. An 18-11 largest lead of the game. New rockets have just dropped. Trippy gets taken no shields by a grenade. I'd like to see Rain and Ryan contest this, but you can't contest anything when Tylenol is hitting shots like
no info on Ryan, nothing.
Yeah, both these snipers respecting each other so much, where Tylenol's not really putting himself in position to get hit from really either attic or like jumping out to like scope and hit something amazing. Instead, realize how valuable this life is by staying alive and just only isolating specific angles that he feels comfortable hitting.
Went back to cannon.
That
sniper, I'm watching.
The sense of urgency in the callouts as well, and how quickly they're trying to get that information
be up top.
across the other team. Rain now does get the kill on Trippy, so rockets are gonna go down.
Nice.
Right now, wow, the amazing callouts of where that player is. The great double kill. This is a triple kill potential, but it does look like the players will come up spawn on to flag. So they should have
missed a lot of those coin flips. Missing a few of those coin flips we're looking at. You know, man can side with the spawn flags are reversed, and that's you know, to no fault of their own. That's just sometimes
wasted a rocket. He's
how the luck works. But
yep, it is still shooting you both there. Top
absolute. Down low on sniper. Sniper guy was
3 to 14. Trippy does grab himself another kill. He's still got top mid control. Almost surprising. Tylenol comes off spawn way back on flag instead of towards more lobby or even on the Mohawk there. But regardless, grabs the sniper rifle back. He's got plenty of shots to use here, especially if he only needs 1 kill. And you can just see him locking down L2, R2, and Attic even with this different angle
back
here.
cannon. I'm one shot.
They're back
Yeah,
cannon,
this
or-
one's just
Yeah,
gonna
like
be
they're
closed out here
back-
soon,
he's back
especially
up.
since I don't think they know Tylenol has a sniper, nor do they know
Oh,
where
four, I think.
Tylenol
Yeah,
is.
Ryan. Okay.
Watch your camera
And
side if he pokes.
I think in an ideal world, you'd almost see like Tylenol maybe like
Literally
shoot
team
off
snipers
3 of
right
these
now, bro. We
bullets
all
and
have
waste
snipes.
them, but like at this point, he doesn't want to give away his position. He wants to
I'm
see if
just
he can
watching
catch
all
off this
left
one
side
player
right
off
now.
guard.
I'm
And every time he's been doing this
Alright, I'm just
rotation
on
and
Hawk.
staying back here anyways, he's been
Yeah, I think they're
incredibly
playing
successful.
R4,
So
R2 or something.
why change if it's not broken just in the
Just
extreme
on, like,
scenario?
R3.
Yeah, I mean, and besides the different angles he has, you know, the bridge or narrows in general is a huge angle, right?
Construct
And it
next.
peaks top center. So where he's standing, he's definitely cutting off a lot of different angles that he can be seen from. If he moves up a little bit, he can kind of take a look under top center through the glass and kind of see low. Anybody's trying to go for a flank, and that position in general is just so powerful, right? Nobody can lift across cannon. Nobody can push across top mid. They even want to get eyes on him. They've got to expose themselves like L2, R2, or in the attics, which he's got eyes on with the sniper. And you know, there's by no fault is this guy standing there, right? He knows I know how to play from this position perfectly. I know where to stand. I know where to dodge grenades. I know where people are going to spawn. And Trippy just gets to run around the map. He's got a sniper rifle watching his shoulder,
Alright,
one of
far
the
or
best in the
close,
game,
remember?
and just has free range.
Yep. And that was also so impressive too, that whole exchange, like you said, where Trippy was able to just like flank below as Tylenol sniping, and they just have to respect Tylenol so much
close,
that like
close, I think.
they can't check out
Not
these
far,
angles,
far.
and Trippy's able to
Left
just like do
Already
so
bottom
much
gold.
damage from
C2.
nearby when that
Up close,
whole
one of them.
area
Up
was
close,
going
up
down.
close, full shields. I'm grabbing sniper.
All right, and they can see some of those calls coming in here. They elect to go for
Spawn there,
sniping
spawn there.
and
One's one shot, I
rockets
can't go
off
for
the start and
Alright,
grab and
slave.
kill. Like, what an opening.
Ah, yeah, man.
I didn't even know this is a strat
they're
you
going
could
for
try to
rockets now,
implement.
jumping
Like,
R1,
hey, let's
jumping
just
R1.
grab sniper and rockets off the start.
I spawn there.
That sounds like a good strat, Dave.
Yeah,
And open ramp,
I
open
think
ramp
I
as
would
well.
rather take both instead of just one. I don't know why we didn't think of that.
Has some great, you know, you talk about order of operations and, you know, just 1 + 1 = 10 with sniper and rockets.
He
So
dropped
why
C2,
not?
C2. No, he's R1, both R1. They have sniper.
A little surprisingly that
O3 sniping, O3.
it kind
Where's
of fell
he
apart
going?
there, but I think
sitting on
what
the
really
purple,
did
watching it.
happen is
I have to go sword.
Cal and I joke about focusing on
open.
one or the other because you really do need that firepower to
just
support
literally
each
dreaming
other. And what happened there, it felt like
I got
Trippy got picked off trying to
Here,
grab rockets
watching
since he
close
didn't have
shoot.
full support
Or
there,
TV.
and then eventually the sniper got picked off,
jumping
kind of in that 1v1 against the rockets, and so
Ryan
it
has
just
rockets
kind
and
of
open, the other one's
faltered in
closed
the
lobby.
end.
Close-
Going
close
for
purple.
both weapons, but
Watch out,
for a minute
Watch out,
there,
T3
it
to lobby,
looked like
one's
it was going to work out. Looks like they're going to get both
Huge shot,
weapons,
huge
and
kill.
that's like
Nice,
the
nice.
amazing start that you always want to have.
It's close gold.
Wow, and a great trade to actually secure that kill on Ryan, make him waste
I didn't
both
see it.
rockets to get that kill also. And,
Fuck.
you know, I think
Okay,
from
top gold,
so
Ryan.
far from what we've
Nice,
seen,
he's
this might
so
be one of the
sniping,
better
push it.
starts that we have for Rain and Ryan.
Still there, still there. I can't
Actually,
poke.
with
Can you
this
poke
big
this guy?
7
Shoot him
and 4
once.
great
See if he'll shoot.
shots from Tylenol.
God, yeah, that's
Just
sick.
puts
Ryan's
Ryan
fine, I'm one.
down. But he does come off
One
spawn
shot
on
push
close
sheet.
street because his teammate's there, so they are still flipped,
We're good,
or
we're
the
good.
map is still split here
I can
up
lift up
top.
C3.
One's
Are they
open,
both
one's
there?
open, one's in
It's
close.
still split, and
He's in close, sniping
when
under
you
it.
have these split times, I think it's pretty clear that having the lobby control
Oh,
seems to be a bit more advantageous
Okay.
if you can poke out some
He's main
spots.
ramp
But
side. Just got shot by
you know,
burst. I'm going in
it's
in
not
barrels.
like a
Okay, I'm hiding down here. I'm not getting it.
like that lobby to street fight.
Watch
It's
out, one
not
shot.
like
Coming to you, one shot.
90, 10,
Both one,
you know,
to the
90%
right
of
as
the
well.
time you're gonna win
You'll
those
see that,
fights.
you'll
It's
see
like
that.
it's still
He knows
fairly
I'm gonna go up here.
fairly
Yep,
winnable
yep,
from streets. You can still win
Right,
it
sword.
like a significant percentage of the time. Like you don't need to like reset and go from some other angle. So,
Good sword. I'm in
but
lobby.
yeah, if I had the choice between the two, I'm
An open
definitely taking
rain,
lobby. every
half.
day.
Oh, 100%.
Shoot,
We
you
saw exactly what Tylenol and Trippy were able to
One's on me,
do
closed.
with that lobby control
street,
against
street,
Quaddy
street.
and
Hit him
Trishkov
twice, hit him
earlier in
twice.
the series, right? They get the
That's
sniper rifle. They
nice,
just
two
lock
dead.
him at gold the whole time. And that's the one thing about gold. Like, yeah,
Rockets
sure,
and
you're
dirty,
up
and snipes
top
up.
and,
Alright, what do
and
you
your
see?
teammate will spawn
I don't see anything.
with you
Probably
there,
gonna
but
go for
that's
snipes
sometimes the
soon. He's main
downside.
at baiting,
Yeah, your
watch out.
teammate will probably spawn there with you, so like, there's no opportunity to escape and work on a good flank
Main
here.
ramp, sitting there, one
And
guy.
having that information is sometimes,
drop?
you know, we talk
You
about
watch
the
me?
information
No,
game.
no, do not
Half
drop.
the battle. You know they're both at gold. You don't have to watch your
Rockets,
back.
we
You
gotta
don't have to
just play for
worry about
rockets
the
if we
purple
can,
legs. You don't have to
anything.
worry about the sword legs. You just
just saw me.
focus
He's
on
a
the
one,
one
FC1.
area on the map.
That's a great point. The
lifted.
strength that does come from
Absolutely.
gold is that
my
there's a
death cam.
threat up
You hit him with
top
that? Oh, no, he didn't.
with the threat
Shot.
also coming in from one of the purples or from the sword legs.
Push your
Like that's
thing.
why
I
it's
don't know
so
how you lift it
powerful in
up.
fours is You get a couple people top gold, and nobody can comfortably watch the purples from a very safe angle without getting shot from up top.
Rain's
so,
one shot on me.
Yeah, great call.
And I'd
Is
say
that
as far
Zox
as spawns go, that's probably the most consistent spawn you can get is your close street. You know, like your close street, your teammate's gonna like always be there. It's something you can rely on. And if you are at gold or you are close to purple, you can actually kind of like just run towards that area a little bit and try to work on getting that spawn there. And with it being so close to you and up top, you've immediately got reinforcements, right? So that is one of the power plays there.
I really like this position with Tylenol. Waiting for any moment if someone pokes out open street without realizing there's someone R1, or kind of steps in the lobby. He's in position to like double team either of those spots without being seen. He's going to be kind of like the one that gets the first shoot in that situation, or join the fight a little late. And what a challenge from Rain! 6 shots from cross map to take out Tylenol in that 1v1 fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you should be able to escape away up top and then have information of both players being low. Tylenol puts us. Oh my god!
Brings back, honestly.
Look, it looks like you're playing in fast forward mode right now.
One's up gold.
How he's able to double back. I've never had a double back so quick.
He does.
I think it's 8.5.
8.5?
I couldn't tell you where I just got rocketed from.
Yeah, like 8.5, 8.5. If I'm not mistaken.
What? That's like the highest sense I feel like I've heard of a player that's like playing this level. You know what I mean?
I feel we've had some 10 sensors in the past and some really high. And, you know, I know like a lot of lands, even like legit, and I would play 7, 8, and 10, try to kind of goof off or just have fun and whatnot, but never with a BR like this. Never with control like this.
Nice. I'm
gonna what's the highest sense that somebody's won a tournament with? And I would guess it's like 5 or 6.
I would guess Pistola with like a 6 probably.
Up gold.
Yeah. Am I off on that, or you probably agree? But
I would agree. I'm not even sure when or how often Pistola was playing 6, but like that seems to be like sort of the max that we've seen at least in the past of someone playing a high enough sense or a high sense that they can still consistently hit like their mid-range and close range like BR fights.
I'm going in open.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can see the accuracy, the no scopes, everything, pinpoint. You know, accuracy, even with such a sense, and the ability to double back and just hide your head, strong side away, all these other things is extremely high on in those opportunities here. Also, want to give a shout out to Flazin. We've got in the chat too. Congrats on the placing, man. You played phenomenally.
Yeah, incredibly impressive throughout this event. So congrats to you throughout this event.
No way,
it was a pleasure watching you.
He's coming to you.
Watch out, the lobby. One bullet lobby.
22 to 15.
Dude,
so it looks like we got Rainu not going down without a fight, Dave. They are not ready to call it quits.
I was lifting up. I have to.
And
one drop.
Keep going their way here. We may be looking at tying up this series. Now, of course, if you're just tuning in, this is the championship match. However, we are still in our first series.
Shopping?
Team RB or Tylenol and Trippy took game 1 with now Rainu, but leading here in game 2. But like I said, first bracket. If Rain and Rainu are able to continue the series and win, they will have to beat Tylenol and Trippy in a second best of 5 to be crowned champions.
You have a sniper?
Yep, this is a double elimination format. And the losers need to be knocked out by 2 losses. And
got one.
RB, aka Trippy,
that wasn't him.
and Tylenol have not lost a series yet today, so they'd have to be taken down twice as Kyle highlighted.
I did see them. They dropped 1 game as far as I can tell. But obviously with these twos, sometimes it can be such a back and forth or one-sided affair. 22-17, camo still in their hands. And they've got information that there's a player in close purple. It's just the fear of lifting in there. Now, remember what we talked about before. A lot of times when they're going in to challenge that, it'll end up being from like a purple lift.
I think they're both just laying in there.
Right. Very few times you see like 2 players just run into a purple from lobby.
Yeah, because generally they want to get some sort of chip away damage, and they also don't want to allow that player to escape from street.
Watching lobby side, I don't have any.
You can send a couple people in through the lobby door if you're playing 4s, but like if you send 2 people into like closed or open purple from the lobby and they're able to escape street, you're just like you're kind of in disarray. Like, what do we do now? Where are they all at? Now we're both stuck in the purple. Like, how does this turn around or happen?
Back to
Watching
C3.
And
lobby
being in
still.
that purple without having anyone outside of
Ryan's
it, you
close
know,
street.
the
Let me
fear
know
like
when
we
it
talked
comes
about.
street. I'll come
There's
street.
nobody to tell when
Customs at
somebody's coming
50.
up that
You
lit,
shot
and
me
if you
again?
don't
Coming close
necessarily
street.
catch the
I
audio
can't.
cue immediately,
Ryan's-
that
I
guy
got a
is
blood
in
R1,
your
man.
face immediately.
Can you run Blazer? Can you drop Blazer?
I'm dropping.
Looks
he in
like
C3?
they're
He's open
at least
3
one in lobby
and R1,
with
R2.
Ryan Noob. And look at these escapes.
Sword,
They're already planning a couple steps ahead.
He just
saying,
rocketed
"Drop
me. How did he
laser,
know I
can
was
you get out
there?
here?"
Sniping close street right now. He's in
Wow,
C3 with
but
weapons.
great snipes to get a kill, but a great
Custom.
prediction from Ryan to actually pick up the kill onto Trippy.
I got it.
Now, we just saw, like, that camo only ran out
your
not
sniper
too
too?
long ago, right?
Yeah.
And he was up in
I don't
purple,
know,
dropped
like it.
down
Knew
and
I'd come
grabbed
back
the
there.
new one, but continued to have the same sniper. So this is 2 camos on the same sniper,
I don't
same
see
life.
these guys. Okay, watch out. They usually check.
We're gonna have
this
to see
stuff.
what he can do with it. I
Tell me if
mean,
you-
these
just give me
this
info.
next kill or
I
two is gonna be crucial.
Is all
Getting
this left up
an
if
opening
I
kill where they
able
can
to-
break into
I'm going
up top,
open
and I like this.
street.
Remember last time
Tell me
we
if
don't
anything's over
see
Nothing.
Ryan Noob
Okay, I'm looking
and Rain's perspective, but last time the way they set up was one player enclosed,
Okay, one's probably in
watching
close with
lobby,
rockets.
and then one player top gold watching towards this barrel side. So I wonder if they have the
Don't see
exact same
anything
setup.
gold.
Oh
These
yeah,
guys
you're
aren't
right.
moving, bro.
That's definitely one of the most
I think one's
consistent.
C3
It's
hiding
just
with
one of the
rockets.
places on the map you can go to cut off as many
They're on
angles.
me.
There it is.
Showing up the exact
It's the same
same.
setup.
I'm watching close gold.
Yep.
One guy.
Same
Blocks her up.
setup. So close gold and close purple.
Can't help you.
Two spots
grabbing
are
them.
at.
Go close street.
Except I
Nice
don't know
guy.
if they
Still
have
in
those
C3
old
with rockets,
rockets
dude.
there, which they had in C3 before.
Close
Yep,
street,
sure enough they
flip.
did.
You're good.
I was wrong.
Hide. You're good. I spawn here.
Oh my
Go to
goodness.
O3. Go O3.
Can you
go O3.
imagine if he'd actually hit that shot at the end of the game? I might have lost it, Dave, but either way, 24-19, and they're coming back in this one. How they've got rockets and
Checking it.
2 sniper rifles
I
now.
don't see anything.
Open ramp.
This is
Open
definitely
ramp on me.
winnable if they
Hit it
can
by
clear them off
negative,
top, but then
I'm
it's
gonna
just
look
like this
1-2-3.
game of no mistakes.
sword.
It's like,
Oh,
all
I'm
right,
in
do they have to
sword.
like round each corner
This one needs
really
to be-
carefully and try to find
Watch
where
out.
they're at? And
No.
Noob flies in, just ends it.
Nah. I
All
sniped
right, so
one
that's
and
going to
then he
be
just
a tie series so far, 1-1
Damn it,
here
man.
between
charged.
RB
We just
and
didn't get
Rain Noob.
weapons. Literally.
But yeah, I think they
still
just didn't afford themselves any room for error by the
pretty
time they got
close for
those
not
those
having
weapons in their
weapons at all
hands.
that
I mean,
whole
they
time.
got that second camo, like you said, with the sniper, and at that point, they were Ray Noob
Next
already
round.
had 23 kills, and at the end there, when they had 2 snipers and rockets,
Yeah.
like, yes, you can have
Oh yeah,
all
and
these
he
power
spawned
weapons,
sword
but
there,
if
by
you
the way.
have
He
no
just
room
killed you,
for like
so.
one mistake or one death, you put
Yeah.
yourself in such a difficult position.
Well, we have.
Yeah, I mean, nades, insta-splodes, flanks, surprises, 2-shot melee, which I think kind of what happened at the
Yeah,
end there.
basically
Being
went
down
flying
that
in the lobby.
sword.
Yeah.
Right. There's just there's so many different angles somebody can come from, and these guys are no slouches, right? We know when they're going to be calling out where somebody might be looking. They know what angle to take to try to catch them off guard, and to really kind of set or dictate the pace. And we know what these guys have found works best for them, which is what we saw. Like they were down snipers, they were down rockets, but they still got kills, and they locked down close street and gold, watching each other's backs and doing it perfectly. The discipline here for these guys is definitely what sets this team apart from some of the other ones.
Yeah, you can definitely tell how Rain and Ryan Noob, like, they don't exactly just like continue to give up these massive leads where they can help it. They know how to, like, they have a few tricks up their sleeves that are able to like take away the momentum or slow them down. Whether it's Ryan Noob flying into lobby at the end to get the final kill, or whether it's them just fully slowing it down at closed purple and at top gold when the opposing team has camo and snipes. Like, they have a couple trick ups their sleeves that we haven't seen RB be able to as efficiently or effectively deal with.
Yeah, and you can see the collapse coming in, right? The elbow, the bottom mid, the push immediately, the jump up to S2 on the charge to S3. Trying to find these players as they're rotating away because they know what angles people are going to take it. That one entirely. I actually loved what we just saw, right? Tylenol got chased off of Snipe Tower by a guy coming low and elbow. He got away through top mid, right? We talked about that. He got top mid, jumped over to guard it. The problem with some of these charges is there's just not enough people to watch the whole map. And if you have a lot of focus on low or on one side, you can, 90% of the map is your playground now at that point.
Yep. It's why these games play so different from 2s to 4s. It's just like, a lot of these routes in place just don't work in 4s because there's just, like you said, more focus on the map. You just can't count on being able to take that route, and these players just knowing exactly where they can go and when they can do it, and just being such masters of this.
Exactly. 6-3 New sniper in about 30 seconds. Camo about to pop as well. So we'll see where these teams decide to put their focus. Do we want to push over and try to contest this, maybe trade it out, or just sit back and wait for the camo? And now we're seeing exactly what they decide to do. Great double team comes out. Trippy not expecting that one. And with that kill, they've got eyes on Tylenol and should be able to push. Tylenol, he had a sniper, picks up a trade. Rain with that camo gets taken no shields. Trippy's looking for the kill. And Tylenol with the money grenade finishes that off. And as that grenade comes up, that cuts off top gold. Trippy can now go back to top middle because he doesn't have to worry about the angle. And what looked like a bad push turned into an excellent camo finish.
I have a big sniper.
Yep. Luckily, Ryanoob able to secure the snipe eventually, and they can now make this push on snipe tower. I'm wondering where this player is going to run from snipe. They know they're going to be trying to get collapsed on. Seeming like a little timid instead of pushing up to S3, which I would expect, to try to find an escape route or avoid the person who's at the tower. But
it's not.
right now, both these teams, their players kind of separated. Ryanoob not certain if he has somebody nearby. Rain, knowing that there was a sniper over at snipe tower. Rain does get taken out, and they're back down to just holding blue and gold. So,
that looked like a big bloodshot to you, like a bigger bloodshot than
normal? Yeah, that was
felt like a whole leader came out right there on that one.
Bottom green, one shot.
You hate to see it. That one, all right, that one counted, and the blood was there. But yeah, the previous one was a massive bloodshot.
You got me.
All right, now 10-6.
That's 3 out.
Let's see, what a great snipe by Ryanoob. The confidence to take that sniper under glass and challenge the weak player on elbow. Comes out ahead. I almost thought that was going to be a collateral for a second.
That almost was, yeah.
Once again, that's the one thing I've missed today. I haven't seen any collaterals. I haven't seen any collaterals in Infinite either yet. Or actually, I think there is, but I haven't got it yet. I think I've just been missing out on it a little bit.
You're telling me you can't collateral the bots?
Bottom green one.
Dude, you should be able to. You should. Definitely missed opportunity. If anything.
I feel like I've seen that on Twitter already. I'm just saying, I think other people have done it, Kyle.
I think so.
You can practice up tonight and see if you can get them to line up.
I will be practicing. All right, we'll do. I'm on it. But that camo once again, so it's like a 35. Oh my goodness, just such great shots. And as soon as Trippy goes down, that's the opportunity to charge top middle. You can see it, right? He was backing down while shooting and ends up getting the kill. Now Trippy, I like that challenge, right? If there's any time to challenge, it's when they have a power weapon.
But I was also surprised where, like, I thought Rain was still alive at that time where Trippy made the challenge. And, like, if you're jumping up to S3 to challenge someone top middle, you're generally not on that rail for fear of making yourself easier to double team. So they must have known that Rain was out of the picture, or Rain was dead, and I didn't fully see that.
I think Rain jumped up to top blue from gold, right? And he wasn't like going for the quick top mid push. So that definitely hurt him, right? Like Ryanoob probably expecting to have some of the help in that scenario, and not expecting Trippy to just soar off of S3.
Yep. Great plays all around from Trippy there, recognizing the scenario.
Great shots go on to Tylenol, though. He tries to commit and get the no-scope, but wasn't able to connect. That opens it up for Ryan to push through, and now they pick off the kill onto the player that just lifted camo. That's Trippy. To Tylenol, still at snipe, still with the sniper. Trippy comes off spawn into green, and Ryanoob has some great shots onto him to back him up once more. Now, we don't know where Tylenol escaped to, but he's
Tylenol's got to be like Garden at this point. No, where's Tylenol?
Yeah, he did.
Tylenol was Garden, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You figured when you escaped the bottom middle, and you saw that Ryanoob looked towards bottom tree and did not see Tylenol there, you have to assume that player clearly went bottom gold, or more than likely, if they've gone bottom gold, they're going to go Garden and get up high again with that sniper.
Just a perfect time to actually flank and rotate, right? Like, they're catching him off guard. They have the call-outs. They think they know where he is, and all of a sudden, he's across the map, shooting him in the back. So just keeping them guessing, keeping them on their toes, and continuing to build upon this lead.
God, that's terrifying, too, that they're at snipe and they're at camo, and, like, even when they get Tylenol to one shot, the moment that they start to push from, like, green to bottom or top center, like they're getting sniped from a different angle at gold, top gold, like just a spot that you're not really expecting or really as focused on for Tylenol to be. So the players in RB just knowing when and where they can take some of these riskier challenges when they're weak or when they're down in numbers.
I hear him.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see they're really slowing down the pace. So Rain and Ryanoob, no, they're running out of opportunity to get back into this one. They need to go big here. I cannot
cannot see he's in
believe
blue already.
Ryan Noob does not get the beat down there to actually secure the kill.
I'm
What
trying
a
to look
great
at the jump for
job
I
of
don't see
the
anyone.
RB players
should be
to
in blue.
escape from
It should be
blue and
hiding.
actually
From blue,
extend their
blue,
lives there,
tunnel.
because that was a
I've not
kill
seen Trippy.
he,
That's
or a
three,
two-shot
no.
beat down he
That's three shot
probably
Trippy.
wishes he could
Going
take back
down.
here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
The
there's
tunnel left.
the problem is like a lot of times when you're in
5
doubt,
minutes.
you just have to
I
you
might
do
have
have to
done
go for
watch-
like
I
those
think
trades,
watch out.
those damage. But like you said, that's one of the times that I was kind of like regretting that. Like, all right, I probably should have played that quite a bit differently.
I'm gonna shoot him as he crosses
Plenty of
this.
time.
Yep, 100%. Some of us more
This
than
could be
others,
tunnel.
and as we look
You have
in
slight damage
this
advantage?
map, you can see
No,
Ryan,
I'm
or
dead.
Ryan,
Top
if he's
mid.
trying to lock down bottom mid,
Oh, I lived.
ooh, that's a great Mauler
one's
drop
about to check
animation. Awesome to catch that one
Or maybe not.
as well.
He's getting your sniper. Right?
Just
That's 1 second.
waiting. Okay, so he
Two
doesn't have
shots at-
camo yet, but he's just
Oh
waiting
my
for the
God.
opportunity to try to get the shots. And Dave, what are you supposed to do when they're hitting shots like
Let's
this?
just make him move.
I
Tell
think
me.
There's just
Let's
not
say-
much you can. I mean, like one thing that's interesting that's feeling
Okay,
like
fast too.
things have changed a bit, like with
That's a
Halo
go.
and with
we
sniping at
gotta
some
show
points,
you a
is
go first.
like the skill
What's the
level,
I jumped out.
or
that's
the with frame rate and all these different updates. It's like the game does turn into more of like a pretty strong offensive game.
He's
It's
gonna
like
say something as well, so
how
yeah, let's listen.
it's pretty reliant
He's
on
gonna
how
say
well
yeah,
does this
that's
person
what I was thinking,
execute,
maybe.
which is you want to we've had that in the past with Halos.
Because two.
But
Because two
like
shot him once.
right now, it's just too expected that people just hit this stuff. They're just such good snipers, and it's incredible just seeing them at work.
Free
But
crash, too. I'm probably building it.
at certain points, just
I'm
like
on
what can the defending team do here? How do they break out of this with the sniping ability?
He has it. We
And,
jumped out
and we
one time,
talked about
camo,
this
camo,
like
dead.
I think in the
He has
last
two sniping,
series,
one
but I
body.
don't know if we mentioned it here since these two teams matched
Pushing
up
up from
again.
blue
And
is-
the
Front of
way to
two,
beat
front of
these guys is you have to keep the weapons out of their hand.
Show you one,
You
see
you
going
just
two.
can't let
I'll
them
go
have
down,
it.
yeah.
It's as simple as that. They're too
What's up?
powerful with it, too good with
backing
it
up,
at this
taking an
point,
angle, been
and know
making it.
how to
Okay,
keep
I'm
it out of
watching
your hands, right? So if
Just
you're
trying
not
to push
able
you,
to
but
kill
he
them
has
when
no-
they have it,
Spotting
your
you.
only option
Yep.
is to just keep them from ever getting it.
Tunnel had two. Tunnel
Yeah,
had two.
it's
Trippy's
like
gonna have
such
this
a
wall,
weird
right?
mindset to have, where it's just it feels like a trick question. Like,
on you.
what's the
Yep.
best way to get sniper out of their hands? You don't let them get in their hands initially. Gotcha.
It does, Dave.
So powerful.
That's so powerful. And
Everybody
knows
as
that.
we had.
Kyle was definitely one of those kids in elementary school that would
Yeah, it's
pull nonsense like that. I 100% guarantee it. I
course.
did not know you in elementary school,
Nice 16
but you without a doubt were like one of those people that
Back to
said
you,
those
bro.
stupid riddles or like challenge
100%.
kids on the playground like that.
100%. These are big words coming from Dave. We got Walsh and Strong Side. If anybody knows, these two guys coming out here, the kings of the trolls over here. But some legendary moments come from this FD squad from back in the day, if I
Same
recall
thing, okay?
correctly.
Yeah,
Literally,
I'm
we
gonna
just
go
I
gotta
mean,
use
those are
teamwork on these
different.
guys,
Those are
like,
different
that's
than
straight
your
up,
stupid
that's it.
playground
Leroy.
riddles.
Just because you weren't invited on the playground, Dave, doesn't mean you have to be mad at the rest of us that had fun out on the playground.
Ride crossing now.
Yeah, one boy.
Me
He's literally
not
on the street.
being
So fucking
invited or having friends on the playground made
went-
me
he
into the
won me.
gamer I am
He's one
today.
shot,
So
one shot,
I
I respect
was
it.
really at a
Green's
loss.
one
here.
as well on the people
Sure.
on the glass.
Sure. Who
Watch
needs
out,
friends
Red.
when you can have
Watch out.
internet
Watch out,
friends?
glass.
We like to say.
I'm one.
John Red didn't die on a red. Fuck, man. Got a shield so fast.
Ooh,
Other
you
one's
can hear the
still on red.
frustration though on some of these players right as they're playing. Just how intense every battle,
Top,
every
top,
kill
nothing, you're good.
is in order
Can
to
you
try
get
to
info for
get
me?
the difficulties
I'm
here.
trying
So
to.
we got this game starting
There's
off
one behind me. I'm walking behind
2-1 Raynu. So
Car
with
2 to red car.
Raynu
Ryan.
me.
lacking
Red
or
Gandhi?
sorry, trailing in
Ryan,
the
I'm close.
series and being down
One behind
2-1
me, I
here,
think.
coming
Blue
from the
car.
lower bracket,
Blue bubble,
any
blue
game
bubble, rain.
of the next few, if
Other
we
one's-
see
red
anymore,
car's still sitting
can
there.
be lights out now for
in the
Raynu. They
blue.
have to get the
They're fragging
bracket
you, be careful.
reset.
One's blue too.
They
Blue team and
have
red
to
Gandhi,
win
blue
the
team and red
next
Gandhi.
two
I'm
to
straight
show
on
any
blue.
life or even to keep this one
You
going.
don't know I crossed.
Yeah, and it's gonna be so
blue car still.
difficult. I mean, you've just
Comes.
seen how much Trippy and Tylenol can
He's going
take
car
over
two,
the
backing up, he's
game
backing up.
when they have power up in
Otherwise,
their
red
hands. How well they're just shooting
Blue car still hit
consistently.
once.
Like there's so many times that
Regen.
like the
Both blue
narrows
car-
as an
both blue
example.
car.
Trippies up
He's got
front
push bump
in
blue,
their
I think.
face without even any power weapons and just
Got
picking
one.
off
Nice, I can help you,
kills
can help
even
you.
solo without like a
Against
sniper
one
getting a
right
body shot.
He's
first or something.
red
So
toilet.
it's just like
red bubble.
everything is
Is he falling?
dangerous
I don't
in
know.
both these players' hands.
Red
They have
bubble?
such
I'll
great
shoot.
shots. They have such great teamwork, such great
Yeah,
map
red
awareness
tunnel.
that
Ryan in the toilet.
Ryan Noob
Coming
and
top right.
I
Rain
was already
are
like,
just
didn't
gonna have
fucking die.
to play incredible
Yeah, dude.
Halo
Just live, bro.
for not just 2 games in a row right now. They're gonna have to do it for another
Some
3
players,
games
who
after
knows,
that
who
in the
knows.
second best of 5. So they just
Drops
really
one.
have a really tall order in front of them.
Yeah, obviously no room for error in these next two. What a
coming to you, the other one.
stick. I don't even know what happens there, but right on the dome, on the visor, that plasma grenade coming in here. So 4-2, and finally some pink control over here to Rain.
back to red,
The fact that
Ryan.
they're still up in the series after what looks like they've
Other
been
one's on the nerve.
kind of trapped on the bottom of the map, definitely kind of shows wonder
under
how
blue.
comfortable they are playing from no matter where they are, what position on the map.
P2, P2.
Although
P2.
they're
Coming to you.
losing
Shoulder
these exchanges right here. I mean, 3 kills,
Coming.
nothing to
Spawn
like
He's coming to you
quit
now.
the game at or anything like that. Clearly, like it's still very, very winnable. But
shot in the
a
Eli.
lot of times when
Above
you
you, above
see
you.
a
He's
map like
Half.
midship or like wizard or
there.
something like that, when it's in like a 2v2
Busy
format
issue.
without a bunch of power ups or power weapons on it, you start to see these leads just kind of like build up a little bit over time
Top
in
middle,
certain
to
cases.
P1.
Like if it's playing at a slower pace, you'll start to see the
One's
team
that blue Eli or something?
go up 4-2, and then
He didn't
before you
die.
know it, they'll be up 7-4,
I just
and
can't,
then
dude.
10-6 or whatever, and like
Pushing you.
slowly but surely they start to
Watch
mount
out,
that
Eli,
lead,
watch
and
out,
that's what
Eli.
we're seeing in
Die.
this
Watch out,
moment.
Front. Holy
Yes, it
fuck.
was a 3-kill game.
It's not
Now
bad.
we're
Watch
at
out
a
on him as well.
7-kill
Still
game.
here. Got him.
How's it gonna get
That's
worse?
Thank you. Holy fucking shit, these guys are not dying on this host.
Yeah, you can see
Watch my
11-6 right now. Definitely doing
P1,
well,
P1.
just continuing
Range
to
one
battle
shot.
it out. Considering how well things
Range
are
one.
going,
Watch out under you. Watch
little
out under you.
surprised
Red.
at how stressed
Watch out under you still.
Trippy sounds
Right?
on stream right now. 11,
I
you know,
hit it.
like things are going pretty well. You're winning in the
Hard.
series.
If you've
Yeah,
ever
you're doing
shoot on
wondered
it.
what it
now, but-
feels like to play against Ryan Noob,
I'm straight lining gonna get my
these
shield.
are
Red two, I'm going red
frustration,
two. Red two.
frustrating moments you get
I got
playing
one.
against someone like Ryan Noob
car
or
still? Red car?
Pistola.
Yeah.
They will get under your skin
He's chasing me.
moment
Fuck,
after
man.
moment,
Somehow.
life
I didn't know he
after
went there.
life,
Well, he's
and
crossing now,
yeah,
both of
it
them.
starts to
Oh,
chip
he's just
away.
DP.
We're good.
Starts to
We'll
chip
head down
away
back
at
there.
you.
Yeah, and you can see here
Watching your
that
cross.
looking to
Dude.
fight back
Rain's
into
got
this
Rain's
one,
half,
getting
going
shots
on
on
the
the players
needles.
pushing out from street. Great shots, at
Watch out,
least
P2. I
3
can't.
go
Watch
down
out,
on
P2.
that player.
Nice. Go back
And
now.
if Ryan
Backing up.
Noob is weak in P2,
I know
this is
you're
the
weak now.
opportunity Talonal needs to push out of the base. But just as I say that, great job by Rain,
maybe?
actually
Ryan,
peeking out.
yeah.
And those 2 shots alone probably saves Ryan Noob's
Regenning.
life. That's just how
window.
exciting
Two
and how
probably.
back and forth these 2v2s
Nice.
and
You
the
went
damage
blue two.
trades can be.
Grabbing frags.
You won. Good shit. Let's go.
And I love hearing this call
As I'm
too,
here,
grabbing
they're going back far,
frags.
they
Like
do this shit.
these grenades
go card
are
versus
being
blue, drop in the blue.
prioritized at a different
Card
level
two.
throughout this tournament than I've ever seen, really, even in Halo
Hello.
3.
Red car, red car.
You never saw people really going out of their
I don't
way
think so.
to like
Blue.
go grab the plasmas in green on Guardian,
Coming to you,
or
coming
you
to
never
you.
saw them
P2.
taking those extra steps to grab
Got another burst. He's half.
Watch out. He's one,
certain
he's one.
frags in certain positions, and it's just like these,
I
these
can't,
players,
dude. P2
especially
both
these
of them
twos, just
challenge
realize
out, both.
every small little advantage they can get, they want
Other guy was
to
weak.
take.
Right. I mean, and
Fucking
you can
needle,
see how they
up
use
you one.
they use
This one there,
grenades
go back up to blue.
in a format
Both there,
that's
both
kind of
there,
different than
backing
what
up.
we saw back in the day.
Blue
You know,
tree and like blue Eli.
so many times you're going around a corner, and if you
Man,
given
double,
what
man.
information you may have, you're actually just like bouncing the
C3 is the other
frag
one.
down at your feet, you know,
that's
and
fine.
using
Dropped,
it
I
to
think.
clear
Go
your
red,
entrance
go
or to like
red, go
open
red.
the entrance as you're pushing in, and you can do that in the middle of a fight to catch somebody off guard, or use it to like
Gotta
clear
go.
the entries.
Spawn under. I'm
Especially
looking
when there's so much battle or so hectic over P2 and P3,
I think
those
I'm getting
frag
out car.
grenades start to mean the world. Just being able to cut off an
Blue
angle
window.
and prevent
One's
somebody from
needles,
hiding
one's
in a
needles.
corner in
Yeah,
a 2v2 where you're
P2,
not
Ryan.
more than likely
P1,
not
P1
going to
Ryan,
have
P1
your
Ryan.
teammate in position to kind of get an angle. It can make all the difference.
Yeah, and I think probably one of the reasons
Nice
was
one.
design choice as well before understanding
Nice. Gotta live here,
before
you gotta live
understanding
here.
instances existed is
respawn.
like
I'm at blue. They're above me. They're
frags
above
were
me.
just probably so powerful here on midship on Heretic. Like there's just so many ramps that are built perfectly
Rain's
for
free shot from the
these
P pocket.
narrow little hallways
Storage
that
kill
somebody's
soaring
gonna
at
walk
you.
through or get
Oh,
funneled
I
through.
didn't know. He's going backing up
And
red
you can
street.
see more shots coming out. The power of the frag grenades, like we just said, 18 to
behind us, dude.
16. But the flank from Ryan, great
That is a
plasma
joke,
from
man, I'm
Ty,
sorry.
but an even better one from Ryan comes in for that
Try to get-
trade.
I'm weak.
And this hard comeback they've been
Under us
mounting,
again, man.
starting to look
Dude.
glim or
Oh
gloom
my
as they just
God.
continuously
Okay, one more
die
than my
here
five.
over
He's
and
on it.
over again now. And this is what happens if you're not able to find your footing. They're able to just keep
me
putting
too.
shots on you off spawn and just kind of keep chasing you
Got another
around the
burst.
map.
Under blue spawn. Under blue.
Yeah,
Blue
this
going
one
B, I
is
can't see.
looking like it's gonna be really difficult for RB to come back from. They might be
Yeah,
looking
on me, Ryan.
more towards this game
They're gonna push
5
hard, bro.
But
Here he
yeah,
is.
they're definitely not counted out just yet. This game is still winnable, but based on how things have been going, it feels like
Nice.
every single time they do get a
I'm
kill,
one, I'm one,
this
I'm
next
one, I
kill
can't.
seems
You
to
can
spawn
still
behind
go
them,
when
and
you're one-shot.
this could be the break they're looking for. They got a 2-0 exchange from a neutral
me
position.
again,
In
under
fact,
me again.
I would argue a disadvantageous.
Run, run, run,
Oh
run.
my God, this is it, Dave. This is where
Got him.
the game
Live.
is decided. The
I'm good. Go
double
pink
kill
I'm
hits
one, Joey,
the,
I can't.
under the base,
you,
the
I hear you.
power. You just
I'm going now.
no plasma is
Blue,
safe,
I'm looking
right?
through
Any
crosses.
plasma, any grenade on
Blue-
the map
blue
can
bubble,
be
blue
used
bubble.
to send an insta back at
Pushing
someone's
blue, they're
face.
they don't know here.
And
Blue bubble, Ryan.
those players, Rain and Ryan, who both
No
died
info
in
on
that
Rain.
neutral position, like you said,
Blue
David,
card,
and then they
he's red card, I saw
spawned
him. He's red card.
under
Stay pink too, stay
Tylenol
pink too,
and
top.
in between
Alright.
Trippy. That was
red.
a heartbreaker. The
Top red
last
and blue
place
bar.
you want to find yourself in when
Literally
you're
just keep
up
peeking
by
and don't do
2
damage. Or don't
in
take
this
damage.
scenario.
Alright,
Yeah, and I
I'm
think
just
they had
shouldering
the right
red.
right
idea
now.
in mind. They're
They're
like,
flanking
let's
right
just
now.
charge out right away,
Let's
see if we
do
can
the
catch one of them off
Underball,
guard or
underball
out in the open, and just get this double
one.
team.
I
But
got jumped in the
ended
wall.
up just backfiring and like getting, cornered down in that base.
Where?
Look at that
Blue
target
corner.
Blue two,
switching
blue two.
on such a high sense.
No way, dude.
Great overall job by
know
both
if I hit
teams,
him.
really, to focus him
Come on.
on P3 and for him to try to
die?
fight his
I don't
way
know.
out of that scenario. 24-22.
He's on you, P2.
Zero
Knows I'm here.
room for
get
error.
pushed.
They
I'm
know
gonna
where one
push.
player is.
Under blue, now. Go.
He's got to be, he's got to watch out for Rain. Sure enough, Rain's coming in. He
Double, man.
cannot die.
Yeah.
Rain or Ryan who should double
Ooh.
back. Sure enough, he does, and they come out ahead there. Like this is one of the cool things about these games, Dave, is like when you see a player, right? Well, when Tylenol is below the base and sees Ryan in P2, like, yeah, you know where somebody is, but the danger then, you have to immediately think, like, is coming from behind me. And sure enough, less than 3 seconds later, there's a player flying in below the base. So it's almost the unknown that you have to worry about the most, because you know this guy's here, then the real danger comes from where you don't know, because the information that was just granted to the enemy team by them seeing you is being used for them to act on.
Exactly. It's just, and they've
Really knows that
these teams and players do such a good job of keeping track where individuals could be coming from, but it's still a guessing game. Or even if you do know where someone's coming from, a lot of times you don't have your shield. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Like they're just gonna come in and out-BR you. You're down a couple shots. That's more than enough shots to lose a fight. I like this play. I was asking about this from Ryan Noob before, saying why does he not just push through? And looks like he does push through. Gets a kill on Tylenol. That means Rain's gonna get overshield. They have sniper. They have rockets. They have overshield. They might have the second sniper.
How about this? Do you think they saved it? Do you think they saved the strat just for this team?
I'm watching court spot.
Oh, that could. I don't know. When they're already down a series or like
I'm killing the second guy.
trying to close out their series, there's no way that they're not gonna like just use that start to try to save over here just for this one go.
Keeping him really weak.
It's tough to say, but they did in fact work. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if the strategy ultimately came from playing against them so many times, right? Like nobody probably has an opening strat better than Trippy and Tylenol on the pit. A lot of people in chat even saying like the pit is like a game type they just won't lose on. And you're seeing perfectly countered here by Rain and Ryan to open up the game, kind of showing their veteran experience here in these games.
Yep, they were able to at least crack the beginning here. Now they're just gonna have to like close out, and giving up a few kills like this here and there, it's acceptable, but you can't do that consistently. Just like that, they had a 6-1 lead. They had the weapons, and now they have nothing. They're kind of cowering on their side. They get rocketed. You know, that Trippy and Talonov snipe, they could be pulling this one back, which is kind of scary. I mean, when you get the starts that you need or want, you need to extend that lead further. You should have, when you have an overshield rocket, 2 snipers, I feel like that needs to go more than just a few extra kills.
Yeah, or at least waste some of the ammo, right? Like we saw that strategy for teams that maybe aren't as effective at controlling a weapon for the entire game. Get rid of the ammo. Leave it to your BRs to fight it. Don't let a team that is the best in the game at that specific skill set, dictate the pace of the game, and that's what's happened.
Yep. It's gonna be bad timing. And gonna see if Rain can get a cleanup here, but Rain has been spotted. He is now one shot at OS. Ryan Noob's now the one on this spawn rotation, kind of being singled out. And I like this slip through. I really do. Depending on where Rain spawns, you could loop back over to bridge and try a double team together. But Ryan Noob opts to run a long route. Gonna probably go all the way to the opposing snipe and grab this new sniper.
Yeah, classic Ryan Noob, right? This is definitely a play that he would do, or definitely well known for. These long, unpredicting flanks, but this is actually what you have to do. right?
It's
The
like
worst thing you can
capital
have happen is just to get trapped
you might have
and
base
spawn
evergreen
cycled.
to
You
to
know,
second round.
and when they're just pushing
Or
and,
training,
and they're
training,
able to
looking
keep
bridge.
you in your own base and
Banana,
finding you,
banana, I'm
trapping you
shooting
in the
him. Weak
mauler and
banana,
things
so
like that, getting
our
your
side,
own
they're both
sniper
on me,
rifle,
both on me.
you'll
I'm
never be able to push out. So it is so
I'm trying to live.
important
I'm probably just
that
starting it.
Ryan Noob actually stays alive here too. He
I thought
wants
they
to get
said
this
no.
sniper, but you know they have not forgot about him over here in their base.
one.
Nice.
Yep, that's
know
why
what
you
Talon
didn't
is.
see
No clue
Ryan
what
Noob
Talon is.
first go for that
Roger.
snipe. Yes, he could have risked it,
Responsibles.
tried to run over, grabbed the
Lifted
sniper,
tower.
and gotten away with it and
Oh
done
my
more
God, it's-
damage.
What's
But
up,
the
what's
bigger
up?
risk
Tower
is
sniping. He's court
if
sniping.
that threat gets
Tower
shut
sniping.
down, they're back at square one, like
I'm gonna
Kyle
just throw
said.
them all in.
They're back
I'm
in their
going to
spawn
run.
trap, both stuck at their base,
Okay.
getting killed over and over again. So it's more important that Ryan stayed alive, and then
Jump forward, fight.
secondarily
One shot is
gets
one.
control of that weapon and can
You
use
guys
it
are
as a
flat
threat
setting your-
later.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
100%.
trying to
And
jiggle.
well, you
I'm
saw Trippy get beat down by
You guys two
Rain
rocking
in the Rain Noob's
He's
base.
just
But then he
right above
spawns
you, right
courtyard,
above you,
lifts up
right
immediately,
above you.
kills
Keep going
Ryan
forward,
Noob,
right
right?
above
Like Ryan Noob was not
Yes,
expecting
yes,
that courtyard spawn and gets
He's
taken
trying to
out.
put
But the
this out.
strategy we just talked
He's gonna
about,
get-
you see him, he got over, got that sniper rifle back, wasted 4 shots immediately. Wasn't even going for the kill, just knew like if I get this this ammo out of their hands, this is our essentially key to victory. Right? We talked about
No, I
keeping
don't
the
think
weapons
it's
out of their hands. Well, if you can't keep them out of the hands, just try to get them off the map at least.
It's late, it's late.
Yep, and there's no spots to throw it off the map here on pit, so you're just gonna have to do it the good old-fashioned way and just start shooting bullet after bullet at the ground.
Backing up, going to
Exactly.
one shot.
Now
Yeah,
we
you got it,
will
can't
need to
see
see them set up for the OS.
There's 3 round one shot to
Right,
pit.
you see Trippy and Tylenol
Big guy might
definitely
be
play
running
around
already.
that constantly.
Got weak, he got full. Damn it.
Sniper changing hands with a good amount of
Give him the
ammo
tag.
as well. That is a OS rocket guy
Get away. From one shot.
charging
Steps
up
down
the
on green.
training.
It's down inside.
Some
Trying to get
grenade. Oh wow! And what great grenades!
Watch out,
Long
Frank.
distance ones coming in, maybe from Needler, maybe from snipe cuts. Either way, that's Trippy's
That's 4
nades to finish off the kill on Raynoob or Ryan Noob as he's running away with that sniper.
Green one shot, Trippy.
And yellow sniping, they're training sniping.
Now, it
All
does
those
still
over.
look very winnable from
I'm gonna hide under
Rain and
bridge.
Ryanoob's side.
went back,
However, the
Okay.
scary part is they were up to a 6-1 start.
Saving those two.
And now that Tylenol and
Backside.
Trippy have been able to get control, they've been able to erase that lead and,
Volume
in
off,
fact, build
Trippy
up
should try to
a
fly.
2-kill lead of their own. So, just a difficult spot to be in.
Yeah.
I mean, Rain and
Bottom this
Ryanoob,
one.
plain and simple, like you said, Kyle, need to get those weapons out of their hands. And it sounds like they may both have some form of a power weapon at this point, and so it's just really difficult, even if they execute on getting one kill on a player with a sniper or rockets, they have a second one to deal with.
Yeah, and the important thing is here is
Is
just
that
not
two
giving a big lead or dying
Nice,
at this moment, right? Because at this moment is when both teams need to start setting up for the next
Like
set of
curiosity
rockets
checking for
and overshield. Again, they should each be getting
Probably
their
they're
own
training
sniper
above
rifle.
on the yellow.
But I talked a little bit about all the different blind spots that you have over at training. Like in a 4v4 game, very rarely would you be able to
That's too
sit
much
on your
background,
enemy
background.
team's training ramp,
Got him.
potentially right underneath
Getting
them
the
or
sword.
within a few feet away,
No clue on
without
Trippy.
having
Yeah.
anyone see you or be completely surprised,
running
right?
sword,
And that
clearing.
is what happens. You
Clearing.
see the player top tower
Trap
get
it for
taken
next.
weak. He knows there's going to be a collapse coming, but he's
Oh,
not
that's through
expecting
behind.
the players to be so pushed
both
up
through,
and
yeah?
just hit him
I
already
don't think
without
they
anyone
got
getting eyes.
Yeah, that was so sneaky
guess
and
so
such a
just
smart
give
play by Ryan. He realized he had snuck by, realized he was in a really strong position, and just waited it out, waited to see when the opportunity came about, and as soon as Rain hit that body shot,
No, I'm not.
Ryan was there to get that finish.
I'm going run away.
Gonna be
You
our
can see
long
some
to-
great
to
shots
the
come out. I
Oh,
don't
you
even know
want
where those
shot,
shots came
Yeah,
from.
we can
But
do that.
Ryan gets
Watch out,
taken
watch out,
half
run
health and immediately
Yeah, we'll
has
take
to
that.
back down.
Yep.
Now we're seeing what Trippy and
Can't really
or
do anything.
what Trippy and Tylenol do, what Rain and Ryan
That's
were doing
early.
moments
Okay,
ago,
right.
and let's just trade the map again.
Snipe
If you
them
come
once,
off
go
spawn,
back.
oh, and they get
I don't
yet
see that
another
okay.
overshield. That does look like it goes ahead and connects. You can see
I
the
don't think I
teamwork
have any
here.
snipers.
You know,
I'm pretty sure.
Rain just sitting on sword cuts, staying alive.
Watch
Ryan
it.
Noob top tower,
haven't seen
using
them
that sniper
cross.
rifle to keep the OS player at
This one,
bay.
he got it.
And being down by only one
And
kill, they're
Tylenol's
more
on.
than happy to just take their time and look for some advantages.
Yeah, and this map's just kind of completely flipped. I'm really not sure
Nice
where
one.
anyone's at. You can assume someone's opposite sword or that street, like that just jumped across there. That could have very well been the overshield person. I wasn't tracking the exact name. But other than that, it's really
Let me
tough
take
to
that
tell
too.
where this other threat could be, where this other sniper is, and so they're just playing it so cautiously. They realize and recognize that
I'm keeping
you
swords.
lose
Yeah, I
this
think I'm
power
gonna
weapon
rush
or
right here.
lose this next little neutral engagement. That could be the game.
New snipes and
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, map like Pit, we already know what Trippy and Tylenol are capable of
First one.
doing on it. We know how
nice. Spawn
you know
kill.
punishing one
Look
death
forward,
can
look
be.
Here comes the
They
spawn
get into
kills
your
now.
base. Yeah, exactly.
That's
So
one.
Trippy goes down,
One
and
shot,
they are
that's one
looking
cut.
for
Dead.
Trippy, and if
Trippy.
they play this right,
Here's
they
the
may
one,
be able
I'm
to kill him
gonna-
more
yeah.
than once, maybe
One
even
shot's
more
one
than
to
twice.
nade
As
back
that
to
second
pushing.
kill just
spot.
comes in, barely misses that snipe shot, but they're
Here's the
ready
green,
for it,
they're
right?
green,
Like
green.
that's what
Yep.
they're anticipating. Forget about the
He's
guy
using
still
green
alive
rockets.
where we don't know, or the guy with rockets
cuts
and
back and
green.
push
Let's
out.
just kill
Dead.
Trippy
Nice.
over and over and over
Nice.
again. And Trippy,
Rock's just still
no! I'm pretty
Things
sure
like
that
going
was
up
his
and down.
own grenade.
Yeah, I
He
think
killed him.
think
He
it was
almost
too.
gets the bounce onto
Yeah, I think
Ryan,
it's
but instead it bounces back in his own face. I think
Exciting
we
moment,
called that
but-
an Elamite nade, right? Was that the
Yeah.
determining factor there? I
They don't know
named
anything
something
about
after
this.
Need to
myself,
get
and it's
all the way
called
back.
Yeah,
Yeah, get
terrible
all the way back.
grenades.
OS. Officer, I made him. He's weak.
But you're so right throughout that last exchange. where
my
it's so
God.
dangerous. Oh, yeah,
Three
here's a full
Three
sniper.
is
They
fine.
have a
Yeah.
2-kill lead.
Nice one.
And
street
you,
side.
you point out the difference maker right here is the spawn kills on Trippy.
They're training.
Uh,
They're training down a bridge. Gonna be one shot.
The,
I
the
gotta be- I
scariest
gotta be-
and
oh,
most
here's
beautiful
one.
moment
Oh,
about
okay.
having a
Gonna be
flip
trained
map
getting
is that
He's green,
if
he's
you
inside
die,
green.
you're spawning
Okay,
with all the opponents, and you're gonna get spawn killed over again.
They're
However, if your
They're green
team
weak,
is the
tunnel.
one that
Got him.
acquires a kill first,
Nice.
you're
I'm
gonna
making
get a
a
bunch of spawn kills. And
Give me
it
back on
looks
Here,
like
that's
thus
like-
far that we might be
Dude,
going
I got
to
double
a
reload.
second.
No!
Did he
He's
get double
power-
reload?
Oh, he did get double reload. I at least heard him
Nice.
yell that out. Ryan, I was about to
Running?
say, is willing his team to victory.
Tower,
He
tower,
gets the
a
kill.
little
He rockets the player sitting at OS right
If
before
he's
that OS
rocketing,
comes
so
up. And if you've ever had a terrible
do-
experience trying to get
do
OS, you can easily rocket the overshield and
Nice,
kill
looking
yourself
flat
in the
defense and
position
stuff.
he
I
was
also
in.
think-
That thing almost
Nothing
blocked
rockets,
his
good
rocket,
point.
but instead it got the kill and
Flag,
secured a full
Tylenol, I don't
OS.
see the second guy.
They're still up by 5. So even though he got double reloads, it is
Rocket.
not
Alright,
the
Tyler.
end of the world,
looking?
but it
Sorry.
is definitely
They're
a
quick,
scary,
yeah.
scary,
Yeah, I'm-
scary
I-
These
moment.
are flat on me. One shot. They're
Yeah,
flag.
and Ryan
One shot flag.
such a
got WR.
smart route, knowing exactly
I
where
gotta
those shots are coming from and knowing
Nice,
that he
Fanny,
can
you're
make it
right.
all the way to
What's
green
happening,
wall,
yellow?
whereas he would have died
Rockets a glitch.
at the training.
Nice.
So
The plat, you're fine.
Great.
great
That's-
job
I'm
with
dead,
that
I'm dead, I'm
escape there, and I don't
That's a
know
huge
how
snipe, that's absolutely
Tylenol
huge
and
snipe.
Trippy are gonna be able to come back from this one.
Oh, he's
Um,
spawn front.
5 kills
I won mine.
Nice,
And
dude.
tower weak.
doesn't sound
one
like
shot
it's
at
an
it.
insurmountable lead, but it's
you
the
have
time
No,
factor
Rock
here
two
that
goals.
Kyle and
That's
I are
second.
keeping our eyes on. As soon as
Just watching
soon as
rockets.
Ryan Uber
They're green,
Rain
Trippy.
start to have some deaths, and if they're scared, they can just go hide in
Nice.
Maul, or they can hide on Flag. They can
Okay,
hide in these
bridge.
spots that'll take a really long time
I'm checking rockets. again.
for RB to push on over and
Not-
acquire those kills. So it's
keep
just
doing this,
looking
though.
all in
They're green.
favor of Rain
love,
and
love, love.
Ryanoob at the end of this game.
Yeah, it's definitely the Rain and Riot Noob show right now as they're pushing through here. 21 to 17,
back,
up by
do not
4.
leave.
Like you pointed
That's
out,
what
less
I'm
than
saying.
2 minutes left to
Bridge.
play. They're
Bridge,
going to have the
bridge,
new
bridge,
overshield they need to contest. And what's
going
one of
back.
the
Bridge,
surprising
bridge, bridge.
details is I think
Ryan,
I
he's gonna
did
go
see
back in.
one
Look,
overshield,
look,
right?
look.
Like that rocket play overshield
side.
go over the hands of Rain and Ryan. Other than that,
Seven
all the
to
other
three, one.
overshields have
What
been
time's
to Ty and Trippy, if I'm not mistaken. So the fact that
Oh,
It's all you.
Rain and
all you on
Ryan
the
have
burn,
been
all you
able
on
to
the burn.
still build a lead and maintain this level of control while
I
having
got
to
a full.
sacrifice the
Full.
majority
Oh my
of the
God,
OSs
One shot, one shot.
definitely
One shot,
speaks
one-
wonder
they're
to
training,
them.
they're
And
moving
what
out.
a big,
I'm gonna be
actually
back.
crucial
A minute
mistake.
and a half, and we have
Right, this
overshield
might have been
in
the
the next
comeback
30 seconds.
opportunity. What is the key to victory here for Trippy and
gonna
Tylenol
start
to
taking
still
weird
win
angles.
this
Yeah,
game
I'm
number
gonna go
5? That overshield
Okay, yeah.
definitely
Sniping your
fit
sword
into
oh
that
my God,
category.
sniping your sword in the window,
Yeah,
literally in the window.
absolutely. That's gonna be that game changer. And here's another
so
OS
you guys
since
are
they got
training?
that
I have to
first
hide, I have to
timing
hide.
or that last timing.
Too long.
And
Trying to get the
right
rockets.
here, yeah, just hide in long haul. No need to push
Gonna hide
out.
for a second and then
In fact, you
challenge
could even waited
He's good now.
the far side
Looks
long
like
haul
going
out
back
to
pushing off if
the-
they really
okay,
want to,
instead-
but it looks like Ryan wants to ensure that they get some semblance of
Our sword,
control,
sword,
and
sword.
rockets
Our
are a
sword,
great
sword.
way to do
He's going
that.
back.
Nice.
Ryan also wants to go back and support
Going,
Rain.
our
Looks like
sword
Rain's been fighting
Yeah,
some
jumping
1v2s,
on the
getting
street,
spawn
our
killed over and
street.
over again. This
Oh my
could have been
God.
the key to
Let's
victory
go,
for
let's
RB,
go.
and it looks like it might be a spawn kill race.
right.
This game is not over,
We can
right?
run
They
No,
have
it's
rockets,
not.
they
I
have
don't know how
overshield.
they
Sniping me, body me.
They
body
only
me
have
twice.
45 seconds left, but
Obviously down
just
to
like
two.
that, the ability of the overshield player to get absolutely melted.
Alright,
Ryan
sorry.
loses rockets, right? He just lost those
Yeah,
rockets. He
yeah.
just lost that overshield. 30
There's
seconds
two,
and a
there's two,
one-kill
there's two.
game in a
I'm gonna
game
fight
of 5 days. You
Did they see
could
him?
not have scripted it
I don't know. I
any
literally don't know.
better.
He could have.
And I
Random
like Ryan Noob's position here.
They're nading
He
me along.
does not
I'm
have
like,
the
why?
needler flap up, so they don't know he's a needler. So if
watching you
someone
first. I'll
just
tell you
rounds
one
this
more.
corner from green to
Okay.
hall, they would have their
Second,
back
fighting
to
me.
him potentially.
Two shots. Okay, shot and a
There's
half. Three of
Trippy.
them.
Yeah, I'm
I
watching.
know,
Calling
middle
out for
side, you have to
sure.
kill him.
There's
Six,
Talonol
six,
getting that
six,
kill,
six,
and then
six,
Jin
one.
Should be
needs
alone.
to get this kill if he wants to
I'm going
tie
to
it
the vault,
up.
I can't get him.
All right,
5
Is
seconds
Rain
left.
going to tie it up,
I should
or are
be
we
able
going to
to-
go
5
to an
seconds. It's time.
overtime?
22,
Dude,
1. Oh my
That's such
god.
timing there.
Oh my
I thought that game was
God.
over. I thought we were going to a
Up by
bracket
5 with
reset.
2 minutes left. What
For the start we
happened?
had, that's a
I
fucking
don't.
great
What
try, good shit.
happened, and then what happens? I honestly don't know. I didn't.
Yeah,
I
the
did
other one
not
was
read this
green, by the
far
way.
into the broadcast packet, Lennox. I don't know what
Yeah,
happens
he's
now.
green and
You need to help me out.
one was hiding needles.
Oh man, we thought, hey, maybe we were gonna see a bracket reset. That'd be crazy, but no, no reset yet.
Yeah,
It's a full replay coming in right now. We've seen as many as 3 replays in one
Okay.
series.
What the fuck?
And as far as I can tell, this is the first replay of the day, or at least that I've gotten to see. And it could not have come at a better time. Game 5, Pit TS
Alright, you know what
against
I'm
our
gonna
2 best 2v2 teams that we've probably seen in this game.
I'm going to.
Ryan goes green
So-
every time.
Yeah,
We
I'm
are
gonna
just
host
going to
it.
get to see more and more action of this. We're going to have to see, first off,
team
if
member.
Ryan Noob is going to pull up the same
Okay.
start. Last time we saw how
Okay.
well it worked. They go off to a 6-1 start. But
He didn't go, he didn't go
They went
rocket.
straight,
top
went straight.
turret. I believe he saw
Right,
Ryan
straight,
Noob as
one
well, so he
shot.
knows
Got
that
him,
he's not
guys.
going through rockets this time.
He's sniper,
And
he
what
has sniper.
sort
He
of
did
shots are
custom.
that on 8.5
Did he
cents?
get-
How do
did
you
he
hit
get rocket?
long-range shots
Did he
like
get
that?
I'm not
rocket?
So
getting this
well.
yet. Yes, I got him.
At
I
that
have no
sensitivity.
idea.
Delay it.
I have no idea, but
35
you
maybe?
just saw it there.
No, I'm just
And that
going
is going to
power
give
and letting
Sniper
you
over
do
to
the work right now.
Tylenol, a 1-kill lead, and they
Got
secured
at
the
35,
OS. So,
34.
you know, we definitely saw
That's
different
two, that's
strategy
two.
here.
Rain,
You know,
then-
Ryan who died did
I don't
not
know
go
who
for
it
the
is.
or the rockets
that.
there.
wanna push
And
up,
you
dude. I
know,
wanna
kind
fucking
of looks
play
like
slow.
it did not
Yeah,
benefit
neither
them
do
on
I.
this
He has
replay.
Custom rockets.
No, and it looks
Trying
like
to play.
Rain
Going slow.
wisely kind of backed down. I'm
Sword, I
guessing
don't
with
see
that
anything.
sniper and decides just to like say, all right, we aren't going to lose both power weapons off the start. Let's
Pushing through, needle
take
sniping,
this
one
back a
rest two.
step.
About me, I hear him.
All
I'm
right.
gonna kill this.
I think we need to get some
Shot us
predictions
too,
from chat, though.
absolute.
Who is winning this game number 5? Are we taking RB
Going
or are we
right away.
taking Ray Noob? Who wins this replay right
Large
now?
spawn, weak.
Is it end here or
Looking
are we
court.
sending
Yeah,
it
spawner.
the distance?
Spawn there, spawn there,
Spawn
there.
first, dude.
Rio start though. I mean, like I said,
I got
when I
one.
highlighted this
First,
last time, it
it's
felt
rockets
like
and snipe down
Rain
the
and
needles. Either
Ryan
them all are going out,
need that
going
good
out now.
start and pull through. And they
I
also
can
have like
fight this
that
off
that,
if I go long haul.
that 5-kill cushion
You
at
can,
the
like,
end.
watch the
Kind of
crosses.
collapsed, so
Ryan
it just
could go
shows
up
us
to you.
also
Shot
like
us too,
clutch
Ryan.
factor from Trippy and Tylenol. They're just
And then needles weak.
Shot
Too
us
good.
Ryan.
Snipe me, Mo. He fucking blames me.
It is truly
They're
a
good
sight
up
to
at Wall
behold.
Street.
But Rain,
They have a-
he's
they
got
have a
that
one
sniper,
rocket and
so we're
snipe
still
now.
seeing some
I'm
sniper
gonna go one way.
battles
I'm gonna
here,
go one way.
right?
Sit banana.
One of these
That's-
teams
doesn't
are
make
scale.
sense. Sniper
Oh
max.
my
Mid-ridge,
goodness,
probably.
what
Yeah, he's
a
on
stick.
banana.
This is what I was talking about. I think I mentioned this a little
Banana,
bit on Guardian,
after
but
training.
when you play it so many
Green, our
2v2s,
green.
you know where people are going to go, right? They're
You
going to be
just
popping
chuck
up.
a
These
plasma up there,
very-
yeah.
yeah, you just throw
Oh,
those
shot the
nades thinking
green.
maybe he's going to
Going
peek
where?
there, maybe he's going to peek there. Keep in
Backing up.
mind,
He's backing up the sniper.
they
tower.
played
Other one's
so
green,
many
too.
games. Like, how many games have Rain
Sniper
and
was
Ryan
down
Noob played
training.
today? I don't even want to
Yeah,
know
one's
because
court.
it's scary. I know we watched 10 of them in a row
Doing that
at
right now.
least.
Watch out, our
So
training.
this stuff
Ryan,
is
that-
a
Sniping
night
sword, sniping
with
sword,
these
Ryan.
guys
Alex
going
is
on right now.
OB5,
But
OB.
5 to 5.
There's one
And
rocket.
snipers are changing hands. Look at this 200
Got him.
IQ play,
Look,
right?
look at
Waiting to shoot until
Go
you
for
get in a
custom
better
fast,
position.
35.
He wanted
Nice,
to
one
wait to
pit
make sure he
box.
could get out in the open, and that player would not
Right
be able
there.
to
Let's
escape
go on
going
street
under
side,
bridge.
street
He
side,
shot
street
that shot immediately. It's a chance that guy runs away and maybe even lives. So that's like the
Everything.
thought
Yeah.
process here.
Let's
These guys
retreat.
have
Go
in their
for it.
head walking into some of these battles or executing on
Yeah.
some of
Go.
these flanks.
Kyle, I did some quick math by looking at the bracket, and
I'll see
Rain
if you
and
guys
Ryan
going
Noob's
back
team
for
have
snipe.
this is their
Sniper.
Got all
30th
my
game
custom.
today.
Oh my God, that's
30.
sickening. That is
Have sniper guy, no.
sickening, Dave. That
I'm pushed
and
up, I'm
these
pushed
aren't
up,
easy
these are green.
games. These are the sweatiest games you
Let's go
can
training, I
play.
think I had him.
I'm on
Like
banana.
talk about mentally stressed twos. You
Shot
know,
us
we still
too.
from the team name.
Yo, I'm
I think
gonna
that's how
go runaway
everyone
tie. You
feels
lift
at
for me?
times.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that.
They're
That's
green and
more
us
than
too.
we've seen in some of these
Shots.
ladders
Shot us too,
and
on
other
the ramp.
qualifiers.
30
One's in
games
green,
of
should fall.
2v2
He's getting rockets on
against
green.
I don't see him.
some of the
getting
sweatiest
rockets,
sweats
man.
that exist here in Halo 3.
I don't see this guy courtyard.
Wow,
He's low cuts.
that is something else.
I don't see him.
Just behind the wall.
Is he S2 still?
Look how
Behind me.
calm that they're playing this. They know someone's coming through the green. There's the training flat thing that I was talking about before. You can keep an eye on that
It's there.
little placard
One's
that
green
goes
on
up and
rocket.
down on
Yeah,
training.
I don't see
Shot
him.
us
He's not
one.
here.
They should add skins for that.
I don't know if he's our green wall. Where is he?
And
looking
skins
at
for the
that sniper
placard. That's
down
kind
at
of yeah.
I don't think it's there
Right?
anymore. Oh, it's like a
So,
two goal.
You're welcome.
I mean, if 343 is listening, you guys can add me as one of the targets targets on there. I would be
ones
honored to
got rockets
be
in
like one of the targets on the training
Green.
placard to just be
Yeah,
shot
that's what I
at
was
by
thinking.
you.
It's a nice
Shut
little
their- shut their
right there.
court.
You
One
slow
last
action.
one.
The ones are green. They're training pit. Weak on the training pit on the ramp on me.
All right, 8-7. So
He's on
this is
the-
closer than what we saw last game,
Yeah,
right?
still
It was a
here.
little bit of a bigger lead. You know, keep in mind, Rain
Hold on,
Ryan, who had a
fuck
Watch out on the
5
L.
kill, 20 to
Wasted both
15
rockets.
lead with
He's
2
still
minutes
there.
left
He's
in
still one
that
shot.
game.
He's still one shot on the ramp. I hit him again.
that's like a win to me in Time Tribute.
On the ramp side.
book,
Nice.
right?
Green, green,
to bring
green.
that back
Yeah.
to Times.
OB Ty, back up. Nice, Ty, 2 dead. I'm S2 right now.
It's in
We're
10
not set up.
seconds. I'm looking at cuts. I
That
don't
was
have any
insane.
sniper
Potentially
ammo.
saved
I'm just-
themselves a
They're
full
Walshy,
reset
they're
by
flat.
tying up that game.
Cuts really weak, Ryan.
Got you.
Other ones are green, green.
All right, let's
Cuts.
end
You know,
this
there's one
fucking.
Needler pit area, as you heard them call out.
Nice,
Bullshit.
Joey. Gonna be on you. Look for
Pit,
Geisha.
And just like
Yeah,
this,
court,
they're
court,
going to
court,
get
court.
a new full OS at
Get a double.
7:30.
Sword, Ryan.
Back
Know
up,
that
back
they're
up, back up.
sword, and this might just be a backup. Yeah, I agree with this play. Just back it up, see if they
I'm gonna go
can
long.
hold on to this 5-kill
Green.
lead,
They don't
set
have
for a
any
new
snipe,
snipe,
right?
and start
I don't
fighting the
think
next neutral engagements.
Yeah, you
Sword,
can see.
Ryan.
Oh my god,
What?
that's terrifying. Yeah, you'll see those plasma pistols
Ryan's
be
on me
used a
training
lot
weak.
more than
All you, bro,
in
it's all you.
any other kind of
How many
scenario. I think
mid-range?
the
Coming to
slightly
you both,
slower
Lord.
pace and the importance of OS
Mid-bridge,
allows
Ryan,
some of these
half.
other weapons to
Yeah, he's
really
going to sword, going to
kind
sword.
I'm
Keep
straight
kind of
lining this
blossom
motherfucker.
here
Other one's
in
S1,
these
Ryan.
moves.
Get this motherfucker. It's going cuts. Going cuts.
All right, and as we're looking at this
Half,
15
half.
to 8, you can just
When it's
see
one,
they have
back, he's
found,
doubling
they
back. He's
smell
just sitting in the
blood
corner.
in the water, Dave. They are
Got me.
sending
Save a snipe.
fresh
That's
because we
what she's
can't
looking at you. Go
lose
from the long way.
mentality here
He's
as they're
going
trying to
bridge now,
continue
jumping
to
up
push and just spawn trap
Snipe.
Rain and Ryanoob in their base.
That was so interesting.
Shot,
That route that
banana,
Paolo
dead,
just
Rain.
took.
Where?
So,
Where?
two
Alright,
things
Neighbors,
threw me
go back,
off
get the
there.
sword.
One, I was
Look at
like,
the sword.
what a
He's on
selfless
the
player.
nades,
He's gonna
Joey.
go top turret
Watch out, there's
to
one
make
way.
sure
Look
that they
one way,
have
look
some
one
sort
way.
of
Look
height
at the
advantage,
exit.
and then
Keep
he can
looking
lay
at him,
down
keep looking
shots
at
for his
him.
teammate to
Still
get sniped.
Straight lining it.
But instead, as
Oh,
soon as he went
shit.
towards top
I
turret,
He's on the-
he then just drops down to court and grabs the sniper
still
himself
here.
anyways. So
Got him.
I guess like I said, it was a little
I think
surprising.
he's green or something. I
Right,
think he's
now you
fine.
can
He's on
see
court, he's on court, he's on
Ryanoob, he
court.
loses the sniper in courtyard. This is it right here.
What did he just do
This
that
is
whole
it.
time?
I know. Snipes down a runaway.
I was gonna say, like, we've
Two
seen
snipers.
Ty and Trippy get back
Go for
into a
rockets.
game, right? You can never count them out.
I'm straight
Now
lining this.
we're gonna see what Rain and Ryanoob have. They got like Ryanoob just got outsniped by Tylenol and Runway.
know,
Sure,
on our
it wasn't a
green.
good fair fight. Tylenol definitely had the advantage there.
In our
But
green.
Ryanoob
In our
goes
green,
down, loses
sitting
sniper,
there.
and
Rockets are
both
dirty. They're
snipers
green
were
right
down
now.
on Runway. But looking at the cam,
Look
how
where
is
he's sniping.
Trippy back
He has got
over
a
there?
sniper
I mean,
runway,
either way, he gets
Neighbors
taken
banner
out, so
now,
that
and
will
They
go
both
sniping
just
runway.
flew through like long
we gotta get
and
this
like.
custom.
Yeah, but
or
I'm
sorry,
sure how
green
he
and
grabbed
Runway.
it immediately. Both snipers
Yeah.
were down Runway.
I'm
If they
green,
don't
I'm
know
green, I
this,
don't know.
this could be the game.
I think it's like
Yeah,
right now.
I would expect right now Rain to
green don't
have
have
a
either.
very, very
He's
healthy
got it. 27,
sniper.
He's
27.
going back
full
to
of
the court
ammo.
with it.
And what is their game plan here?
sitting in
Talon and
Walshy.
Trippy, do they like play this round? Wasn't the OS at
That one.
5:30?
Job.
What happened to us?
Sniping or training.
There's
Oh,
the
there
OS.
it is.
So Rain
Rain
is
with
OS.
the fucking
Hit him
nade.
with
They
a
didn't
nade.
know
I
where
got
it was
rockets. I
going,
got
so they
full
were just trying to
rockets.
set
Yeah,
up
bring those
team,
shit,
set up
bring
in
that
the
shit
in the little Walshy spot there. Help to get the new rockets. 18 to 15. This is a
Yeah,
big
sniping.
play. So they got the
I'm
kill
one
on
shot.
Trippy, but they did not get any focus onto where Tylenol had. They might have
I'm
been
in our
able to
training pit
contest
with
these
it.
rockets and fight
Let me know
for
if
them.
there's a guy in
If
green.
anything,
I'll
they
jump on
probably
him.
should have been able to. But either way, electing not to go for those. So that OS is most likely gone at this point. He definitely took some damage.
Hiding
Some
above
time
sword.
now
I
off
don't know
the
if I should be
clock, and
here,
of course
but-
that OS ticks down each second.
I'm not
so
watching
18
anything.
to
I can
15,
die
a
from
lot
long, I
more
can die
time
from
on the
long.
clock. But
I'm
we're
about to go
almost
back to
looking at a
S2, bro.
flipped position
Victor,
from
under
the
bridge,
last
Ryan.
50
Where's
as
this
Dave.
guy?
Remember, 20 to 15,
this
we're
one.
looking at 18 to 15.
Got one.
A different team.
going
He's above me. 100% sword
Looks
somewhere.
like Trippy
100%
just
sword.
got clutch,
There's no way he's. Oh, he's courtyard
as
actually.
well as he picked up a kill near the OS.
Can you live?
You saw Tylenol.
Sniper,
I was
sniper,
actually a little
30.
curious as to like what
What's
is
up,
the
Victor?
best spot to
Come
go
Where do you
with
want
that
rockets?
rockets.
You have-
He would just
I
seem to
can
be
take whatever, I
waiting
don't care.
Take some,
over
take some,
on
come on,
that pit
Bridge,
ramp,
Ryan.
but like I just don't know if that's
watch out.
the
He's
most
on
ideal
custom,
spot.
the
Like
other
someone
one's
has to like
sniping, I'm
basically like be
absolute-
peeking over for you to get that good rocket hit.
Go around.
Yeah, I mean, I think
watch
at
out, Ryan,
that time
tapping
it's
up,
just
one
kind of
boy.
trying to
Green for
take
rain right
taking
away.
guesses and if anything, trying to just avoid
Custom?
some of the other players and making sure you don't get sniped. The worst thing you can have happen is get sniped and lose those
Yeah.
rockets and have to try to
Oh, no,
fight
rain
over
is-
them again. So I think he's playing
sword?
long haul in case that double push does come training, because the importance of flipping the map, right? Like
Cut around.
sometimes the
Right on,
safest
yeah.
place to go is to
Rockets
run to the
max.
enemy team's base, and that's
Tapping
what you
sword
have
ramp,
to
watch
do with
out.
those rockets.
Got it.
Had him
That
again.
makes
Had him
sense.
twice.
RS2, Ryan.
All right,
but
they're on
nonetheless
the
here,
spawn trap now.
they got him.
Tylenol and Trippy.
Go for those rockets.
There's 2 Ryan
They
half.
should be getting sniped in this position.
He's gonna body
Looks like they've at least started to spread out a little
Getting
bit,
out.
going towards flag to
Just
take
long,
over the
long,
top
long.
tower. Gonna
Have
push
rockets?
through
Alright.
Hall or go
gonna
back
have
to
snipe
green or
custom.
training to help. I would assume you stay back
I
and
have rockets.
stay and help
Where?
at this point.
I have
But
rockets,
I
have
feel
them.
like there's some hesitation
Just
coming
looking at
from
me, bro.
Tylenol. I
I'm
feel
on
like
coming out our
if
side.
you're to push through,
Under
I
bridge,
feel
under
like
bridge,
there should be less hesitation. You go through.
Is
You
there
help.
mid-bridge rain?
I think it might have been having something to do with the
He's gonna back up. There's
well,
snipes
both
up.
They know
overshow
you're
because
there.
that just came up again and they
Yeah,
lost
sitting
it. But also those rockets were down
their
on
sword
pit
window.
ramp. and
Yeah.
no one had grabbed them yet. So
Yep.
it
I'm
is.
gonna push
It
on the
takes
back,
a
dude.
lot of
Got a sword in the
confidence
back,
to just
man.
say like, yeah, here you go.
Flat, back
Rockets are
S2.
down right there. You guys grab them. I'm gonna go chill in your base for a little while. and come back later. So I think
Shout out
maybe
to
you
Mel.
trying to contest those. I think
He's above me.
this is the highest level of Halo 3 2v2 play we've seen. I think sometimes the decision to leave weapons because
Another
those
sword.
weapons are
One
being
bolt, sword
gated,
backing up.
that's not an
He's running my
easy
side.
decision to make
They sword.
That
for a
takes
player.
a lot of mental
He's a mid-range.
fortitude to not go charging straight
I've
back
seen
for that
Walshy
power
go for
weapon.
the same set of rockets like 7 times in a row and
They're
just
sort of training
die
side,
with
they're
them
training
My
side.
each
record's
time.
9. My record's 9 times.
See, wow,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
I'm S2.
Okay, I'm hiding an Obi.
No, but either way, we did used
They
to
know
call
what
those
time it
death
is, we
rockets,
don't.
right? Do you remember that? Like, hey,
Like,
it's
one
cursed.
rockets.
Seven,
It's
cursed
cursed.
rockets,
Cursed
yeah.
weapons. Cursed. I am
Sword, sniper, or rockets, where both teams
not a
just
religious
dies.
person, but I do believe in weapon curses. in
Shutter,
Halo.
long haul rain.
Yeah, we're not kidding. There'd be at lands where like you go for the rockets, you die. The other team gets it, dies. You get them
Center
again,
needles.
die. And they're like, they're cursed. They're cursed.
literally
Don't even
cursed.
go for them anymore.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. And I don't know, people on Twitch are like, haha, funny, whatever. It's like,
This
no,
is
like
not a
cursed,
joke.
cursed
Our
weapons
new
are
sniper,
not
but I
funny.
don't
I
wanna
would never
stack
joke
it.
about this.
They're absolutely terrifying.
All right. So this is game 5 if you're just tuning in, right? This is each series
still
is a
low
best of
key,
5, no
watch
best of
runway,
7
low key.
tier, and this is the first
Yep, I
first
knew you would go
bracket.
there.
Rain and
Those
Ryanoob
rockets are
coming from the
custom.
lower bracket, looking to reset the grand
Straight
finals
running.
here
What?
and send it to
Look
a
at
continued
that.
series.
Training.
You see him jumping up to get that angle to see, first off,
Liv.
like,
Our
spot
sword
somebody
going
coming
straight
in from
to
under
under
bridge.
sword. He's going for custom.
That was
Yeah, that is something you'll see
unreal.
more often
checking new
now. I think
rockets.
it's really only something you can do now that we have unlimited frames. Like I don't even
got
know
new
there are enough
rockets.
frames
He's
on
backing up, he's
360 to be
backing up.
able to see through
There's
that.
a
You can do the
sniper
same
down.
thing on sword ramp and get some eyes
Where?
through there. And even back
The fuck, man,
tower,
where's
there's
one?
like some
Where's
other
the street?
places
Like
you can
training
kind of
pit.
try to peek through as
I have
well.
rockets in green. bro.
So definitely a lot of cheeky angles.
I think one mistake we're seeing right there from Talonol is I'm not sure if he's triggering the,
One's in
green,
the
one's in
training
green.
flap on the opposite
I'm gonna
side.
snipe
I felt like he was a little too close to that wall, hugging it. I believe he
Long haul.
needs to
I
like
might
step
die here, I
away a
might
little
die
bit
here.
towards the center, or even a little further back towards his side to not give
I'm
away
on
his
S2
position.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know, I
Ryan
think he's
who
one
gets the snipe onto
Shot,
Trippy
photo,
as he
sniper.
rotates through
One
snipe
shot.
cuts. He's looking
That's
for the
exactly-
spawner,
I
hits the
believe him.
body shot.
I don't know.
Tylenol's
Yeah,
top tower.
Source window. Well, okay,
got him.
Are they able to kill him
Guys,
again?
I'm
They
gonna
do
back
kill him once again.
Finish my mom.
30
He's cut side
seconds
B.
left
Watch
in
out,
this
cut side B
game.
body
A
after one.
2-kill lead.
Watch out, 20
Rockets are
seconds after
still
one
over in the
through the
hands
entire
of
map. I'm gonna go
RB,
through
and
runway,
this
so-
is
'cause
it.
they're
Top
gonna
or
try and
Dave.
kill you.
I'm gonna
Oh
run
my
all
God,
the way.
come
I'm
on.
rotating as far as possible.
It's all right. It's all right. They're only down 2, but yeah, I feel like Ryan had the right idea in mind, just running. And right here, Ryan also being a big brainer, just gonna rotate back on over. They're assuming both are hiding over at their own base, and Ryan just gonna hide this out for 3 seconds, get
Oh,
the
man.
W,
Let's
and
fucking
bring
go.
this to a second
Holy
best
shit.
of 5
My.
to play Ryan Noob and Rain 31st 2v2 of the day.
I
Not
forgot about
including
that
any
for a second.
warm-ups or anything.
Yeah, and
They
now
have
we have to
been-
keep track of the wins, the losses, and the ties, because now we've got a tie on the board. Right? The last game was 22-22. This one was 22-21. I don't know if that is an indication of what is still to come in this series, but these games are absolutely nutty. And the fact that Tylenol and Trippy were able to come back and tie up that first pit TS game with that down by 5, and then actually have the lead and then lose this one. Like, these games are different stories every single time. It's just the variation and how different one sniper, one nade can send the course of a game.
You know, chat was saying content. We're definitely getting it for sure. I mean, already we had a tiebreaker replay, bracket reset. I mean, we've seen some impeccable bracket resets throughout the entire tournament through our qualifier series. But this is it, a $4,000 money match difference between the two, or $3,000, $4,000 for second place, $7,000 for first place. This is big, and I know Mav's show, we've been going crazy watching this series back here.
I just can't believe it. There's like a little round from the Narrows with Ryan, and I was like, all he has to do is just, rip that, put that on his YouTube, and be like, that happened. It was like 10 shots in a row, and I was losing my mind.
Yeah.
So that was,
I mean,
Put
amazing.
it on Twitter.
Kudos to this team.
Yeah, for coming back, right?
Before
So-
the reset, right? You almost feel for them because they had, that was ridiculous, guys. They had like a 5-6 kill advantage with like a minute left when it got reset. And
they've been playing all day
RB
too, right?
made the comeback happen to make the reset happen. But the fact that they prevailed and were able to win the game after that, that's good news for them because it would have been even worse if they just lose when
Yeah.
they're so close to making the reset happen. So now we have a bracket reset. We have another best of 5. Walshy, I hope you've got an energy drink on standby. I don't know if you're into those, but I'm feeling for our commentators right now. You guys are all heroes. We know it.
Amazing.
But keep the water, keep the honey flowing. Because we got another best of 5 incoming.
That's right. That's right. Players will be ready here in just a sec. Why not be casting? You're having fun in the chat. Attitude's going crazy. People are going crazy. And a lot of people were saying, hey, is anybody else 29 and watching a Halo 3 tournament right now?
Someone said that. I was losing my mind with that too. That's so good because that's how we're feeling right
Are
now.
you
We're
me?
nostalgic. It's so nostalgic. So
Yeah. We
I
want to
blame
get a,
Elamite here though because he was like, "Oh yeah, there's rounds being redone, and then we saw it happen, and then now there's a reset." So it's all Elamite's fault.
It's prophetic. It's
Hey, I'll take it. I'm happy, right? This is another best of 5 between these guys. Like, this is some, like I said, highest level of Halo play we've had in a long time. These are going to be
Totally.
matches people will be able to go back and rewatch again in the future. Like I said, a $3,000 match here between the difference. Like these next 3 games can be $1,000 a game right now. Like this is big. These are big plays here for these guys.
huge. And why not be casting? I'd like to get your thoughts on the entire series. Watching along with us, seeing the dominance and the powerhouse of RB, not just today but throughout the entire tournament, and then also to see Ray Noob deliver
good damage.
every single time,
Third one shot.
which brings us to this recess. So quick thoughts before we jump into this continuation. Why not be casting?
King 3 with me.
I've never been so happy to be so wrong in my life. We are seeing a reset here in the grand finals for the biggest of monies. That we're seeing the best of the best of the best. Leave it on the line. Ryan Noob and Rain going up against Tylenol and Trippy, and so far we are tied up at 1 apiece.
It's the Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3 Grand Finals reset, RB versus Ray Noob championship match. Elamite, Walshy, take it away.
Pink 1.
I got stuck. No, I didn't.
All right, but I think we're going to be lucky, and I'm actually joined by Why Not Be Reckless, back in the booth with me once again, and who would have thought we'd get a treat like this, Tony?
This series has been so juicy. I had to slide myself in here. I wanted to get a part of it real quick, and so far this was not disappointing either. It's 3-2 right now in favor of RB, but Ryan Noob is looking locked and loaded. I have a feeling this is going to go the distance, just like almost every single game has in this beautiful grand finals.
Under red, I'm looking for you.
I couldn't agree with you more here, and as we see Ryan
go.
on the hunt, chases down Trippy, Rain gets the beatdown onto Tylenol, and a good opening strat coming out for the likes of Rain. As we are looking at this Heretic TS, another shot, putting a shot down, player on bottom of the map, constantly moving around and just trying to play to their advantages. Great job to double team Tylenol and P2, and this should be opening the map here for them to double team P1. Tylenol's probably going to spawn down here. Now they have a few extra grenades, but if this collapse can come in effectively, they'll grab themselves a few kills. But just like that, such a great decision. They back up down towards, blue and essentially take P2 for free. I think Rain and Ryan who probably wish they could take that spawn trap back. They needed to get a player up P3, I think, there. Maybe even keep Ryan Noob in window, but they just let Trippy and Tylenol escape for free.
And that was a beautiful insta-explode scenario coming out of Ryan right there towards P2. But even that wasn't enough to put down Trippy, who comes up with the double kill off the screen. And just like that, we were tied up at 5 apiece. Ryan trying to make way over towards P Street. Rain going to open up a lane for him. Ryan pushing right into P2, gets the first kill, has the second one in front of him. And that's going to be a beautiful double kill coming out of Ryan. The man was half shielded and somehow still putting Trippy down. And he is not done yet. Gets the melee trade. That is 3 back-to-back beautiful kills coming out of Mr. Ryan Noob.
And you can see as Ryan Noob and Tylenol both come off spawn, neither one of them know where each other are, right? They know where Trippy is, they know where Rain is, and right now both teams just fighting for information. Rain Noob doing his best, and Ryan Noob trying his best not to give away his position, but as Rain gets taken out, he uses that distraction as the opportunity to try to catch the players off guard and lock down some of P2 here.
Blue one shot, blue P weak, and P2.
Staying alive over towards P3. His teammate is actually waiting for Tylenol to make the mistake to push out, but luckily Trippy's over here on P2, and Ryan Noob ends up, Rain ends up going down. Ryan Noob still being elusive and staying alive over towards P2. Putting down the nades, putting down the shots. Trippy is over on top blue, and they are trading out shots at the moment.
Yeah, you can see Ryan Noob just running around P3, trying to get those shots down, keep that damage, keep these players at bay as a great push comes from Rain. They finish off the kills. Ryan Noob grabs the double again from P3. And 11 to 8 as they just killed both players at blue. They can assume they're going to spawn opposite base. Sure enough, Trippy gets taken no health from Rain as he tries to push up P2. And, you know, I'm just going to say it. Tylenol and Trippy are looking flustered. I have never seen, you know, like a lack of discipline, really, from these guys, per se. I'm sure they drop games here and there, but it really looks like they're spawning and kind of jumping out right now. They got to try to find their footing here and stop allowing Rain and Ryan to get these 2v1s on them.
I'm watching your street. It definitely feels like Rain and Ryan have grown throughout the losers bracket and have just seemed, every time we see them on stream, they're getting better and better as we see Ryan win another individual gunfight and just coming off a spawn, taking out Trippy. What a spawn, what an angle, beautiful shots, ends up getting the trade on Tylenol as well. And we have a 6-kill lead going in favor of Ray Noob.
And I love that play from Ryan just to go for that double kill or the trade with the insta, right? He could have continued shooting at Tylenol, who was weak, but Tylenol was in fact going for an insta himself. Ryan Noob doesn't want to risk not getting those shots to connect or not picking up that trade, so elects to just go for an insta himself to finish off the kill that way. And with the discipline and skill that these guys have, that's almost a guaranteed kill.
And you know, I guess it bears the question at one point, does, you know, staying warm and making sure your shot is on point turn into, you know, just fatigue? I mean, obviously we're not, you know, playing basketball or football or whatnot, but, you know, staring at the screen, and, you know, that eye fatigue starts to set in, maybe your hands start to cramp up. At this point, how many games have they been playing? I think you guys counted it at 33 games.
Yeah, this is either 32 or 33. I don't even remember with that replay here, but nonetheless, definitely the most in the tournament. And by a significant margin. It's not even close. These guys have been grinding, and speaking about fatigue, you know, you'd almost expect to see the opposite. You know, after that Pit TS tie, I'd almost expect the team that kind of brought back the game to come out and win that one, not the team that was in the lead in the first one and kind of choked the lead a little bit, to just go ahead and secure that Game 5 win in bracket reset.
He's P1. I'm watching your streets.
No team wanted to give an inch, let alone a mile, as Ray Noob only needed to put 5 more kills on the board to take game number 1 of this reset. The beatdown comes in, but he ends up getting stuck and put down.
Yeah, 21-15, healthy lead, and one that you don't see these big comebacks as much like we talked about here. So Ryan Noob gets a free route to get into P2. Oh, almost free route, not quite. Rain does spawn behind him, which is one of the important reasons to be so quick in your decision making here, right? This isn't the first time. Every time we see Heretic, right, you never know where the enemy team's going to spawn. They could spawn below you, they could spawn above you if you're below the base. You're constantly kind of having to guess where those pushes might come from, which is why when a player does get a kill and pushes into P2 or something like that, you're having to make that decision almost instantly. The last thing you want to do is get caught between a player P2 and one that just spawned behind you, like below the base, as you're running up the street into P2.
Shot and a half.
Ryan and Rain still playing fundamental Halo at the moment, and because of it, they are 2 kills away from taking game number 1. There are no more chances where RB have already taken their first loss in the series. At this point, they've gone down to the reset. It is do or die, and Rain are aware of it. They're keeping the pressure on. I'm loving the way they're playing. The nade gonna take out Tylenol right there. Trippy tries to go in for the kill, but Ryan just won't go down. 1 more kill.
One more kill will seal their fate here in this game number 1. They've got eyes on both players here, Red 2 and Car. The shots, the team shot is coming in. Rain's got some good ones down. Trippy's got to back him up, but Trippy's got no help himself. And they've got all the time in the world here for how long it takes your shields to recharge. Ryan Noob wisely waiting for Rain to push across top mid before they initiate any kind of double team, and they've got an easy cleanup here to secure this game number 1 win.
Dude, Tim's
and
comms are
I
fucking
believe,
insane,
yeah, this is like the only time we've seen these guys now down
What's
in a
that, Matt?
series. I don't think they've ever really been in this position here before.
I agree. I mean, it seems like RB has never, you know, kind of been tested throughout this tournament. Even when they were down, it almost seems like, okay, it's only a matter of time before they bounce back and end up stealing the game away. But now their backs are against the wall. Now they're being tested. Ryan Noob and Rain are putting the pressure on. We're going into game 2, which is gonna be on the pit. Who knows? We've
They
seen
went
some
street, and the
crazy
other one was,
replays in the
S1
qualifiers.
last time.
We've seen a crazy replay just last series. I think
22.
they're gonna.
Yeah, I went
22
green
kills
last time,
somewhere
so
in
I'm
there,
gonna
but
go-
I'll let you and Dave take
They're
this one
switching
away.
it up now.
Tony, thank you so much for the cast.
All right, Tony,
Two
are we
green.
about to see another replay
Dropped
here?
this one
Green,
already.
he's gonna be green,
I
he's gonna
don't
be green.
know, but if so, I
burned
mean,
it
this regardless
at
is the
48.
third time that these
They're
two
training.
teams have faced off on Pit Team Slayer today, and this is gonna be the tiebreaker.
He's our
They've
plat,
each-
Ryan already
well,
in their SU.
Not exactly. I mean, they tied once.
Nice.
We
He's
saw
SU. He's dropped
Rain
courtyard,
Ryan
he's on
win
snipe
once,
right now.
so this could be a chance for them to
He
even up the
does not-
series.
he's
I
not
should say
picking
with
it up.
RB.
Snipe
I'm
max.
having trouble putting together my words.
He's going
This
for it.
series has been going on for a while.
Undersword now.
And my gosh,
They're
Tylenol
second.
usually
They're
clicking
plat.
heads with the
Leverage,
sniper.
you can
This
see him.
time
Hold
getting
on.
blamed himself. 2-1 lead in
don't know if he
favor
grabbed
of Ray Noob and the
Another one's
flank
scored on
runner
the
from
SMGs.
Tylenol. Beautiful
One bullet
shots
turret. You
putting
can see.
down Ryan Noob.
That's
That's
one
going to
still
leave
going
Rain
cutside.
by himself. The
That's one
nades are
cuts.
flying out.
Absolute.
Can he
Dead.
get the kill?
He's flat. He's flag,
Yes,
flag,
and that's
flag.
such
I hit
a
him
huge
twice.
pickup. Charging
I'm
immediately,
gonna- we're
taking
gonna
that player
check
out,
cuts.
snipe
Yeah, I'm watching
one,
cuts.
and
Third
looks
needle
like
pick, walk
Tylenol's
getting out.
opting
Needle
to
pick
like
getting
try
out.
to
They're
revert
flat.
back towards the center of the map.
Shot
Yeah,
there
that's-
second, I think.
I wasn't
Um,
certain if he was just going to get up on top turret. It feels like that top
believe
turret slash bridge setup is so incredibly powerful that I'm
Absolute,
surprised
I
that they
think.
wouldn't go
Yep,
for it.
absolute
But
or runway.
you know, the
going for my
biggest trick
sniper.
to that setup is getting that person
He has it.
person on turret, and sometimes you can get
Backing up with it.
dealt with pretty quickly by someone going up at back ramp.
Shot there at court.
More shots starting to ring out. Tylenol
Training out.
putting it on Ryan Noob, who I believe has the
Her cuts
sniper
sweet
rifle.
still.
For Ray
Just
Noob
hiding
just
quarter.
barely missing that headshot. I felt the breeze on that one all the way from here. 4-3 leads still in favor of RB, and it looks like they're controlling training and sword side. From what I've seen in these two games, this seems
Alright,
to
they're
be
just not gonna
the
move.
place
We
to
just gotta
be.
wait for
I think
OS
when I
to
play
snipe.
flag and fours, usually we try to control green side and long haul and run the flag through there. But in
Yeah, I don't know
in
if they have
2v2
two snipes or
Slayers,
not.
they love holding
Sword, watch
down
out, sword,
sword and
sword.
training.
I'm nowhere near you.
Yeah, that's definitely the play
Is that
because
sniper guy?
all the weapons
training,
can
they're
essentially be
training,
controlled from
looking
there.
at
You have both snipers
can't
and
even take this, they're
overshield
training.
over on at least that
I'm training
segment
out.
of the map. Obviously, rockets
I'm
aren't
zipping in,
green,
I'm
but
going-
you still can have a
Is there
pretty
L?
strong influence from like
That's two, Ryan.
training if you want to challenge those.
Got beam, dude.
And then yeah, there's
Try to live.
there's
Someone-
really no
like
great
52.
reasons
It's
except
up,
when
they're
you're
gonna get it.
flanking out, where you're hiding, you want to get an unorthodox
try to get their
spot
snipe.
to do like long haul and such. So
Mid-bridge
yeah,
rain,
you're
mid-bridge
right. It is
rain,
the
you gotta
complete
get out.
opposite
He's been
from
in,
how
he's
it
been
is in
shot.
CTF for sure on Pit
One shot our
44.
training, dude. He's going our NATO.
Rain ends up getting a big
Going to
kill
cuts now.
on Tylenol's teammate Trippy, and
Our
you can
snipes up.
tell by the inflection in his voice he was not
cuts.
happy
I
with that
bodied
one.
him once.
Currently
He's
down
in our
by 3
cuts.
kills. The
Maybe back
sniper
ramp.
goes in the hands of Tylenol.
Spot,
He hits
hitbox
one
pushing me,
body
man.
shot
Ryan,
on
I
that
need
custom
names, dude.
player, but I don't think it's
Ryan,
enough to
Ryan's already
deplete
Walshy, one
the
bullet.
overshield.
Training,
Trippy
training,
actually
training.
going to be challenging
He's up,
off the
Walshy,
screen, and it
Walshy
looks like Trippy gets the win on Rain, but
Jumped
gets
up now.
cleaned up by
He's running
Ryan
hands.
Noob, who's in a sniper battle against Tylenol.
Snipes there.
Yeah,
Get
but
that sniper.
Tylenol gonna just
Accept
hunt that from
that
the
sniper.
safe position, going on the high ground. I couldn't tell. I don't think he picked up the ammo
I'm in
there.
green.
I'm assuming he left it for Trippy in 2
I'm gonna
snipers
get-
in their
I'm
hands,
gonna
but
get
I
nade him.
could be
I'm dead.
wrong. Yeah, Trippy
He's in
did
there.
pick up a
Full
sniper,
shields.
but what a grenade
Snipes
from
there.
Ryan Noob. I guess that caught
Dude.
Tylenol quite off
Nading,
guard.
nading.
He was, more expecting some sort of push from somewhere else, or didn't know where his safety was.
Ryan's
So,
here.
I believe that ammo was
out, Alan.
scooped up by
he
Trippy,
one?
so now
Alan,
they're
I
back
need help, I
down
don't
to
I'm going through
one
long.
sniper for their squad.
On him, he has him.
And back on board with the 23-year-old out of
dude.
Pennsylvania,
Yeah,
who's
he
taking
has
some
him in
heavy
there. Double
damage
shields.
and a stray rocket coming out of
He's coming
Rain.
out green now.
The communication must be on
Double
point.
back.
Ryan, who gave him the information, Rain shot
Grab a
the
sniper.
rocket before even seeing the player,
Rockets.
and it ends up coming off beautifully. I can't believe we just watched that 2-kill lead in favor of Rain New, but if they keep playing like that, this might end up breaking out in their favor.
OB is like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
RB cannot be feeling good. The
Texas
fact
Rings,
that they're
Rockets
going
there, I
to
don't know.
this second
Oh,
best
he's
of
like
5.
40 something.
Um,
Or 38.
obviously they're back on even footing in some arguable
There's
way,
full
but
rockets.
we always
go
talk
banana.
about that X factor, that momentum,
know.
and going in
can
with
watch
your
runway
backs
for you.
against the
I'm not
wall
watching
now,
runway.
where they don't
I'll
have
watch
another
runway.
set to
watching one- one
escalation.
one,
one's in sword.
It's not going to be great for their mindset. And
running,
we've
keep
been
running.
hearing it, like you said, throughout even their call-outs. Doesn't sound like
Shot, our sword.
they're as
Side sword of rockets,
composed
one
right
shot.
now. It sounds like they're getting a little bit more frustrated
That's
or
a huge
flustered
fucking
with
kill.
certain
He's gonna have OB.
happenings.
Yeah, he's gonna have OB snipe,
He could
right?
have
Tylenol doing a great job of avoiding the damage from the rocket. rocket
Yeah,
that came
with
from
Obi.
Rain. We saw an excellent nade rocket by Rain earlier, equally
Dark,
good
back
one right
snipe with
there,
Obi.
but Tylenol being ever so elusive off a screen.
bad
Ryan
spot, bro.
going to take out his partner Trippy, and notice how
They're just
Tylenol
pushing for
immediately
me.
says, hey, it's a
Where's
1v2.
Ryan?
There's no reason for him to challenge early. He
Flag, I'm
backs
just getting
down,
double
stays alive, and
Oh,
waits for
Walshy
his teammates to
two-shot.
spawn, who
Don't
actually
flag, watch
Trippy
out.
ends up getting spawned on track.
First
He,
VR.
he goes to the crossbar with the
First
VR, but Ryan who puts him down with that sniper.
Yeah, I can't tell if Trippy called out where both of them were at,
There's a
or if
rocket-
it was more of a
rocket down
surprise
S2.
that the sniper was not on top turret, because
Snipers, we need
the
contest,
time
we need
where
stuff on
Tylenol
weapons.
just sprinted over towards that top lift, I felt like it would be a pretty sneaky route
Zone it.
and maybe not
just
be
got it.
spotted as you're going up that turret and, you know, potentially doing a little airstrike on top of that
They did.
on top turret, but did not play out that way.
I'm on
Luckily,
RS2.
still getting at least that one kill, and you know, at least trading out a kill here or there is
training, he
going to
just
be a
saw me
big
go into
difference
the sword.
maker, so you can start to break out these spawn traps. But you know, you always
RS2
want
or-
to
Dude, I'm getting shot in the courtyard,
turn
bro.
those
How is this
advantages
happening?
to their most
Going to your
fullest.
left
You
now.
want to
He's
get
going to the courtyard.
squeeze as much as you can out of every advantage situation that you can.
Sword.
Tylenol and Trippy had all of the resources, rocket launcher and sniper. They were only down by 3 kills.
Hitting Ryan,
That
our
was
sword
their
window.
moment to come back in the game. But sadly, Rain
Rain?
and Ryan, who seems to
bridge.
be
He's on a
too
bridge and-
much, they've increased their lead to 5, and now I believe
Sword sniping.
6. Tylenol putting in the damage, trying to chuck a couple of nades, but he's by himself. This is not looking
Can't help
good
you, bro.
if you are a fan of
I hit
RB.
him with an nade.
Shot their wall.
Yeah, and look at this,
in our
just
sword
completely
sniping.
locking them down. Ryan doing such a great job from
Rockets.
sword, and they're picking off kill by kill, and you almost gotta
gonna
expect
be
that
again, I
RB are almost counting this game out at this point. Clearly, they're still trying, but in the
Shot their
back of their
sword
heads,
window.
they have to be
They
thinking,
both
like, how does
snipes.
this one slip
Rockets are
away?
for
We
free.
had
They have
this.
them again.
Every single move we make,
Still on back training.
they're just a step ahead.
Ryan Noob and Rain are hitting every single shot, and it is absolutely impressive.
got
They're
bridge to
playing
training.
like there's $7,000 on the line right now. It is impressive.
Took off
Ryan Noob
sword.
actually
Where's
ends up getting
Where's he going? Where's he
custom.
going?
On our
The
runway.
shots are starting to
Hit him
ring
with-
out.
I took off all
Tylenol
his
doing a
Obi.
good job of
Start
putting the
runway.
damage. He
I'm
might
bringing
have
this back.
actually equalized that custom, but
back,
it's still
low-key.
a 1v1 scenario.
I'm on one.
One,
I'm on
but
one.
right there, just need to
Use
get
the sword,
those
use the sword.
fishes. There
Use the sword. We can kill this
really
guy with sword, yo.
is
Let's
only one way back in this, and we talked about before. It's just little swingy moments where you can get the power weapons
Sword,
and
one
push
shot.
up.
I think I
And
know
One
what it is.
shot.
little
I got
surprised that
naded by
Talon's not just
teammate.
going straight for that snipe. Looks like he's
Watch out,
gonna
they're
go
green.
for it now, but they need to at some point get these picks, get control of bridge / training side of the
No
map,
one.
and then
One
just
was
go
their
for
green.
the
Our
laser.
green.
What
Our
a
green.
no scope!
Going back there green.
Yeah, I'm
Come
back.
on, banana.
Tylenol giving everyone headaches with that sniper.
There's two
That was a
green.
beautiful
There's
no
two
scope
green.
right to the dome. Even gets the information on that player
Is he
over towards
Ryan?
Snipe Tower. He
Tylenol
better
Walsh
not
you.
peek because Tylenol is clicking
That already
heads.
got
They're
through.
Already
only
to pit,
down by
already to
6
pit.
kills. They are within striking distance.
Starting to
This
pit,
is
bro.
still possible, Dave.
Yeah, it definitely is
rest two,
possible. I
I don't
mean,
know where he
we
went.
counted them out
Two
last
snipers in
time when
time.
they were down by 6
Go banana.
kills, and there was only 2.5 minutes left.
Hit me
They
once.
somehow
The other
made that
plat.
comeback happen.
To the plat, Rain.
No less than what, like
Went,
4
needle
games
pit
ago,
somewhere.
3
And they're
games
S2.
ago.
He's gonna be RS2.
So yeah,
one.
this is
RS2
absolutely
one shot,
possible. But
RS2
I,
one shot.
you know, I
Yeah, can't
started
really
to
help you,
start
but I'll try.
to look at realistically. I was
Need
like,
their
how are they
sniper
going to be able to do this?
Yeah,
It just
yeah.
seems like Rain and
Ours
Ryan
is
were
30.
playing so good. They had control of the weapons. They weren't
Don't need to
giving them
pit,
up.
don't need
And
to pit.
yeah, we're going to see what Tylenol
first down,
and
first.
Trippy can do
Nice.
here to try to bring this
You know
back.
where Ryan is? You might spawn
Oh
forward
my
on me.
God.
He was S2.
Another
This one,
headshot
this
coming
one,
out of Tylenol right there, bringing it within
I'm going
4
sword.
kills. Ladies and gentlemen, are
Our
you
sword
not
light, our sword light, top
entertained?
light.
This is your grand finals. We've gone all the way
Drop
to a
runway.
reset, and both of these teams are
I'm getting our new
leaving it
sniper.
all on the line.
Custom, we
Trippy
need
ends
this
up getting the
quickly.
melee kill on
Yeah, we
Ryan who off the screen. Now it's only a 3-kill game, and they still have
under-
utilities.
I'm
The
runway,
sniper
I'm
rifle is in
runway.
hand.
No,
It's
banana.
doubled up.
Both
14
runway,
bullets in
man.
the chamber.
Double.
Looking to
One
plant
sword
someone,
ramp,
but he ends up
one's runway.
going down. Trippy has a sniper of his own, but can he stay alive? No,
Oh, no.
that's going to be a squad
Sniping
wipe
our
going in
training.
favor of Ray.
The
Noob.
800th time in a
That
row.
one is so
Shot their
rough.
training.
I'm
I
just going
mean,
through green.
it seemed like they were in such good position
Shot
for
their street
RV.
to
I
training
can't
pit.
believe that Tylenol got
one? You know where
melted so
Obi is?
They're
quickly
training, they're
on the
training.
runway
Oh,
by,
is that
by Rain there, and
Nate,
then
shot
to
him.
follow it up with
Nice.
Ryan
Holy
who
shit.
just catching on
We need that
Trip
sniper.
go off
Yeah,
guard
go banana,
on
go
bridge.
banana, go score.
I
Walk
thought
out,
this
walk
one
out.
was certainly going to be over
On the- these are
in
cuts.
in
The
favor of
plat-
RB,
plats are
like
green.
bringing
Plats
this
are
back
green.
because they just looked like they were
And they're
pulling
green,
together,
right?
they had the
I'm
right
getting blanks,
positions,
getting
and
blanks. I
they're
can't help
back
you
in like the
unless I
neutral
back up.
position again.
Alright, they're gonna
You
have
don't have
snipers
all
in.
this snipe ammo in the world
They're
in
green,
just their
yeah.
hands, and that's always surprising to me that
I'm
Rain and
running.
Ryan have been finding these
Rockets,
opportunities
10
where
seconds.
they don't have any weapons, and they're somehow
Yeah.
able to take
They
these
can go
snipers or
long,
rockets out of their
maybe.
opposing
He's
opponent's
sniping our
hands.
first. I just saw him.
They have two
Back to a
snipers.
3-kill game, and
Yeah, the
both
rockets
teams
are-
are willing
go
to slow things down. No team wants to make any mistakes at
Are you
this point
good?
because
I
they
really
know the,
can't help you.
the
I have 1
position is going to be able to take advantage. We have Tylenol at this point, literally
rocket.
crouching here over towards
Is there first
custom
sniping?
spawn,
Excuse me.
waiting for the
Which name
to
is
make
it?
some kind of flake
Rain.
and make something
There are two
happen.
snipers then.
Anybody's game at this point.
If you have an
He
info on
must
Ryan, I
have
can
his
make a
back
play
watched
here.
under bridge, because otherwise, what you need to do in this situation is
Dude,
just
they're
quick
so
poke through
interested.
long, and then or
Should we
sorry,
just wait for our snipe?
poke through runway, and
It's
then you
dirty,
watch
I
your
don't know
back
what
under
time
bridge,
it
and
is. We're
that's
giving them
the
more
case
time
is
to
what he's
do
gonna do
shit.
now is rotate back and forth
I
here
only have rockets.
every
I don't
few
know
seconds or
what I
so.
should do if they fucking
Look
shoot. I'm
there,
not jumping in.
go back for us. So
You can make a play
looks like
for
we're
it.
just waiting for the
Going
SOS,
for it.
though. I
Going for
don't
it now.
disagree. I mean, they need a
Yeah,
overshield.
they're back snipe,
As soon as they
Ryan.
get 1 or 2 kills, they can start to go for those spawn kills after.
Dead.
It looks like they're
They're first
going to
somewhere,
be a
first
little more
somewhere. I'm
aggressive.
going
Not even
long
go for the
side.
OS just yet.
Cuts.
Charges
Hear that, hear
Ryan
that, I'm
over
going
towards top turret, gets the kill, has a sniper, looking for the
How
spawn
did I
kill, and
just
gets
die?
blamed by Rain. From
One's their training
where?
ramp and one's back ramp.
That might have been the
One right here.
clutchest snipe coming from Rain because it was not looking good for them
Oh my
at
God.
that
Rescue
moment. But
sniping,
Rain
one
gets
sword.
the snipe.
Saw it, my
Ryan
fuck,
off the screen
man.
ends up getting a kill, and now they only need one more
give me
kill
banana, I
to
think.
take game number 2 and to put them into an excellent position
now,
to
probably
win
there.
this series. This might be one of the greatest comebacks that we're
Going down
seeing
for it.
in
Bridge, fine.
2v2 tournaments. Rain and
Yeah,
Ryan
full.
coming out throughout the losers bracket,
undersword.
grabbing
wasn't
custom,
him.
trying to stay alive here. Trippy does get the kill on Ryan, but that
There,
other
he's
player
there.
does have custom. The nades are starting to
Diverging
fly
sniper too.
out. Can he stay alive?
Yep, and trying to jump, see if this player's chasing the runway. It's gonna be
well,
tough. I mean, no room for error here.
Just gonna go one way.
21 to
We don't really
24.
have much
Not
time
only
to,
do they have no room for
honestly.
error for dying, they have to at some point
Did you
just
see anything?
acquire a bunch of these
Nothing.
spawn kills. And if we've been describing Rain and Ryan who've been anyway, it's been more conservative or patient. So it's gonna be difficult to squeeze it out of them. And there's that last kill. Trippy going down at snipe 1, and that's gonna be game number 2. Going to
wanna
Ryan
host this
Noob
game?
and Rain in 25 to 21 fashion.
You hosted against
That
them
was
in ladder
absolutely
matches.
incredible. Wow.
Okay.
We how the tables turn somehow. Ray Noob 2-0 in this lead in the
Guardian
bracket
Ramirez.
reset. I talked
Give me
about how
honest.
RB were looking unstoppable almost all tournament long, and Ray Noob coming out of nowhere, forcing the reset, and are now 1 game away from being $7,000 richer. Thank you guys so much for letting me be a part of this grand finals. I'm gonna pass it to the gaming experts, to the professionals, and let you and Elamite take us home.
Tony, it's been such a pleasure to cast with you. It's been
Let's get it, baby.
incredible.
3 in a row,
like,
all right, Ty?
can't say enough. I
You,
mean,
bro, all right?
it's
Yeah,
awesome.
let's do it.
Like when we've been having
Yo, come on.
this new Halo talent coming up throughout the
Keep talking,
casting
brother.
side,
Keep
throughout the
talking.
content side. You know, like people like
Since he
Shyway,
left,
people
I-
like
I- I-
Tony,
I think they both are.
and
Hold
it's
on,
just
I'm literally
They-
running.
they
I'm
fucking
I'm
chose
very
me so hard there.
optimistic
man.
about
Nice.
Halo's
I'm gonna close
future.
fast. I'm weak though.
Right. Yeah,
Chris,
Tony, you absolutely killed it. Thanks you so much for jumping in with us. It was a pleasure. You killed it harder than Rain and Ryan were killing it right now at the start of this game. It's 2-1. Oh, but I jinxed it. They answer back and tie it up, and Sniper Rifle changes hands. But that was another time, Dave. We just talked about it. That was in a perfect opening start for them. They got both kills and weapons.
You
gonna go for
sniper
rockets.
rockets lobby.
Doesn't get any better than that, except for when you actually stay alive after acquiring those
I
first
have to
couple
wait for
kills
all
and
my shields to
weapons.
come-
But
all my health to come
high
back.
game also looks like, are they both stuck here at gold? I'm trying to see where
Gold seems clear.
Rain
Gold
is.
seems clear.
if Rain's not at gold, this is actually a
Close weak, go.
really good position
Very
here
weak.
for
He's weak
Rain
coming.
Noob.
Nice.
Oh, he is,
Yep,
but he
that's
flipped up
exactly
close
what you're
purple.
looking
Yeah, you
for.
can lobby.
The gold
I
is
died. The sniper fell over one. The
complemented
sniper fell all the
by
way over
someone
one.
comes to lift.
Just chilling.
I
It's
think
on.
that's
Yep.
that's almost like a fundamental of Halo and obviously most other
You going for it?
shooters
Our rockets
in
are
general having those multiple
Innate.
angles
Innate,
is
yeah.
like
Yeah,
if
you
you had to
got it.
describe where to be,
Wasted one.
there
Go
is
for
one position that's stronger
both
than the
weak.
other or more
I gotta
crucial
live, though.
than the other.
Open
And then
lobby,
from
absolute.
there, that second
pushing.
position really,
Both
really
there, both there. Both
amplifies
there,
or
lobby.
supplements it. So it's like gold, really good
Rockets
or
one shot.
a good spot to have so that you have some
fucking go.
semblance of
Nice.
top
Rockets
control.
down.
But
One
then
rocket, I
it's
think.
really complemented by somebody that can flank
three,
and
it's
lift up
one
or go up
rockets.
sword leg
Okay.
to support
shot,
that person
dead.
that's over at gold.
Well, I
Look at
can't
him
believe
here.
Tylenol actually sniped
Weak.
Rain
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
fine,
face
fine.
as he
Right
jumped
side.
into close purple and got taken out. So the ultimate weapons do go over in the
side
favor of
front.
Rain and
Okay,
Ryan
there's
Noob,
up over,
but
up over.
they do trade out
And
a few
going up close
kills
in a
here
second.
from RB
Up
to help
close has
keep
a
this
shot.
game close. But yeah,
Go
we
close.
talk about the
I'm up over.
discipline, right? You're always
Should be
wondering, like,
there.
oh, why
Lobby
is
weak.
this guy jumping out
Might
on
be
me
lobby
close
on me.
street? And that's
I don't see
why,
him in
right?
the
Like
tree.
he is the guy starting the
Sword.
play. If things are being done in tandem, you know, it's meant to work
Sword that
together
one.
and
One
create
shot,
double
one shot.
teams and
I threw a
create, you know,
sniper. Nice. Yeah, you guys
opportunities to
close
get
street.
kills
You
in.
can go
So that's
go
one
for the
thing,
kill.
you know,
Go
at
for
this
the
high level of plays, you
way,
start getting
just
shot at one guy,
savage.
but it's almost that unknown, right?
came
Like
up, I
I'm
got
shooting
side.
at this guy, but
I
what
have
I'm
one
really
close
thinking
side
about
cover,
is where is
yeah.
this other guy coming from right
Got
now?
it? And 0-1. 0-1.
That makes total
going up
sense.
over.
Yeah, it's funny because half the time when you're playing
Not gold,
Halo
it's
and
not
you're
gold.
thinking,
You're fine
what
with
is
gold.
this person doing right now? Half the time they're setting up a perfect play for their
Close
teammate to come over and take
Tyler, one shot,
advantage of
close your
it.
camo.
The other half of the time,
I lived.
you
Maybe
ask
that's two
yourself
right.
again, what the hell are they doing right
I
now?
might just throw the fucking new sniper off, bro.
Yeah, or in some
close.
cases, I ask myself that all the time.
Close gold.
Right? Just,
Top gold, close gold.
what is going on
Yeah,
right now?
I'm gonna die.
It's
Okay,
like,
he's
is
gonna
it too
have
late to
spike
recruit
No,
one
you
of these
sword.
ODST
Got a short
bots
sword.
because I swear they're better than some teammates I've had in the past. Oh no, but on a serious note here, I think we are looking at that sniper just popped, and that was the camo player Tylenol who grabbed the camo and now secured himself the new sniper rifle. 11 to 11 in this game. Just back and forth, tie games left and right. I mean, even that pick game so far, what have we seen? We saw 25-21, 22-22, and a 23-22. Right? These games have been neck and neck. Time and time again, it's truly lucky we're getting to see this kind of level of Halo 3 gameplay.
Yeah, we are so lucky to be blessed with such a close and amazing finals. I know plenty of times in the past, you know, I've been in main finals, and I'm sorry it hasn't been entertaining when my team's been playing against Kyle's or other teams. Like we've been making it really like a landslide victory. But you know, in a case like this where we have such a close one back and forth, and anyone could truly win, it's really special.
It really is, David. We appreciate that as well. You know, sometimes let us squeeze in there and, you know, show some life to all those little guys. Not all of us can be big famous, you know, Dave Walsh, extraordinaire in our lives.
You hit him, I think?
This reverse psychology is kind of working against me. Where's the punchline? Now what do I say? I don't know how to clap back.
It's only going to be there when you don't expect it. If you're expecting it, I'm not going to give it to you. Are you kidding me? It's all about the mind games.
He's on me. One shot. Going up close. Absolute up close.
Oh, but this one's getting away from them, right? So we got a 2-0 lead. And it's lights out if they don't win. And sure enough, what happens?
What a god!
Really
one shot 0-2 with cam, I'm pretty sure.
The sword spawn, definitely nice. You're gonna want to get that one as soon as you can. But if you don't get first shot on somebody, you know, you're probably gonna get taken out. And that's what you just saw from Trippy. He does throw a great nade to actually force Trippy to retreat. But that guy is camo player, right? You never know where he's gonna go, and most likely you're just gonna have your teammate then get kind of double teamed there. 19 to 12, one of the largest games, largest leads we've had in any of the games of this series so far, if I'm not mistaken here. So this series not disappointing. This reset was looking kind of gloomy, but if they're able to take this one and get back into it, you know, we may see yet another game 10 here for this Rain Noob squad.
Gosh, if only we can keep
two
watching
game
this
10s
amazing
in
Halo.
the
I'd love
same
it.
day. Can you imagine that? I honestly don't know if I can. Like, that is insane. And that doesn't count the other 25 games that they played, right? Or 20 games that they played.
Let's see. Yeah, I need to go back and recheck my math on how many games they've played, but I believe this is what game 32 for them. So yeah, this would be like a second game 5 or whatever.
Oh no, it was like 30 before the replay, right? And then it was like a couple more games.
Replay was game 30.
Game 30, right? Okay.
Maybe this is 33.
This is at least like 33 with the potential like 3 more to come, you know, if they send it the distance here. So just, I mean, this truly, in my eyes, if they come back and win this series through lower bracket, having to win 36 games, this goes down in like all-time great performances.
That's true, yeah. Oh my God, just like you mentioned, they've earned it. There's no question in my mind. Have they earned this prize money? Yes, they have.
Yeah, I mean, we play, I say it's at a LAN, right? 2-3 series tops in a day, and that is a full
That's exhausting
grind. Two to 3 series in a day, you are dead afterwards. No more Halo. And that's what, 30 games? You know?
Yeah, it's like 33 games if you're doing an 11-game series.
Given they're probably a little bit longer, some more kills, but it is, you know, 4v4 in that scenario too. So, I mean, either way, right? Just trying to set the pace that these games are exhausting to try this hard, right? To put this much thought into the games with the level that's going on, and all these back and forth intense matches. Just the fact that they're able to maintain this consistency and do this incredible series just speaks wonder to their talent.
Oh my God, what a play from Trippy.
Wow.
Did you see that nutty ending? That was unreal. When they both were watching these sides saying like, all right, if they come through anywhere in lobby, they're just going to get this rocket kill. Trippy decides to jump straight through and go straight for a sticky grenade on the player in lobby that had rockets.
Oh, incredible play.
Paladon just closes out with a no-scope melee.
Just amazing, yeah. So they push in there, they force the rockets basically not to be used because it's just going to suicide. They only need, you know, so few kills to begin with, right? Then that's the trade scenarios. Rush because we can't lose. Just get in there, get a melee or something, and we'll come out and take this one home. So 2-1 series as we're getting ready to head over to a Guardian Team Slayer. Oh, Dave, what's the expectation here? What do we have in store?
I mean, every time I've had different expectations so far throughout the series, it just gets blown out of the water. It's like, you know, we've seen Trippy and Tylenol like down by a significant margin on like Pit,
I'm going top blue.
Slayer, and then gets brought back or brought to a tie.
over?
Yeah, it's really tough for me
Green
to
weak,
say, but
Rain.
I
Backing
do
up.
feel overall,
This one.
majority of the
Rain
time
weak.
when
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Trippy and Talonov had sniped, I feel like
He's
they've
backing up
made
snipe.
more
Camo still
work
up,
of
Camo
it
still up.
than
Just grabbing sniper now.
Rain and
Hit him
Rhino.
with it. He's half.
However, one thing that's really been sticking out to me
Got him.
throughout these moments is
Nice tie.
Rain
Holy
has just
fuck,
been
good
winning
shit.
his fights, plain and simple.
All right, burn it like
There's so many
35.
times where I'm
green
just looking at
already.
his kill
I'm already
feed,
at green.
and it's like
Gonna be
Rain
blue.
double
Gonna
kill,
be blue.
Rain
Bottom middle,
kills
Rain,
this
I'm blind
person,
already.
Rain
Bottom
got here. It's like
Watch out,
every
bottom
time
middle,
you
bottom middle,
see
Nice.
Ryan to get a couple
Nothing.
shots or a shot
People
on
window,
somebody,
people
and then they
window.
go around and run to Rain. Rain's just closing that out like every time. So it's a bummer we can't fully see his POV
I'm on my
because
head
I
glitch.
feel like he has
On the
been
shoulder.
putting up a
Right, I'm gonna go
stellar
long.
performance.
Right. I mean, he's kind of been somebody that's flown under the radar a little bit as well through his Halo 5 and career onwards. He's had some incredibly high placings, and it's been a huge force on all of his teams. You know, especially being in Halo 5. But now that he's got this squad, he works, you know, extremely well with Ryan Nubin. And I mean, they're showing it here. We haven't seen anybody put up a fight against Ty and Trippy like we've seen from these two, and these two are actually potentially pulling the upset out.
I don't want to get
Yeah,
to Camo.
these players, they play
He's
so
there,
well
he's
together.
Camo
What's the rest of their squad
Yeah,
with,
I don't know. I don't think
with
his team
Rain
is so I could
and
just jump over to Camo, you know
Rhino?
what I'm saying?
So currently, I think
Alright.
heading into Infinite
You
was
wanna do
Rain,
that?
Ryan Nubin. I want to say
Oh,
it's
why not? You want me to just
Spartan
wait?
and
If you want me
Let's
to.
just play a little more patient.
gosh, it might have been like a King Nick, but I'm not sure
For
if
you,
that
bro.
is still it at this
Bottom,
point.
gauge up.
I'm not entirely sure. They're not on a team yet.
I'm one bullet. He might push.
not
Bottom
mistaken.
middle.
Fair enough.
Shot Camo go.
But yeah,
Rain.
they're so scary good that like you can
He's
only
there, he's there.
expect that they're just gonna
Watch out,
be
watch out, bottom middle.
incredible when it comes
Bottom.
to Infinite and whatever the four-person roster they put together.
I haven't
Right,
heard
so
anything
4-2.
perfect.
They've been able to grab the lead.
I think he's just sitting on
Working
Camo
to
gold.
build upon this.
Nice
Now it
fucking
looks.
snipe, Tyler. Keep it
Oh
up.
my god! I was gonna say he looks away at the exact wrong time, but he's able to flick back and hit the
Shot Camo gold.
headshot.
Or he's on the BR.
Incredible
That
shot
Rain.
there onto Ryan to take him out. 5-2. They know where Rain
Yeah,
is. They see some
I'm gonna
grenades
look
coming
over,
in. Well, it's
actually.
actually going to be Trippy's nades here
I'm
from
looking over
Green
side.
as
I
they're
don't care
trying
if
to
I die.
clear out that gold corner. But we talked about this a little bit earlier,
Camo?
right? Where do you line up that reticle
One's in
on
blue.
top gold
I have
when
Camo.
people are crossing? Do you
35.
hide it
Nice,
at
Tyler. I got
head
Camo,
level,
35. The
or
good
do you
bunker,
go
maybe.
further up
I
and
don't see blue. I don't
another
see blue. I don't see blue.
fantastic
Stacking,
no scope
care if I die.
from
I think they're just hiding
Tylenol
green. I think they're just hiding
onto
green. Could
Rain,
be blue,
helping
though,
to
still.
secure the camo here for Trippy and continue
Bottom
to
middle,
build on
maybe?
this lead.
Nope, dude, they haven't moved. They just do this
And you
every
know
time.
Tylenol's a little worried about
blue, in
where
blue,
someone
in
could
blue.
slip by. Tried to originally look at
Watch out,
Green
look
and
at me.
did not
Look over,
see
look over
anybody instantly. And that's the sort of doubt that'll creep in from playing against Rain and Ryan.
No, blue window,
Somebody
blue window, blue window.
very well could have spawned bomb tree
heard you
and
for
then
sure.
just not pushed out right away to try to slip under the radar. They could have
Go
just
back.
waited a few seconds and then made the push. And
Yeah,
that's the power of when they take
High level,
someone
high
away.
level. Ryan.
Oh, watch out for that
Nice.
frag.
Blue
He's
window.
coming back across the
Blue
lip.
window,
And
blue
sure
window.
enough, yeah, he might have been in
Absolute
green.
blue
They're
window.
hiding the
Green.
whole time. They're not afraid
Yeah.
to just sit in a corner, wait for the opportunity
Watching
to
the
push
cross.
out and really kind of gain control. The less
We're
the enemy team knows about where you and your teammate are,
Bottom gold to
the
get
more
you.
Alright, so pass it.
options
Watch
I
out top
guess
blue,
you
on the
have
carbine.
to try to catch them off guard.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up. You're like they are not afraid to
gold.
play completely afraid and hide. That's what I like
One
about
shot.
these guys.
Exactly. You know, sometimes it takes some real, confidence to try to hide in a corner, right? I mean,
Gauge up right now. Low
the
gauge up.
Walshies. We go back to the Walshy call outs on Sanctuary and Pit and all these
Gauge
things.
up
I
still.
feel like
They're just trying
that's
to get timing like me. I'm
gotta
just
be really
flying around.
confident in yourself to just
I'm
set
on
up
shot.
shop in a corner, the most
Bottom middle.
obscure
Ryan,
places on the
Ryan
map.
pushing. He's bottom middle. Inside bottom middle. Inside of it.
Exactly. I'm finally getting some of the respect I deserve on that.
Okay.
I don't see Ryan. I don't see Ryan.
He
Also,
lifted
one
it
thing I
up.
wanted to highlight there, where
Did he?
Tylenol was over on that snipe
Thought I heard the lift.
ledge where you stand like that back
Camo next.
rail,
Camo next. Okay.
snipe tower where you can
Alright.
see top gold and bottom gold. Did you see like that nade that just flew right in from like garden
Camo
or from
gold.
like
Yeah,
blue
snipe plates,
window
bro.
that like
I've
skipped
shot,
and
I've
got
shot.
him to one shot?
Blue
Like
weak.
those
two.
are
I'm on.
Pushing
those
us, pushing us,
difficult,
too.
predictive nades that these players have just,
I'm at phone, I
like
can
you
help you.
said, Kyle. They
Yeah,
know
they're
where
game
people
on
are
phone.
hiding. They know the sort of setups that happen here
away
in these
from me.
games, and
He didn't die.
they're getting punished because of it. And Ryan lived from that actually. Ryan got the stick and
Out of
ran.
bounds.
Oh my, dude, that whole
bro.
sequence
They
of
have Camo.
events was
Alright,
insane, Dave.
sniper's
You
down,
saw
it's fine, I'm in blue.
Ryan Noob should have
Probably
had the
elbow on
kill,
me if
right?
anything.
and he tries to
Alright, I'm
bounce
in
and
blue,
nade
throw it
this
off with
one
the
and
F2.
catch him as he's rotating.
One's on
But
me.
sure enough, Tylenol
Left,
gets
rain.
away. He doubles back, almost
Oh,
gets the
that's camo
snipe
guy.
melee and wins the fight, but instead misses it and gets stuck.
On me,
He
both
tries
of
to
them.
jump into Ryan
Yeah,
Noob to
jump on the
actually
ramp.
finish
Come,
off the
you can go
trade,
over. I'm
but
leaving this
Ryan
here.
Noob gets away and buys several
three,
additional
rain.
seconds to
Those
allow
camo guy.
Rain to really push across the map as
He's
well.
S3 still.
Definitely great
S3,
plays
the other one's
and
blue
way
and
to
blue.
extend the life from Ryan Noob.
Run up through.
Shot.
I'm one shot
Rain
still.
putting in a insta there at that
Oh my God,
moment. I'm
this
just trying to
savage
see
shit
what the
time.
next follow-up plan was there, but
Bottom gold.
seems like those
Bottom gold, let me jump.
instas and those grenades
up,
did
lift it
not pay off right there for
Yo,
Ray
Brand
Noob.
time,
I was
Brand.
trying to see like
Shot camo gold.
what their
You're
plan of
snipe,
action was, and everything just got
I'm
shut
giving you
down
ammo. I'm
there.
giving you ammo.
So,
Not doing
Another
that.
great shot.
Trippy and Tylenol
I got one burst
looking like they're
across
giving the
map.
sniper.
All I can do.
Tylenol gets shut
Straight
down by
lining. Throw
Ryan.
it off, bro.
There's just like a lot of these surprising elements or moments where it's just like I've been
one.
given. I've been kind of giving these conflicting statements. I'm like,
Watch out.
Tylenol
Nice,
totally
nice. Snipes
fine
on
with
this
the
one.
sniper.
Snipes on this
However,
one.
Ray
How?
Noob, they seem to do a
I'm
great
agreeing.
job of pulling the sniper away from these opponents.
How did Tylenol just die with a full stack snipe and then Trippy
Is it
by
over?
himself
Hearing things?
win the
We'll go with
1v2
Ryan.
over at Snipe Tower? How, Dave, did that
Double
just
tides.
happen? Because that was
seen
their
it.
opportunity
It's still
to
in the
get that
window.
I'm
12
hearing
bullet
things.
sniper
It's still in
rifle
the
and
window.
get back into this game.
Okay.
Yep, that when those snipes are
I have a
stacked,
mauler. Should I
like
go for camo or should I wait?
it's funny.
You have
Everyone's
nades?
call out is the same
gold
at
left
the
side.
end of that. They're like, there's a lot
Only
of ammo
go
on
if
that
you have
sniper.
nades.
We
I'll try
need
to
to
get
get that one
lucky.
back. Like,
got
let's
through.
go push back there over and
Okay,
over
don't move.
again.
To hide. I'll
until
tell you when to
we
jump up. I'll
get
tell
that
you when to
back in
jump
our
up. Don't do anything. Trust me.
You can hear the communication
Look at
coming in
that.
right now,
That's
discussing.
trust
Gauge up right now, Ryan.
Yeah.
What's
Just
up, Donald?
waiting for the opportunity to. Well, he also needs to make sure he doesn't miss this jump, but as
It's
we talked
fine,
about,
but-
oh, a
He
saw me.
perfect one coming in there. He
Barrels.
probably gets to top gold
Gotcha.
without
Watching
anyone
your
even
cross, I'll
catching
body.
eyes.
It's
Now,
us.
nobody was set up for that camo.
I'm getting it.
We have to see now. Did
Well,
they like
I
to
don't know.
just bait
Trade?
this one?
No.
I got it.
Oh my
Chill
gosh.
out.
I think they
Ryan.
saw a guy top blue. Once they know one guy's
Go,
not
Jay.
like
Nice.
close to contest,
Fucking
that
do it.
definitely opens up like freedom
blue
to
clear.
grab that. Rain
Hiding.
unwisely peeks,
Yeah, I think
not
it's
expecting
Tylenol
that
gold.
player to have a
Gold, gold.
mauler,
I'm
and
looking
sure
at it.
enough,
The
that
other one's
nade
blue.
did nothing
Blue
to
up,
him. Top
watching blue up.
camo, picks up the mauler beatdown, grabs another kill, and you know we're
Blue up,
almost
I'll
to the
see you
point
there.
of no return here.
Nice. I'm locking
Yeah,
blue
it's,
up.
oh my god, the
Sitting blue
insta
window still,
saved
not
the
moving.
life. That
Shot, I
person
don't know
still
if I'm
might
lighting him.
panic,
Both
jump
window.
out of top blue to try to get
I'll
that
go
finish.
bottom
But yeah, this game is looking over. In fact,
Shot top blue.
I wouldn't be surprised if Rain and Ryan Noob, if they were hosts on this one, if they just ended it and just decided to go into
Wanna
game
get it,
5, which I believe is going to be narrow.
I see you.
Oh, we gotta figure out which
Nice
one this
fucking
is gonna
shit,
be.
nice
This is absolutely insane. I can't believe it's going to yet another game 10. Actually, do we call this game 11?
We're going to have to
Because
call
we
both
haven't
of them.
tied?
They played
Yeah,
11
that's
games
fine.
together. Yep.
It is 11 games. I didn't know you could even
Shot
have
blue.
11 games in a best of fives.
The guy with the
best of
blue
fives.
one
But
shot.
sure
Okay.
enough, we
Okay.
found a way. Yeah, it's
He's
turned
dropped. Bottom
into
blue. He
an
could be bottom middle. He
extended
could be bottom
series
middle.
at this point
decided
here.
to
And
switch it
we should
to his
probably just
other
see if they want
weapon.
to sign
Shut
up
up,
for
Ray Ray.
another one after
Sure.
we finish this one, just for giggles at that point.
Cut off, cut off.
Because why not?
Oh my god. Could
Oh
be lifting
my
blue window.
god. That
I'm
was
going
dirty.
green. This is reset, okay?
You can see quick, nasty no scope. 2 shots left in the
I got
sniper,
all
and
eyes
he
for you, bro.
connects onto the player
Let me get this
S1,
new snipe.
peeking out
your
with
sip,
that
brother.
mauler. 22-7 now.
Window.
I think we've officially reached
Shot top gold.
the
Ryan.
point of no return. We've seen people end
Shadow
games
lifts.
down by
Okay.
less
Bottom
than
mid,
at this
bottom middle,
point.
bottom middle.
Yes, we
Over
have.
S3, hit him
And
twice. Other one's bottom middle, bottom gold.
I just don't understand how we're able to see like such landslides from these
Shut us
teams.
one.
Like especially
Behind me,
when
bottom
there
middle.
was there's plenty of positions that felt like
Straight
where
line,
Ryan Noob
straight.
and Rain had chances to like get control of that sniper,
That's
like
three,
you
that's
said, that
three.
clutch double kill from
And that's
Trippy over at Snipe Tower.
That
Like,
was the game. I think.
those are the game. Those are the
No, go to
moments
camo.
that you need
No,
to like
missed
at
my
least
jump.
trade or get that kill
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then get control of that
sniper,
power
that's
weapon. But it
fine.
just
Top middle,
feels like Rain and Ryan Noob have
Yeah,
not
I
had
agree,
any
camo.
sort of like sniping spree at
Top
all
middle,
throughout
top
this. And
Blue
as
lights.
you've seen Tylenol,
Yeah, that's
you'll
two.
get
I
to
don't
no
wanna-
shields in
I'm
many
camo half.
cases and get these no scopes
Go
or
for it,
going
go for it.
freeze. And yeah, I mean
What side of
that,
camo? Both
that's
one,
the name
both
of this
one. On
game
camo,
is
still one shot.
you know when you're
He's on it,
up
he's got it,
and
he's
you have
got
the
it. Just fucking
advantage.
hold for it on him.
How many kills are you squeezing out of that
Absolutely.
advantage? When
And,
you're down
Still on
and at
on my X,
disadvantage,
right on my X.
how many kills are you giving
Nice on
up
top middle.
during those times?
All right, Tylenol almost grabs that trade
Absolutely.
onto Rhino, but he stays alive. alive, hiding in the corner, and is trying to avoid running into Trippy at all costs. The great grenades come in, and he actually gets damage. I believe he knocks Ryanoob off the map with those grenades and closes out that one. Then again, at the same time, who knows? They could have given up and been ready for the next one and just jumped off the map at that point too. So I'm not entirely sure, but either way, I think everyone's wishes have been answered.
Sure,
We're
you want me to host
heading
Narrows?
in
Usually
to
always on
game
that first
number 11
Dude,
between our grand finals. We had a few best of fives that went the distance today, but nothing that turned out like this.
For you, bro. For you.
And then the last time they played Narrows,
Go snipe, Ryan. Go snipe.
it went in favor of
I hear you, bro.
Tylenol and Trippy, correct?
Bro,
On
blame him off the
the
side, okay?
winners bracket finals.
Yeah. If I'm
Not
not
winners
mistaken.
bracket finals. I meant set one of the grand finals.
Was
Game's
it?
clear.
Gosh, at this point, there's
I'm
been so
starting to
many
lose
games,
track
so
of
many
games.
replays.
Yeah.
It is definitely tough to tell what you can hear. You can hear them talking for you, right? These guys, they are ready. It all comes down to this.
Absolute.
And, actually, yeah, Rain Rhino won this one, right? Because they were off to like one of the most fantastic starts imaginable.
I'm going for rockets. Sniping flag side. Both flag side. I'm going up top.
I think that would have been the series against Dogs.
Yeah,
where
you're right.
That's
right.
And then I think they followed up by playing.
All right, chat. We need chat here. What was the score of this one the first time? Somebody's got to know, and then we'll get it.
Yeah.
But either way, the difference in this game alone is the difference between $7,000 and $4,000. There's a $3,000 difference riding on this game alone of the series. That's how close it's come down.
Rocket's still here. I might just let him despawn.
I'm going for him.
It's just all down to this, like you said.
He's there,
I mean,
he's there,
he even
he's there.
said they
The
might let
flag
him
snipe,
despawn, and
snipe.
look at that, gets picked
Nice,
off.
that was sniper guy.
Flag
Sniper's
door, and that
901.
was huge.
Nothing
Talon
flag
took
right
out another
now.
snipe. This is an
Talk to me, boy.
opportunity
Talk to me.
for
Talk
Talon
to me
and Trippy
nice.
to acquire both
Where, bro?
snipers. You got Trippy
Sniper.
over on the
Sniper.
opposing
That
base's
sniper's
rocket.
down flag.
He knows where the snipe is. He knows is over at
Nice.
that flag door. So he
Shadow watch
got
over
both
you.
rolls, and now he has Talon at L1, L2,
Dead.
back him
Nice
up.
tie. Keep it up.
Oh my
I've
God!
sniped.
Incredible shot comes
over
in,
me, bro.
takes off Rain's
Top clear,
face, and
top
we're
clear.
seeing
Don't see anything
the
top.
sniper and rockets. Trippy grabbed
Top
3
snipe.
unanswered
Watching
kills
low.
by
low,
himself with those
just right up
rockets
top.
that they
I'm literally
almost
Heard.
let
Literally
these
saying
After
like
rain.
and
After rain.
7-2. Yeah, and I think this is important to point out as well.
Looking
And
L2.
after they reset that
Hard for
bracket in
Rain.
Game 5, Rain and
Looking for
Ryan
Ryan.
were up 2-0 in this series. I
Ryan's
think this
left L2.
qualifies
He's cannon
as
side.
a
I'll kill him if he
reverse
goes somewhere.
sweep
Alright,
if RP
Rain's
comes
top.
out victorious.
If he gets the hawk, I can't see.
Okay.
And it looks like Rain and Ryan kind of
After
pulling
Rain.
out the
Maybe L2.
what they're
Could be- I
known
don't
for a
know
little
where Ryan
bit,
is.
slowing it down a little bit to see if they
Alright,
can make
keep
a
watching on the
counter
right.
push together.
But
But Talon and Trippy, I'm sure, have been watching all angles.
Yep.
They backed up with these weapons. Rain getting those
left, I hit
challenges.
him with
I've
a-
said and so many times before. Rain
Top left.
is just laying
Side
down
down.
so much damage to make something
We're good,
happen. And right
Side
there,
down.
somehow Ryan and
Sniper, I
Rain
dodged a snipe
getting
on that
200
across
kills
that
against
one armor.
Alright,
both
I'm gonna go
players
top
that
middle.
have
Sniper
snipers,
was down
and
for
now
you.
they're cowered
Top
back
left,
in their
top
base.
left.
Yeah, you can see some of
Top
those
middle.
sniper rifles are in fact down. Rain's got one.
L2,
If anybody
L2,
can
and
snipe
one's
like
down on
Trippy
our
and
side.
Tylenol, it's Rain and Ryan.
You
Right?
backed up to
These
their side, you
guys,
backed up to
they
their
are
side.
ready. We saw what they were able to
Going-
do earlier in the
Their side.
tournament
I'm
on
getting
their
shot in the back.
route to the grand finals here.
Our flag door.
And 7-5 as
Another
Trippy
one's a snipe.
dies.
They're- stack
That
their
is
snipe.
the
He's our
potential
flag
2v1
box.
collapse with these snipers
he's
that
not-
just
still there? He's
start.
still
They
there.
need to kill Tylenol
bro.
before Trippy comes in and starts helping. The grenade comes in.
Rain
They
goes
should know
Absolute.
he's no
He's off
shield.
the map, he's
I
off the
don't
map,
know
he's
where
off the map.
Rain is.
Just not
Great
losing.
grenade comes in. Did he knock
He
Ryan
backed
off the map? He
Don't-
got him
aggro.
off the
His
map.
teammate doesn't spawn
He
near him.
did, so that sniper
Cannon
is
clear,
still
cannon
up at
clear.
their snipe spawn.
Not even
help
just
us out,
that,
help
like
right
the
now.
other big deal about that is how
Left snipe,
long it
hold
took
on.
for
Watching
Ryan
your
Noob to have
pockets.
that death.
Look
Like
here.
Ryan Noob spalling for 4 or 5
flanking
seconds
cannon.
without being
Flanking
able
on
to have an effect on the map, and then has to
Got one.
respawn for 4 or
Nice
5
out, got him.
seconds.
Reloading,
That
and
amount of
rockets are up
time
now,
is going to
Joey.
allow
Watch out,
Talon
watch out,
Trippy to have that slight
The hop on
advantage to
bullet and
like
help.
2v1 Rain
Nice,
or
cannon
get in better
clear.
positions.
I'm going for
Probably
rockets.
flag. Watch low. Flag low. Probably flag
Yeah,
low. Fight
11
to
to
guess.
6.
Alright, I'm
I
looking.
mean, that could have
Yep.
been everything,
Yep,
right? That was both snipers on the map and
Watch out.
potential full control, but instead,
R3,
Trippy,
Rain.
he didn't even go for his own sniper. He let that
L2 now,
Tylenol
L2
gravity
now, Rain.
spawn, and
Top
he
left,
pushed
rockets,
across and
rockets.
contested Rain,
Go for
going
him.
for their new sniper
Watch
rifle.
yourself.
So just doing an amazing job of
One
recognizing
top left, L-
where
L1,
they need to
L1.
go
You get out
and
of here,
which
bro.
weapons they need to contest at what
I died.
point.
Tylenol, I'm surprised Tylenol's not going up
I'm gonna
to
look over,
back
okay?
lobby with this. I feel like if your
Shut our one,
teammate
Ryan.
drops there,
Yep, he's still there.
you need to concede that you've lost like L1, R1,
flag.
and you need
Go
to
flag,
like
yeah.
get back to your lobby. And right now he's in such a difficult position
Snipe's top
because
middle.
he knows
He's on
one of his
X.
opponents has
On the
rockets.
box, on the box.
If you're near
going
power up
custom.
with
Our flag
sniper
box again.
and they have rockets, like
I got one.
you
Our flag
have to hit
box
one of the
with
most
rocket
miraculous
snipe,
shots
spawn killing me.
possible to get out of that position.
Oh, but the
Here
battle
lobby,
comes
lobby.
the
I can't.
spawn
He's coming
pain
top right now.
train as he spawns right
Yeah,
into
I'll
that
see him.
shot over at the man cannon. Great spawn snipe from Ryan Noob.
Yeah,
Shut him in.
Ryan in their base
Dead.
being such a
Traded.
distraction does get the kill fell and gets taken out, so I think he
Is there
wastes
snipe,
his
flag,
last
snipe, can
rocket.
snipe?
Right, he was in the base. Rain
backed up, he
lost
backed
his
up.
1v1 to Trippy, so that
No
would
one
have
there,
been
no
the
one there,
difference
weak.
here. Ryan
There's
would have
snipe.
gotten multiple spawn
Going
kills
R2, top
had
right,
Rain
top right.
taken out Trippy and put him on respawn as
gonna
well.
go
They were
low.
blocking flag.
You might do it
Rain
double.
would have been top middle. They would have forced them to spawn cannon again.
I
After
want
that.
Ryan weak if you can see him.
Getting doubled.
He's pushing up.
And what started off was
L1.
like such an
R1.
incredible start. We are
Shot me.
seeing
He's left box.
RB just kind of crumble a little bit. They had such an incredible start. What was it, 7-1? You want to say, Kyle, when
Sniper's
they
down there. He's
brought back
going for
both
our cannon.
snipers and the rockets?
Yeah, I mean, they were able to get back in quickly, but yeah, Trippy.
One shot our cannon, absolute. Our backstage, one
They had
shot.
rockets and everything, right? They were
Throwing
in prime
sniper off.
position to take it, but Ryan,
That's fine. Go, push up.
wisely getting that sniper
Ty,
off the
Ty, get
map.
it.
They
You get
know
sniped.
the only way
Alright.
they are losing this is
Teammate might
probably
spawn him
when the
top.
snipers get over into their hands. So
Waiting.
they're
Getting
able to
our
take
snipe.
some of these
Ryan's
off
on
the
theirs.
map. They're going to rely on their
Arthur.
BRs to try to come out victorious.
Cannon
Yeah, and one of the
weird flag snipes
weird statements we have too
Look
is
at
that
back
like
lobby.
even when Talon and Trippy have been having like these snipers,
They're cannon.
somehow Ryan and
Cannon snipe, one
Rain
shot.
have
Ryan.
been able to like pick up these kills
Got
and
him.
like
That was Ryan,
negate
nice.
it fairly
Watch me, bro,
quickly,
watch me.
which is just
Got
odd
you,
to
boy.
say.
Nice, Ty. Watch
Watch
the
on
spawner.
objective. Cannon, Joey, cannon.
Incredible
He's already
shots.
spawned.
Take out Rain
back
once
lobby.
again, sitting on R3 with
Cannon
two
jar.
body shots in that sniper
L4.
is another game-changing
I'm gonna go
moment.
our
Like, they
lobby.
got one sniper off the map, but
Okay.
it didn't
Well, we
really
can't play two
change
back, though.
anything
Alright,
because they
I'm alright.
grabbed
Both
the
cannon
new
low,
one
both
off
cannon low,
spawn
both
once
low.
again. 4-kill game. We're
Nice.
in game number 5. This is a bracket
Watch flag
reset.
spawn.
Trippy was
Watching flag
able to
spawn.
get their sniper and escape. There
Flag's
is no
clear.
more room for error. We
He's
know
okay.
what
Flag
happens
BR,
on
flag
narrows
BR.
in this scenario. If they
Watch
do
me
not
alert.
push
R2,
up top
R2,
together
Rain.
and kill Joey or Trippy here, this
Watch
is
out.
lights
Back
out.
out.
Yeah, and it looks like
Over.
they know it plays R2, and both these players just
Up top.
wisely
Is he
backing
up?
up.
I have my
Ryan
BR out.
knew- Man
Hit him
can't
twice,
over
hit him
and
twice.
lives.
He's R1,
And
R1,
Rain,
R-Hawk.
winning this 1v1,
Rocks are up.
now
One's
has to
L1,
fight
one's R1.
another 1v1 over towards top middle without his help of his
He's on
teammates.
rockets.
It could be really
Full
difficult.
shields, my X.
And you can see Rhino lifted over, flanked through Sniper, gets help for Rain. Rain takes an angle. Tylenol's
There's a
not
sniper.
able to
Nice.
predict,
Oh
and
my
they
God.
get 2 unanswered kills. But
His sniper
somehow,
rockets, I'm pretty sure.
Trippy flying
He's
across
he's
top
outside, he's
center,
outside, one
gets
shot.
the
I
kill
was-
onto Ryan
Yes, dude,
and
Ryan,
is
I'm pushing in.
extending
Getting
this
Ryan, I'm getting
lead,
Ryan.
keeping them in it. Ryan is
He's
definitely
ready,
going down here,
watch
not
out,
expecting that player to be towards Cannon.
Nice!
He does
Let's
get a
fucking
great
go.
grenade
Let's
off,
win
but
this.
that is
Holy
not going to
fuck,
be
he's got-
good.
oh my
And
God.
not
Snipe down.
21
I got
to
one.
15.
I have a
They're
snipe too.
starting
Help me
to
up
taste
top.
like
All right, I'm
blood
gonna give you a kiss.
in the
Watch
water,
out,
Dave.
I'll take it.
What can they do
1-1.
here? Is
I'm
it in
making out with you,
fact
bro.
over?
Let's go.
Oh, what the?
I feel like last couple
Wait, my bad,
times
my
we've
bad.
seen them
focus up,
step
bro.
with 2 snipers.
All right.
Ryan Noob and Rain have been able to pick it apart fairly easily or without many losses. So I feel like I can't tell if that's just
For you, bro.
perfect
I don't see
execution
shit.
each
I don't
time
see
or
shit.
just
Come on top with me.
All right, I heard.
or just kind of luck striking a couple times because I feel like
Long right shockwave.
you know if you get that to happen once or twice,
L3.
you need to count your blessings. I don't think you can count on that
R4,
every time
R4,
against the
and
likes of
L3.
Tylenol and Trippy. I feel like they're going to be able to
I can
start
help
to
you
pick
low,
up
I can help you
a
low.
lot of kills here.
All right,
Watch
last
out, watch out,
opportunity.
Ryan.
Right, they're down by 5.
He's on our
Trippy
Hawk.
has a
Going for my
sniper. They've
sniper.
taken one sniper out. Now I don't know if they know where he is, but they need to get eyes on where Tylenol is. They need to double team him. Ryan, who's
Dead.
got a sniper rifle, but he's
Nice.
trapped. He
Spawn
connects
Ryan.
on a body,
Yep.
but great shots from
Spawn flag,
Tylenol
spawn flag, spawn
takes
flag.
him out.
Our
Trippy
snipers
is
are
being a
spawn low flag,
distraction
spawn low
across
flag, spawn
cannon,
low
just
flag.
trying to make
Our
sure
Alpha Rain,
that
one shot.
Tylenol isn't going to spawn die here in his base.
Knows I'm here.
Right,
He's
Rain
gonna
sniper.
looking for the
I'm gonna
kill.
try to
Ryan
get
Noob,
our
of course,
sniper.
spawning back in his
Other
own
snipe.
base over here
Watch
by
other snipe.
Trippy. Does
That's
win
He's
his
he's
1v1.
he's our dip sitting there. One
5
bullet
kill
snipe
game.
going like top left.
New snipers getting
I
ready
can
to come
help-
up
I can
soon.
help. Nice lift.
Rain
Dip somewhere.
doesn't
He's like
predict
the L2
the
sniping, looking at
pop
you.
out from Cannon,
one shot,
and
he's
with
R2, he's R2,
Sniper
he's
on the
R2.
map here,
Kept him-
Tylenol
I
is
de-scoped
going to
him.
grab himself
You have any nades?
yet
Top
another.
left,
power.
L1.
No, both push me. Both push me.
Yeah, I think I'm wondering
there,
where
both push me,
Rain,
trying
what
to-
information they had at the time
L1,
because
L1,
they
back
knew
to
they got
L1.
1 kill over at their base, so
L1,
maybe
watch out,
Rain
Ryan.
was
Go.
like worried
Middle,
about
middle,
all
550,
possibilities
150.
about somebody being at flag,
Live
power
Ty,
up or
to hide.
something
I can tell you
spawn
what it
because I
is.
felt like
R1.
Cannon Door would have been the biggest threat there from where Rain was headed.
Yeah, and a 24-18.
I'm gonna go low.
This is a scary
Sniper top.
moment here. I do not
Don't
know
play too
how
far back,
a
okay?
team would be able to
Alright.
bring
L1
this
Rain.
one back.
Watch out,
One
L1
that a
Rain.
2v2 kind of style or comeback I have not seen
Top left,
before.
Ryan.
But does it mean if there's anybody that can do it, it's going to be
Yeah, I'm
these
gonna go
guys
top,
here.
okay?
They
Top
have to
middle.
get the sniper. They have to
Get the
stay alive.
headshot and it's over.
But it just
Full,
doesn't
full.
get
The
any
flank.
scarier
There.
than this.
Sniper top left. Or-
They can't even
Gotta
go
go
for that
spawn.
sniper, right? After Rain
No.
gets that kill,
Now right
he
away.
can't- oh
Let's
my
go!
god!
We do that for the boys.
Let's go,
We
baby.
do that.
Let's fucking
We
go.
do that for them.
Let's go.
We do that,
They
baby.
spawn
We do that for the
there.
boys. That's what we do.
Wow.
Let's go, Ty.
I'm smoking on
Not
that
saying they
pack,
weren't in
baby.
position to win
Let's
that
go.
game. That's
The
some of
blue
these top
sweet
mid
pack,
spawns
baby.
we've seen, Dave. I swear to God, I've never had a spawn like this in my entire life.
Anytime I get it, I get
Sure,
sniped right off the
sweet,
bat from
definitely
L2
is.
or R2 or L1 or R1. I mean, that's just how it works for me. But
Wow, what an ending to that as well. That was something else. They actually pulled off the reverse sweep comeback here to take down Rain Ryan after they extend the series, and congrats to our winners, Tylenol and Trippy. Who nobody did anyone not know it was going to happen, right? This is where the favorites coming in. They come out, they make it happen, and they definitely put in the most work.
I'm going to have to join those players and smoke one too because it has been such a goddamn great day for Halo. So many great matches. This has been a taste of things to come, I feel, for the future of Halo. And what better way to celebrate it than with the Xbox Stream team here and with everybody that was able to tune in, and to all of our commentators. Thank you so much. Congratulations to RB. Oh, I feel like I have to take a deep breath just watching that crazy series with the reset. I mean, Map Show, it makes me want to jump in and grab a sniper and go, how do I recreate this? I can't. That's why they're so good. That's why RB's taking home $7,000.
Just watching them play, just like, oh yeah, you know what? I'll just boot it up and start sniping too. And that's just not how it works. It's just not. But they killed it. They fought hard and valiantly for this.
And as we've been kind of emphasizing, the commentators too, Ray Noob, their path to the grand finals, right? They were in the lower bracket. They had to play a ton of games today, a ridiculous amount of games. Yet they were able to do it, able to maintain their composure in the grand finals, force a bracket reset because they came from the lower bracket, and then they went up 2-0, which is insane. But they ultimately, RB, they were able to whip into shape or whatever. I'm not sure what you do there. I guess a quick question to Elamite and Walshy. If you're down 0-2 in a grand final situation, I mean, what did they have to do to bring that back? What's kind of the key there?
Practice, right? Like if you're not practiced and prepared going into this event, it's not going to work out. But knowing and believing in your own ability, knowing that some of these games can go either way, like we talked about, there's so many like short periods of time on the map or in the game that determine such that that long gap. Getting those weapons, being able to stay alive and keep players on spawn, almost it just creates those wins. So when you're able to fall a game, or they lose that game 5 by 2 kills, and the whole time I'm thinking like that game was ours, you just want a rematch, you want another opportunity. So the fact that it is a double elimination, is amazing that they have the opportunity to bring that back. And every single map in these 2v2s plays so differently, right? So teams definitely have their stronger suits here, and some of them. These teams are just so evenly matched that it creates for these epic games like this. So, obviously they came out and won, but, it doesn't take anything away from the incredible runs all of these teams had. These are some of the best 2v2 matches we've had, period. The whole month has been absolutely insane, and it all led down to these players really leaving it out on the line. And I'm glad that we saw such a close series and such great games. And I know a lot of people are going to be upset today, but, just keeping in mind that, this is about celebrating Halo in 20 years and giving players an opportunity to showcase their Halo 3 talents again on MCC was an incredible opportunity, and everyone should be super happy about how it played out.
And we had an extra game in there. We had a reset in the mix too. So absolutely crazy. We couldn't have hoped for a better competition to pan. We couldn't have hoped for it to be this close if we tried to script it all out. So it's a testament to how good some of these teams are and how close everyone is who is at this tournament. So shout out to everyone in that top, everyone making money, everyone who made it to today. I have a ton of respect for you. Congratulations. You're an incredible Halo player. And I think we're all looking out for these guys in Halo Infinite. I think that's pretty obvious,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah. I mean, talking about mind games that we brought up earlier in the stream, Walshy, you look at the fatigue factor for Rainy, Ryan, and Rain having to play at least 15 games straight before they even made it into the grand finals. And that performance that they had in the grand finals was absolutely top notch. But what happens with a team like RB, where we could hear on the comms they started to go more quiet? They started to get, some people in chat were saying tilted. Obviously, they were able to score the victory. But as a professional player, when things start to go wrong for your team in the grand finals, what do you do? What do you communicate to your teammates?
When things start to go wrong, it's when you have misaligned expectations with your team. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Trippin and Tylenol were just going to that finals like, all right, we just got to take care of business, just close it out a couple games. And they almost like it. You could almost argue maybe they felt entitled to that win. They obviously, in the end, earned it and won. But you can never go into that mindset in a match. You have to go into each game and earn each victory. And so what I was kind of hearing from them is they were hitting different frustrations. They were saying, "Man, I should have finished off that kill," or "Man, this unfortunate thing happened with a spawn or with a shot registering or whatever it happened to be." And that spills over to your teammates. Like, at some point, once you start complaining, your teammate starts complaining, you start to blame other factors that are outside of your control, and you need to try to reel it back. You need to say, all right, we need to do what's within our control. We need to worry about our callouts. We need to make the best decisions possible, and we have to absolutely play our best to get this victory. And it felt like they weren't in the, like you said, in the best headspace throughout some of those frustrating moments, and you could see them start to crumble.
Yeah. Well, they were able to turn it around in the clutch factor, and they got the victory. So congratulations to RB, our #1 team, taking home $7,000. But we have to tip our hats off to Ray Noom, Ryan, and Rain. They looked phenomenal. Why not be casting? I'd like to get your final thoughts here. Again, thank you for joining us. What does this mean based on the results of today for the future of competition in the Halo world as we all eagerly anticipate the next chapter with Halo Infinite coming out in a few months?
Well, I mean, obviously Trippy and Envy are looking really good going into Infinite. Tylenol, check your DMs. There's gonna be a lot of people hitting you up. Let me tell you something. There's gonna be people hitting you up because obviously you were the real deal. And I don't know what roster's gonna end up on, but it's gonna be absolutely amazing. And hopefully Rain and Ryan Noob are able to pick up a org very soon, because I know the team is extremely talented. As of right now, the teammate King Nick has the most bot kills in Infinite right now, so obviously he's putting in that work and getting ready. Infinite has a very bright future. This was an amazing way to kick off 20 years of Xbox and everything that Halo's done for me personally in my life. It's been a large part of my life. This is a great way to send it off. And obviously, thank you guys, Elamite and Walshy, for bringing me on Xbox as well. And for you guys in the chat, let me tell you, you guys have been absolutely amazing. I'm not going to cry on stream. I'm not going to cry on camera, but you guys have been absolutely amazing. I'm a super fan who got to cast with two of my heroes. It was incredible. Really
Phenomenal
was.
work.
Yeah,
from
great job,
everybody.
dude. Seriously.
Phenomenal.
Seriously,
Yeah.
you were so
Walshy, you did
fun.
okay.
Nah, all legends today, and a huge thank you to everybody involved. I also like to thank Lennox, who was so
Yay.
instrumental in making this
I
happen.
want to thank Bunny.
Yeah, thank Bunny.
Bunny.
Thank Tan the man working behind the scenes here. Tanner, thank you very much. Along with everybody that continues to help us grow this channel. Hit that follow button, twitch.tv/Xbox. We're showcasing a variety of the games Monday through Friday, and we have some special tournaments as well, so you can sign up, smash.gg/Xbox. One more time, thank you to Why Not Be Casting, David, Walsh, Kyle, Elamite, Elam. Make sure to give them all follows on social media. And on behalf of Axel Toss, The Mav Show, I'm Mr. Joshua Gray, the Xbox variant of Loki. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you next time. Good night and good game.